Chapter 1. The cowboy poker game died when Sheriff Marcus Webb walked into Murphy's saloon. Rip Campbell kept his eyes on his cards, 3 jacks and a pair of 4s, but watched Webb's reflection in the mirror behind the bar. The sheriff's boots scraped sawdust as he crossed the room. Sweat stained his shirt collar despite the evening cool. "Need a word, Campbell?" Rip folded his hand and pushed back from the table. The other players, a railroad man, 2 cowboys, and a traveling salesman hawking patent medicine, watched Webb like he carried plague. "Gentlemen." Rip touched the brim of his hat and followed Webb to a corner table. Webb signaled the bartender. 2 whiskeys. "Make mine water." "Smart man." Webb knocked back both drinks. "Got a job for you." "I'm listening." Webb pulled out a leather pouch and dropped it on the scarred table. Coins clinked. $500 to escort a prisoner to Silver Creek. Rip weighed the pouch in his palm. "Heavy. What's the catch?" "Leave it on. Trial's tomorrow at sunset. Man walks free if he don't show. 1 day's ride to Silver Creek. Easy money." Rip set the pouch down. "Who's the prisoner?" "Jake Morrison. They call him the Rattler." Every saloon conversation stopped. The piano player's fingers froze over the keys. Even the bartender quit polishing his glass. Rip studied Webb's face. Lines creased the sheriff's forehead like dried creek beds. His left hand trembled as he reached for the empty whiskey glass. "Morrison's the one robbed the Silver Creek Bank." "Among other things." "Among what other things?" Webb's jaw worked like he chewed tobacco, but his mouth stayed dry. 3 people died in that robbery, including my daughter." The piano started up again, a funeral dirge that made the saloon feel like a morgue. "Where is he?" "Territorial jail. Locked up tighter than a banker's strongbox." Webb leaned across the table. "Campbell, I need a man I can trust." "Trust to do what?" "Get Morrison to that courthouse alive." Rip pushed the money pouch toward Webb. "Find someone else." "Can't." Webb caught Rip's wrist. His grip felt desperate. "Word's out, Morrison's got information. Information that could hang some important people." "What kind of information?" "The kind that gets a man killed." Rip pulled free and stood. Webb grabbed his arm again. "They killed my Sarah because she saw something she shouldn't have. Morrison knows what that was." "They?" "Whoever Morrison was working with. Someone with money. Someone with power." Webb's voice cracked. "Someone who wanted witnesses dead." Rip sat back down. "How many want Morrison dead?" "Every outlaw between here and the Mexican border." "Why?" "Morrison can name names, dates, places, the whole network." "Network?" Webb leaned close enough for Rip to smell stale whiskey and fear sweat. Bank robbery was just the beginning. Morrison was inside man for a whole string of jobs. Stagecoaches, mine payrolls, land office records. Records. Claim jumping. Survey fraud. Enough to swing a dozen men. Rip picked up the money pouch again. "Who else knows Morrison's got this information?" "Judge who's trying the case. Couple territorial officials. Maybe a few others." "Anyone else trying to get Morrison to Silver Creek alive?" Webb shook his head. "Everyone else wants him dead. Including you." Webb's hand moved toward his gun, then stopped. "I want justice for my daughter." "Same thing." "Sometimes." The saloon doors swung open. A man in a black suit entered, scanning the room. His eyes stopped on Webb. "Friend of yours?" Rip asked. Webb turned, saw the man, and cursed under his breath. "Judge Black's clerk." The clerk approached their table. "Sheriff Webb, Judge Black would like a word." Tell the judge I'm busy. He insists. Webb stood. Campbell, what's your answer? Rip counted the coins in the pouch. $500 in gold eagles and silver dollars. More money than most men saw in a year. When do we leave? Dawn. Sharp. Where's Morrison now? Jail cell. Shackled hand and foot. I'll need to see him first. Webb nodded. Fair enough. The clerk cleared his throat. Sheriff, the judge is waiting. Tell him I'll be along. Webb waited until the clerk left. Campbell, there's one more thing. What? Morrison saved my life during the robbery. Rip stopped counting money. Come again? Bankguard was drawing on me from behind. Morrison shot him. Morrison shot a man to save your life. Then surrendered without a fight. Why? Webb shrugged. Asked him that same question. Know what he said? What? Said a man's got to draw the line somewhere. Rip pocketed the money and stood. Let's go see this Morrison. They walked through Tombstone's dark streets toward the territorial jail. Gas lamps flickered in windows. A dog barked somewhere in the distance. Their boot heels echoed off wooden sidewalks. Campbell. Yeah. Morrison's not what you'd expect. Meaning, maybe my daughter died for the wrong reasons. There's right reasons to die. Webb stopped walking. There's right reasons to live. The jail sat at the end of Main Street like a stone toad. Barred windows. Ironed door. Guard tower with a rifle-toting deputy who watched them approach. Evening, Sheriff, the guard called down. Evening, Tom. Brought someone to meet our guest. The guard unlocked the door. Inside, another deputy sat reading a dime novel by lantern light. Morrison's still awake. Far as I know. The deputy led them down a corridor lined with empty cells. Morrison sat on a narrow bunk in the last cell. Leg irons connected to a chain around his waist. Hand shackles attached to the wall by a length of heavy chain. He looked up when they approached. Brown hair going gray at the temples. Weathered face with intelligent eyes. Maybe 40 years old. Sheriff Webb. Morrison stood, as much as his chains allowed. Come to gloat. Come to introduce you to Rip Campbell. He's escorting you to Silver Creek. Morrison studied Rip. You the gunfighter. I'm the man getting you to trial. Why? Money. Morrison smiled. Honest answer. I appreciate that. Questions for you, Rip said. Shoot. Why'd you rob the Silver Creek Bank? Needed money. For what? My daughter's schooling. Lives in San Francisco. Expensive place. Worth dying for. Morrison's smile faded. She don't know what her father does for a living. Thinks I'm a traveling merchant. What's she going to think when you hang? Won't matter. She'll be taken care of. By who? Morrison glanced at Sheriff Webb, then back at Rip. That's complicated. We got time. No, we don't. Morrison rattled his chains. Soon as word spreads I'm moving, every bounty hunter and outlaw in 3 territories will be gunning for us. Why? Because dead men tell no tales. Webb stepped closer to the cell. What tales, Morrison? Morrison met his eyes. The one about who really killed your daughter. The jail went quiet, except for the deputy's breathing and the tick of a wall clock. Who? Webb whispered. Man who hired me to rob that bank. Same man who ordered Sarah Webb shot when she recognized him. Give me a name. Morrison shook his head. Get me to Silver Creek alive, Sheriff. Then I'll give you all the names you want. Rip looked from Morrison to Webb and back again. How do we know you're telling the truth? Morrison reached into his shirt pocket, as far as the chains allowed, and pulled out a folded piece of paper. "What's that?" "Bank draft. Made out to one Sarah Webb. $500. Webb grabbed the bars. "Where'd you get that?" "Your daughter was supposed to get paid for keeping quiet about what she saw. Someone decided bullets were cheaper than bribes." Webb's knuckles went white on the iron bars. "Who?" "WHO." Morrison folded the bank draft and put it back in his pocket. "Man who's going to try real hard to kill me before I reach that courthouse." Rip pulled out his pocket watch. 10:30. "We leave at dawn," he told Morrison. "I'll be ready." "Will you?" Morrison met his eyes. "Mr. Campbell, I've been ready to die for 5 years. Question is whether I can stay alive long enough to make it count." Rip turned to Webb. "I'll need supplies. Extra ammunition. Fast horses." "Done." "And sheriff?" "Yeah. Bring your best gun." They walked back through town toward Murphy's saloon. The poker game had broken up. Most windows showed dark. "Campbell." "What?" "You believe him?" Rip thought about Morrison's eyes. The way he'd held that bank draft like it contained his daughter's future. "Don't matter what I believe. Matters what I can prove. And if we can't prove anything, then we deliver a dead man to an empty courthouse." Webb stopped walking. "What if he's telling the truth about Sarah? Then we deliver a live witness to a very full courtroom." They reached Murphy's saloon. Webb headed toward the jail. Rip pushed through the batwing doors. The bartender looked up from washing glasses. "Drink?" "Information. Cost you the same." Rip placed a silver dollar on the bar. "What do you know about Judge Cornelius Black?" The bartender poured whiskey and slid the glass across scarred wood. "Rich man. Powerful man. Owns half the territory. The honest half." The bartender picked up Rip's silver dollar and bit it. "Mister, there ain't no honest half." Rip downed the whiskey and walked toward the stairs. "Campbell." He turned back. "That job you're taking. Morrison ain't the most dangerous man you'll be riding with." "Who is?" "Sheriff Webb. Man who's got nothing left to lose." Rip climbed the stairs to his room and locked the door. He cleaned his Colt .45, checked his rifle, and counted ammunition. 6 bullets in the Colt. Box of shells for the Winchester. Enough to get Morrison to Silver Creek. Maybe enough to get him there alive. Outside his window, a church bell chimed midnight. In 6 hours, the most dangerous ride of his life would begin. Rip blew out the lantern and tried to sleep. Chapter 2. Dawn broke gray and cold over Tombstone. Rip loaded his saddlebags in the livery stable while the ostler prepared 3 horses, 2 mounts, and a pack animal. The Winchester went in its boot. Extra ammunition in leather pouches. Water for 2 days, food for 3. "Good horses," the ostler said. "Sheriff Webb picked them himself." "How good?" "Outrun Apache ponies. Outrun bullets too, if you're lucky." Rip checked the cinches. Tight. He led the horses outside where Webb waited with Morrison. The prisoner wore clean clothes, denim pants, cotton shirt, worn boots. Leg irons connected by 2 feet of chain. Handcuffs linked to a leather belt around his waist. "Sleep well?" Rip asked Morrison. "Like a condemned man." "You are a condemned man." Morrison smiled. "Not yet." Webb handed Rip a folded paper. "Telegram came an hour ago." Rip read it. "From Territorial Governor, stop Morrison, must reach trial alive, stop, federal investigation, depends on his testimony, stop." Federal investigation? Into what? "Don't know," Webb said. Governor's not talking. Morrison watched a freight wagon roll down Main Street. How many people know we're leaving this morning? Just us. Wrong answer, Sheriff. Webb's hand moved to his gun. Meaning that clerk who came to the saloon last night. He wasn't there to fetch you for a social call. Judge Black wanted to discuss the prisoner transfer. Judge Black wanted to know who was escorting me. Morrison climbed onto his horse with practiced ease despite the chains. Question is, what did you tell him? Webb mounted his bay gelding. Told him I hired the best man for the job. Did you mention Campbell by name? Webb's silence answered the question. Rip swung into his saddle. Doesn't matter now. We ride. They headed east out of Tombstone as the sun painted the desert red. Morrison rode between Rip and Webb, his chains clanking with each step his horse took. After an hour, Morrison spoke. Mind if I ask why you took this job, Campbell? You heard. Money. $500 is good pay for a day's ride. Too good. Rip studied the horizon. No dust clouds yet. Maybe Webb's desperate. Maybe. Or maybe you're curious. About what? About who really runs this territory. They crossed a dry wash where flash floods had carved deep channels in the hardpan. Morrison's horse stumbled on loose rocks. The chains helped him keep his balance. Careful move, Sheriff, Morrison said. What move? Picking Campbell. Man's got a reputation for finishing what he starts. Webb wiped sweat from his forehead. Reputation for what else? Not being bought. Not being scared. Not being fooled. Morrison looked at Rip. That about right. I do my job. Even when your job gets complicated? Especially then. Morrison nodded. Good. Because this job's about to get real complicated. They stopped to water the horses at Willow Spring. The spring bubbled up from underground, creating a small oasis of green grass and cottonwood trees. Webb filled canteens while Rip kept watch. Morrison sat in his saddle, chains preventing him from dismounting without help. Sheriff, you ever wonder why I surrendered without a fight? Webb looked up from the spring. You said a man's got to draw the line somewhere. I did draw a line. But not where you think. Where then? Morrison shifted in his saddle. At murder. Bank robbery's one thing. Killing witnesses is another. Someone murdered witnesses? 3 of them. Including your daughter. Webb straightened. Water dripped from the canteen in his hands. Who? Same man who paid me to rob that bank. Same man who promised no one would get hurt. Why did someone get hurt? Morrison met his eyes. Because the plan changed. Middle of the job. Rip stepped closer. Changed how? We were supposed to take money and ride out. Clean job. No shooting. What went wrong? Your daughter walked in at the wrong time. Saw something she wasn't supposed to see. Webb's hand tightened on his gun butt. Saw what? Saw who gave me the combination to the safe. The desert went quiet, except for wind in the cottonwood leaves and water bubbling from the spring. Someone inside the bank? Rip asked. Morrison shook his head. Someone inside the law. Webb drew his gun. You're lying. Am I? Then how did I know Judge Black keeps a hideout gun in his left boot? How did I know Sheriff Porter takes bribes from the mining companies? How did I know Deputy Marshal Coltrane has a warrant out for him in Kansas? How do you know that? Because the man who hired me told me. Insurance, he called it. Information to keep everyone in line. Rip grabbed Webb's gun arm. Easy, Sheriff. He's lying about Sarah. Morrison's voice stayed level. Your daughter saw Judge Black hand me that bank combination. She was coming to make a deposit for the church social. Wrong place, wrong time. Why should I believe you? Because I'm the one who tried to warn her. Webb holstered his gun, but kept his hand on the grip. Warn her how? Told her to run. Told her to forget what she saw. Told her to ride straight home and keep her mouth shut. Did she? Morrison's face went hard. She tried to. But Judge Black figured she'd seen too much. Sent men after her. What men? Same ones who'll be coming after us. As if summoned by his words, dust rose on the horizon behind them. 3 riders, maybe 4, pushing their horses hard. Rip handed Morrison a canteen. Drink fast. Who do you think it is? Webb asked. Morrison drank deep and handed back the canteen. Could be anyone. Judge Black's got half the territorial officials in his pocket. Other half's too scared to cross him. Why? Because crossing Judge Black is bad for your health. The dust cloud grew larger. Definitely 4 riders, maybe 5. How far to Silver Creek? Rip asked. 30 miles, Webb said. Can we outrun them? Morrison tested his chains. Not with these. They'll slow us down. Take them off. Webb shook his head. Can't do that. Why not? Because he's still my prisoner. Morrison laughed. Sheriff, in about 10 minutes we're all going to be corpses. Think those chains matter to dead men? The riders were close enough now to see individual horses. They rode hard and straight, like men with a purpose. Campbell's right, Morrison said. Take off the chains or watch us all die wearing them. Webb pulled out his keys. His hands shook as he unlocked the leg irons. Hands too, Morrison said. Like hell. Sheriff, I can't shoot back if I can't hold a gun. You're not shooting anyone. Morrison flexed his fingers as blood returned to his wrists. Then you better hope you're a better shot than those 5 men riding toward us. Rip mounted his horse. 5 men. Count the dust trails. 5 horses, 5 riders, 5 reasons we need to move fast. Webb climbed into his saddle and kicked his horse into a gallop. Rip and Morrison followed, the pack horse trailing on a lead rope. Behind them, the dust cloud spread wider as their pursuers gained ground. Who are they? Rip shouted over the thunder of hooves. Could be the Cassidy brothers, Morrison called back. Could be El Serpiente's gang. Could be federal marshals. Federal marshals? Some of Judge Black's men carry federal badges. Makes killing legal. They rode hard across open desert, dodging sagebrush and cactus. The sun climbed higher, promising a scorching day. Webb's horse began to labor. Sweat darkened its flanks. We can't keep this pace, Webb yelled. We can't slow down either, Morrison replied. Rip looked back. The pursuers had gained ground. Close enough now to see gun barrels glinting in the morning sun. There, Morrison pointed ahead. Devil's Canyon. If we can reach the rocks, we can ford up. Or get trapped. Better than getting shot in the open. A rifle cracked behind them. The bullet kicked dust 10 feet to their left. They're in range, Webb said. Not for long. Morrison leaned forward in his saddle. That canyon's got good cover. High walls. Only 2 ways in. 2 ways out. Morrison grinned. That's the gamble. They raced toward the canyon mouth as rifle shots echoed across the desert. Their horses' breathing came in ragged gasps. Almost there, Rip called. Behind them, their pursuers spread out into a line, trying to cut off escape routes. Who do you think they are? Webb asked Morrison. Morrison glanced back at the riders. Does it matter? They all want the same thing. What's that? Me dead and buried, before I can talk. They plunged into Devil's Canyon, as bullets whined off rock walls behind them. The canyon twisted left, then right, following an ancient creek bed. Up there, Morrison pointed to a ledge halfway up the canyon wall. We can see them coming. They dismounted and led their horses up a narrow trail to the ledge. Below, the canyon floor stretched empty in both directions. Webb checked his rifle. How many bullets you got? Enough. Rip chambered around. Question is, how many do they have? Morrison picked up a rock and tested its weight. More than us. You got a plan? Same plan I've had for 5 years. Stay alive one more day. Hoofbeats echoed from the canyon mouth. Their pursuers had arrived. Morrison, a voice called from below. Jake Morrison. Morrison cupped his hands around his mouth. Who wants to know? Federal Marshal Sam Coltrane. You're under arrest. Morrison looked at Webb and Rip. Remember what I said about federal badges? That him. That's him. Judge Black's favorite killer. The voice echoed off canyon walls again. Send down your guns and come peaceful. Nobody has to die. Morrison called back. How about you ride away and nobody has to lie? Silence from below. Then hoofbeats moving in both directions. They're splitting up, Rip observed. Pincer movement, Morrison said. 2 men each direction. Coltrane stays in the middle. How do you know? Because that's how Judge Black would do it. Webb wiped sweat from his forehead. We're trapped. Morrison smiled. Sheriff, we're not trapped. We're positioned. What's the difference? Trapped men wait to die. Positioned men choose how to fight. Rifle shots rang out from both ends of the canyon. Bullets sparked off rocks around their ledge. So, how do we fight? Rip asked. Morrison hefted his rock. Same way David fought Goliath. With a slingshot? With surprise. Chapter 3. Morrison threw his rock hard and high over the canyon rim. It clattered down the opposite wall, bouncing off stone ledges. The sound echoed like boots on shale. What the hell was that? A voice called from the east end of the canyon. Sounded like someone climbing out, another voice answered. Morrison grinned and picked up a second rock. Old Apache trick. Make them think you're where you're not. He hurled this one toward the west end. More clattering. More echoes. They're trying to flank us, Marshal Coltrane shouted. Billy, take your man up the east wall. Murphy, you and Jenkins go west. Rip counted muzzle flashes in the canyon below. Still 5 of them. For now, Morrison said. Webb crawled to the edge of their ledge and peered down. What do you mean? Mean Judge Black's got more men than this. These 5 are just the welcoming committee. A rifle cracked from the east rim. The bullet chipped rock inches from Webb's head. They're up there, Morrison observed. 2 of them, Rip said. He shouldered his Winchester and squeezed off a shot. A man cursed from above. Nice shooting. Warning shot. Next one counts. Morrison found a gap in the rocks and studied the canyon floor. Coltrane's moving. Trying to get directly below us. Let him come. Can't. He's got a clear shot at our horses from there. Their 3 mounts stood tied to a stunted pine 20 yards back from the ledge. Without horses, they'd never reach Silver Creek alive. Webb, you keep those riflemen busy, Rip said. Morrison and I will handle Coltrane. Handle him how? Morrison hefted another rock. Same way we handled his friends. This isn't a game. Morrison's smile faded. Sheriff, I've been playing this game for 5 years. Only difference now is I got partners. Webb fired at the east rim. Return fire sparked off rocks around them. Move, Rip told Morrison. They crawled along the ledge toward a narrow chimney that led down to the canyon floor. Morrison moved with surprising grace despite his recent chains. You done this before? Rip whispered. Done what? Fought your way out of an ambush. Every day for 5 years. They reached the chimney, a crack in the canyon wall barely wide enough for a man. Morrison tested the handholds. Tricky climb. Can you make it? Question is, can you? Morrison disappeared into the crack. Rip followed, his boots scraping stone as he descended. Above them, gunfire continued. Webb's rifle answered shots from both rims, keeping the rifleman pinned down. They reached the canyon floor, behind a jumble of fallen rocks. Morrison crouched and listened. Coltrane's close. Maybe 50 yards east. How do you know? Smell his tobacco. Cheap Mexican stuff. Burns like rope. Rip caught the scent, harsh smoke drifting on the morning breeze. There. Morrison pointed to a cluster of boulders. Behind those rocks. How do we get to him? Morrison studied the canyon walls. Ancient floods had carved deep grooves in the stone. Follow that wash. Comes out behind his position. They crept along the dry creek bed, using scattered rocks for cover. The wash curved left, then right, following the canyon's twists. Stop. Morrison held up his hand. Voices carried from ahead, 2 men talking in low tones. Should have brought more men. Judge said 5 would be enough. Campbell's got a reputation. Morrison smiled. They're worried. Good. Worried men make mistakes. They crawled closer until they could see 2 figures behind the boulders, Marshal Coltrane and a younger man with a deputy's badge. Coltrane chewed tobacco and spat into the dirt. Where's Morrison? Still up on that ledge with the others. You sure? The deputy peered through field glasses. Don't see him. Don't see him where? Don't see him anywhere. Coltrane cursed and grabbed the glasses. After a long look, he spat again. Son of a bitch. He's gone. Gone where? If I knew that, he wouldn't be gone. Morrison touched Rip's shoulder and pointed. 20 feet ahead, a game trail led up the canyon wall to a point directly above Coltrane's position. They climbed silent as shadows. The trail switched back through loose shale and prickly pear cactus. Careful, Morrison whispered. One loose rock and we're dead. They reached a point 30 feet above the 2 lawmen. Perfect position for an ambush. Morrison picked up a head-sized boulder. On 3. Wait. For what? Information. Rip cupped his hands around his mouth and called down, Marshal Coltrane. The lawman spun around, searching for the voice's source. Up here, Marshal. Coltrane spotted them and reached for his gun. Morrison heaved the boulder. It crashed down, missing Coltrane by inches but sending him diving for cover. Next one won't miss, Rip called. Coltrane kept his gun drawn but didn't shoot. You're making a mistake, Campbell. What mistake? Protecting a killer. Which killer? Morrison or Judge Black? Silence from below. The deputy looked confused. Judge Black's a respected jurist, Coltrane said. Judge Black's a murdering thief, Morrison called down. Tell your boy about the Silver Creek bank robbery, Marshal. Tell him who really planned it. The deputy glanced at Coltrane. What's he talking about? Prisoner talk. Don't listen to him. Morrison found another rock. Ask your marshal about the evidence I got stashed in Silver Creek. Evidence that proves Judge Black ordered 3 murders. Shut up, Morrison. Evidence like bank records. Witness statements. That little black book Judge Black keeps locked in his safe. Coltrane aimed his rifle at Morrison. I said shut up. Shoot me, Marshal. Then explain to Judge Black how you killed his star witness. Coltrane hesitated. The rifle wavered in his hands. That's right, Morrison continued. I'm worth more alive than dead. At least, until after the trial. What trial? The deputy asked. Morrison laughed. Marshal, you didn't tell your boy about the trial. Didn't mention Judge Black's planning to have me killed during my testimony. The deputy backed away from Coltrane. Is that true? Course it's not true. Then why are we trying to kill him before he reaches court? Good question. Coltrane didn't have a good answer. Gunfire erupted from above. Webb was still trading shots with the riflemen on the canyon rims. Your men are pinned down, Marshal, Rip called. Want to call them off before someone gets hurt? Can't do that. Why not? Because Judge Black don't accept failure. Morrison hefted his rock. What's Black pay for failure, Marshal? Coltrane spat tobacco juice. Same thing he pays for success. What's that? Bullets. The deputy dropped his rifle. I didn't sign up for murder. Pick up that gun, boy. No, sir. Not for murder. Coltrane swung his rifle toward his own deputy. Pick it up or I'll kill you where you stand. The young man's hand moved toward his sidearm. Morrison threw his rock. It caught Coltrane in the shoulder, spinning him around. His rifle clattered across stone. Rip jumped down from the ledge, landing cat-like behind the marshal. His Colt was in his hand before Coltrane could move. Don't. Coltrane froze. Smart choice. Morrison climbed down more carefully, favoring his left leg. Deputy, kick that rifle over here. The young man complied. His hands shook as he holstered his pistol. What's your name, son? Morrison asked. Deputy Tom Fletcher. From Tucson. You know what Judge Black's been doing, Tom? I know what Marshal Coltrane told me. Said you robbed banks and killed innocent people. Morrison nodded toward Coltrane. Ask the marshal who ordered those killings. Fletcher looked confused. Marshal. Coltrane glared at Morrison. Don't believe a word this snake says. Then explain something to me, Fletcher said. If Morrison's just a bank robber, why does Judge Black want him dead? Why not let him stand trial? Because. Coltrane started, then stopped. Because I can prove Judge Black's been stealing land, robbing banks, and murdering witnesses for 5 years, Morrison finished. Including Sheriff Webb's daughter. Fletcher's face went pale. Sarah Webb. Judge Black killed Sarah Webb. You knew her? Morrison asked. We were friendly. Before she died. Morrison glanced at Rip. Son, Sarah Webb was killed because she saw Judge Black hand me the combination to that bank safe. She was murdered to keep her quiet. Fletcher drew his gun and pointed it at Coltrane. Is that true? Put the gun down, boy. Is that true? Coltrane sighed. Judge's orders were to eliminate witnesses. Fletcher's gun hand steadied. Sarah was a witness. She was in the wrong place at the wrong time. So you killed her. I followed orders. Fletcher cocked his revolver. Whose orders? Silence stretched between them like a taut wire. Finally, Coltrane spoke. Judge Cornelius Black. The admission hung in the desert air like smoke. Why? Fletcher whispered. Because Judge Black owns this territory. Banks, mines, land offices, law enforcement. Everything. Including you. Coltrane nodded. Including me. Fletcher kept his gun trained on the marshal. What about Sheriff Webb? He knows his daughter was murdered. He suspects, Morrison said. That's why he took this job. That's why he's willing to trust me. Gunfire from the canyon rims was tapering off. Either Webb was winning or losing. We need to move, Rip said. More of Black's men will be coming. How many more? Fletcher asked. Morrison counted on his fingers. Every outlaw between here and Mexico. Every crooked lawman in the territory. Every man who owes Judge Black a favor. How many's that? More than we can fight. Fletcher looked at his marshal, then at Morrison, then at Rip. What do you want me to do? Help us get Morrison to Silver Creek alive, Rip said. Why should I? Because Sarah Webb deserves justice, Morrison said. And you're the only lawman left who isn't bought and paid for. Fletcher thought about it. Above them, Webb's rifle cracked twice more, then fell silent. Sheriff Webb. Rip called. No answer. Sheriff Webb. Still nothing. Morrison grabbed Coltrane's rifle. Either he's dead, or they got him pinned down so tight he can't shoot back. We going up there? Fletcher asked. We're going up there, Rip said. What about him? Fletcher nodded toward Coltrane. Morrison smiled. Marshall's coming with us. As our prisoner. Like hell I am. Morrison jacked a shell into Coltrane's rifle. Marshall, you got two choices. Come with us as a prisoner, or stay here as a corpse. Coltrane looked around the canyon, at the high walls, the scattered rocks, the morning sun climbing toward its killing heat. Some choice. Only choice you got. Coltrane spit tobacco juice into the dirt. Lead the way. They climbed back up the game trail, moving single file. Fletcher in front, then Coltrane with his hands bound, then Morrison and Rip bringing up the rear. The canyon fell quiet, except for wind whistling through the rocks and the distant cry of a hunting hawk. Too quiet, Morrison said. Maybe Webb scared them off. Or maybe they scared Webb off. They reached the ledge where they'd started. Their horses stood tied to the pine tree, but there was no sign of Sheriff Webb. Sheriff? Rip called softly. A groan came from behind a pile of rocks. They found Webb lying on his side, blood seeping from a head wound. How bad? Morrison asked. Rip examined the wound. Bullet creased his skull. He'll live. Webb's eyes fluttered open. Campbell? Right here, Sheriff. The riflemen. They flanked me. Had to fall back. Where are they now? Webb struggled to sit up. Gone. Heard shooting from below and rode off. Rode off where? Toward Silver Creek. Morrison cursed. They're going to set up another ambush. How do you know? Because that's what I do. Rip helped Webb to his feet. Blood matted the sheriff's gray hair, but he could walk. We need to move, Morrison said. More riders coming. How many more? Webb asked. Morrison pointed east, toward a dust cloud on the horizon. Count the dust trails. Webb shaded his eyes against the morning sun. 8. Maybe 10. The Cassidy brothers, Coltrane said. Judge Black promised them $1,000 for Morrison's head. Fletcher checked his ammunition. How far to Silver Creek? 20 miles, Webb said. Can we make it? Morrison watched the approaching dust cloud. Depends how fast we ride and how lucky we get. They mounted their horses. Webb swayed in his saddle, but stayed upright. Coltrane rode with his hands tied to the saddle horn. Which way? Rip asked. Morrison studied the terrain ahead. Open desert broken by occasional mesas and dry washes. North to Willow Creek, then west through the Badlands. Longer route, but better cover. What about the direct trail? Direct trail's where they'll expect us. They rode out of Devil's Canyon as the sun climbed toward its noon position. Behind them, the dust cloud grew larger. The hunt was on. Campbell, Morrison said, as they pushed their horses into a steady lope. Yeah. Still think this job's worth $500? Rip checked the loads in his Colt. 6 bullets. Same as when he started. Ask me when we reach Silver Creek. What if we don't reach Silver Creek? Then the question won't matter. Morrison laughed. I like your style, Campbell. Don't like it too much. It might not keep us alive. Behind them, the dust cloud split into two parts, one group following their trail, the other swinging north to cut them off. They're boxing us in, Webb said. Morrison nodded. Just like Judge Black taught them. You know his tactics? I should. I used to work for him. The admission hit Webb like a physical blow. You worked for Judge Black? For 5 years. Until I learned what kind of man he really was. What kind of man is he? Morrison's face hardened. The kind who kills little girls to protect his secrets. They rode harder, pushing their horses toward whatever waited ahead. In the distance, Silver Creek shimmered like a mirage under the desert sun. Chapter 4. The Badlands stretched before them like a cracked skull. Rip studied the maze of arroyos and sandstone pillars through his field glasses. Perfect country for an ambush, 1,000 places to hide, few ways through. See anything? Webb asked. Blood had crusted in his hair, but his eyes stayed sharp. Movement on the north ridge. Could be rocks shifting in the heat. Could be rifles. Morrison spat dust and wiped his mouth with the back of his hand. It's rifles. Cassidy brothers like high ground. You fought them before? Fletcher asked. Rode with them once. Before I got smart. What changed your mind? Watch them torture a stagecoach driver for sport. Man had 11 children. Fletcher's horse danced sideways, sensing tension. What happened to the driver? What do you think happened? Coltrane shifted in his saddle, hands still bound to the horn. Cassidy's don't leave witnesses. Neither does Judge Black, Morrison replied. Guess that's why you all work so well together. Heat shimmers rose from the desert floor like ghost dancers. Their horses' breathing came shallow and quick. How many Cassidy brothers are there? Webb asked. Started with 5, Morrison said. Lost 2 to hangman's rope in El Paso. Got 3 left. Just 3 men. 3 men who've killed more people than cholera. Rip counted dust clouds behind them. Our friends back there are gaining ground. How much time we got? Hour. Maybe less. Morrison studied the Badlands ahead. Ancient water had carved the red sandstone into fantastic shapes, towers, arches, narrow slot canyons that twisted like snakes. There. He pointed toward a gap between 2 towering rock formations. Devil's Needle. Only way through for miles. Looks like a trap. It is a trap. Question is, who's setting it? Fletcher checked his ammunition belt. What do you mean? Mean the Cassidys are probably in those rocks already. But if we go around, the boys behind us will catch up. So we're caught either way. Morrison smiled. Not if we spring their trap first. How? Give them what they want. Rip lowered his field glasses. Which is? Me. Webb's hand moved to his gun. Over my dead body. Sheriff, that's exactly what Judge Black's counting on. My dead body and yours. They rode closer to Devil's Needle. 2 sandstone spires rising 300 feet from the desert floor, connected at their base by a natural arch. The gap beneath looked barely wide enough for a horse and rider. Narrow passage, Fletcher observed. Gets narrower, Morrison said. About halfway through, it chokes down to maybe 6 feet. Perfect killing ground. So what's your plan? Morrison reined his horse to a stop. Simple. I ride through first, draw their fire. You 3 circle around behind them. That's suicide. Maybe. Maybe not. Rip studied the rock formations. There's no way around behind them. Those cliffs are straight up and down. There's a way. Old Apache Trail, up the back side of the North Spire. Tricky climbing, but possible. How do you know about Apache trails? Spent 3 months running from Apaches. Learn the country real quick when your life depends on it. The sun hammered down like a blacksmith's anvil. Sweat stung their eyes and soaked their shirts. Your plan's got holes in it, Webb said. Name one. What if they don't shoot at you? What if they wait for all of us to get in that passage? Morrison considered this. Then we're all dead anyway. Comforting thought. Sheriff, comfort's not what's keeping us alive. Being unpredictable is. Rifle fire cracked from the rocks ahead. Dust kicked up 20 yards in front of them. Warning shot, Fletcher said. Or bad aim, Rip replied. A voice echoed from Devil's Needle. That's far enough, boys. Morrison cupped his hands around his mouth. That you, Ezra? Jake Morrison. Heard you was dead. Not yet. Fix that real quick. Laughter bounced off the canyon walls. Harsh sound that belonged to men who'd forgotten what mercy meant. How many, you figure? Webb whispered. Morrison counted muzzle flashes. 3. Maybe 4. Hard to tell with the echoes. Where are they positioned? 2 in the arch, covering the passage. At least 1 on each spire. More riders appeared on the horizon behind them, close enough now to see individual horses. Decision time, Rip said. Morrison dismounted and pulled his rifle from the scabbard. Fletcher, you're the best climber here. Done some rock work. Good. Take the Apache Trail up the north spire. Get behind whoever's up there. What about the rest of us? Webb covers my back from here. Campbell circles south, climbs the other spire. That leaves you alone in the passage. Morrison checked his ammunition. Won't be alone long. Either you'll get behind them, or they'll kill me. Either way, problem gets solved quick. Jake. The voice from the rocks again. Send out that lawman with you. Ezra Cassidy wants words with Sheriff Webb. Webb's face hardened. What's he want with me? Nothing good, Morrison said. Ezra's got a brother in your jail back in Tombstone. Billy Cassidy. Caught him rustling cattle. Billy's Ezra's favorite brother. Billy's also looking at 20 years hard labor. Morrison nodded. That's why Ezra wants words with you. Dust clouds behind them were close enough to make out individual riders. 8 men, maybe 9, pushing their horses hard. Time's up, Rip said. Fletcher swung down from his horse and checked his weapons. Where's this Apache Trail? Morrison pointed toward the north spire. See that ledge about 40 feet up? Trail starts there. Switchbacks to the top. How do I get to the ledge? Climb. Fletcher studied the rock face. Lot of loose stone. Don't knock any off. Sound carries in these canyons. Rip examined the south spire through his glasses. Looks easier from this side. It's not. South face is crumbly sandstone. Fall there, your buzzard food. Cheerful. Morrison mounted his horse and rode toward the passage. Give me 10 minutes, then start climbing. Jake. Ezra's voice again. You coming through or not? Coming through. Morrison called back. Got a proposition for you. What kind of proposition? The kind that makes us all rich. Silence from the rocks. Greed was a language every outlaw understood. Keep talking. Morrison urged his horse toward the narrow gap. Judge Black's offering 1,000 for my head. We know that. What you don't know is what I'm carrying. Morrison reached the entrance to Devil's Needle. The passage stretched ahead, like a throat waiting to swallow him. What you carrying, Jake? Map to Judge Black's private gold mine. Worth more than all his bounties combined. The lie hung in the desert air like heat shimmer. You're bluffing. Am I? Ask yourself why Judge Black wants me dead so bad. Think it's just about that bank robbery? Morrison disappeared into the passage. His voice echoed from between the stone walls. "Judge Black's got a fortune hidden in them hills. I know where." Rip and Fletcher began their climbs. The sandstone was treacherous, smooth in places, crumbling in others. Each handhold had to be tested before trusting it with body weight. Webb stayed with the horses, rifle ready, watching the approaching dust clouds. "Jake Morrison." Ezra's voice carried new interest. "You show me this map." "Can't do that, Ezra. Map's in my head." "Then you better come up here and share." Morrison's horse appeared in the narrowest part of the passage, exactly where Fletcher had predicted the killing ground would be. "Here I am." Rifles cracked from both spires and the natural arch. Bullets whined off stone walls like angry hornets. Morrison dove from his saddle as his horse screamed and went down. He scrambled behind the dying animal, using its body for cover. "Missed," he shouted. "Getting old, Ezra." "Hold your fire," Ezra commanded. "Want him alive. Need that map." Rip reached the top of the south spire. A bearded gunman crouched behind a boulder, rifle trained on the passage below. The man was so focused on Morrison that he never heard Rip approach. Rip's knife slid between the gunman's ribs before he could turn around. Fletcher reached the north spire as rifle fire erupted below. He found two men, one with a rifle, another reloading a shotgun. "Drop them." Both men spun around. Fletcher shot the rifleman's center mass, then dove behind a rock formation as the second man triggered his shotgun. Buckshot sparked off stone where Fletcher's head had been a second before. In the passage, Morrison used the confusion to advance toward the arch. His dead horse provided cover until he reached a pile of fallen rocks. "Ezra, your boys up top are having problems." "What kind of problems?" "The kind that bleed." Ezra Cassidy stepped into view on the arch above the passage, a tall man with silver hair and cold eyes. His brother Dan flanked him, younger but meaner. "Where's my map, Jake?" Morrison aimed his rifle at Ezra's chest. "Right here." "Don't see no map." "Look closer." Ezra peered down at Morrison. "All I see is a dead man with a rifle." "Look again." Fletcher appeared behind Dan Cassidy, gun barrel pressed to the younger brother's head. "Now what do you see?" Morrison asked. Ezra's face went white. "Where's my other boys?" "Having a permanent conversation with their maker," Fletcher said. Rip's voice came from the south spire. "Drop the rifle, Ezra." Ezra looked around, surrounded on all sides, his men dead or captured. "Hell of a thing," he said. "Drop it," Fletcher commanded. "Can't do that, Deputy." "Why not?" Ezra smiled. "Because Judge Black pays better than conscience." He swung his rifle toward Morrison. 3 guns fired at once. Ezra Cassidy pitched forward off the arch, his body smashing into the rocks below. Dan Cassidy tried to break free from Fletcher. The deputy's gun butt caught him behind the ear, dropping him unconscious. Morrison climbed out of the passage, leading his dead horse. "Anyone hit?" "We're good," Rip called down. Fletcher bound Dan Cassidy's hands with his own belt. "What do we do with him?" "Leave him," Morrison said. "He'll live." "What if he follows us?" "On foot. In this heat." Morrison shook his head. "He'll be lucky to make it back to water." Webb rode up as they regrouped. "Those riders behind us?" Rip studied the horizon through his glasses. "Half-mile. Maybe less. Time to move." They mounted their horses, Morrison riding double with Fletcher since his mount was dead. "Which way now?" Webb asked. Morrison pointed west through the Badlands. "Willow Creek. If we can reach water before dark, we might have a chance." "What kind of chance?" "The kind where some of us live through this." They rode hard toward the setting sun, leaving Devil's Needle and its dead behind them. Behind them, dust clouds followed like gathering storm. Chapter 5. Widow's Pass cut through the mountains like God's own axe wound. Morrison studied the narrow canyon ahead. Sheer walls rising 200 feet on both sides, barely wide enough for 2 riders abreast. Ancient rock slides had left the floor littered with boulders the size of freight wagons. "Don't like it," Rip said. "Neither do I," Morrison spat into the dust. "But it's the only way to Willow Creek that don't add 10 miles. Fletcher adjusted his position behind Morrison on the shared horse. "What's got you spooked?" "Everything." Morrison pointed at the canyon walls. "See them fresh scars in the rock? Someone's been blasting." Webb squinted at the cliff faces. "Mining." "Wrong kind of rock for mining. This is trap rock." "Trap rock?" "Hard stone. Takes a lot of powder to move it." Morrison's voice carried new tension. "Question is, why's someone moving it?" Their horses picked their way between fallen stones, hooves clattering on granite chips. The sound echoed off canyon walls like gunshots. "Quiet," Rip ordered. They rode in silence, listening for sounds that didn't belong. The scrape of boot leather on stone, the metallic click of a rifle being cocked, the whispered curse of a hidden gunman. Nothing but wind through the rocks, and the steady clop of horseshoes. "Too quiet," Fletcher whispered. "That's what worries me," Morrison replied. They reached the narrowest part of the pass, where the walls closed in like giant hands. Here the canyon floor was barely 12 feet wide, choked with rubble from recent blasting. "Hold up." Morrison raised his hand. "What is it?" "Smell that?" Rip inhaled deeply. Dust, horse sweat, and something else, sharp, acrid, familiar. "Gunpowder," Webb said. "Fresh gunpowder." Morrison dismounted and studied the ground. "See these holes drilled in the rock? Someone's been busy." Fletcher slid down from the horse and examined the canyon walls. "Blast holes. Dozens of them. All charged and ready." Morrison picked up a handful of granite chips. They were covered with black powder residue. "Recent work. Maybe this morning." "Who would?" Webb began. "Hola, amigos." The voice came from above, echoing off stone walls. Spanish accent, thick as molasses. They looked up to see a man, perched on a ledge 50 feet overhead. Sombrero, crossed bandoliers, gold teeth glinting in the afternoon sun. "El Serpiente," Morrison said. "You know him?" "Know of him. Mexican dynamite expert. Blew up half of Sonora for Benito Juarez." El Serpiente called down to them. "Senor Morrison, you are looking well for a dead man." "Not dead yet, Serpiente. Soon, I think. Very soon." The Mexican held up a small wooden box with copper wires trailing from it. "You see this, amigo? This is your funeral." "Detonator," Morrison said quietly. "Son of a bitch has the whole canyon wired." "How much dynamite?" Fletcher asked. "Enough to bring down both walls. Bury us under 1,000,000 tons of rock." El Serpiente's laughter bounced off the canyon walls. "Senor Morrison, you have something that belongs to my patron." "What's that?" "Information. Very valuable information about certain business activities." "What kind of business?" "The kind that makes dead men of those who know too much." Webb's horse danced nervously, sensing danger. "How do we get out of here?" Morrison studied the canyon walls, looking for weakness, for opportunity, for any chance of survival. "We don't. Not unless we give Serpiente what he wants." "Which is?" "My dead body, and that ledger I took from Judge Black's safe." Rip checked the loads in his Colt. "What ledger?" Morrison smiled grimly. "The one I've been lying about for the past day." "You mean there really is a ledger?" There really is. Hidden back in Silver Creek, just like I said. Fletcher grabbed Morrison's arm. What's in it? Names. Dates. Bank account numbers. Enough evidence to hang Judge Black and half the territory government. El Serpiente called down again. Senor Morrison, you have 1 minute to throw up your weapons. Then I make you very flat. 1 minute's not much time, Webb said. Morrison studied the blast holes in the canyon walls. Might be enough. For what? For dying with our boots on. He cupped his hands around his mouth and shouted up at El Serpiente. Got a counter offer for you. I am listening. Judge Black's paying you what? $500? 1,000. You are worth very much dead. What if I told you where to find $10,000? Silence from above. Even outlaws understood mathematics. You lie, gringo. Do I? Ask yourself why Judge Black wants me dead so bad. Because you robbed his bank. Because I know where he keeps his real money. Money he stole from every bank, mine, and ranch in 3 territories. Morrison was improvising now, spinning lies like a traveling preacher selling salvation. Where is this money? El Serpiente called. Can't tell you that. But I can show you. Show me how. Let us ride out of here alive. Follow us to the hiding place. And then we split it 5 ways. You, me, and my 3 amigos here. El Serpiente's laughter had a different quality now, greed mixed with suspicion. You would betray your friends, Senor Morrison? Morrison glanced at his companions and winked. For $10,000? Hell yes. I do not believe you. Then push that button and blow us all to pieces. But remember, dead men can't lead you to buried gold. The canyon fell silent, except for wind whistling through the rocks. El Serpiente was thinking, weighing greed against caution. How do I know you will not try to escape? Because you'll be following us with enough dynamite to level a mountain. One false move, you blow us to kingdom come. This is true. Morrison held his breath. The lie was thin as paper, but greed made men believe impossible things. Very well, Senor Morrison. But any tricks, and you die very ugly. No tricks. Just show us the way out of here. El Serpiente gestured toward the far end of the canyon. Ride through. Slowly. My men will follow. They mounted their horses and rode deeper into Widow's Pass. The canyon floor was treacherous with loose rocks and hidden holes. You got a real plan? Webb whispered. Working on it. Work faster. That Mexican's not stupid. They reached the far end of the canyon, where the walls opened onto a sage-covered valley. 3 more Mexicans waited with horses, all armed with rifles and bandoliers full of ammunition. El Serpiente climbed down from his perch, the detonator box still clutched in his hands. Now, Senor Morrison, where is this treasure? Morrison pointed across the valley, toward a line of low hills. See that notch between them peaks? Hidden canyon back there. That's where Judge Black keeps his real money. How much money? Gold bars. Silver coins. Paper money from banks all over the territory. Morrison's voice carried conviction born of desperation. Enough to make us all rich as kings. El Serpiente studied the distant hills through field glasses. I see no canyon. It's hidden. Entrance looks like solid rock. That's why nobody's found it. Except you. I helped Judge Black move the gold there. 3 years ago. The Mexican lowered his glasses. Why should I trust a gringo thief? Because this gringo thief is the only man alive who knows where the gold is hidden. Other men know. Morrison shook his head. Judge Black killed them all. Except me. Why did he not kill you? He tried. That's why I'm running. El Serpiente conferred with his men in rapid Spanish. Their voices carried excitement, the sound of poor men dreaming of riches. Very well, El Serpiente said finally. We ride to this canyon. But you will lead, and my men will follow with rifles ready. Fair enough. They rode across the valley, as the sun began its descent toward the western mountains. Behind them, dust clouds still marked their original pursuers, Judge Black's men closing the distance. They're gaining on us, Fletcher observed. Good, Morrison said. Good. The more the merrier. When this thing goes bad, we'll need all the confusion we can get. They reached the base of the hills as shadows began to lengthen. The terrain was rough, volcanic rock cut by flash floods into a maze of gullies and ridges. Where now? El Serpiente demanded. Morrison studied the landscape, looking for inspiration. Up there. See that cliff face with the split down the middle? I see it. Canyons behind that split. Have to climb to reach it. They dismounted and began climbing the rocky slope. The horses stayed behind with two of El Serpiente's men. This better not be a trick, Gringo. No trick. Just good hiding. They reached the split in the cliff face, a narrow crack barely wide enough for a man to squeeze through. In here? El Serpiente asked. In here. Morrison entered the crack first, followed by his companions, then El Serpiente and his remaining gunmen. The passage twisted through solid rock for 20 feet before opening into a small, natural amphitheater. Where's the gold? El Serpiente demanded. Morrison looked around the empty space, nothing but bare rock and a few scrub bushes. Well, hell, he said. What? Looks like Judge Black moved it. El Serpiente's face darkened. You lie. No lie. Gold was here 3 years ago. Stacked up like cordwood. The Mexican drew his pistol. You make me the fool. Wait. Morrison held up his hand. Maybe he just moved it deeper. Deeper where? Morrison pointed to the back wall of the amphitheater, where shadows hid a possible opening. Back there. Natural cave system. Could hide a fortune in them tunnels. El Serpiente studied the shadows. You go first. If this is trick, you die first. No trick. Morrison walked toward the back wall, with El Serpiente behind him, gun drawn. The shadows resolved into a narrow opening, barely visible unless you knew where to look. See. Cave entrance. El Serpiente peered into the opening. Very dark. Gold's always kept in dark places. The Mexican stepped closer to the cave mouth. Morrison tensed, ready to make his move. That's when the shooting started. Gunfire erupted from the crack in the cliff face. Judge Black's men had found them. Madre de Dios. El Serpiente spun toward the sound. Morrison tackled him, driving both of them toward the cave opening. They hit the ground hard, wrestling for control of the pistol. Run. Morrison shouted to his companions. But there was nowhere to run. They were trapped in a natural box canyon, with armed men at the only exit. El Serpiente's gun went off. The bullet ricocheted off stone walls, whining like a banshee. More gunfire from outside. Men shouting in English and Spanish. The sound of running feet on rock. Morrison got his hands on El Serpiente's throat. Where's the detonator? K. The detonator. For the dynamite. El Serpiente's eyes went wide with understanding. He pointed toward the cliff face where he dropped the wooden box during their struggle. Morrison released his grip and dove for the detonator. His fingers closed around the copper wires just as armed men poured through the crack in the rocks. Nobody move, a voice commanded. Morrison recognized the voice, Marshal Coltrane, escaped from his bonds and leading a squad of Judge Black's gunmen. Drop your weapons. Webb, Rip, and Fletcher raised their hands. El Serpiente got to his feet, dusting off his sombrero. You are late, Marshal, the Mexican said. Had to track you through that damn canyon. What's the situation here? Your man Morrison, he lies about the gold. Coltrane smiled. Of course he lies. There is no gold. Then why? Because Judge Black doesn't pay men to think. He pays them to kill. El Serpiente's hand moved toward his gun. You did not tell me this. Didn't think I needed to. We had agreement. Agreement was to kill Morrison. Nothing about sharing imaginary treasure. The Mexican's face darkened with understanding and rage. Morrison still clutched the detonator in his hands. Serpiente. You want to know why Judge Black really wants me dead? Shut up, Morrison, Coltrane ordered. Because I know about the Silver Creek bank job. Know who planned it. I said shut up. Know who killed Sarah Webb. El Serpiente looked from Morrison to Coltrane and back again. What is this about killing, senoritas? Judge Black ordered the murder of Sheriff Webb's daughter because she witnessed the bank robbery. Es verdad? El Serpiente asked Coltrane. It's business, Coltrane replied. What business includes killing innocent girls? The kind that pays your wages. El Serpiente's hand moved closer to his gun. I do not kill niñas. You kill whoever you're paid to kill. Not children. The standoff stretched taut as a bowstring. Morrison could feel the tension building like steam in a boiler. Tell him, Coltrane, Morrison said. Tell him about the other witnesses Judge Black had killed. Shut your mouth. Tell him about the school teacher in Tucson. The preacher in Bisbee. Coltrane's gun came up fast. Morrison threw himself sideways as the marshal fired. The bullet sparked off the cave wall behind him. El Serpiente drew his pistol and shot Coltrane through the chest. The marshal staggered backward, surprise and pain warring in his eyes. His gun clattered to the stone floor. Bastardo. El Serpiente snarled. I do not work for child killers. Coltrane's men hesitated, uncertain whose orders to follow with their leader down. Morrison raised the detonator above his head. Everybody freeze. All eyes turned to the wooden box in his hands. This canyon's wired with enough dynamite to blow us all to Mexico. One squeeze of this handle, and we're all buzzard bait. You're bluffing, one of Coltrane's men said. El Serpiente shook his head. He does not bluff. I wired Widow's Pass myself. Enough powder to level mountains. Then we're all trapped, the gunman said. Morrison smiled. Not all of us. He looked at El Serpiente. Serpiente, you got horses? See. How fast can they run? The Mexican's gold teeth flashed. Fast enough, I think. Then let's find out. Morrison backed toward the crack in the cliff face, still holding the detonator. His companions followed, weapons drawn. Anyone follows us, Morrison called, and I'll blow this whole mountain to pieces. They squeezed through the crack one by one. El Serpiente came last, his pistol trained on Coltrane's surviving gunmen. Adios, pendejos. They ran down the rocky slope toward their horses. Behind them, angry voices echoed from the amphitheater. Can you really blow up the canyon? Fletcher asked as they mounted. Morrison looked at the detonator in his hands. Let's hope we don't have to find out. They rode hard across the valley as the sun touched the western hills. Behind them, gunfire cracked from the cliffs, Coltrane's men trying to shoot them at impossible range. Which way to Silver Creek? El Serpiente asked. Why? Morrison replied. Because now I want to see this ledger you spoke of. Want to know what other children Judge Black has killed? Webb looked at the Mexican with new respect. Thought you worked for him. I work for money. But I have daughters in Sonora. I do not work for men who kill little girls. They rode toward the setting sun, an unlikely alliance forged by shared outrage and mutual survival. How far to Silver Creek? El Serpiente asked. 10 miles, Webb replied. If we can stay ahead of whoever's left back there. We will stay ahead, the Mexican said grimly. Because now I have reasons besides money to reach that town alive. Morrison still held the detonator, but he wasn't sure it would work at this distance. The real question was whether El Serpiente's dynamite charges were powerful enough to stop their remaining pursuers. They were about to find out. Behind them, a tremendous explosion shook the mountains as Widow's Pass collapsed in thunder and fire. Chapter 6. The abandoned mining shack squatted against the hillside like a broken tooth. Rip studied the weathered structure through his field glasses. Single room, tin roof full of holes, door hanging crooked on rusted hinges. Not much, but it would hide them from prying eyes until morning. Looks empty, Webb said. His head wound had stopped bleeding, but dried blood crusted his collar. Everything in this country looks empty, Morrison replied. That's what makes it dangerous. El Serpiente dismounted and examined the ground around the shack. No fresh tracks. Been abandoned maybe 2-3 years. Good enough. Fletcher slid down from behind Morrison. My backside can't take much more of that saddle. They led their horses inside the shack through the sagging doorway. The interior smelled of pack rats and old wood smoke. Broken mining equipment littered the corners, rusted picks, a collapsed sluice box, rotted leather bellows. Cozy, Webb said. Morrison kicked aside a pile of moldy canvas. Beats, sleeping in the open, with every bounty hunter in Arizona hunting us. El Serpiente unsaddled his horse and used the blanket to wipe sweat from the animal's flanks. How many men you think Judge Black has? On his payroll? Morrison considered. Couple dozen gunmen. Maybe more if he's hiring drifters. And how many want you dead? All of them. The Mexican smiled without humor. Then we are outnumbered. Been outnumbered before, Rip said. He found a relatively clean spot and sat with his back to the wall, Winchester across his knees. Fletcher discovered a rusty coffee pot and a bag of beans left by previous occupants. Coffee's stale, but it's coffee. Get a fire going, Webb said. Small one. No smoke. They gathered scraps of dry wood and built a tiny fire in the old stone hearth. The flames cast dancing shadows on the rough-hewn walls. So, El Serpiente said as they waited for the coffee to boil. This ledger you spoke of. What exactly does it contain? Morrison poked the fire with a stick. Names of every crooked official in 3 territories. Bank account numbers where Judge Black stashes his stolen money. Records of land deals that weren't exactly legal. And murder contracts? Those too. Webb leaned forward. Including my daughter. Morrison met his eyes. Including Sarah. Judge Black kept detailed records. Called it insurance. Insurance against what? Against his partners getting greedy. Hard to betray a man who's got written proof of your crimes. The coffee began to bubble. Fletcher found 5 dented tin cups and filled them with the bitter brew. Where exactly is this ledger hidden? El Serpiente asked. Silver Creek. Bank vault that Judge Black thinks only he knows about. Secret vault. Morrison sipped his coffee and made a face. Bank's got 2 vaults. One everybody knows about. That's where they keep the normal deposits. Other ones hidden behind a false wall. That's where Black keeps his real business records. How do you know about the secret vault? Because I helped him build it. Webb set down his cup. You worked construction? Worked everything. Robber, killer, carpenter, whatever paid. Morrison stared into the fire. Wasn't always particular about the company I kept. What changed? Fletcher asked. Morrison was quiet for a long moment. When he spoke, his voice carried old pain. Got a letter from my daughter. She was maybe 12 years old. Wrote to tell me about a school play she was in. Said she was playing an angel. That changed your mind about robbing banks. Changed my mind about who I wanted to be. Hard to look at yourself in the mirror when your little girl thinks you're an angel and you know you're the devil. El Serpiente refilled his cup. You have tried to contact this daughter. Send her money when I can. Through a lawyer in San Francisco. She thinks it comes from her mother's family back east. She does not know about your profession? Morrison shook his head. Far as she knows, her papa's a traveling merchant. Sells dry goods to mining towns. And if you hang, lawyers got instructions. She'll be taken care of. The fire crackled in the silence. Outside, wind moaned through the broken roof. What's her name? Webb asked quietly. Caroline. Caroline Elizabeth Morrison. Morrison's face softened. Looks just like her mother. Same green eyes, same stubborn chin. Where's her mother now? Died of fever when Caroline was 8. That's when I started sending the money. Girl was living with neighbors, barely getting by. Webb stirred the fire with a stick. My Sarah would have been about the same age. What was she like? Webb's voice caught. Stubborn too. Used to argue with me about everything. Politics, religion, whether women should vote. Smart as a whip and twice as fierce. She worked at the bank. No, just made deposits for the church. Reverend trusted her with the collection money. Morrison nodded. Wrong place, wrong time. Story of her life. Always trying to help people, never thinking about the danger. El Serpiente poured the last of the coffee into his cup. I have 3 daughters in Sonora. Rosa, Maria, and little Esperanza. How old? Rosa is 16. Beautiful like her mother, but with fire in her heart. Maria is 13, always reading books when she should be helping with cooking. Esperanza is just 7, but already she can ride better than most vaqueros. Fletcher smiled. Sounds like you miss them. Every day. But a man must work to feed his family. Even if the work means killing? El Serpiente met his eyes. I kill men who deserve killing. Bandits, murderers, men who prey on the innocent. Never women. Never children. What about bank robbers? Morrison laughed bitterly. Depends on why they robbed the bank. You saying some bank robbers don't deserve killing? I'm saying some banks deserve robbing. Webb raised an eyebrow. How so? Morrison set down his cup and leaned back against the wall. You know how Judge Black got his start in banking? Inherited money from his family back east. That's what he tells people. Truth is, he foreclosed on a widow's farm during the drought of '78. Woman had 6 kids, lost her husband to Apache raiders. Judge Black bought her mortgage from the bank for pennies on the dollar, then foreclosed when she couldn't make payments. What happened to the family? Oldest boy tried to stop the foreclosure. Judge Black had him shot for trespassing. Rest of the family scattered to the wind. Fletcher cursed under his breath. How do you know all this? Because I was one of the men who did the shooting. Silence fell over the group like a shroud. You killed that boy? Webb asked. Morrison nodded. 17 years old. Name was Tommy Patterson. Shot him dead on his own front porch while his mother and sisters watched. Jesus. That's when I started keeping records. Figured if Judge Black could destroy families for money, maybe somebody ought to remember their names. The ledger, Rip said. Part of it. Judge Black thought I was documenting our crimes for blackmail purposes. Really, I was making sure somebody would remember the victims. El Serpiente studied Morrison's face in the firelight. This is why you wish to testify. This is why I got to testify. Tommy Patterson deserves justice. So does Sarah Webb. So do all the others. Webb's hand tightened on his gun butt. How many others? Morrison closed his eyes. 43 people. Men, women, children. All dead because they got in Judge Black's way. 43. I got their names written down. Everyone. Where they lived, how they died, who they left behind. The fire burned low, casting longer shadows on the walls. Outside, an owl hooted from somewhere in the darkness. We should get some sleep, Rip said. Long day tomorrow. I'll take first watch, Fletcher volunteered. Wake me in 3 hours, Webb said. They settled into their bedrolls, blankets spread on the dirt floor, saddles for pillows. The fire died to glowing embers. Morrison. Webb's voice came from the darkness. Yeah. That boy you shot. Tommy Patterson. You sorry about it? Morrison was quiet for so long that Webb thought he'd fallen asleep. Every day for the last 7 years, he finally said. Every damn day. That why you saved my life during the bank robbery? That's why I saved your life. Figured I owed the world one honest man. You figure saving me makes up for killing Tommy? Nothing makes up for killing an innocent boy. But maybe getting Judge Black hanged will prevent a few more Tommy Pattersons. El Serpiente's voice drifted from his corner. In Mexico, we have a saying, El pasado no se puede cambiar, pero el futuro sí. What's that mean? Fletcher asked. The past cannot be changed, but the future can. Morrison pulled his blanket closer. That's what I'm counting on. Outside the shack, something moved in the brush. Fletcher rose silently and moved to the window, peering through a gap in the boards. What is it? Rip whispered. Coyote, I think. Maybe a deer. But Fletcher kept watching, rifle ready, until whatever it was moved away into the night. Webb lay on his back, staring at the holes in the roof where stars showed through. Morrison. What? This secret vault in Silver Creek. How do we get into it? Same way we got this far. Very carefully. That's not an answer. Morrison rolled over to face him. Judge Black's got the only key. Keeps it on a chain around his neck. So we take it from him. First, we got to find him. Then we got to stay alive long enough to use it. Where's he likely to be? Courthouse most likely. That's his seat of power. What if he's not there? Morrison smiled in the darkness. Then we improvise. Like we've been doing all along. Like we've been doing all along. The conversation faded as exhaustion took hold. One by one, they drifted off to sleep. 4 desperate men bound together by circumstance and a shared enemy. Fletcher maintained his watch, listening to the night sounds, wind in the broken roof, horses shifting in their sleep, the distant howl of a coyote. Somewhere out there, Judge Black's men were still hunting. Come morning, the chase would resume. But for now, in this abandoned shack on a forgotten hillside, they had shelter, coffee, and something more valuable than gold, the knowledge that they weren't alone in their fight against corruption. Fletcher checked his pocket watch by starlight. 2 more hours until he woke Webb for the next watch. 2 more hours of peace before the war began again. Chapter 7. Fletcher shook Morrison awake before dawn. Company, coming. Morrison rolled out of his blanket, instantly alert. How many? One rider, moving careful-like through the brush-down slope. The others woke without sound, habits learned from years of living on the wrong side of the law. El Serpiente checked his pistols. Webb grabbed his rifle. Rip moved to the window. See him? Morrison whispered. Rip peered through a crack in the boards. There, 50 yards downhill, just sitting his horse, watching. What's he look like? Can't tell from here. Too dark. Morrison crawled to another window. A lone horseman sat motionless among the scrub oak, barely visible in the pre-dawn gloom. That's not good. Why? Fletcher asked. Because if we can see him, he wants us to see him. Maybe he's lost. Morrison shook his head. Nobody gets lost in country they know well enough to track through in the dark. El Serpiente joined them at the window. Indio. Could be. Or could be someone who learned from Indians. The horseman remained perfectly still, like a statue carved from shadow and patience. What's he waiting for? Webb asked. Sunrise, Morrison said. Light to see tracks. Light to follow us wherever we run. So we don't run. Can't stay either. He's got friends coming. As if summoned by Morrison's words, dust began to rise on the eastern horizon, multiple riders approaching at a steady pace. How many? Rip asked. Morrison counted dust trails. 6. Maybe 8. Too many to fight. Way too many. The lone horseman below them raised his hand and pointed directly at their shack. Then he wheeled his mount and rode toward the approaching dust clouds. He's going to bring them back, Fletcher said. Not if we're gone when he gets here. They saddled their horses in the dark, working by feel and memory. The animals sensed urgency and stood restless but quiet. Which way? Webb asked. Morrison studied the terrain around them. Hills rose to the north and west, cut by dry washes and dotted with stands of juniper and oak. North toward Dead Horse Gulch. Rough country, but it'll slow them down. Slow us down too. Better slow than dead. They led their horses out of the shack as the eastern sky began to lighten. The air smelled of sage and morning dew. Hold up, El Serpiente said. He knelt and examined the ground. This tracker, he is very good. How good? The Mexican pointed to faint marks in the dirt, barely visible scratches that could have been made by wind or small animals. These are not natural. Someone has been watching this place for hours. You sure? See. See here. Bootprint in soft dirt. And here, place where horse was picketed. Morrison cursed. We've been watched since we got here. Why didn't he attack during the night? Because he's not stupid. 4 men in a defensive position. He'd lose half his people taking us. Better to wait for daylight and reinforcements. They mounted and rode north through the gray pre-dawn light. Behind them, dust clouds grew larger as their pursuers closed the distance. Who do you think he is? Fletcher asked. Morrison glanced back at the approaching riders. Could be anybody. Judge Black's got money to hire the best trackers in the territory. Best tracker I ever heard of was a Chiricahua named Silent Wolf Joe, Webb said. Half-breed. Apache mother, Mexican father. Tracked for the army until they didn't need him anymore. El Serpiente nodded grimly. I know this man. Very dangerous. Can follow tracks over solid rock. That's impossible. Tell that to the 20 men he tracked down for General Crook. They rode into rougher country as the sun cleared the eastern mountains. The trail, if it could be called a trail, wound between massive boulders and through narrow defiles barely wide enough for a horse. This is bad country to run through, Webb said. Worse country to fight in, Morrison replied. Behind them, Their pursuers had reached the abandoned shack. Rip could see riders milling around the building through his field glasses. They found our camp. How long before they pick up our trail? Depends how good this tracker really is. Their answer came sooner than expected. Within minutes, the pursuit resumed, riders moving in single file through the rocks, following their path with disturbing precision. "Son of a bitch is good," Morrison said. "Maybe we should split up," Fletcher suggested. "Divide their attention." "Bad idea. Split up, they pick us off one at a time." "Then what?" Morrison studied the terrain ahead. The trail led deeper into a maze of canyons and dead-end draws, country that could hide them or trap them, depending on how well they chose their route. "See that notch up ahead? Between them two big rocks?" "Yeah. That leads into Dead Horse Gulch. Box Canyon with walls too steep to climb." "Sounds like a trap." "It is. Question is, who's walking into it?" They rode toward the notch as the sun climbed higher. The temperature was already rising, promising another scorching day. "How much water we got?" Webb asked. El Serpiente shook his canteen. "Half full. Maybe less." "Same here. Won't last long in this heat." Morrison pointed toward the canyon walls ahead. "Stream runs through Dead Horse Gulch during spring floods. Might still be water holes. Might be dry too. Only one way to find out." They entered the notch, a narrow gap between towering sandstone walls. The passage twisted left, then right, following an ancient watercourse. "Quiet," Rip ordered. Sound carried strangely in the confined space. Their horses' hooves seemed to echo like thunder, though they were walking on sand. "How far does this go?" Fletcher whispered. "Mile, maybe 2. Opens into a big, circular valley. Any way out besides the way we came?" Morrison shook his head. "That's what makes it Dead Horse Gulch. Comforting name. Apache killed a cavalry patrol in there a few years back. Horses died of thirst, trying to find another way out." They rode deeper into the canyon as the walls rose higher on both sides. Midday sun beat down like hammer blows, turning the passage into a furnace. "Christ, it's hot," Webb said. "Going to get hotter." Behind them, hoofbeats echoed faintly from the canyon entrance. Their pursuers had found the trail. "How far back you think they are?" Fletcher asked. Morrison listened to the echoes. "Half hour. Maybe less. Time to pick our spot." The canyon opened into the circular valley Morrison had described, a natural amphitheater perhaps a quarter-mile across, ringed by sheer walls rising 300 feet on all sides. "There." Morrison pointed to a cluster of house-sized boulders near the valley's center. "Good cover, clear fields of fire." They rode to the rocks and dismounted. The boulders formed a rough circle with gaps between them, natural firing positions that would force attackers to approach across open ground. "How many bullets you got?" Rip asked. They counted ammunition. Between the 4 of them, maybe 60 rounds. "Not much for a siege," Webb said. "Better make them count." El Serpiente found a shaded spot and unsaddled his horse. "In the army, I learned something about being trapped." "What's that?" "Sometimes the trap is not where you think it is." Morrison looked around the valley, sheer walls on all sides, one entrance, no way out. "Explain that." The Mexican smiled. "Sometimes the man with the gun thinks he has trapped the man with the dynamite." "You got dynamite?" El Serpiente patted his saddlebags. "Always carry extra powder for emergencies." "How much?" "Enough to make very big hole in very solid rock." Morrison studied the canyon walls with new interest. "Big enough hole to climb through?" "Perhaps. If we are very lucky and very quick." Hoofbeats echoed from the canyon entrance. their pursuers entering the passage. "Decision time," Rip said. Morrison checked his rifle. "We fight here, we probably die here. And if we try to blast our way out, we probably die trying." Webb wiped sweat from his forehead. "Cheerful choice. Best choice we got." They took positions among the boulders and waited. The valley fell silent, except for wind sighing through the rocks and the distant cry of a circling hawk. "Remember," Morrison said quietly, "we're not trying to kill them all. Just trying to stay alive long enough for Serpiente to work his magic." "How long will that take?" El Serpiente was already unpacking his saddlebags, pulling out sticks of dynamite and coils of fuse. 10 minutes to place charges. Maybe 5 more to get clear. 15 minutes. Give or take. Riders appeared at the canyon mouth. 8 men led by someone Morrison recognized even at a distance. "That's him," Webb said. "Silent Wolf Joe." The tracker sat his horse at the valley entrance, studying the terrain with professional interest. Even from 200 yards away, his stillness was unsettling. "What's he waiting for?" Fletcher asked. Morrison watched the tracker through his rifle scope, figuring angles, counting our guns, planning how to take us with minimum losses. "Think he knows about the dynamite?" "About to find out." Silent Wolf Joe raised his hand and pointed toward their position. His men spread out in a rough line, rifles ready. Then the tracker did something unexpected. He dismounted, ground-tied his horse, and began walking toward them alone. "What the hell?" Webb said. "He wants to talk." "About what?" Morrison lowered his rifle. "Only one way to find out." He stepped out from behind the rocks, hands visible but near his weapons. "That's far enough," he called. The tracker stopped 50 yards away. Up close, he was smaller than expected. Maybe 5'8", wiry build, weathered face that could have been carved from oak. He wore buckskins and moccasins, carried an old Spencer rifle. "Jake Morrison," the tracker said. His voice carried no accent, no emotion. "Joe. Heard you were dead." "Not yet. Soon." Morrison smiled. "Maybe. Judge Black's paying good money for you." "Judge Black's paying blood money for innocent people." Silent Wolf Joe considered this. "Not my concern." Sarah Webb was 17 years old. "Still not my concern." "What if she was your daughter?" For the first time, something flickered in the tracker's eyes. "Don't have a daughter." "But if you did?" Silent Wolf Joe was quiet for a long moment. Behind him, his men waited in their line, rifles trained on the rocks. "Judge Black pays me to find people. Don't ask me why he wants them found." "Maybe you should start asking. Maybe you should start dying." The tracker turned and walked back toward his men. Morrison retreated to the rocks. "Well?" Webb asked. "He's not interested in talking." El Serpiente looked up from his work. "How much time do I have?" Morrison watched the tracker confer with his men. "Not much." "Then I work faster." Silent Wolf Joe remounted his horse and raised his rifle above his head, signal to his men. "Here they come," Rip said. The 8 riders spurred their horses and charged across the valley floor, rifles cracking. Bullets whined off rocks and kicked up sand around the boulders. "Wait for it," Morrison said. The riders came closer, 70 yards, 60, 50. Now. 4 rifles opened up from the rocks. 2 riders went down immediately. A third horse screamed and fell, pinning its rider beneath its thrashing body. The survivors wheeled their mounts and galloped back toward the canyon entrance, dragging their wounded with them. "First round to us," Fletcher said. "They'll be back," Morrison replied. "Next time they won't charge blind." El Serpiente worked frantically with his explosives, placing charges at the base of the south wall, where ancient water had carved a deep crack in the stone. 5 more minutes, he called. Those 5 minutes stretched like hours as they waited for the next attack. When it came, it was different, methodical, professional. Silent Wolf Joe had learned from the first assault. This time his men approached on foot, using rocks and scrub brush for cover, advancing by bounds while others provided covering fire. Smart, Morrison said. Too smart. The attack developed slowly, inexorably. Each rush brought the attackers closer to the rocks. Each pause let them choose better positions. They're going to overrun us, Webb said. El Serpiente lit his fuses. 30 seconds. Get ready to run. The charges detonated with a sound like the world ending. The entire south wall of the canyon shook. Dust and debris rained down as a section of cliff face collapsed, opening a gap 20 feet wide. Move! They ran for their horses as Silent Wolf Joe's men rushed the rocks from 3 directions. Gunfire cracked behind them as they galloped toward the breach in the canyon wall. The gap was treacherous, loose rock, steep angles, barely wide enough for a horse. But it led up and out of the valley. Go! 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 One by one, they scrambled through the opening and up the slope beyond. Behind them, rifle shots echoed from the valley as their pursuers reached the abandoned rocks. They didn't stop to look back until they reached the rim above the canyon. Only then did Morrison risk a glance down at the valley floor. Silent Wolf Joe stood among the rocks where they'd made their stand, looking up at them. Even at that distance, Morrison could read the expression on the tracker's face. Respect. He's not following, Fletcher said. He will. Just not right away. Why not? Morrison studied the tracker below. Because now he knows we're not just running. We're thinking. That makes us more dangerous. Makes us more interesting. They rode north toward Silver Creek as the sun began its descent toward the western mountains. Behind them, Dead Horse Gulch fell silent. But Morrison knew the silence wouldn't last long. Silent Wolf Joe was patient, professional, and very good at his job. And his job was hunting them down. Chapter 8. Cactus Springs sat in a bowl of red rock like a mirage made real. Morrison studied the way station through his field glasses. Single-story adobe building, pole corral, windmill turning lazy circles in the afternoon breeze. Smoke rose from the chimney. Looks peaceful, Fletcher said. Too peaceful. Morrison lowered the glasses. Where are the horses? Webb squinted at the station. What do you mean? Way station like that should have horses in the corral. Stage team's saddle stock, something. Corral's empty. El Serpiente dismounted and pressed his ear to the ground. No vibrations. No movement of many animals. Could be they're all out on the range, Fletcher suggested. Morrison shook his head. Station master keeps horses close. Never knows when a stage might come through needing fresh teams. Their own horses stood head down, sides heaving. The run from Dead Horse Gulch had pushed the animals hard. Foam flecked their bits and sweat darkened their flanks. We need water, Webb said. Horses won't make it to Silver Creek without rest. Neither will we. Morrison studied the station again. Something felt wrong, but he couldn't put his finger on what. Movement at the window, Rip said. A figure appeared briefly in the station's front window. There 1 second, gone the next. Station master. Maybe. Or maybe not. El Serpiente checked his pistols. Only one way to know for certain. They rode down the slope toward Cactus Springs, weapons ready, but not obviously threatening. The windmill's creaking grew louder as they approached. Hello, the station. Morrison called. No answer. Hello, the station. A voice came from inside the building. Come ahead. Doors open. Something in the voice's tone made Morrison's neck hair rise. Too cheerful. Too welcoming. They dismounted at the hitching rail and tied their horses. The animals immediately moved toward the water trough, desperate for drink. "Let me go first," Morrison said. "Like hell," Webb replied. "We go together, or not at all." The station door stood slightly ajar. Morrison pushed it open with his boot barrel and stepped inside. The interior was dim after the bright sunlight. Rough wooden tables, benches for waiting passengers, a small bar where the station master sold whiskey to travelers. A man stood behind the bar, tall, thin, wearing a stained apron. He smiled as they entered. "Afternoon, gents. Hot day for traveling." "Hot enough," Morrison agreed. He kept his hands near his guns. "You the station master?" "That's right. Name's Jameson. Pete Jameson." "Where's your stock?" "Sold them off last week. Stage line changed routes. Don't come through here no more." The explanation sounded reasonable, but Morrison's instincts screamed danger. "Mind if we water our horses?" "Help yourself. Trough's full." Morrison glanced around the room. Everything looked normal, too normal. Like a stage set arranged for visitors. "You got any food?" Fletcher asked. "Been traveling hard." "Got some beans on the stove. Cornbread too." "Sounds good." Jameson moved to a pot, hanging over the fireplace. As he lifted the lid, Morrison caught a glimpse of something that made his blood run cold. The pot was empty, except for cold ashes. "On second thought," Morrison said carefully, "we're not that hungry." But Fletcher was already moving toward the bar, drawn by the promise of hot food. "Fletcher," Morrison said sharply. "We need to go." "What's wrong?" "Now." Morrison drew his gun as Jameson's hand disappeared under the bar. But the fake station master was fast. His shotgun came up aimed at Fletcher's chest. "Nobody move." The front door slammed shut behind them. Two men with rifles stepped out of a back room. Another appeared from behind the bar's far end. "Blackjack McGraw's gang," Morrison said. Jameson smiled without humor. "Smart man. Too smart for his own good." "Where's the real station master?" "Out back. Keeping the buzzards fed." Webb's face went hard. "You killed him." "Killed him yesterday when we took over this place. Been waiting for you ever since." "How'd you know we'd come here?" "Only water for 20 miles. Had to figure you'd stop." El Serpiente stood perfectly still, hands away from his weapons. "What do you want?" "What everybody wants." Jake Morrison's head on a platter. McGraw himself stepped through the back door, a heavy-set man with greasy black hair and gold teeth. A jagged scar ran from his left ear to the corner of his mouth. "Jake Morrison. Heard you was getting old and slow." "Not that old. Not that slow. We'll see." McGraw gestured to his men. "Take their guns." "Don't think so," Morrison said. "Think you got a choice? Think you got more men than bullets?" McGraw laughed. "Got enough men. Got enough bullets, too." One of the riflemen stepped closer to Fletcher. "Drop the iron, boy." Fletcher's hand moved toward his gun butt. "Easy," Morrison warned. "Let's all stay calm." "Calm's not going to keep us alive," Webb said. "Neither is getting shot full of holes." McGraw pulled out a pocket watch. "Got a schedule to keep, boys. Judge Black wants Morrison delivered before sunset." "Delivered where?" "Silver Creek Courthouse. For his trial." Morrison laughed. "Trial? That's what Black's calling it. Calling it justice." "Justice for who?" McGraw's scarred face twisted. "Justice for the 3 men you killed robbing that bank." "I didn't kill anybody robbing that bank." "Judge says different." "Judge Black wasn't there." "He don't have to be there." He's got witnesses. Morrison's blood chilled. What witnesses? One still breathing. One smart enough to tell the truth. Bought witnesses. Witnesses with good memories. The fake station master kept his shotgun trained on Fletcher while McGraw's other men covered the rest of them with rifles. Here's how this works, McGraw said. Morrison comes with us peaceful-like, and the rest of you ride away breathing. And if I don't come peaceful? Then we kill you all and drag your body to Silver Creek. Morrison studied the positions of McGraw's men. 4 guns against 4 men. Bad odds in a confined space. Need a minute to think about it. Don't need a minute. Need an answer. The answer's no. McGraw's face darkened. Wrong answer. It's the only answer you're getting. Then you're all dead men. That's when El Serpiente made his move. The Mexican had been slowly shifting position, getting closer to the fireplace where iron pokers hung from hooks. In one smooth motion, he grabbed a poker and swung it at the nearest rifleman's head. The iron bar connected with a sound like splitting wood. The gunman dropped like a felled tree. Morrison drew and fired in the same instant. His bullet caught the fake station master in the chest, spinning him around. The shotgun discharged into the ceiling, filling the room with smoke and splinters. Webb dove behind an overturned table as rifles cracked. Bullets splintered wood and shattered bottles behind the bar. Fletcher rolled right, pulling his gun as he moved. His first shot took down the rifleman near the back door. McGraw's remaining gunman tried to swing his rifle toward Morrison, but Rip was already moving. His knife flew across the room, catching the man in the throat. McGraw himself had drawn a pistol and was firing wild shots through the smoke. One bullet creased Webb's shoulder, drawing blood and a curse. Morrison advanced through the chaos, gun steady in his hand. It's over, McGraw. The outlaw leader backed toward the rear door, still firing. Like hell, it's over. His gun clicked empty. He threw it at Morrison's head and bolted for the exit. Morrison followed, bursting through the back door into blazing sunlight. McGraw was running toward the corral, where horses waited hidden behind the station. Stop. McGraw kept running. Morrison fired a warning shot over his head. The outlaw dove behind a water barrel and came up with a rifle he'd stashed there. Should have taken my offer, Morrison. McGraw's rifle cracked. The bullet kicked dust at Morrison's feet. Morrison took careful aim and squeezed the trigger. McGraw pitched backward, the rifle spinning from his hands. Silence fell over Cactus Springs, except for the windmill's steady creaking. Morrison walked to where McGraw lay bleeding in the dust. The outlaw was still alive, but not by much. You got any idea what you just done? McGraw gasped. Stayed alive. Judge Black, he's got 50 men waiting in Silver Creek. Let them wait. You ain't gonna make it to that courthouse. We'll see. McGraw coughed blood. Why'd you have to make it so hard? Because easy gets people killed. The outlaw's eyes went vacant. His breathing stopped. Morrison holstered his gun and walked back to the station. The others were already outside, leading their horses to the water trough. Everyone all right? He asked. Webb held a bloody bandana to his shoulder. Bullet creased me. Nothing serious. Fletcher. Good to go. El Serpiente wiped blood from a cut on his forehead. That poker, she is heavier than she looks. They watered their horses while Morrison searched the station. In the back room, he found supplies McGraw's gang had been hoarding: food, ammunition, fresh water. Load up, he told the others. This might be our last chance to resupply. How far to Silver Creek? Fletcher asked. Morrison checked the sun's position. 8 miles. Maybe 10. Think McGraw was telling the truth about 50 men waiting. Probably. Judge Black's got the home field advantage. They filled their saddlebags with supplies and their canteens with fresh water. El Serpiente found several sticks of dynamite in McGraw's gear and added them to his collection. Might need these later, he said. As they prepared to leave, Webb discovered something behind the station that made his face go white. Morrison. Come here. In a shallow grave, barely covered with dirt, lay the real station master, an elderly man with gentle features and work-worn hands. Pete Jameson, Webb said quietly. Knew him from when I used to ride this route. Good man. Best kind. Never turned away a traveler, no matter how broke they were. They spent a few minutes giving the old man a proper burial, piling rocks over his grave to keep scavengers away. Judge Black's got a lot to answer for, Fletcher said. Morrison swung into his saddle. He'll get his chance. Soon as we reach Silver Creek. They rode out of Cactus Springs as the sun began its descent toward the western mountains. Behind them, smoke still rose from the station where 4 more of Judge Black's men would never collect their blood money. Morrison, Webb said as they topped the first ridge. Yeah. That shoulder wound's worse than I let on. Bleeding pretty steady. Morrison reined in his horse. How bad? Webb pulled away the bloody bandana. The bullet had torn a furrow in his upper arm, deep enough to show white bone. Bad enough. Won't be much good in a fight. We'll patch you up when we make camp. Ain't going to be no camp. Silver Creek's right over that next ridge. Morrison looked where Webb was pointing. In the distance, smoke rose from chimneys and cook fires. Silver Creek, he said. End of the line. Beginning of the trial. They rode toward their destination as shadows lengthened across the desert. Behind them, dust clouds marked the approach of other riders, Silent Wolf Joe, and whoever else Judge Black had sent to make sure they never reached the courthouse alive. Ready for this? Morrison asked. Webb checked his rifle with his good arm. Ready as we'll ever be. Fletcher. Born ready. Serpiente? The Mexican smiled and patted his saddlebags full of dynamite. Muy listo, amigo. Morrison looked ahead at the town of Silver Creek, where justice and corruption would finally meet head-on. Then let's go finish this thing. Chapter 9. He's talking to ghosts. Rip Campbell watched Morrison's lips move. Cracked lips, peeling from sun and a lack of water. They formed words without sound. Rip's own tongue felt thick as boot leather. He looked at Sheriff Webb. The lawman's good shoulder slumped, the wounded one a dark stain on his shirt. The sun has him, Webb said. We stop, he dies. We keep moving, he dies. Then we keep moving. The desert offered no shade. Just rock and heat and a sky the color of a faded blue shirt. Morrison swayed in his saddle, held in place by a rope Webb had looped around his chest. His eyes were open but saw nothing. Nothing in front of him, anyway. Tommy, Morrison whispered, the name a dry rasp. You tell your mother, I'm sorry. Tell her the judge paid in silver. Always silver. Rip rode closer. Who's Tommy? Morrison's head lolled. 17. Just a boy. On his own porch. He looked straight at Rip, but his eyes were 100 miles away. Black has a man in Prescott. Name's Clay. Buys the territorial legislature. A bottle of whiskey for a vote on the railroad survey. That's all it costs. Webb pulled his horse alongside Morrison's. What about the gold? No gold, Morrison mumbled. Never was gold. He laughed, a dry, rattling sound. Just paper. Bank drafts. Land deeds. All in a tin box under the floorboards, at the Silver Creek Telegraph Office. The old telegraph office. Rip looked at Webb. The sheriff's face was grim. This was not the confession of a bank robber. This was the ledger of a conspiracy, spilled one cracked word at a time. "He's burning up," Rip said. He uncorked his canteen, saw maybe 2 swallows left. "We need water." "The horses first," Webb said. His own mount stumbled. The animal's head hung low, its breathing shallow. Morrison started again, his voice a little stronger, a little wilder. She saw him. Sarah. She saw the judge give me the key. The key to the secret vault. He tried to point, his hand shaking. The one behind the wall map in his office. That's where he keeps the real books. Webb flinched at his daughter's name. He looked away, toward the shimmering horizon. Dust. Rip squinted. A faint haze far to the south. It could be wind. It was not wind. "Silent Wolf Joe," Rip said. "He found our trail off the flats." "He's pushing us," Webb said. "Pushing us north. Away from the creek." "Why?" "Because he knows where the water is. And he knows we don't." Morrison began to sing, a terrible off-key tune. It was a child's nursery rhyme. He coughed, a dry heave that shook his whole body. His head slumped forward onto his chest. "He's out," Webb said. "Maybe for the best." Rip looked at the dust cloud again. It was bigger now. More defined. "They're gaining. We need to find cover. A wash, an overhang, anything." "There's nothing." Rip scanned the landscape. Rock formations shimmered in the heat, looking like water. They were not water. "He's not just a tracker. He's hunting us like animals." "We are animals," Webb said. "Thirsty ones." The sun moved another hand's breadth across the sky. The heat pressed down, a physical weight. Rip's skin felt tight, his thoughts slow. He watched the dust. Closer now. He could almost make out individual riders. 6, maybe 7. Morrison stirred. He pushed himself up, his eyes wild with fever. He stared back at the dust cloud. "He's coming," Morrison said, his voice clear for the first time in an hour. "The judge is coming for his ledger." He looked at Rip, his gaze sharp, lucid. "Don't let him have it." "We won't," Rip said. "Promise me." "I promise." Morrison's eyes rolled back in his head, and he slumped against the ropes, limp as a sack of grain. Webb pointed. Not south, toward the dust. He pointed west. "What is that?" Rip followed his finger. A dark shape broke the monotony of the horizon. Too regular for a rock formation. A roofline. A structure. It looked miles away. It could be a trick of the light. "Mission," Webb said, his voice a croak. "Mission San Carlos. It has to be." He looked from the distant structure to the pursuing dust cloud. They won't attack on holy ground. Rip looked at the mission. Then he looked at Morrison, unconscious in the saddle. He looked at their horses, barely able to walk. He looked at the dust. The riders were close enough now to see the glint of sun on a rifle barrel. He pulled his Winchester from its scabbard. Chapter 10. He lives. The priest's voice was soft, like dust settling on old books. Father Miguel held a pair of tweezers to the flame of a candle, the metal glowing orange. He smelled of wine and earth. The bullet passed through, but the wound is poisoned. Rip watched from the doorway of the small adobe room. It was cool inside the mission walls, the air still and heavy with the scent of beeswax. Morrison lay on a narrow cot, his face pale and slick with sweat. Sheriff Webb stood over him, a useless sentinel. "Can you help him?" Webb asked. "I can clean the wound. I can offer a prayer." Father Miguel turned from the candle, the tweezers smoking. "The rest is in God's hands." He looked at Webb's own bloody shirt. "And you, Sheriff? You are also wounded." "It's nothing." "Pride is a wound of the soul," the priest said. He gestured to a wooden stool. "Sit. I will see to it after." Rip stepped back out into the courtyard. The sun was a hammer overhead. He climbed the worn stone steps to the bell tower, the only high ground for miles. From there he could see the desert, a shimmering sheet of heat. He could also see the riders. There were 10 of them. They had not tried to follow them to the mission gate. They sat their horses in a wide, patient circle, a quarter-mile out, just beyond rifle range. One man, heavy-set, wearing a dark coat despite the heat, seemed to be in charge. He dismounted, took a pair of field glasses from his saddlebag, and studied the mission. Rip rested the barrel of his Winchester on the adobe ledge. He sighted on the man in the dark coat. An easy shot if he were 200 yards closer. The man lowered his glasses and spoke to his men. They began to dismount. They did not make a camp. They just waited, each man watching a different section of the mission wall. They are not leaving. Father Miguel had come up the steps behind him, silent as a ghost. "You know them?" Rip asked. "I know the man in the coat. He calls himself Dutch Henry." The priest's face was a mask of weary resignation. He does not believe in sanctuary. He believes only in money. Then he's one of Judge Black's. All men who worship money are the judge's men, one way or another. They stood in silence for a time, watching the circle of riders. Dutch Henry's men were professionals. They did not bunch up. They used the sparse cover the desert offered. They were prepared to wait. Down in the small room, Morrison woke. He blinked, his eyes trying to focus on the timbered ceiling. Webb was at his side in an instant. "Jake, you with us?" Morrison's voice was a dry crackle. "Water." Webb held a cup to his lips. Morrison drank, some of it spilling down his chin. He looked at the clean bandage on his shoulder, then at his own shaking hands. "The priest?" "He saved your life," Webb said. Morrison pushed himself up on one elbow. "Need to write." "Write what?" "You need to rest." "Paper," Morrison insisted, his eyes burning with a feverish intensity. "And a pen. Now." Webb looked at Father Miguel, who had returned to the room. The priest nodded. He went to a small writing desk in the corner and came back with a sheet of foolscap, a small bottle of ink, and a steel nib pen. Morrison began to write. His hand shook, the letters sprawling across the page. He wrote for 10 minutes, the only sound in the room the scratch of the nib and his own ragged breathing. He filled the page, front and back. He folded it carefully, his movements slow, deliberate. He tried to write a name on the outside, but his hand cramped. "Here." He pushed the paper toward the priest. "Address it. Territorial Governor Prescott." Father Miguel took the letter. He wrote the address in a clean, steady hand. "What is this?" the priest asked. "My confession," Morrison said. "Or maybe my last will and testament." He looked Father Miguel in the eye. "If Dutch Henry's men get what they came for, you make sure this gets mailed." The priest held the folded paper. He did not ask what was in it. He felt the weight of it in his hand. "The mail rider comes on Tuesday. If there is a Tuesday." "There's always a Tuesday," Morrison said. He fell back onto the cot, his strength gone. Just a question of who's around to see it. The sun began to set, painting the desert in shades of blood and rust. The heat did not break. In the bell tower, Rip watched Dutch Henry's men. They had started small fires now, their positions marked by pinpricks of light in the gathering dusk. A ring of fire around the holy ground. Webb came up the steps, carrying a rifle and a plate of cold beans. "How is he?" Rip asked. "Asleep. The fever's still on him." Webb handed Rip the plate. "The priest says we are safe so long as we are inside these walls." "You believe him?" Webb looked out at the campfires. He could see the silhouettes of men moving around them, rifles in their hands. "I believe Dutch Henry will wait until we run out of water. Or until the priest runs out of prayers." Rip ate the beans. They were tasteless, but they were food. The mission was quiet. The courtyard was filled with shadows. It felt like a tomb. Safe for now. But a tomb just the same. He finished the beans and set the plate down. He looked through the Winchester's sights, moving from one campfire to the next. 10 men. 10 fires. 10 guns between them and Silver Creek. He settled the sights on the dark figure of Dutch Henry, who stood by his fire, drinking coffee. The outlaw leader looked up toward the bell tower, as if he could feel Rip's eyes on him. He raised his cup in a silent toast. Rip did not move. He just watched, his finger resting on the trigger. Chapter 11. They're burning the stables. Rip Campbell said it, without looking away from the bell tower's arch. The night air, thick with the smell of horse manure and dry dust, now carried the sharp scent of kerosene. Below, in the darkness beyond the mission walls, a flicker of orange grew into a hungry tongue of flame. Sheriff Webb came up the stone steps, his movements stiff. "The priest's horses." "Our horses," Rip said. "Dutch Henry is not a patient man." A shout carried from the ring of campfires. "Campbell! Webb! Send out the prisoner, or we'll burn this whole damn church down around you." "He is a man of his word," Father Miguel said. The priest stood in the shadows of the bell tower, a silhouette against the rising flames. "He has no fear of God." "Good," Rip said. "God isn't shooting back." He looked at the layout of the mission courtyard, the single gate, the high adobe walls. "He wants to smoke us out. Funnel us through the main gate." "A shooting gallery," Webb said. The fire at the stables grew, casting dancing shadows that made the saints carved into the mission walls look alive and terrified. The horses inside screamed. It was a sound that scraped a man's nerves raw. "There is another way," the priest said. "A small gate in the back, behind the garden. It is old. Seldom used." "They'll have men on it," Webb said. "They will," Rip agreed. He checked the action on his Winchester. "But they won't be looking for us to come out fighting." He turned to Webb. "How is he?" "Morrison?" "Fever's down. He can stand. Can't do much more." "He'll have to." Rip looked from the bell tower to the dark shape of the back gate. "You get him. The priest will show you the way. Get the horses ready." "What about you?" "I'm going to keep Dutch Henry busy." Rip gestured with his rifle toward the arch overlooking the main gate. "He wants a shooting gallery. He'll get one." Webb stared at him for a long moment. The firelight carved deep lines into his face. "This is suicide. Staying here is a sure thing." Webb nodded once, a sharp, reluctant motion. He went back down the steps without another word. Rip settled into position. He laid out his extra shells on the adobe ledge. He could see Dutch Henry's men clearly now, their figures stark against the blaze. They were moving, getting ready, rifles held loose. They expected rabbits running from a brush fire. He sighted on a man who had crept closest to the mission wall. The man carried a torch, ready to light the church itself. Rip squeezed the trigger. The Winchester bucked against his shoulder. The man with the torch dropped. The torch sputtered in the dirt. Another man shouted a curse. A half-dozen rifles opened up on the bell tower. Bullets chipped at the stone, whined past Rip's head. He ducked back, reloaded, and shifted to a different opening. He fired again. Another man went down, clutching his leg. Below, in the courtyard, Webb and the priest half-carried, half-dragged Morrison toward the garden. The gunfire from the bell tower was their only cover. Morrison stumbled, his face a pale mask in the flickering light. Faster, Webb urged. Trying, Morrison gasped, his breath coming in ragged heaves. Father Miguel unbarred the small wooden gate. It opened with a groan of protest onto the dark desert. 2 horses, saddled and ready, stood waiting in the deep shadow of an old mesquite. My own, the priest said. They will be faster than your tired ones. He pressed a heavy leather pouch into Webb's hand. Water. And food. It is not much. Up in the tower, Rip kept firing. He moved from one side to the other, making his single rifle sound like 3. He did not aim to kill. He aimed to confuse, to disrupt. A shot here, a shot there. Keep their heads down. Keep them guessing. Webb got Morrison into a saddle. The man slumped forward, clinging to the horn. Go with God, the priest said. You're not coming? Webb asked. Father Miguel looked back at his burning mission. This is my place. He reached into his cassock and pulled out the letter Morrison had written. He handed it back to him. God's will is for you to deliver this yourself. He then grabbed Webb's arm, his grip surprisingly strong. A rider came from the west this evening. Before the fire. He spoke to Dutch Henry. What about? Judge Black has raised the price on this man's head, the priest said, his eyes on Morrison. He is worth more now. $1,000. The judge wants every man with a gun hunting you. The news landed like a punch. $1,000. Enough to make an honest man turn killer. Go, the priest said. Now. Before the fire finds the chapel. Webb swung into his saddle. He took the reins of Morrison's horse. Thank you, Father. The priest made the sign of the cross. There is no sanctuary here. Perhaps you will find justice instead. Webb kicked his horse, pulling Morrison's along with him. They burst from the gate, 2 shadows moving fast against the starlit desert floor. In the bell tower, Rip saw them go. He fired twice. Chapter 12. That's Buzzard's Roost. Webb said it like a man pronouncing a death sentence. The town was a collection of clapboard shacks clinging to a dusty street, a festering sore on the hide of the desert. Music, tinny and sad, drifted from a saloon. Place looks like it's open for business, Morrison said from his saddle. He was swaying, his face the color of old parchment, but his eyes were clear. The fever had burned itself out, leaving him hollowed. The business of dying, Webb said. We go around. No, Rip said. We go through. He was watching the street. A man got thrown out of the saloon, landing in a heap. Nobody paid him any mind. The horses are done. We need a livery. A room. In there. Webb looked at him. It's a nest of every killer and thief Judge Black hasn't hired yet. They won't look for us in the one place we're not supposed to be. Rip nudged his horse forward. Act like you belong. They rode down the main street. The music stopped. Men watched them from the saloon porch, their eyes flat and curious. Rip kept his gaze forward, his hand resting on his thigh, inches from his colt. They stopped at a livery that smelled of rot and ammonia. An old man with one eye took their horses without a word, his good eye lingering on Morrison. They got a room above the saloon. It had 2 beds and a window that looked out onto an alley piled high with trash. The noise from downstairs was a steady rumble of voices and breaking glass. Webb helped Morrison onto one of the beds. The man was asleep before his head hit the filthy pillow. I'll take first watch, Webb said. He sat in the room's only chair, his rifle across his lap. Rip stood by the window, looking down into the alley. He didn't like it. The whole town felt like a coiled snake. A knock came at the door. It was not a friendly knock. Webb was on his feet, rifle leveled. Rip drew his Colt, flattening himself against the wall beside the door. Who is it? Webb called. Deputy U.S. Marshal Sam Coltrane, The voice was calm, official. "I'm looking for Sheriff Webb." Webb looked at Rip. Rip shook his head. "Too easy. Too convenient." "Slide your badge under the door," Webb said. A moment of silence. Then a silver star, on a leather backing, appeared in the gap. It looked real. Webb opened the door, a crack. The man outside was tall, clean-shaven, and wore a dusty but well-kept suit. He had steady blue eyes and a pistol holstered high on his hip. He looked like the law. "Sheriff Webb," Coltrane said. "The territorial governor sent me. I was told you were escorting a prisoner, Jake Morrison, to trial." Webb opened the door wider. Relief washed over his face, making him look 10 years older. "Thank God. We've had trouble." "So I heard." Coltrane stepped inside, his eyes taking in the room, Rip's drawn pistol, Morrison sleeping on the bed. Dutch Henry's gang hit the San Carlos mission. Left a mess. He looked at Rip. "You must be Campbell." Rip did not holster his gun. "You're a long way from Prescott, Marshal." "The governor is taking a personal interest in this case," Coltrane said smoothly. He did not seem bothered by Rip's pistol. "He wants to ensure Mr. Morrison arrives safely." "Where were you an hour ago?" Rip asked. "Tracking you," Coltrane said. "You leave a complicated trail." He looked at Morrison. "He looks unwell." "He's been shot," Webb said. "We need to rest here tonight." "A poor choice of towns, Sheriff," Coltrane said. "But necessary, I suppose." He pulled the chair away from the wall. "I'll take the watch. You and Mr. Campbell get some rest." "It is my duty." Webb did not argue. The arrival of a federal marshal was a miracle he was not about to question. He took the other bed, laid his rifle beside him, and was asleep in minutes. Rip holstered his Colt, but did not go to bed. He stood by the window, watching the alley. Coltrane sat in the chair, a statue in the dim light from the street, watching Morrison breathe. Something was wrong. Coltrane's boots were too clean for a man who claimed he had been tracking them. And his story about the governor, it felt rehearsed. Rip lay down on the floor, using his saddle for a pillow, but he did not sleep. He closed his eyes and listened to the sounds of the saloon, to Webb's soft snoring, to the silence from the man in the chair. Hours passed. The noise from downstairs died to a drunken murmur. Rip heard a floorboard creak. He opened his eyes a slit. In the faint light, he saw Coltrane rise from the chair. The man moved with a fluid grace that did not belong to a lawman. He crept toward Morrison's bed. He was not carrying a gun. He was carrying the thin, dirty pillow from the other bed. Rip was on his feet without a sound, his knife in his hand. He saw Coltrane raise the pillow. He saw the intent in the man's shoulders, the slow, deliberate motion as he began to press it down on Morrison's face. Rip crossed the room in 2 strides. He drove the knife into Coltrane's back, just below the ribs, angling up. Coltrane made a sound, a sharp gasp of surprise and pain. He arched backward, the pillow falling away. He tried to turn, to draw his gun, but Rip held the knife, twisting it. "Who sent you?" Rip whispered, his voice cold. Coltrane's eyes were wide with shock. He clawed at Rip's arm. "Black," he choked out. "Judge Black." "How many more?" "Everywhere." Coltrane sagged, his weight suddenly immense. "Every road to Silver Creek. He has men." The fight was over. Coltrane slid to the floor, his body limp. Webb sat bolt upright in bed, grabbing his rifle. What the hell? He saw Rip standing over the dead man, the bloody knife in his hand. He saw the pillow on the floor next to Morrison, who was still asleep, oblivious. The relief on Webb's face curdled into a mask of horror and understanding. Rip knelt and wiped his blade on the dead marshal's coat. Chapter 13. Chapter 13. He wasn't a marshal. Morrison's voice was a rasp from the bed. His eyes were open, fixed on the dead man on the floor. He had woken to the smell of blood. Webb looked up from where he was searching Coltrane's pockets. He pulled out a wallet. It was thin. A few dollars, a wanted poster for a train robber in Missouri. No identification. He had a badge. "You can buy a badge," Morrison said. He swung his legs over the side of the bed, his movements slow, pained. "You can't buy the way a man holds himself." He moved like a killer. Rip was already at the window, peering down into the dark alley. "We have to get him out of here before the one-eyed man at the livery gets curious." "Out the window," Webb said. He and Rip took Coltrane by the arms and legs. The body was a dead weight, awkward. "Wait," Morrison said. They stopped, holding the corpse between them. "The bank job," Morrison said, his voice gaining a hard edge of urgency. "The one in Silver Creek. It wasn't about the money." Webb looked at him. "A man is dead, Jake. My daughter is dead. It was about the money." "The money was the excuse," Morrison said. "The reason to get a crew inside the town. Inside the bank. Black wanted something else. He wanted me to get something from a safety deposit box." He looked from Webb to Rip, his gaze settling. "He wanted a signed confession." Rip shifted his grip on Coltrane's leg. "Whose confession?" "A man named Vasquez," Morrison said. "Arturo Vasquez. He was Judge Black's partner 5 years ago. They had a claim on a silver mine. The lucky Spaniard turned out to be the richest vein in the territory." "Never heard of him," Webb said. "Because he's dead." Morrison's voice dropped. "Black shot him in the back of the head, right in their partnership office. Kicked him into the empty mine shaft himself. I was there. I saw it." The room was silent, except for the distant sound of a bottle smashing downstairs. "I was young," Morrison continued, his eyes on the floor. "Stupid. Black paid me to watch the door. Said it was a business meeting. When it was done, he made me his problem solver." "And the confession?" Rip asked. "Vasquez was a careful man. He suspected Black was going to cheat him. He wrote it all down. Everything. How Black was using shell companies, bribing surveyors. He put it in a safety deposit box at the bank. Told Black he'd done it. Insurance." Morrison gave a bitter laugh. "Didn't work out for him." Webb's face was stone. "You helped him. You helped Black cover up a murder." "I did," Morrison said, meeting his eyes. "And I've lived with it every day since." He pushed himself to his feet, swaying slightly. "That's what the ledger is. It wasn't just about the robberies. It was about Vasquez. About all the things Black did after." He took a step toward them. "The bank job went wrong. Black never wanted us to get out. He sent his own men to kill us during the robbery. Pinned the whole thing, including the murders his men committed, on my crew. On me. He needed to seal up the loose ends. Especially the one who saw him pull the trigger on his partner." "What does this have to do with Silver Creek now?" Webb demanded. "Vasquez had a wife," Morrison said. Elena Vasquez. She still lives there. Runs a cantina. She never believed the story that her husband just disappeared. She's been collecting things. Talking to people. She has her own evidence." He looked directly at Webb. "I was supposed to meet her that night. The bank job was my only way to get to her, to get the confession and put it with what she had. Give it all to the law. You were going to turn on Black. I was going to burn him to the ground." Rip nodded toward the body. "This one was just another piece of it. Black's tying up every loose thread, before you get to town." They hauled Coltrane to the window. The alley was empty, a river of shadow between the buildings. They pushed him through. He landed with a soft, final thud on the pile of trash below. They watched for a moment. No lights came on. No one shouted. Buzzard's roost had swallowed another secret. "We leave now," Rip said, "before the sun comes up." Webb looked at Morrison, a new understanding in his eyes. It was not forgiveness. Not yet. But it was something else. A shared purpose that went deeper than a prisoner and a lawman. "Elena Vasquez," Webb said. "You think she'll help us?" "She's been waiting 5 years for someone to ask," Morrison said. Chapter 14. There it is. Webb's voice was dry as the dust on his lips. Below them, nestled in a crook of the river, was Silver Creek. Smoke curled from a dozen chimneys. From the ridge, it looked quiet. Peaceful. Rip Campbell did not trust the quiet. He lay on his belly, the brass of his spyglass warm against his eye. He swept the glass across the approaches to the town, slow, methodical. "Main road's got company," he said. Morrison crawled up beside him. "Where?" "The saloon. Porch of the Broken Wheel." Rip held the glass steady. 3 men sat in chairs tilted against the wall. A 4th leaned in the doorway. They were not drinking. They were not talking. They were watching the road. "They don't look like locals." Morrison took the spyglass. He focused. A long silence. "The Kyo brothers. And that's Billy Fenn in the door. Hired guns. Judge Black keeps them on retainer for special occasions." "This qualifies as special," Webb said. He had his own field glasses out now, his hands unsteady. Rip took his spyglass back and swept it south, along the dusty track that followed the river bend. More company. In the rocks, overlooking the trail. He saw the glint of sunlight on a rifle barrel. Then he saw the shape of a man's hat, still as the rock it hid behind. 2 of them. Maybe 3. "Los Lobos," Webb said without looking. "Bandits. They'll work for whoever pays. Black must have promised them a bonus." "He's got the road blocked and the trail watched," Webb said. A note of finality was in his voice, the sound of a man facing a locked door with no key. "There's the bridge," Morrison said. Rip swung the spyglass toward the wooden bridge that spanned the creek on the west side of town. It looked empty. Then he saw the movement. A man, small and wiry, was on his knees near the far support piling. He was doing something with his hands, working with a coil of wire. A mule with 2 large panniers stood nearby. Rip focused the glass. He could see the man's face now. He was humming to himself. "Man on the bridge. Working on the pilings." Morrison took the glass again. He looked for a long time. When he handed it back, his face was grim. "Powder Pete Johnson." "You know him?" Rip asked. "Everyone knows Pete," Morrison said. "The man likes dynamite more than he likes women or whiskey. He'd blow up his own mother for a $10 gold piece and a chance to watch the show." He looked at Webb. "Judge Black isn't taking chances. He's turned the whole town into a kill box." Rip lowered the spyglass and sat up. He could see it all now without the magnification. A perimeter. A carefully laid trap with 3 doors, each one leading to a different kind of death. A shootout on the main street. A sniper's alley in the rocks. A dynamite party on the bridge. "The gauntlet," Rip said. The word tasted like copper in his mouth. Webb looked from one approach to the next. "We can't get through that. Not all 3 of us." "We can't stay here," Morrison said. "They'll have riders sweeping these hills before dark." He looked at the town, not with fear, but with the cold calculation of a man playing his last hand. "Black's made a mistake." "Looks to me like he's thought of everything," Webb said. He's thought about how to kill us, Morrison said. He hasn't thought about how we think. He expects us to try the main road, make a big show of it. Or the South Trail, try to sneak. He thinks we're afraid of Pete. I am afraid of Pete, Webb said. Good, Rip said. A man who isn't afraid of dynamite is a fool. He picked up his rifle, checking the action. What does Powder Pete love more than setting a charge? Watching it go off, Morrison said. And what does he hate? Morrison thought about it. Someone else messing with his work. Rip stood up, dusting the red dirt from his pants. The main road, they'll be ready for a fight. The South Trail, they'll be ready for stealth. He looked toward the bridge. But they won't be ready for a man who knows as much about dynamite as Powder Pete. Webb looked from Rip to Morrison. You know how to handle explosives? Morrison gave a thin smile. I've set a few charges in my time. Rip started back toward the horses. Then we're not going to try and sneak past him. He glanced back at them, his eyes narrowed. We're going to do it. Chapter 15. He's proud of his work. Morrison lay flat in the reeds by the creek's edge, the muddy water soaking his pants. He watched the man on the bridge. Powder Pete had finished with the pilings and was now coiling a long wire, running it from the bridge supports toward a small outcropping of rock on the far bank. He likes to watch from a safe distance. There's no safe distance from that much dynamite, Webb said. He was positioned 50 yards back, his rifle resting on a log. His shoulder was a block of fire. Rip was higher up, on a low rise that gave him a clear view of the bridge and the road beyond. He's almost done. Get ready, Morrison said. When he walks to his firing position, I'm going in the water. He'll see you, Webb said. Not if his ears are ringing. Morrison looked up toward Rip's position. Rip said nothing. He had already found his target, a flat slab of granite 10 feet from where Powder Pete was working. They watched Pete finish with his wire. The man stood, stretched, and admired the bridge, his head cocked like an artist viewing his canvas. He picked up his rifle and a small wooden box with a plunger handle, the detonator. He started walking toward the outcropping on the far side. Rip's Winchester cracked. The bullet hit the granite slab. It didn't ricochet. It vaporized, sending a shower of stone chips and a high-pitched scream across the creek. Powder Pete dove for cover, cursing. Morrison slid into the water. It was cold, fast-moving. It tugged at him, trying to pull him downstream. He kept his head low and used the bank for cover, moving toward the dark space under the bridge. The sound of the rushing water was a roar in his ears. Powder Pete, seeing no more shots, got to his feet. He looked up at the ridge where the shot had come from, his face a mask of annoyance. He shook his fist, then continued to his spot behind the rocks, paying no mind to the creek below him. He sat down, placed the detonator carefully beside him, and lit a cigar. He was a man waiting for the curtain to rise. Under the bridge, the world was a lattice of shadows and thick wooden beams. The air smelled of wet earth and creosote. Morrison saw the charges. Pete's work was neat, professional. Sticks of dynamite were wired to the main supports, packed with clay. Morrison moved from one piling to the next, his hands quick, sure. He wasn't disarming them. He was changing the wiring, splicing in a short fuse cap of his own. He was turning Pete's masterpiece into a trap. He was working on the third piling when a shadow fell over him. He looked up. Powder Pete was standing on the bridge directly above, peering down through a gap in the planks. I knew it. Pete's voice was thin, reedy. You splashed. I heard you splash. He wasn't angry. He sounded delighted. Who's down there? Come to admire my work. Morrison didn't answer. He pressed himself against the wet wood of the piling. That's all right, Pete chirped. Don't have to talk. A small, lit object dropped through the gap in the planks. It hissed as it hit the water. A single stick of dynamite. Morrison lunged sideways, scrambling through the water and mud. The explosion was a physical blow, a punch of sound and pressure that deafened him. Water and splinters rained down. He felt a sharp pain in his leg. Rip fired again. The bullet kicked dirt near Pete's feet, forcing him back from the edge of the bridge. "Stop that!" Pete shrieked, his voice filled with theatrical rage. He ran back toward his detonator. "You want a show? I'll give you a show." Webb saw it from his position. He's going to blow it. He's going to blow the whole bridge. Morrison pulled himself to his feet. His leg was bleeding, a piece of wood embedded in his calf. He pulled a small bundle from his oilskin pouch. 3 sticks of dynamite wrapped in twine with a 6-inch fuse. He lit it with the waterproof match he had clenched in his teeth. The fuse sputtered to life. Pete reached his rock. He grabbed the handle of the detonator. Morrison didn't throw the charge at Pete. He tossed it up, a perfect arc, landing it in the web of wires and charges on the underside of the bridge, 20 feet from where Pete stood. Pete saw the lit fuse. He saw his own intricate wiring. A look of professional horror crossed his face. He understood. He had a choice. Push the plunger and blow everything, including himself. Or run. He ran. The 3 sticks of dynamite went off. They were not enough to destroy the bridge, but they were enough to detonate the single charge Morrison had rewired. That charge blew one of the support beams clean out from under the bridge deck. The bridge sagged, groaning. The section where Powder Pete was running collapsed. He screamed, a high, thin sound that was cut short as he, a tangle of wire, and a dozen heavy timbers crashed into the rushing creek below. The detonator box flew from his hand, tumbling end over end before disappearing into the white water. Silence. Then the sound of hoofbeats. Fast. Rip looked down the road. The Keogh brothers and Billy Fenn were coming, riding hard from the saloon. He scrambled down the rise. "Webb! Move!" Webb was already on his horse, pulling Morrison up behind him. Morrison's face was white with pain. Rip mounted, and the 3 of them spurred their horses. They galloped onto the bridge. Chapter 16. Get him off the horse. Rip was already on the ground, his Winchester in his hands, his eyes on the street. Men were coming out of the saloons, drawn by the sound of the explosion at the bridge. They were curious. Not hostile. Not yet. Webb slid from the saddle and pulled Morrison down with him. Morrison's leg buckled. He would have fallen if Webb had not held him up. "The cantina," Morrison gasped, his face tight with pain. "La Sombra." He pointed with his chin toward a low adobe building across the street, its windows dark. They moved, a 3-man island in the dusty street. Webb took most of Morrison's weight. Rip walked backward, his rifle covering their retreat. He saw the Keogh brothers on the far side of the broken bridge, shaking their fists. They were not coming across. The door to the cantina was unlocked. They pushed inside. The place was cool and smelled of stale beer and lime. It was empty. A bar ran the length of one wall. A dozen tables sat in shadow. A woman appeared from a back room. She was tall, with black hair pulled back severe from her face. Her eyes were dark and held no welcome. She held a sawed-off shotgun, the barrels resting on the bar, pointed at nothing and everything. "We are closed," she said. Her voice was low, steady. "Elena," Morrison said. The woman's eyes settled on him. The shotgun did not move. "I know who you are. You work for the judge." It was not a question. "Not anymore," Morrison said. He sagged against Webb, his breath hissing through his teeth. "I came to finish what Arturo started." The name hung in the air. The woman's face did not change, but something in her eyes did. The hardness flickered. She looked at Webb's badge, at Rip's rifle, at the blood soaking through Morrison's pant leg. "In the back," she said. She nodded toward the room she had come from. The shotgun disappeared below the bar. The back room was a kitchen. A pot of beans simmered on a wood stove. Elena Vasquez pointed to a chair. Webb lowered Morrison into it. Without a word, she took a knife and slit Morrison's pant leg from ankle to thigh. The piece of wood from the bridge was buried deep in the muscle of his calf. "This will hurt," she said. She took a bottle of tequila from a shelf and poured some on a clean rag. She poured the rest over the wound. Morrison clenched his jaw, his knuckles white, but made no sound. She took a pair of pliers from a drawer and with a quick, brutal twist pulled the splinter free. She bandaged the wound tightly. She moved with a practiced economy, her hands never still. "Why now?" she asked, her back to them as she washed her hands in a basin. "After 5 years, why now?" "He tried to have me killed," Morrison said. "The bank job was a setup. He wanted me and my crew dead. He wanted what Arturo left in the bank. The confession." "He never got it," Morrison said. "I did." Elena turned. For the first time, a flicker of something that might have been hope touched her features. "You have it." "Not on me. It's safe." He looked at Webb, then at Rip. "I have the ledger, too. The one I kept. All his business." "It is not enough," she said. She went to the stove and lifted a loose floorboard beneath it. From the dark space, she pulled a heavy metal box. She set it on the table. It was not locked. "Arturo was a careful man," she said. She opened the lid. The box was filled with papers. He kept his own records. Every shipment of silver from the mine that was never reported. Every payment to a surveyor for a false claim. She took out a small, leather-bound diary. And this. A list of names. Men who helped the judge. Men who disappeared after they were no longer useful. She looked at Webb. "I took this to the marshal here. Marshal Tate. He told me to go home. To be a good widow." The next week, he retired. Moved to California. Bought a big ranch. She looked at Rip. "A man from the newspaper in Prescott came to see me 2 years ago. He was asking questions about the judge. He believed me." She closed the box. "They found his horse wandering 20 miles from here. They never found him." "We're not newspapermen," Rip said. "What are you?" she asked. "A lawman who trusts a killer. A killer who decides to tell the truth?" Her gaze was sharp, unforgiving. "The judge owns this town. He owns the law. The courthouse is his castle. You cannot touch him." The front door of the cantina creaked open. Elena froze, her hand flat on the lid of the metal box. Rip was already moving, his Winchester up, his body a shadow against the kitchen wall. He peered through the crack of the door. Billy Fenn, one of the judge's men from the saloon, stood in the center of the empty cantina. He was not looking for a fight. He was looking for a drink. "Elena," he called, his voice slurring. "Service." Rip looked at Elena. She shook her head, a tiny, almost imperceptible motion. "Be right out, Billy," she called, her voice calm, easy. Billy grunted and sat down at a table. Elena looked at the three of them, at the box of evidence on her kitchen table, at the hired gun waiting in her saloon. "The trial is at sunset," she said, her voice barely a whisper. "The courthouse is full of his men." Rip eased the kitchen door shut. He turned to face them, the Winchester held low. He looked at the box, then at Morrison. Chapter 17. Elena walked out of the kitchen. She carried a bottle of whiskey and a single glass. She moved with a slow, deliberate calm that did not belong in a room with 3 armed men and a box of dynamite secrets. She put the bottle and glass on the table in front of Billy Fenn. "On the house, Billy," she said. Billy Fenn blinked, his eyes trying to focus. "What's the occasion?" "You look thirsty," Elena said. She poured him a glass. It was a big one. "Drink up." Billy did not need to be told twice. He downed the whiskey in a single gulp, his throat bobbing. He wiped his mouth with the back of his hand. "Another." Elena filled his glass again. She stood by the table, her arms crossed. In the kitchen, Rip watched through the crack in the door. He saw the cold patience in her eyes. She was not a woman who waited. She was a woman who prepared. "You should go home, Billy," she said after he had finished the second glass. "Sleep it off. The judge doesn't like his men drunk before a party." Billy Fenn tried to stand. His chair scraped on the floor. He swayed. "What party?" "The one that's about to start," Elena said. She took him by the arm. Her grip was firm. She led him to the door. "Go on now." She pushed him out into the street and barred the door behind him. She came back into the kitchen. The calm was gone. Her face was tight, her hands clenched. "He has men on every roof. I saw them when I looked out. Snipers." "The courthouse," Webb said. He stood over the table, looking down at the metal box filled with Arturo Vasquez's life. "How many men?" "A dozen," Morrison said. He was sitting now, the pain in his leg a constant grinding thing. "At least. He'll have the front doors barricaded. The windows covered." Rip moved from the door to the kitchen's small, grimy window. It looked out on a back alley. There's no straight line to it. Not from here. He looked at the sun. It was high, hot. Noon. The trial's at sunset. "It is not a trial," Elena said. "It is an execution. The judge will declare Morrison failed to appear. He will close the books. He will own everything." "He thinks we're going to come through the front door," Morrison said. "He thinks we're stupid." He tapped his temple. "He doesn't know I spent 2 months helping build his private office. I know every board, every nail." Webb looked at him. "There's another way in." "There's a door," Morrison said. "Connects the cellar of the assay office next door to the courthouse basement. The judge had it put in so he could move things without being seen on the street." "Gold," Elena said. "From my husband's mine." "And other things," Morrison said. "He'll have men in the basement. But they'll be watching the stairs, not the wall." Rip looked at the others. The plan was a thin thread over a long drop. "We'll need to get to the assay office." "It's on the main square," Webb said. "They'll see us cross." "Not if they're looking somewhere else," Elena said. She put her husband's papers back in the metal box and closed the lid. She looked at Rip, then at Webb. "You get the box. You get him." She nodded at Morrison. "Get to the assay office. I will give you 5 minutes." "Give us 5 minutes, how?" Webb asked. A small, dangerous smile touched Elena's lips. "This town has been quiet for 5 years. I think it is time someone made some noise." She walked out of the kitchen, not looking back. They heard the front bar of the cantina being unbolted. They heard her step out onto the wooden sidewalk. Rip took one side of the heavy metal box. Webb took the other. Morrison used a discarded broom handle as a crutch, his face pale but his eyes burning. They moved to the cantina's back door, the one that opened onto the alley. "Ready?" Rip asked. Webb nodded. From the front of the building, on the main street, came the sound of a woman's voice. Shouting. It was not a cry for help. It was a roar of accusation. "Thief. Liar." Then the sound of breaking glass. Another shout. A man's voice, angry, surprised. Rip pushed open the back door. The alley was empty. They slipped out, keeping to the shadows. As they reached the end of the alley, they heard a gunshot. It came from the main street. It was followed by more shouting, a chorus of confused, angry voices. The diversion had begun. Rip, Webb, and Morrison ran, a limping, desperate trio, across the open space toward the shuttered windows of the Silver Creek assay office. The world seemed to slow down. Every window on the square was a potential rifle barrel. The rooftop snipers, drawn by the commotion on the main street, were momentarily confused, but their attention would not be diverted for long. A rifle cracked from the roof of the hotel. A puff of dust exploded from the ground, inches from Morrison's crutch. He stumbled, and Webb hauled him upright. They were exposed, halfway across. From the main street, Elena's voice rose again, this time followed by the heavy boom of a shotgun. It was not aimed at anyone. It was aimed at the sky, at the sign of the judge's bank. A second blast followed, and a shower of splintered wood rained down on the Kyo brothers, who had finally worked their way around the broken bridge. The snipers on the roof swiveled their attention back toward the noise. That was the chance. Rip hit the door of the assay office with his shoulder. The wood was old, dry. The lock gave with a splintering crack. They tumbled inside, into a cool darkness that smelled of metal and acid. Webb slammed the door shut and dropped the bar. For a moment they just breathed, their backs against the door, the sounds from outside muffled. Webb helped Morrison to the floor, who leaned against the wall, his face beaded with sweat. "The cellar," Morrison said, pointing toward a trapdoor behind a heavy counter. Rip moved to the front window and peered through a crack in the shutters. He could see Elena. She had retreated to the doorway of her cantina. She was not hiding. She stood there, the shotgun held loose in her hands, her face a challenge to the judge's men who were now cautiously approaching. She had bought them their time. Webb threw the trapdoor open. A wave of musty air rose to meet them. Steps led down into blackness. He went first, the heavy metal box of evidence in one hand, his pistol in the other. Rip followed, helping Morrison down the steep, narrow stairs. The cellar was larger than they expected. A stone-walled room filled with forgotten equipment and stacks of wooden crates. A single lantern cast long, dancing shadows. "The wall," Morrison said, his voice echoing in the confined space. "The one that backs up to the courthouse." They moved to the far wall. It looked solid, made of thick, rough-hewn stone blocks, mortared tight. There was no sign of a door. "You sure about this, Jake?" Webb asked, running his hand over the cold stone. "I'm sure," Morrison said. "I helped stack these stones." He pushed himself away from Rip and limped along the wall, his hand tracing the mortar lines. The judge was clever. "The trigger isn't a handle. It's a stone." He stopped, his fingers pressing against a particular block, one that looked identical to all the others. "This one. Push. On the left side." Webb put his shoulder to the stone and pushed. Nothing happened. "Harder," Morrison said. Webb set his feet and shoved. For a moment, there was only the sound of his grunting effort. Then a low grinding noise. The stone block receded an inch. A section of the wall, 10 feet wide, swung inward with a groan of hidden hinges, revealing a dark, narrow passage. From upstairs on the street, they heard a fresh volley of gunshots. Chapter 18. The passage from the assay cellar was black and smelled of damp earth and secrets. It opened into the courthouse basement, behind a rack of dusty ledgers. The air was cool, still. From somewhere above came the faint, rhythmic tramp of boots on a wooden floor. "Two men," Morrison whispered from the darkness. He leaned against the stone wall, the broom-handle crutch creaking under his weight. "They'll be at the bottom of the main stairs. Playing cards." Webb set down his side of the heavy evidence box. He drew his pistol, the click of the hammer loud in the silence. "You know that for sure." "It's what I do," Morrison said. "Boring post. They won't expect trouble from a wall." Rip moved past them, silent as a shadow. He held his Colt, not the long gun. This was close work. He peered around the edge of a row of shelves. He could see them. 2 men at a small table, a lantern between them, cards in their hands. They looked bored. One of them was a Kyo, the younger one. The one who had laughed from the saloon porch. Webb came up behind Rip. He saw the Kyo boy, and his hand tightened on his pistol grip. His knuckles were white. This was not just a guard. This was a piece of the day his daughter died. Rip looked at Webb. He saw the look in the sheriff's eyes, the cold fire of vengeance. He put a hand on Webb's arm, a silent command. "Wait." Rip picked up an empty bottle from a shelf. He hefted it, then tossed it into the far corner of the basement. It shattered against the stone floor. The 2 men at the table jumped to their feet, their chairs scraping. They drew their guns. "What was that?" the younger Kyo asked. "Rats," the other man said, but he did not sound convinced. He started moving toward the sound, his partner a step behind him. They passed the row of shelves. Rip stepped out. He brought his pistol down hard on the back of the second man's head. The man dropped without a sound. The Kyo boy spun around, his eyes wide. He saw Rip, started to raise his gun, but Webb was on him. Webb did not shoot. He hit him with a closed fist, a blow fueled by 5 years of grief. Kyo went down, his head hitting the dirt floor with a solid thud. He was not unconscious. He was dazed, gasping. Webb stood over him, his pistol aimed at the boy's face. His hand was shaking. Not from fear. From rage. "You were there," Webb said, his voice a low growl. "At the bank. I saw you." Kyo's eyes were filled with terror. He tried to speak, but only a choked sound came out. "My daughter," Webb said. "She was wearing a blue dress." Rip moved to the stairs, his gun covering the closed door at the top. This was Webb's moment. Justice or revenge? "Please," Kyo whimpered. Webb's finger tightened on the trigger. He looked down at the boy, and for a moment all the justice in the world was gone, replaced by the simple, brutal need to pull the trigger. Then he looked at Morrison, who was watching from the shadows, his face unreadable. Webb took a deep breath. He holstered his pistol. He pulled a pair of handcuffs from his belt and hauled the Kyo boy to his feet, cuffing his hands behind his back. "You'll stand trial," Webb said, his voice flat, empty. He shoved him toward a support pillar. While Webb secured their prisoners, Rip turned his attention to the floor above. The sounds of Alina's diversion had faded, replaced by an uneasy quiet. Morrison limped to his side. The stairs go up to the main hall. The judge's chambers are to the left. Courtroom to the right. "Where's the judge?" Rip asked. "In the courtroom," Morrison said. "He'll want a good seat." At that same moment, on the main floor, Elena Vasquez slipped from the clerk's office into the main hall. The chaos she had started on the street had drawn most of the guards outside, leaving the courthouse strangely empty. But not for long. She moved along the wall, a ghost in her own town, her destination the judge's private chambers. The evidence she had was damning. But the judge's personal ledger, the one Morrison said he kept locked in his desk, would be the final nail. Back in the basement, Rip led the way up the stairs. Webb followed, leaving Morrison below with the prisoners and the evidence box. The door at the top was not locked. Rip eased it open an inch. He saw an empty hallway. Polished wood floors, portraits of stern-faced men on the walls. He slipped through, Webb right behind him. They heard a sound. A door closing softly. Down the hall, to the left. The judge's chambers. Rip looked at Webb. They started down the hall, their boots silent on the runner carpet. They reached the door. Rip put his hand on the knob. From the other end of the hall, from the direction of the courtroom, a voice called out, "He's in here." The door to the judge's chambers was thrown open. A man with a shotgun stood there, his face a mask of surprise. Behind him, Rip saw Elena. She held a heavy ledger in her hands. The man with the shotgun did not have time to choose his target. Webb fired from the hip. The blast threw the gunman back into the office. Doors flew open all along the hall. The courthouse, which had been quiet, was suddenly alive with the thunder of gunfire. Chapter 19. The hallway was a slaughterhouse of noise and splintered wood. Rip flattened himself against the wall, as buckshot tore through the portrait of a long-dead governor. Webb was pinned down behind an overturned oak bench, firing his pistol methodically. Two of Black's men were in the hall, using the heavy doors of the courtroom as cover. A third was firing from the top of the main staircase. Rip looked toward the judge's chambers. Elena was inside, crouched over the ledgers, protecting them with her body. The fight was a stalemate. A bad one. Then, from the basement door at the far end of the hall, came a new sound. A single, clear pistol shot. The man at the top of the stairs grunted, his rifle clattering down the steps. He followed it, a boneless tumble of limbs. Morrison stood in the doorway, propped against the frame, his face white with pain. He held a smoking pistol. "Forgot about the back stairs," he said, his voice a ragged whisper. The distraction was all Rip needed. He broke from cover, firing twice at the men by the courtroom doors. One of them staggered back, clutching his chest. The other, the last Kyo brother, ducked inside the courtroom. Webb was up and moving, his face a grim mask. "It ends now." They stormed the courtroom. The room was vast, with high windows that cast long fingers of afternoon light across the empty jury box. Judge Cornelius Black stood behind his high bench, a shotgun in his hands. The last Kyo brother was beside him. "Order!" Judge Black roared, but his voice was thin, brittle. "There will be order in my court." Rip did not stop. Webb did not stop. They advanced down the center aisle. Kyo raised his pistol. A shot cracked from the doorway behind them. Kyo's gun flew from his hand. Elena stood there, a small derringer in her grip, smoke curling from the barrel. She held the judge's ledger in her other arm like a shield. The judge fumbled with his shotgun. It was too long, too awkward to bring to bear over the high bench. He was a man accustomed to having others do his fighting. He looked from Rip to Webb, his eyes wide with disbelief. "This is my town." "Not anymore," Webb said. He reached the bench and tore the shotgun from the judge's hands. The doors of the courthouse, which had been barred, were thrown open. Townspeople, drawn by the gunfire, spilled into the back of the courtroom. They saw the dead men in the hall. They saw the sheriff, his face bruised and bloody. They saw Elena Vasquez holding a ledger. They saw the prisoner, Jake Morrison, leaning in the doorway. And they saw their judge, disarmed and trembling behind his bench. "Court is in session," Webb said, his voice echoing in the sudden silence. He looked at the townspeople. "And you're the jury." Elena walked forward and placed her husband's metal box on the prosecution table. She opened it. Then she placed the judge's own ledger beside it. "For 5 years," she said, her voice clear, ringing, "Judge Black has told us my husband Arturo Vasquez disappeared. A liar and a thief who ran from his debts." She held up a deed from her box. "This is the true deed to the Lucky Spaniard mine. Signed by my husband. The judge's copy is a forgery." She held up another paper. "This is a statement from a surveyor in Prescott. He confesses to falsifying the claim markers, paid for with an anonymous deposit into his bank account." She looked at the judge's ledger. A deposit made on the same day the judge recorded a withdrawal for legal fees. Morrison hobbled forward, using a rifle as a crutch. He stood before the bench, no longer a prisoner, but a witness. "I was there," he said, his voice low but carrying to every corner of the room. "I saw Judge Black shoot Arturo Vasquez in the back of the head. I saw him dump the body in the mine shaft." A murmur went through the crowd. "He made me his creature." After that, Morrison continued, "He planned the bank robbery. Not for the money. To get this." He pointed a shaking finger at the ledger. "To cover his tracks. His men killed those people. Your friends. Your neighbors. They killed the sheriff's daughter because she saw the judge's face." Webb stepped forward. He picked up the judge's ledger. He opened it to a page marked with a slip of paper. "Entry for October 17, 1881, Webb read, his voice raw. "Bonus paid to B. Kyo for silencing a witness." He looked up, his eyes locking with the judge's. "That was the day my Sarah died." Judge Black stared out at the faces of the townspeople. He saw no fear. Only a cold, dawning anger. The illusion of his power was gone, stripped away in a matter of minutes. He laughed. A dry, rattling sound. "You fools," he said. "You think this matters? You think paper and the words of a killer can undo what I've built?" His hand disappeared beneath the bench. Rip saw the motion. He started forward. "Webb." But it was too late. A loud click echoed through the courtroom. It was not the sound of a gun. It was the sound of a heavy switch being thrown. A low rumble started, deep in the foundations of the building. Dust sifted from the ceiling. The floor beneath their feet trembled. The judge smiled, a terrible final smile. "This courthouse was built on my money. My secrets." He looked around at the evidence, at the faces of his accusers. Chapter 20. The rumble started deep in the stone bones of the courthouse. It was a low, grinding sound that vibrated up through the soles of their boots. The townspeople at the back of the courtroom froze, their faces a gallery of dawning horror. "Get the box," Webb shouted over the noise. Rip didn't need to be told. He grabbed one handle of the heavy metal case. Elena, her face set, took the other. The judge's ledger was tucked under her arm. A tremor shook the building. The great chandelier, a relic of the judge's vanity, swayed like a pendulum, its glass pendants chiming a frantic, discordant song. A crack raced across the plaster ceiling. Judge Black stood behind his bench, a man admiring his own funeral pyre. "I told you," he screamed above the growing roar, his voice cracking with manic glee. "I built this town." A huge oak beam, the main support for the roof, groaned like a dying beast. Splinters rained down. The floor tilted, sending the jury chairs sliding into a heap against the wall. Panic erupted. The townspeople scrambled for the doors, a frantic mob pushing through the exit. "This way," Morrison yelled. He pointed with his rifle crutch, not toward the main doors, but to a small, unmarked door behind the witness stand. "Janitor's closet. It leads to the boiler room. It might hold." Webb looked from the chaos of the main exit to the small door. He trusted the man he had been paid to deliver. "Go." Rip and Elena wrestled the evidence box through the door, plunging into a narrow, dark space that smelled of lye soap and dust. Webb followed, shoving the last of the Kyo brothers in front of him. Morrison came last, pulling the door shut just as a section of the ceiling collapsed into the courtroom with a sound like thunder. They stumbled through the darkness, following Morrison's lead. The building was tearing itself apart around them. They could hear the shriek of nails being pulled from century-old timber, the deep-throated groan of collapsing stone. They burst from a side door into the blinding light of high noon, stumbling into the alley that ran beside the courthouse. They were alive. They were out. The street was a scene of chaos. People ran in every direction. A cloud of dust billowed from the courthouse, which was sagging in on itself, its roofline collapsing into a V. From the front of the dying building, Judge Cornelius Black emerged. He was not running. He walked with a calm, deliberate stride, a small, silver-plated pistol in his hand. He was not looking at the crowd. He was looking for a horse. He was a king walking away from his fallen castle, already planning his next kingdom. The street cleared. The running stopped. People found cover in doorways, behind water troughs. A sudden, unnatural quiet fell, broken only by the groaning of the courthouse. It was just them. The judge, in the middle of the street, and the four of them, in the alley mouth. Rip stepped forward. The range was 50 yards. A long shot, but possible. He raised the heavy pistol he favored for its accuracy. "He's mine," Webb said, his voice low. He stepped past Rip, his own gun in his hand. His face was a mask of cold fury. "No," Morrison said. He pushed himself off the alley wall, his bad leg dragging. He hobbled out into the open, his stolen pistol hanging loose in his hand. He left his crutch behind. "He belongs to all of us." Judge Black turned. He saw them. He did not look surprised. He smiled, the same terrible smile from the courtroom. He raised his silver pistol, not at Rip, the professional, or Webb, the lawman. He aimed it at Morrison. The broken man. The loose thread. "You should have stayed dead, Jake," the judge said, his voice carrying in the still air. Rip leveled his weapon. He had a clean shot. But this was not his play to make. Not yet. Webb stood his ground, his gun ready, backing Morrison. Morrison took another, painful step forward. "You took my life, Cornelius," he said, his voice surprisingly strong. "You just forgot to kill me." The judge laughed. "A technicality I'm about to correct." He fired. The silver gun bucked in his hand. The shot was fast aimed. Morrison did not try to dodge. He fired at the same instant. His shot was not fast. It was deliberate. He had been waiting 5 years to take it. 2 guns fired as one. The judge's bullet tore through the fleshy part of Morrison's shoulder, spinning him half around. Morrison's bullet hit the judge square in the chest. Judge Cornelius Black looked down at the dark stain spreading across his fine linen shirt. He looked up at Morrison, a look of profound surprise on his face. He opened his mouth to speak, but only a wet gurgling sound came out. He fell to his knees. Then, slowly, he pitched forward into the dust of the town he had built and destroyed. The silence that followed was absolute. Rip slowly lowered his pistol. He had not fired a shot. He walked to Morrison, who was leaning against a hitching post, his face white, his arm bleeding freely. 6 bullets, Morrison whispered, looking at the dead man in the street. That's what this was all about, wasn't it? Chapter 20. Chapter 21. The dust settled. In the silence, the groaning of the ruined courthouse was the only sound. Judge Black lay in the street, a crumpled figure that no longer held any power. The townspeople stood frozen in doorways, watching. Webb was the first to move. He walked to the body, looked down at the judge's face, then looked away. There was no satisfaction in his expression. Only a deep, hollowing weariness. He turned to the crowd. "Someone get the undertaker." His voice was the law again. Flat. Official. Elena was at Morrison's side. She ignored the dead man in the street. She ignored the townspeople. She saw only the blood soaking Morrison's shirt, the way he leaned on the hitching post to stay upright. "Inside," she said, her voice low, urgent. She put a hand on his good arm. "Let me see to that." Rip Campbell watched them go. Then his eyes went back to Webb. The sheriff was not looking at the judge anymore. He was looking at the evidence box, which sat in the dust where Rip and Elena had dropped it. Justice. It looked heavy. Inside the cantina, the air was cool and smelled of lime. Elena pushed Morrison into a chair in the kitchen. She cut away his shirt with the same knife she'd used on his pants. The judge's bullet had torn a clean furrow through the muscle of his shoulder. It was bleeding, but it was not a killing wound. She poured tequila over it without a word of warning. Morrison flinched, a sharp intake of breath, but did not cry out. As she worked, her hands quick and sure with a clean bandage, she did not look at his face. "There are 2 fresh horses at the livery," she said to the wound she was dressing. "The old man owes me a favor. They are not known in this town." Morrison looked at her hands. He did not answer. "The road south is clear," she continued, her voice a low murmur. "The men in the rocks will have heard the shooting and run. The queues are broken. You could be in Mexico before the circuit judge gets here next month." Rip came in and leaned against the doorframe, watching them. He set the heavy evidence box on the floor. It made a solid, final sound. Elena finished her work. She tied the bandage tight. Her hands lingered on his arm for a fraction of a second longer than they needed to. "He took my husband's life from me, in this town," she said, her eyes finally meeting his. "Do not let him take yours, too." The front door of the cantina opened. Sheriff Webb filled the doorway. He did not look at Elena or Rip. He looked at Morrison. He had taken off his badge and was polishing it on his sleeve, a slow, circular motion. "The evidence in that box," Webb said, his voice quiet, "and the testimony of the cowboy, it will clear you of the murders at the bank. Of killing Sarah." He said his daughter's name like it was a stone in his mouth. "I know," Morrison said. "It does not clear you of bank robbery," Webb continued. He pinned the badge back on his shirt. "That's still 5 years in a territorial prison. Maybe 10. Morrison looked from the lawman in the doorway to the woman beside him. He saw the 2 roads she had laid out for him. One led south, to freedom, to a life he'd never had, with a woman who had looked past the killer and seen the man. The other led to a prison cell. A reckoning. He thought of his daughter, Caroline. He thought of the letter he had given the priest, his confession. He thought of the 17-year-old boy, Tommy Patterson, he had shot on his own front porch. Elena watched him, her dark eyes holding a silent plea. "Run. Live." Webb waited, his hand not on his gun but on his badge. He was not a hunter anymore. He was the law. And the law had to be satisfied. Morrison took a breath. He looked at Elena, a long, deep look that said everything he could not put into words. Then he turned his eyes to the man in the doorway. Chapter 22. The sun rose on a town that had lost its head. The undertaker had taken the judge's body before midnight, a quiet, necessary act. Now, in the thin morning light, the townspeople stood in the street and stared at the rubble of the courthouse as if it were a fresh grave. Inside the cantina, the coffee was hot and black. Elena Vasquez poured it herself. The tables were full, not with drinkers, but with the men who owned what was left of Silver Creek, the blacksmith, the mercantile owner, the old man from the livery. They drank her coffee and did not speak. They looked at her. "First," Elena said, her voice cutting through the silence, "we form a council." She put the coffee pot back on the bar. "The bank stays closed until the circuit judge gets here. I will hold the keys." The mercantile owner, a man named Harris with soft hands and worried eyes, cleared his throat. "Elena, the judge had interests. In my store. In the hotel." "The judge is dead," Elena said. "His interests are buried." She looked at the blacksmith, a big man with arms like wagon axles. "Abel, you saw what happened." The blacksmith nodded. "I saw it." "Then you will speak for it when the time comes." The cantina door opened. Sheriff Webb stepped inside. He looked like he had not slept. He wore the badge, but it seemed to sit uneasy on his chest, a weight he had forgotten how to carry. "The cowboy is talking," Webb said to no one in particular. "He'll testify. All of it." He looked at the men at the table. "The circuit judge is a month away. Until then, this town is on its own." He looked at the blacksmith. "Abel, I'm making you a deputy." The blacksmith looked at his hands, then at Webb. He nodded once. Rip Campbell watched from a corner table, a cup of coffee untouched in front of him. He was a spectator now. The job was over. He had delivered the prisoner. The rest was just noise. He got up and walked out into the morning. The air was cool, the dust still damp from the night's dew. He walked to the small stone building that served as the town jail. The door was unlocked. Morrison sat on a cot in the single cell. The bars cast long shadows across the floor. His shoulder was bandaged. His bad leg was propped up on a stool. He was looking at his hands. Rip leaned against the bars. "You sleep?" "Some," Morrison said. He did not look up. "Webb says 5 years. With your testimony, maybe less. Good behavior." Morrison gave a dry laugh. "I'm not known for good behavior." "You could have been in Mexico," Rip said. It was not an accusation. It was a statement of fact. "Mexico is a long way from San Francisco," Morrison said. He finally looked at Rip. The fever was gone. His eyes were clear and tired. "She's going to find out. My daughter. The newspapers will get it. A man from Prescott is already here asking questions. You think she'll understand?" "She's 17, Morrison said. "She understands more than I ever did." He looked down at his hands again. 5 years. It's a price. For Tommy Patterson. For all of them. Rip said nothing. There was nothing to say. He had been paid to do a job. He had not been paid to understand the man. But he did. He left the jail and walked back onto the main street. The sun was higher now. The quiet was breaking. A man was sweeping broken glass from the front of the hotel. Another was patching a bullet hole in the sign above the mercantile. Then he heard it. A hammer. A single, rhythmic sound. Clang. 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 Abel, the new deputy, was at his forge. He was not making horseshoes. He was straightening the iron bars from a courthouse window, the ones that had been twisted in the collapse. He was salvaging what could be saved. Elena came out of the cantina. She wiped her hands on her apron and looked down the street, not at the ruin but at the blacksmith. She watched his hammer rise and fall, beating bent iron back into a straight line. The sound was clean. It was the sound of a town starting over. She turned and went back inside. The end. Thank you for listening to Ghost Town. Don't miss a single action-packed wild western adventure. Click subscribe and saddle up. The sun beat down like a blacksmith's hammer on iron, forging the heat into the cracked earth of the trail. Dust rose in lazy plumes from under the hooves of Rip's dun mare, a fine gritty powder that coated his worn duster and settled in the lines etched around his eyes. Eyes the color of faded stormy skies, narrowed against the glare, missing nothing. They'd seen too much to be easily fooled by shimmering heat devils or tricks of the light. For 3 days, he'd ridden through country that God seemed to have forgotten, or maybe just hadn't gotten around to finishing. Jagged peaks clawed at a bleached blue sky in the distance, indifferent spectators to the struggle below. Closer in, stunted pinon and juniper clung stubbornly to life, their twisted shapes stark against the pale rock and sand. The silence wasn't peaceful. It was watchful, the kind that prickles the back of your neck and makes the creak of saddle leather sound loud as a gunshot. The map he'd bought off a drunken surveyor back in Purgatory Gulch called this stretch the Diablo Spine. Apt name. It felt like riding along the backbone of some long-dead beast, its bleached ribs the canyons cutting deep into the earth on either side. And somewhere up ahead, nestled in a fold of these godforsaken hills, lay Redemption Ridge. A name like that, in country like this, usually meant one of two things. Either it was founded by folks trying too hard to convince themselves they weren't damned, or it was pure sarcasm. Rip figured it could go either way. The rumors he'd heard back down the line were tangled and strange, whispers of bad luck clinging to the place like alkali dust, of folks vanishing, of things best not spoken of under a midday sun. Ghosts. Curses. The usual fare when desperation and isolation stewed long enough. Rip didn't hold much stock in ghosts, but he knew desperation could make men see things and do things far worse than any specter. He shifted in the saddle, the movement slow, deliberate. His body ached with the rhythm of the trail, a familiar complaint. He wasn't young anymore, though old wasn't a word he'd use either. Somewhere in that hard-lived territory between. He carried himself with the economy of movement that spoke of past violence and the constant readiness for more. A Colt Peacemaker rested heavy but easy on his right hip, the walnut grip smooth from wear, tied down low. A Winchester repeating rifle lay snug in its scabbard under his left leg. Tools of a trade he sometimes wished he'd never learned. The mare, a sturdy beast named Clementine with more sense than most men Rip knew, flicked her ears. She'd caught something on the wind, a change in the air. Rip tasted it too. Less dust, a faint scent of wood smoke, maybe something else, stagnant water, decay. They were getting close. The trail dipped, winding down into a shallow basin choked with brittle brush and shadowed rock formations that looked like grasping claws. The temperature seemed to drop a few degrees, the silence deepening, pressing in. Even Clementine stepped more carefully now, her shod hooves clicking uneasily on the loose shale. Rip loosened the Colt in its holster, his gaze sweeping the rimrock above, then the shadows pooling at the base of the cliffs. Nothing moved. But the feeling of being watched intensified, cold and sharp. Then he saw it. Not much to look at, really. A collection of weathered buildings huddled together as if for warmth, though the sun still beat down relentlessly. A single dusty street ran through the middle, flanked by false-fronted stores, a saloon with sun-bleached swinging doors, a livery stable missing half its roof, and a scattering of shacks that looked like they might collapse in the next strong wind. Smoke curled lazily from a couple of chimneys, the only sign of life. Redemption Ridge. It looked less redeemed, more resigned. He urged Clementine forward at a walk, letting her pick her way down the last slope. The town didn't exactly roll out the welcome mat. As he rode onto the main street, the few sounds he'd heard, the distant clang of a hammer, a dog barking half-heartedly, ceased. Abruptly. Like someone had thrown a switch. He saw movement behind a grimy window pane in the mercantile, a curtain twitching back into place. A face, pale and indistinct, vanished from the doorway of the assayer's office. Down the street, near the saloon, a man who'd been leaning against a hitching post straightened up, looked Rip up and down with eyes narrowed to slits, then turned deliberately and melted into the alleyway beside the building. No nods. No greetings. Just suspicion, thick and palpable as the dust. Rip had ridden into unfriendly towns before, towns wary of strangers, towns nursing grudges or hiding secrets. This felt different. This wasn't just unfriendly, it was fearful. The air itself seemed heavy with it, a low thrum of anxiety just beneath the surface silence. He swung down in front of the livery, the sign creaking mournfully overhead, Redemption Livery and Feed, J. Sutter, Prop. The place looked like it hadn't seen fresh paint since the creation. Rip ran a hand down Clementine's sweat-darkened neck. Easy, girl. Just folks. But he didn't believe it himself. The big double doors were closed. He slid one open a foot or two, the rusted hinges groaning in protest. Dim light filtered through cracks in the walls, illuminating motes of dust dancing in the stale air. It smelled of old hay, manure, and something else, damp earth maybe. "Hello," Rip called out, his voice sounding unnaturally loud in the stillness. "Anyone minding the store?" Silence answered him. Then a shuffling sound from the back, followed by the scrape of boots on packed dirt. A figure emerged slowly from the shadows, blinking in the sudden shaft of light from the doorway. An old man, thin as a fence rail, with watery eyes and a fringe of white hair clinging to a liver-spotted scalp. He held a pitchfork, not exactly threateningly, but not casually either. His clothes were patched, his face a roadmap of worry lines. "What you want?" The old man's voice was raspy, unused. "Board for my horse. Maybe a room for myself, if there's a hotel still standing." Rip kept his tone even, conversational. The old man squinted, taking in Rip's dusty duster, the gun belt, the hard set of his jaw. His grip tightened slightly on the pitchfork handle. "Horse, maybe. If you got coin." He didn't mention the room. "Always got coin for services rendered." Rip reached into his pocket, pulled out a silver dollar, held it up. The old man's eyes fixed on the coin for a second, then flicked back to Rip's face, then darted nervously towards the street outside, as if expecting something to burst through the doorway. "All right. Stall fees 4 bits. Hay and water included. Take care of her yourself." "Fair enough." Rip led Clementine inside, the mare snorting softly at the unfamiliar smells. He found an empty stall that looked reasonably clean, unsaddled her, checked her legs. The old man watched him, silent, leaning on the pitchfork. "Name's Rip," he offered, rubbing Clementine down with a handful of straw. The old man hesitated, swallowed. "Sutter. Josiah Sutter." He still hadn't put the pitchfork down. "Quiet town, Mr. Sutter." Sutter flinched at the word quiet. He licked his lips. "Quieter'n some might like." He glanced towards the door again. "Folks keep to themselves mostly. Lately." Rip paused in his work, looked over his shoulder. Sutter shifted his weight. "Been trouble." He mumbled the word, barely audible. "Trouble?" Rip prompted gently. "Just trouble." Sutter shook his head, his eyes skittering away from Rip's direct gaze. "Best not to talk about it. Especially to strangers." Rip didn't push. He knew fear when he saw it. This old man was scared down to his worn-out boot soles. He finished with Clementine, gave her a final pat. "Much obliged, Mr. Sutter." He flipped the silver dollar towards the old man, who snatched it out of the air with surprising speed. "You lookin' for work?" Sutter asked suddenly, his voice a little stronger now that coin was in hand. "Depends on the work." "Just askin'." Sutter shrugged, but his eyes were searching Rip's face. "Town, well, maybe the mayor might have need of someone. Someone who ain't afraid." He spat the last words out, then seemed to regret them, clamping his mouth shut. "Mayor, huh?" Rip considered that. "Where might I find him?" "Her," Sutter corrected quickly. "Mayor Clara. Runs the mercantile now. Took over after her husband." He trailed off, shaking his head again. "Best you talk to her. If you got the stomach for it." Rip nodded slowly. "A woman, Mayor. Interesting." And a town held tight in a grip of fear, whispering about trouble they wouldn't name. Rumors of ghosts, curses, or maybe just one particularly nasty piece of human trouble wearing a frightening mask. He'd seen that before, too. He picked up his saddlebags and rifle. "Appreciate the tip, Sutter." He stepped back out into the oppressive sunlight and the watchful silence of Redemption Ridge. The feeling hadn't lessened. If anything, it was stronger now. Something was deeply wrong here, festering beneath the dusty surface. He wasn't sure he wanted to know what it was. But the surveyor's map only showed one trail out, and it ran straight through the heart of whatever nightmare this town was living. He hitched his saddlebags higher on his shoulder and started walking towards the mercantile, the dust muffling his footsteps on the haunted street. Chapter 2. Rip stepped out of the livery's gloom and back into the hard, bright glare of Redemption Ridge's main street. The silence pressed down again, heavier than the heat. He stood there a moment, letting his eyes adjust, taking it all in. Sutter's fear hadn't been faked. It clung to the air like wood smoke after the fire's gone out. The street was wide enough for 2 wagons abreast, but empty now save for swirling dust devils dancing in the ruts. False fronts lined both sides, some painted long ago, now faded and peeling like sunburnt skin. "A Sayer," read one sign, the window dark and empty. "Hotel Splendide," proclaimed another, though the porch sagged visibly and half the letters were missing, suggesting Hotel Spendi. Splendid it was not. Doors were shut tight against the day, windows curtained or boarded over. A ghost town waiting to happen, or maybe already halfway there. He hefted his saddlebags, the Winchester balanced easy in his other hand, and started towards the mercantile Sutter had pointed out. It stood near the center of town, a slightly larger building, maybe a bit better maintained than its neighbors, but still bearing the marks of neglect and worry. Redemption Mercantile, circa Hale Prop. The name Hale was painted over a fainter, older name underneath, something ending in N-E-R. Clara Hale. The woman, Mayor. His boots kicked up puffs of dust that settled almost immediately, as if unwilling to draw attention. He passed the saloon, the Last Chance Saloon, its batwing doors still and silent. No piano music drifted out, no raucous laughter, no drunken shouts. Unusual for this time of day and any town, with blood still pumping through its veins. He glanced inside as he passed. Dim light, the long shape of a bar, empty stools. A lone figure behind the counter, polishing a glass with meticulous slow movements, didn't even look up. Further down, a blacksmith shop stood cold, the forge dark. Tools hung neatly on the wall but coated in a fine layer of undisturbed dust. Across the way, a barber pole's paint was cracked, the shop itself shuttered. It wasn't just quiet, it was stagnant. A town holding its breath, waiting for the other boot to drop. He reached the mercantile. 2 wide steps led up to a covered porch. A bench sat against the wall, empty. He pushed open the door, a small bell overhead giving a tinny, startling jingle. Inside, the air was cooler, smelling faintly of kerosene, burlap, coffee beans, and something else, chloride of lime. A disinfectant smell, sharp and clean, trying too hard to cover something else up. Shelves lined the walls, stocked with the usual necessities, canned goods, bolts of cloth, sacks of flour and beans, tools, ammunition, patent medicines, promising cures for everything from consumption to cowardice. But the shelves weren't crammed full, gaps showed like missing teeth. Supplies weren't getting through, or maybe folks weren't buying. Only 2 other people were inside besides himself. A young woman, hardly more than a girl, stood behind the long wooden counter. Her face was pale, her eyes large and shadowed, darting nervously towards the door when the bell rang, then quickly away when she saw Rip. She gripped the edge of the counter, her knuckles white. The other was a man, older, maybe a rancher judging by his worn denims and dusty hat, standing near the back by the sacks of grain. He'd been talking to the girl behind the counter in a low voice, but stopped dead the moment Rip entered. He turned slowly, his hand hovering near the butt of the pistol holstered on his hip. His eyes, sunk deep in a weathered face, were narrowed with the same raw suspicion Rip had seen in Sutter. Silence descended again, thick and uncomfortable. Rip gave a curt nod. Afternoon. The rancher just stared. The girl swallowed, managed a tight, forced smile that didn't reach her eyes. "Help you?" Her voice was thin, reedy. "Looking for the proprietor. Mrs. Hale." The girl's eyes flickered towards a closed door behind the counter. "The mayor's busy right now." She twisted a loose thread on her apron. "Anything I can help you with?" "Maybe." Rip let his gaze drift over the shelves, buying time, taking the temperature of the room. Need some .44 cartridges. Coffee. Maybe some jerky if you got any that ain't hardtack. The girl turned, relieved to have a task, and started gathering the items. Her movements were jerky, inefficient. She dropped a box of cartridges, gasped, and snatched it up again, glancing fearfully towards the windows. The rancher hadn't moved. He watched Rip with unwavering intensity. Rip met his gaze steadily, letting the silence stretch. Finally, the rancher spoke, his voice a low growl. Just passing through. That's the general idea. Best keep passin' then. Ain't nothing for strangers in Redemption Ridge. Nothing but trouble. Heard talk of trouble, Rip said, keeping his voice mild. Sutter down at the livery mentioned it. The rancher's eyes hardened. Sutter's name seemed to confirm something for him. Sutter talks too much for his own good. He spat the words out. This ain't your concern, mister. Folks seem spooked, Rip observed, ignoring the warning. Place feels like a graveyard waiting for the corpses. The rancher's hand tightened near his gun. The girl behind the counter froze, holding a tin of coffee beans. You watch your mouth, the rancher hissed. Some things ain't to be spoken of lightly. Like the Wraith? Rip asked, dropping the name Sutter hadn't dared to say. The effect was immediate. The girl let out a small, choked cry and stepped back from the counter, bumping into the shelves behind her. The rancher went rigid, his face paling under his tan. His eyes darted around the store, towards the door, the windows, the shadowed corners, as if expecting something to materialize from the air itself. Who told you that name? He demanded, his voice strained. Heard it whispered, Rip lied smoothly. Townsfolk getting killed. Disappearing. Sounds like more than just trouble. It ain't natural, the girl whispered, her voice trembling. She hugged herself, rubbing her arms as if suddenly cold. It comes in the night, takes who it wants. Sheriff Tanner, gone. Old Man Hemlock, found him down the well. The Collier boys, vanished without a trace, huntin' up Diablo's spine. Her voice broke. The rancher shot her a furious look. Be quiet, Beth. Ain't safe, talkin' about it. He turned back to Rip, his fear warring with anger. This ain't no barroom ghost story, mister. This is real. Deadly real. And pockin' your nose in, it'll just get you planted alongside the others. Rip considered the man's fear, the girl's terror. It was genuine, all right. Whether it was a ghost doing the killing, or just a man clever enough to use the town's superstitions, didn't much matter to the dead or the scared. He looked at the supplies Beth had gathered on the counter. Still need these, he said calmly. The tension hung heavy as Beth, avoiding Rip's eyes now, quickly tallied the cost. Rip paid, counting out the coins deliberately. As he gathered his purchases, the door behind the counter opened. A woman stood there, wiping her hands on an apron. She wasn't young, maybe late 30s, early 40s. Tall for a woman, with dark hair pulled back severely from a face that might once have been handsome but was now etched with lines of strain and exhaustion. Yet her eyes were clear, direct, and held a spark of weary intelligence. She surveyed the scene, Rip at the counter, Beth looking terrified, the rancher stiff with hostility, and her mouth tightened. This had to be Clara Hale. She carried herself with an air of authority that wasn't put on. It was earned, settled into her bones like the dust of this town. You could see why folks might turn to her when things fell apart. Everything all right out here, Beth? Her voice was low, steady, carrying easily in the tense silence. Yes'm, Mayor, Beth stammered. Just a customer. Clara's gaze settled on Rip. It was assessing, shrewd. She took in his gear, his stance, the quiet competence about him. She didn't look surprised or particularly welcoming, but maybe interested. See, you found us, stranger, she said. Her tone was level, betraying nothing. Sutter mentioned you might be by. The rancher looked startled, then resentful, that Sutter and the mayor had apparently discussed the newcomer. He gave a stiff nod. Mayor. He grabbed a sack he'd presumably paid for earlier. Best be going. Cattle won't watch themselves. He practically fled the store. Clara watched him go, a flicker of something, exasperation, pity in her eyes. Then she looked back at Rip. Can I help you with anything else? Or you just passin' through like everyone advises? There was a faint hint of irony in her voice, a weariness that went bone deep. Rip met her gaze. He saw the fear there too, same as the others, but banked down, controlled by sheer force of will. Sutter said she might need someone unafraid. Looking at the mayor of Redemption Ridge, standing solid amidst the palpable dread suffocating her town, Rip had a feeling Sutter might be right. He also had a feeling getting involved was a damn fool idea. But then, he'd never been known for making the smart play. Might be, Rip said slowly, holding her gaze. Might be I could use a word with the mayor. Chapter 3. Clara Hale stood there in the doorway behind the counter, the silence stretching thin between her and Rip. Beth, the young clerk, looked like she wanted the floorboards to swallow her whole. She kept her eyes down, fiddling uselessly with the pile of coins Rip had paid. The disinfectant smell seemed sharper now, trying and failing to mask the underlying scent of fear. A word with the mayor. Clara repeated Rip's statement, her voice still level, but with an edge now like worn steel. What kind of word? Rip gestured slightly with his chin towards the main room, the open door, the street outside where unfriendly eyes might still be watching. The kind best not spoken, where the whole town can listen in. Clara held his gaze for a long moment. He saw the calculation there, weighing the risk. A stranger, armed and dusty, walks into her terrified town asking for a private audience. Most folks would run him out on a rail, or at least fetch a shotgun. But Clara Hale wasn't most folks. She was the mayor, and her town was bleeding out. She gave a short, decisive nod. Beth, mind the store. Holler if, well, just holler if you need to. She pushed the door behind her open wider. In here. Rip followed her into a small, cramped office. A sturdy desk dominated the space, littered with ledgers, invoices, and a half-finished letter. A single barred window looked out onto a dusty alleyway. There was a gun rack on the wall, holding a shotgun and an older model Henry rifle, both meticulously clean. A faded photograph on the desk showed Clara standing beside a broad-shouldered man with a hopeful grin, likely the late Mr. Hale, the one Sutter mentioned. The room felt functional, lived in, the workspace of someone juggling too many burdens. Clara didn't offer him a seat, just rounded the desk and stood facing him, her arms crossed loosely. The weariness was plain on her face now, up close, etched deep around her eyes and mouth, but her stance was solid, braced. All right, stranger. You asked for a word. Speak it. Name's Rip. Heard. She didn't offer hers again. She knew he knew. Sutter said you weren't easily spooked. Was he right? Depends what's doing the spooking. Rip leaned his Winchester against the wall near the door, keeping it within easy reach. He didn't unbuckle his gun belt. Your town's scared bad, Mayor. Rode into places where folks didn't like strangers, sure. Never rode into one that felt like it was holding a wake for itself. Clara's mouth thinned. We've had incidents. You heard the talk out there. The Wraith. She said the name flatly, without the superstitious dread of the others, more like naming an unpleasant disease. Heard the name, Rip confirmed. Heard about disappearances. Killings. Heard folks think it's something unnatural. Folks are scared, Clara said, her voice tight. When people get scared enough, they'll believe anything. Easier to blame a phantom than face the truth sometimes. Rip raised an eyebrow. And the truth is? She leaned forward slightly, resting her hands on the cluttered desk. Her eyes, dark and intense, locked onto his. The truth is, whatever's doing this, it bleeds. Rip waited. Sheriff Tanner, she continued, her voice low and hard. Good man. Not easily rattled. He went missing 3 weeks ago. His horse turned up lame down near the old creek bed. Found his hat and bloodstains on the rocks. Not ghost blood, Rip. Human blood. Animals could have done that. Maybe, she conceded. But then hemlock found in his well. Neck broken. Doors locked from the inside. Folks screamed ghost. I say someone knew how to get in that didn't involve walking through walls. And the Collier boys vanished hunting up Diablo's spine. Found their camp, supplies scattered, signs of a struggle. One set of tracks leading away, booted feet, not bare spirit paws. She straightened up, her gaze unwavering. This town is tearing itself apart with fear. Supplies are running low, because Teamsters won't come near Redemption Ridge anymore. Not after the last one disappeared on the trail. People are talking about packing up, abandoning everything. Others are talking about taking matters into their own hands, shooting at shadows, maybe hitting neighbors they've got old grudges against. This wraith, it's killing us one way or another. Rip listened, absorbing the details, the conviction in her voice. She wasn't just guessing. She'd looked at the facts, what few there were, and drawn a hard, practical conclusion. So you think it's a man? I know it is, she stated, simple and certain. Someone hiding behind superstition. Someone who knows this town, knows the terrain. Knows how to scare people half to death before finishing the job. Why? That, she said, gesturing vaguely at the ledgers on her desk, the town outside, is the question I need answered. Revenge? Greed? Madness? Could be anything. Doesn't matter why, not right now. What matters is stopping him. Rip shifted his weight. He could feel the hook sinking in, the familiar pull of a problem that needed solving, the kind that usually involved gunpowder. He didn't like it. Sounds like a job for the law. A humorless smile touched Clara's lips. The law is either dead, missing, or hiding under his bed down in Purgatory Gulch, refusing to answer my telegrams. We're on our own out here, Rip. Always have been, really. We just didn't know how much until this started. She walked around the desk, stopping a few feet in front of him. Close enough now, he could see the faint tremor in her hands, quickly stilled. She wasn't fearless, just controlled. Sutter said you looked like a man who could handle himself. Someone who knew which end of a gun was which. Someone who didn't carry that Colt just for show. Her eyes flicked to the tied-down holster on his hip. He said you didn't look scared when you rode in. Being careful isn't the same as being scared, Mayor. Maybe not. But you're still here. You came looking for me after hearing the talk. Most would have ridden straight through without stopping. She took a breath. I need someone like you, Rip. Someone from outside, with no ties here, no old scores to settle. Someone skilled enough to track this killer down, find out who he is, and deal with him. There it was. The plea, plain and unvarnished. That's a tall order, Mayor. Asking a stranger to hunt down a killer the whole town thinks is a ghost. I know what I'm asking. Her voice was low, intense. This town, my husband James, he believed in this place. Poured his life into it. I took over this store, the mayor's duties, after he passed. I won't let it die because of some murdering coward hiding behind ghost stories. The steel was back in her voice, hard and sharp. I can pay. Not a fortune, maybe, but fair. The town council, what's left of it, scraped together a bounty. Rip looked past her, through the barred window into the dusty alley. He thought of the empty street, the fearful faces, Sutter clutching his pitchfork, the silence that wasn't silence at all, but the sound of terror. He thought about riding on, finding a quieter town, a simpler job. But the image of Clara Hale, standing firm in the face of it all, trying to hold her world together with sheer grit, stuck with him. And the puzzle of it. A man playing ghost, bleeding his victims, terrorizing a whole community. It pricked at something in him, the part that couldn't leave a twisted knot alone. "A bounty?" he asked, his voice neutral. $500, Clara said. "For the man calling himself the Wraith. Alive, preferably, so we know for sure who he is and why he's doing this. But stopped, permanently if it comes to that." $500. A fair sum. Enough to make a man take risks. Enough to make him ignore his better judgment. Rip met Clara Hale's steady, desperate gaze. He didn't say yes. Not yet. But he didn't say no either. And in the tight, fearful silence of Redemption Ridge, that felt like a start. Chapter 4. The offer hung in the air between them, heavy as unshed rain. $500. Enough to make a man forget his reservations. Or maybe just enough to get him killed trying to collect. Rip didn't reach for it, not yet. He needed more. Hunting a man playing Ghost required knowing the stage, understanding the props. "This killer," Rip said, his voice quiet but cutting through the tension. "The one you think is bleeding folks, why pick Redemption Ridge? Towns die all the time out here. Bad water, veins pinching out, folks just moving on. Why haunt this particular patch of dirt?" Clara sighed, a sound like dry leaves skittering across rock. She moved back behind her desk, not sitting, but resting a hip against its corner, creating a small distance again. She picked up a paperweight, a chunk of raw, unrefined ore, probably quartz laced with something that once glittered hopefully, turning it over and over in her hand. Because this town wasn't born quiet, Rip. It was born screaming. Her eyes took on a distant look, focused somewhere beyond the cramped office walls. You wouldn't know it to look at it now, busted and afraid. But 20 years ago, Redemption Ridge was booming. She paused, remembering. Silver. High-grade stuff, just lying there near the surface up in the canyon north of here. Word got out, naturally. Nothing travels faster than a whisper of easy riches. This street, she gestured vaguely towards the front of the store, was choked with freight wagons bringing in supplies, ore wagons hauling out fortunes. Tents and lean-tos sprung up like mushrooms after a rain. We had 3 saloons then, not just the Last Chance. Dance halls, gambling dens, the works. Money flowed like whiskey. Maybe easier. Rip could picture it. He'd seen boomtowns before. Feverish places burning bright and fast, attracting saints and sinners alike, mostly sinners. Hard to reconcile that image with the husk he'd ridden into. Every boom attracts flies, Rip said. And wolves, Clara added grimly. We had our share. Claim jumpers, gamblers looking to fleece the lucky ones, road agents hitting the ore shipments. And outlaws using the chaos as cover. Men drifted in and out. Nobody asking too many questions as long as the silver held out. She put the ore chunk down with a soft click. The biggest strike was up at the North Star mine. That's where it happened. Her voice dropped, losing the reminiscent tone, becoming flat, guarded. The massacre. Rip waited. He'd heard the word before, whispered, implied. Now it lay bare between them. Details get fuzzy over time, Clara continued, choosing her words carefully. People remember things different, or choose to forget. But the bones of it, a crew working the North Star hit the motherlode. Richest vein yet. They were celebrating, supposedly. Then something went wrong. Badly wrong. She looked towards the barred window, her gaze fixed on the alley dust. Some say it was claim jumpers hitting the mine, trying to take it all. Others whisper it was internal, partners turning on each other over the spoils. Greed's a powerful poison. What did the law say? Clara gave a short, bitter laugh. The law back then was a marshal 60 miles away who showed up 3 days later when it was all over. Found what was left. The mine tunnels were collapsed in places, timbers blown out. Looked like dynamite was used. Reckoned nearly a dozen men died up there. Some shot, some caught in the blasts. Never got a clear count, not really. Bodies were buried where they lay, mostly. The ground up there. She shuddered slightly. Considered cursed even before this wraith business started. And the silver? Gone, Clara said simply. Whatever they pulled out that day, whatever caused the fight, it vanished. Cleaned out. That was the end of the boom. The massacre spooked folks bad. The main vein was buried under tons of rock from the collapse. People started drifting away, chasing the next rumor down the line. Redemption Ridge began to die right then and there. She fell silent, the weight of the story filling the small office. Rip let the silence sit for a moment before asking the next question. So where does the outlaw fit in? The one folks say is doing the haunting now. Clara picked up the paperweight again, her knuckles white. That's the part that fuels the ghost stories. Part of the legends surrounding the massacre. She hesitated, as if reluctant to give the story voice, even while debunking it. There was an outlaw crew operating in the territory around that time, led by a man named Ezekiel Boone. She said the name carefully, watching Rip's face for reaction. He kept his expression neutral, though the name snagged somewhere in the back of his memory, filed away with old warrants and campfire tales. Notorious. Vicious. Supposedly killed years ago, down near the border. Boone and his boys, Clara went on. They were rumored to have struck some kind of deal with one of the factions at the North Star, maybe planning a robbery together, maybe offering protection. The story goes, Boone was double-crossed during the massacre. Left for dead with his partners by the very men he'd made a deal with. Shot in the back and thrown down a shaft while the town's founding fathers, or the ones who survived the bloodbath anyway, made off with both the silver and Boone's stash. Convenient story, Rip murmured. Blames the dead, absolves the living who benefited. Isn't it just? Clara agreed, a cynical twist to her lips. After the massacre, with the silver gone and Boone supposedly dead, a few key men suddenly had enough capital to build respectable businesses, bring their families, establish the town proper. They became the town council, the pillars of the community. She didn't name names, but the implication was clear. The roots of Redemption Ridge were sunk deep in blood money and betrayal. So the legend was born, she continued. Ezekiel Boone, cheated and murdered, his angry spirit trapped in the mine, tied to the stolen treasure. They say he rises, the wraith, seeking vengeance on the descendants of those who betrayed him. Looking for his lost gold. She shook her head. It was just a story people told their kids to keep them away from the abandoned mine. Until recently. Until people started dying again, Rip finished for her. Yes. Clara met his eyes, the weariness back, deeper now. Tanner, Hemlock, the Colliers. Their families weren't directly involved in the founding, not the original pillars. But maybe they knew something. Or maybe. She trailed off. Maybe the killer just wants us to think it's Boone's ghost. Using the old fear. Targeting people connected, however loosely, to the town's original sin. Keeping everyone guessing, looking over their shoulders, afraid of shadows and whispers from the past. Rip considered it all. A massacre built on greed. A convenient legend about a vengeful ghost. A modern killer exploiting that legend. It was messy. Tangled. But it had the ugly ring of truth to it. The kind of truth that festers in isolated places. The $500 bounty suddenly felt inadequate. This wasn't just about stopping a killer. It was about digging up bodies buried 20 years ago, figuratively and maybe literally. You think the current killer is connected to that massacre? Or just using the story? I don't know, Clara admitted honestly. That's what I need you to find out. Find him. Stop him. Before there's no town left to save. She leaned forward again, the intensity back in her gaze. So, Rip, are you just passing through? Or are you the man Sutter thought you were? The question hung there again. He looked at Clara Hale, shouldering the weight of a town built on a bloody secret, now facing a killer hiding in its darkest legend. He thought about the fear outside, the whispers, the empty street. He thought about $500. And he thought, not for the first time, that he had a bad habit of stepping into trouble that wasn't his. He ran a hand over his jaw, feeling the grit of the trail. Tell me more about this mine. Chapter 5. Rip straightened up from leaning against the wall near Clara's desk. He hadn't said yes outright, not in so many words. Didn't need to. They both knew the hook was set. Asking about the North Star mine was agreement enough. A man didn't inquire after the specifics of the hunting ground unless he planned on joining the hunt. Clara's shoulders seemed to lose some of their rigid tension, though the weariness in her eyes remained. The mine, she said, her voice regaining some briskness, the mayor taking charge again. It's maybe 2 miles north of town. Trail starts behind the old assay office, winds up into Diablo Spine. Can't miss it. What's left of the headframe stands out against the ridge. She paused. But Rip, be careful. It's bad ground up there. Treacherous footing, shafts hidden by brush. And that's before you consider who, or what, might be using it for a den. Careful's how I stay breathing, Rip replied, gathering his rifle and the few supplies he'd bought earlier. Coffee and cartridges. Seemed fitting for the job ahead. He gave a curt nod. Appreciate the information, Mayor. And the offer. I'll look around. See what shakes loose. Finding who's doing the shaking is the trick, Clara said dryly. Check back here when you know something. Anything. He nodded again and turned, leaving the small office and stepping back into the main part of the mercantile. Beth, the young clerk, was still behind the counter, pretending to rearrange tins of peaches. She didn't look up as he passed. The bell above the door gave its tinny little jingle as he stepped back out onto the porch, the late afternoon sun hitting him square in the face. The light was different now. Lower in the sky, stretching shadows long and thin across the dusty street. The heat had lessened somewhat, but the oppressive silence remained, maybe even deepened as twilight approached. The town felt suspended, waiting for nightfall, waiting for whatever came with it. That feeling of being watched hadn't faded while he was inside talking to the mayor. If anything, it felt stronger now, more focused. He paused on the mercantile porch, letting his eyes scan the street, the buildings, the alleys. Nothing overt. A curtain fluttered in an upstairs window of the defunct hotel. A dog barked somewhere in the distance, quickly silenced. But the stillness felt charged, unnatural. His instincts, honed by years of walking into places where friendliness was a luxury, screamed at him. He stepped down onto the street, intending to head back towards the livery. Maybe arrange for a room if Sutter knew of one that wasn't actively collapsing. He kept the Winchester held loosely across his body, his gaze sweeping left and right, taking in the details. The peeling paint, the broken boardwalk planks, the way the shadows pooled thick and dark in the spaces between buildings. That's when he saw him. Not clearly, not at first. Just movement. Down at the southern edge of town where the buildings petered out into scrubby grassland and scattered rock formations marking the start of the rough country beyond. A flicker of darkness against the sun-bleached grass, gone almost as soon as it registered. Rip stopped. He stood perfectly still, blending with the backdrop of the weathered storefronts, letting his eyes adjust, focusing on the spot. Patience. Sometimes the best way to see something was to stop looking for it directly. There. Again. A figure, standing partially concealed behind a cluster of warped juniper near the spot where the trail Rip had ridden in on, emerged from the broken land. Too far to make out features, but definitely a man dressed in dark clothing. He wasn't moving now, just standing there utterly still, watching the town. Watching him. Rip felt the hairs on the back of his neck prickle. This wasn't some fearful townie sneaking a peek. This was different. The stillness of the figure, the deliberate concealment, the focused attention, it felt professional. Or predatory. He shifted his grip slightly on the Winchester. He could raise the rifle, call out. But what would that achieve? The figure was too far for a reliable shot, especially in the fading light. And calling out would just send him scrambling. Better to close the distance, get a look, maybe ask a question or two, forcefully if need be. Without hurry, but without hesitation either, Rip started walking. Not directly towards the figure, but angling across the street, heading towards the gap between the blacksmith shop and the last dilapidated shack on that side. It put the buildings between him and the watcher momentarily, but it was the quickest route to cut the distance. His boots made almost no sound in the thick dust. He moved with a fluid economy, his eyes constantly scanning, checking rooftops, windows, alley mouths. He reached the gap between the buildings, the space choked with tumbleweeds and discarded junk. He slipped through, emerging into the open area behind the main street buildings. The ground here was uneven, littered with debris. The edge of town, where he'd seen the figure, was maybe 50 yards away now, across the open scrubby ground. He risked a quick glance. The figure was gone from behind the juniper clump. Rip swore under his breath. He scanned the area, the scattered rocks, the thicker patches of brush near where the trail dipped out of sight. Nothing. Vanished. He started forward again, faster now, breaking into a ground-eating lope. He wasn't a young man built for sprinting anymore, but he could cover ground when he needed to. He reached the juniper clump where the figure had stood. The scent of dust and dry vegetation filled the air. He crouched, scanning the ground. Disturbed earth, scuffed bootprints but indistinct, already blurring in the loose soil. Nothing that told him much. He looked towards the trail, the direction the figure must have gone. Broken country out there. Rocks, gullies, shadow draws. A man who knew the terrain could disappear in seconds. He moved quickly towards the trail's edge, dropping low, using a formation of weathered sandstone for cover. He peered into the descending twilight. The trail snaked down into shadow. He listened intently. The chirp of crickets starting up their nightly chorus. The sigh of a faint breeze through the dry grass. Nothing else. No snapping twig, no dislodged pebble, no sound of hurried retreat. Whoever it was, they knew how to move. Quietly, efficiently, leaving damned little sign. Like a ghost. Or a very skilled man, trying hard to seem like one. Rip stayed there for a long minute, scanning the darkening landscape, every sense on high alert. Frustration gnawed at him. He'd been watched, sized up, and then the watcher had simply melted away. It was unsettling. It proved Clara right. There was someone active out here, someone capable. But it answered none of the important questions. Was that the Wraith himself, scouting? Or someone else entirely? Maybe one of the fearful townsfolk trying to keep tabs on the newcomer? Could have even been one of Clara's own people, checking him out on her orders. He didn't know. And not knowing, in a place like Redemption Ridge, was a dangerous state to be in. He straightened up slowly, brushing dust from his knees. The encounter left a bad taste in his mouth. It felt like being toyed with, tested. He looked back at the town. The first few lamps were beginning to glow yellow in windows here and there, feeble points of light against the encroaching dark. The buildings looked like dark, hunched shapes, guarding their secrets. The town felt even smaller now, the surrounding wilderness closer, more threatening. He turned his back on the empty trail and headed towards the lights, the weight of the Winchester a cold comfort in his hands. He needed a drink. And then he needed to pay another visit to Mr. Sutter at the livery. A room for the night suddenly seemed like a very good idea. Preferably one with sturdy walls and a lock on the door. Chapter 6. The night in Redemption Ridge had been long, punctuated by the kind of silence that screams, Rip had secured a room above the livery from a still nervous Sutter, paying extra for the privilege of a door that bolted, however, rustily. Sleep came in fits and starts, his hand never far from the Colt lying on the floor beside the thin mattress. Every creak of the old building, every gust of wind rattling the loose window pane, sounded like footsteps approaching. Or maybe that was just the town's fear seeping under the door. Morning broke gray and grudging, the sun hidden behind a thin layer of high cloud that promised heat later but offered no cheer now. After checking on Clementine, the mare seemed as uneasy as he felt, and forcing down some dry biscuits and bitter coffee from his own supplies, Rip set out. He skirted the main street, avoiding the few early risers who scurried between buildings like mice afraid of hawks, and picked up the trail Clara had described behind the derelict assay office. It wasn't much of a trail, more a suggestion of passage winding up into the jagged hills that formed the Diablo spine. The ground rose steeply, littered with loose rock and thorny brush that clawed at his denims. The air grew thinner, cleaner, carrying the scent of pine and dry earth. Looking back, Redemption Ridge shrank quickly, a sad little huddle of buildings lost in the vast, uncaring landscape. Up here, the silence felt different, not fearful, but ancient and watchful. The kind of silence that had been here long before the town, and would remain long after it was gone. He climbed steadily for the better part of an hour, the sun finally breaking through the clouds, beating down on the back of his neck. He moved with a hunter's awareness, eyes scanning the slopes above and below, ears tuned to any sound out of place. The encounter the previous evening had sharpened his senses. Someone knew this country, knew how to disappear in it. He wouldn't be caught off guard again if he could help it. Then he saw it, just as Clara described. The skeletal remains of a mine's headframe, perched precariously on the edge of a canyon cutting into the mountainside. Black timbers, weathered gray by years of sun and wind, stark against the pale rock. Below it, spilling down the slope, were the massive, unnaturally colored mounds of tailings, waste rock pulled from the earth's guts, now overgrown with stubborn patches of creosote bush and prickly pear. The North Star. He approached cautiously, leaving the main trail and circling wide, keeping to cover where he could. The place felt wrong. Not just abandoned, but violated. The ground was scarred with old diggings, prospect holes, and the remnants of structures, collapsed sheds, rusting machinery half buried in the earth, timbers scattered like bones. Nature was doing its best to reclaim it, but the violence of its past clung to the air. He found the main entrance without much trouble. A dark maw gaping in the mountainside, partially blocked by a rockslide that looked decades old. Heavy timbers, meant to shore up the entrance, were cracked and sagging. A faded sign, riddled with bullet holes, lay half-buried nearby. North Star Mining Company danger, keep out. Sound advice, generally. Rip didn't go straight for the main entrance. He circled the area slowly, examining the ground, looking for recent sign. Old tracks, plenty of them, from deer, coyotes, maybe a mountain lion passing through. But beneath a cluster of pines near a secondary shaft, smaller, possibly an air vent or escape tunnel, he found what he was looking for. Bootprints. Relatively fresh, certainly not 20 years old. Not the clear prints he'd hoped for. The dry, rocky ground wasn't good for tracking. But they were there. Someone had been using this less obvious entrance. And recently. He drew the Colt, checked its load, the familiar weight reassuring in his hand. He took the lantern he'd brought from his saddlebags, uncapped the oil reservoir, checked the wick. He wouldn't go in blind. He listened intently. The wind sighed mournfully around the rocks, a low whistle like a dying man's breath. Dripping water echoed faintly from within the secondary shaft. Nothing else. He slid his feet forward, testing the ground at the entrance of the smaller shaft. It sloped downward steeply for a few yards, then leveled out. He lit the lantern, the small flame catching, casting a pool of yellow light that pushed back the oppressive darkness. He held it aloft and stepped inside. The air hit him first, cold, damp, thick with the smell of wet rock, stale air, and something else, bat guano sharp and acrid. But beneath that, fainter, was the smell of wood smoke, days old perhaps, but definitely there. He moved forward slowly, the lantern beam cutting through the absolute blackness. The tunnel was narrow here, rough-hewn, clearly not a main haulage route. Water dripped steadily from the ceiling, slicking the rock underfoot. His footsteps, careful as they were, echoed unnervingly. The silence of the outside world was gone, replaced by the subterranean sounds of the earth breathing around him. Creaks and groans from unseen timbers, the constant drip 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 of water, the scurry of small unseen things disturbed by the light. He kept moving, deeper into the hillside. The main tunnel likely connected somewhere ahead. He scanned the walls, the floor, the ceiling. Old pick marks scarred the rock. Rusted ore cart rails lay embedded in the floor in places, twisted and useless. He passed side tunnels, dark and uninviting, some clearly collapsed, others just black holes leading nowhere he wanted to go right now. He rounded a bend, and the lantern light fell on something that made him pause. An alcove, slightly wider than the main passage. And signs of use. Distinct signs. A rough circle of stones marked a small fire pit, filled with cold gray ash. Amongst the ash, he spotted the glint of metal. A couple of discarded food tins, peaches by the look of the faded label on one. Much newer than 20 years old. Near the back wall of the alcove lay a pile of burlap sacks, flattened and arranged into a makeshift mattress. A stained, greasy-looking blanket lay crumpled on top. Someone had been living here. Not just passing through, but staying. Recently. Rip crouched down, examining the area more closely. He stirred the ashes with a stick. Cold. The fire hadn't been lit today, maybe not yesterday. He picked up one of the tins. Modern manufacturing. He scanned the ground around the bedding. More boot prints, clearer here on the dusty floor. Size, maybe 9 or 10. Worn heels. Nothing distinctive. A few spent cartridges lay scattered near the edge of the light .45 Colt, same caliber as his own Peacemaker. Common enough. He ran the lantern beam slowly around the alcove. Tucked into a crevice in the rock wall was a small, leather-bound book. Looked like a Bible, maybe. No, the cover was blank. He reached for it, then hesitated. Better not to disturb things too much yet. He stood up slowly, every sense on alert. The discovery confirmed Clara's theory, a human agent using this place. But it also screamed danger. He was in the heart of the beast's den. Was the occupant nearby? Deeper in the mine? Watching him from the darkness just beyond the lantern's reach. The weight of the mine seemed to press down on him, the silence amplifying the pounding of his own heart. The air felt thick, heavy with the memory of the massacre, and the presence of its current hidden inhabitant. He swept the lantern beam around again, probing the shadows the Colt held ready. Finding evidence was one thing. Finding the man who left it would be something else entirely. And Rip had a nasty feeling that encounter wouldn't be nearly as quiet as this exploration had been. Chapter 7. The air in the alcove felt heavy, used up. Rip lingered only a moment longer, sweeping the lantern beam across the crude bedding, the cold ashes, the discarded tins. Someone lived here, all right. Slept here, ate here. Waited here. That was the question that prickled. Waited for nightfall. Waited for victims? Waited for him. He backed out of the alcove slowly, the Colt steady in his hand, the lantern held high. The main passage stretched ahead, deeper into the black belly of the mountain. Logic dictated the mine's inhabitant would likely use the more established tunnels, assuming they weren't collapsed. He started forward again, the beam cutting a swath through darkness so profound it felt solid. Water dripped, a relentless metronome counting off seconds in the earth's deep silence. His boots crunched softly on loose rock and grit. He passed more timbers, some looking worryingly rotten, others surprisingly sound, perhaps replaced more recently than 20 years ago. Hard to tell in the deceptive lantern light. Side tunnels branched off, black holes promising disorientation or ambush. He ignored them, sticking to what felt like the main artery. The tunnel widened slightly, the ceiling higher here. This must have been closer to the main workings. He could see the ghostly outlines of abandoned equipment, the rusted chassis of an ore cart lying on its side, its wheels seized, a pile of decaying canvas hoses, the splintered remains of wooden barrels. Relics of a forgotten frenzy, monuments to greed left to rot. The weight of the massacre felt heavier here, the air colder. He imagined the chaos, the gunfire, the final, desperate moments playing out in this very spot. His lantern beam slid across the rock wall to his right. Usually, he scanned the path ahead, the floor, the ceiling. This time, something caught his eye on the vertical surface. A patch of rock smoother than the surrounding area, strangely clean, as if prepared. He stopped, held the lantern closer. Not natural markings. Not random scratches. Letters. Deeply gouged into the stone, sharp-edged, deliberate. Someone had taken time, applied pressure. This wasn't idle graffiti, it was a statement. His light traced the rough capitals, scraped white against the darker gray rock. Ezekiel. Boone. Beneath the name, almost as an afterthought, a crudely carved symbol, a rattlesnake coiled as if ready to strike. Rip felt the blood drain from his face. The mine, the damp air, the dripping water. It all receded, replaced by a roaring in his ears and a sudden, vivid flash of memory, hot and violent as a gunshot. Dusty cantina south of the border. Cheap tequila burning his throat. Shouting men, overturned table. The acrid smell of black powder smoke stinging his nostrils. A man falling backward, eyes wide with surprise and sudden agony, clutching a blossoming red stain on his chest. Boone. Ezekiel Boone. Looking right at Rip as the life went out of him. Dead. Stone cold dead. Rip had checked himself. He blinked, the mine tunnel snapping back into focus around him, the lantern flame wavering slightly in his suddenly unsteady hand. Boone. Here. Carved into the wall of this cursed mine. It wasn't possible. He'd killed Ezekiel Boone. Watched him die. Left him cooling on a dirt floor in Sonora almost 10 years ago. His mind raced, rejecting the evidence before his eyes. A trick. Had to be. Someone knew the legend, knew Boone's name, maybe even heard the rumors of Boone's demise down south. Someone was playing games, deepening the Wraith myth, adding a layer of authenticity to scare the townsfolk further. Maybe targeting Rip himself, if word of his past connections, however vague, had somehow preceded him. Unlikely. But possible. He forced himself to breathe, slow and steady. Panic was a luxury he couldn't afford, not down here. He held the lantern even closer to the carving, examining it minutely. The cuts were deep, confident. Made with a sharp knife or maybe a chisel. How fresh were they? Hard to say definitively on the bare rock. No obvious weathering, but down here, out of the sun and rain, things lasted. Still they looked recent. The edges felt sharp under his fingertips, the newly exposed rock lighter than the surrounding surface patina. Ezekiel Boone. The name echoed in his thoughts, stirring up ghosts he'd thought long buried. Boone hadn't been just another outlaw. He'd been pure poison. Cunning, ruthless, with a reputation for cruelty that made even hardened men uneasy. Leading a gang, known for leaving no witnesses and taking grim pleasure in their work. The confrontation in Sonora hadn't been planned. It had been a collision course ending the only way it could. Or so Rip had believed. If Boone had somehow survived that wound, survived Rip leaving him for dead, what kind of man would crawl back from that grave? What kind of twisted, burning hatred would fuel him for 10 years? A hatred likely focused on one man above all others, the man who put him down. Rip felt a chill that had nothing to do with the mine's damp air. This changed everything. Clara Hale's plea, the frightened townsfolk, the $500 bounty, that was one thing. Hunting a man who might be Ezekiel Boone, alive and nursing a decade-old grudge against him. That was personal. That was walking back into a firefight he thought he'd already won. The coiled rattlesnake symbol beneath the name. Boone's mark. Rip had seen it before, scratched onto wanted posters mentioned in hushed tones. It confirmed the intention, at least. Whoever carved this wanted it known. Boone was here. Or his ghost was. Or someone invoking his name with deadly purpose. He suddenly felt exposed, vulnerable, the lantern painting a target on his chest. Was the carver watching now, from the impenetrable blackness, just beyond the light's edge? Laughing silently at Rip's shock. Waiting for the perfect moment. He needed to get out. Back into the daylight. Back where he could think, plan. The evidence was found, all right. More significant, more terrifying than he could have imagined. He wasn't just hunting Redemption Ridge's boogeyman anymore. He might be hunting his own past, returned with a vengeance. He backed away from the wall slowly, sweeping the lantern beam in a wide arc, probing the darkness ahead and behind. He turned and began retracing his steps towards the secondary shaft entrance, moving faster now, but still cautious, listening intently over the sound of his own breathing and the steady drip, drip, drip of water that now sounded like a clock ticking down. Every shadow seemed deeper, every noise amplified. The North Star Mine no longer felt just like a place where a massacre happened. It felt like a trap being sprung, with Ezekiel Boone's name scrawled on the bait. Chapter 8. Getting out of the North Star Mine suddenly felt more important than drawing his next breath. Ezekiel Boone. Alive. Maybe. The name carved into the rock felt like a brand on Rip's own skin, pulling tight, reminding him of old violence and the chilling possibility of unfinished business. Every shadow in the tunnel seemed to coalesce, taking on Boone's imagined shape. The dripping water sounded like footsteps keeping pace just behind him in the dark. He moved quickly but deliberately back towards the secondary shaft he'd used for entry, the lantern held high, the Colt feeling like an extension of his own hand. He swept the beam left, right, checking every side passage, every dark recess. The alcove where he'd found the bedding lay empty and silent as he passed, but the air felt colder, charged with menace. He didn't look back. The tunnel narrowed again as he neared the entrance slope. Daylight was a faint promise ahead, a dim grayness filtering down the incline. Almost out. Almost safe. That was usually when it happened. It happened. Not a sound gave warning. No dislodged pebble, no preparatory breath. Just a sudden explosion of movement from a deep shadow recess to his left he'd already scanned twice. A figure, blacker than the surrounding darkness, lunged out low and fast. Rip reacted on pure instinct, years of survival kicking in before conscious thought. He twisted away, bringing the Colt up, but the figure was already inside his reach. Something hard slammed into his gun arm, sending a jolt of pain to his shoulder and knocking the peacemaker from his grasp. It clattered away onto the rocky floor, lost somewhere in the immediate darkness outside the lantern's unsteady pool of light. The lantern itself was wrenched from his other hand, crashing against the wall. The glass chimney shattered. The flame sputtered wildly for a second, casting grotesque dancing shadows, then died, plunging the tunnel into near absolute blackness. Blind. Disarmed. He felt rough fabric against his face, smelled stale sweat and damp earth as the attacker slammed into him, driving him backward. Strong arms wrapped around him, trying to pin his own. A grunt, low and animalistic, near his ear. He struggled, trying to get leverage, his boots slipping on the damp rock. He couldn't see his attacker clearly in the sudden dark, only a vague, man-shaped silhouette against the slightly less black opening of the tunnel mouth 50 feet away. but the impression was of something spectral. Flowing dark cloth, maybe a long coat or cloak. Something covering the head and face, obscuring features, making the shape seem indistinct, unnatural in the gloom. The wraith. Or someone doing a damned convincing impression. A sharp pain flared in his side. A knife. He twisted violently, breaking the hold momentarily, shoving himself away. He heard the blade scrape against rock where his ribs had just been. Close. Too close. He scrambled backward on the floor, trying to orient himself, trying to locate his fallen colt. His hand swept across the gritty stone, finding nothing but loose rock. Where did it go? The figure came again, a looming shadow moving with unnerving speed in the dark. Rip kicked out, connecting with a knee. A sharp intake of breath from the attacker. He used the moment to lurch to his feet, backing away towards the faint light of the entrance. If he could just get outside. The figure pressed him, relentless. Another knife thrust, quicker this time. Rip dodged, felt the whisper of air as the blade passed his ear. He lashed out with a fist, connecting solidly with something that felt like a shoulder or upper chest. Solid, definitely solid. No ghost. They grappled again, a desperate, clumsy struggle in the suffocating darkness. The figure was strong, wiry, fueled by a cold fury. Rip fought back with the grim economy of a cornered animal. He got a hand inside the attacker's guard, felt the rough cloth of a shirt, the hard muscle underneath. He drove his knee up hard, aiming for the groin. A strangled gasp. The hold loosened. Rip shoved hard, staggering the figure back. He didn't wait. He lunged forward, not attacking, but diving past his assailant towards where he thought the colt had fallen. His hands scrabbled frantically on the floor. Rock. Dirt. Then metal. The familiar shape of the peacemaker's grip. He snatched it up, rolling, coming up onto one knee, thumbing the hammer back as he turned. The figure was already recovering, turning back towards him, a dark shape preparing to charge again. There was no time to aim carefully, barely enough light to see a silhouette. Rip fired. The roar of the colt was deafening in the confined space, the muzzle flash a blinding white-orange flare that momentarily illuminated the tunnel, and the figure staggering backward, clutching at their side. In that instant of light, Rip saw it. A dark mask covering the lower face, a wide-brimmed hat pulled low, the glint of startled, hate-filled eyes. A choked cry of pain echoed off the rock walls. The figure stumbled, one hand pressed hard against their left side, just above the hip. They hesitated for only a second, then turned, surprisingly fast for someone just shot, and scrambled up the slope towards the daylight. Rip pushed himself to his feet, his side aching where the knife had nearly found its mark, his ears ringing from the gunshot. He raised the colt again, squinting into the gloom. The figure was already at the top of the incline, silhouetted against the gray light. They glanced back once, a look of pure venom visible even in the dimness, then plunged out of the mine entrance and vanished. Silence crashed back in, broken only by the frantic pounding of Rip's own heart and the ceaseless drip, drip, drip of water somewhere deeper in the mine. He stood there for a long moment, breathing heavily, the smell of gunpowder thick in the air. He checked himself quickly. A shallow slash on his side, bleeding sluggishly but not deep. Bruises starting to form. Nothing broken. Lucky. Damned lucky. He cautiously approached the spot where the attacker had been standing when he fired. His boots scuffed against something wet and sticky on the rock floor. He knelt, touched it. Blood. Dark and thick in the faint light filtering from the entrance. He'd hit him all right. Maybe not a killing shot, not by the way the figure moved getting away, but a solid hit. He moved towards the entrance, Colt held ready, peering out into the daylight. He scanned the area, the tailings piles, the scattered rocks, the path leading back down towards town. Nothing moved. The attacker had disappeared as effectively as the watcher the day before. Gone. Rip stepped out of the mine's chill embrace and into the gray afternoon, taking deep breaths of clean air. He'd found the signs of habitation. He'd found Boone's name. And he'd just gone fist to knife to gun with someone dressed like the town's worst nightmare. Someone human, someone who bled, someone who was fast, knew the mine, and clearly wanted Rip dead. Was it Boone, back from the grave with Rip's bullet in his side now instead of his chest? Or someone else playing a deadly game? He didn't know. But he knew one thing for sure. The stakes in Redemption Ridge had just gone sky high. And the blood on the mine floor was just the beginning. Chapter 9. The walk back down from the North Star mine felt longer than the climb up. Every shadow seemed to pulse with remembered violence. Every gust of wind carried the echo of Boone's name. Rip moved steadily, his jaw tight, the adrenaline from the fight fading, leaving behind a cold anger and the dull ache in his side where the wraith's knife had kissed him. He'd cleaned the cut as best he could with whiskey from his flask and tied a strip torn from his spare shirt around his ribs under his duster. It wouldn't win prizes, but it would hold. Redemption Ridge looked just as sleepy and resigned as before when he reached its edge. But Rip saw it differently now. The shuttered windows weren't just fearful, they were watchful, guarding secrets. The silence wasn't just emptiness, it was the heavy quiet of complicity. He'd gone up the mountain looking for a ghost story's origin. He'd come back knowing he was neck-deep in a conspiracy soaked in old blood and fresh fear. He didn't bother with the livery or finding Sutter. He strode straight down the main street, ignoring the few faces that peered out only to vanish again, his boots kicking up dust that settled around him like a shroud. He walked with purpose, heading directly for the mercantile. He needed answers, the real ones this time, and he figured Mayor Clara Hale was the place to start getting them. The bell above the mercantile door gave its irritating little jingle. Beth, the clerk, was behind the counter again, arranging and rearranging the same stack of canned tomatoes. She looked up, saw Rip's face, the grime, the cold set of his eyes, maybe the faint bloodstain blooming on his duster if she looked close, and went paler than milk. "Mayor," Rip said, his voice flat, leaving no room for argument. "Now." Beth didn't even try to stall. She scurried to the back office door, knocked timidly, and practically leapt out of the way as Clara Hale opened it. Clara took one look at Rip, at the hard lines around his mouth, the way he carried himself like a tightly coiled spring, and knew the situation had changed. Her own face seemed to tighten, bracing for impact. "My office," she said, her voice low, and stepped back to let him enter. She closed the door firmly behind them, shutting out the store and Beth's wide, frightened eyes. The small office felt even more claustrophobic than before. Rip didn't wait for an invitation. He turned to face her, keeping his back to the wall, his hand resting near the butt of his Colt. "We need to talk about Ezekiel Boone," he said, skipping preamble. Clara flinched almost imperceptibly, but her eyes didn't waver. "What about him?" "Found his name. Carved into the mine wall up there, big as life." Rip watched her face closely. "Or maybe bigger, considering I put him in the ground, myself, 10 years back down Sonora way." He saw it then, a flicker of something in her eyes. Not just surprise. Recognition? Confirmation? "And that's not all," Rip continued, his voice dangerously soft. "Seems Mr. Boone, or someone who likes playing dress-up, doesn't appreciate visitors. Jumped me near the entrance. Tried to stick me like a pig." He tapped his wounded side lightly. "Put a bullet in him for his trouble. Left side, above the hip. He ran off, but he was bleeding." Clara's composure finally cracked. She sank down onto the chair behind her desk, her face ashen. "He attacked you? Inside the mine?" "Tried to. Dressed like the wraith folks whisper about." Rip leaned forward slightly. "Now, Mayor, you told me folks were scared of a ghost story. Told me you thought it was a man. But you didn't tell me the ghost story might have Ezekiel Boone's name attached, did you?" And you sure as hell didn't tell me why this town is so terrified that they'd rather let a killer pick them off one by one than face the truth. Clara started, then stopped. She looked down at her hands, clenched tight on the desk blotter. Don't lie to me, Mayor, Rip said, his voice still quiet but carrying the weight of the violence he'd just survived. I almost died up there because I didn't have the full picture. That stops now. What is this town hiding about that massacre? What part did Boone really play? And why does his name showing up make everyone look like they've seen their own damn funeral? Clara raised her head, her eyes filled with a terrible weariness, the look of someone who'd carried a crushing weight for too long. Because it might be true, Rip, she whispered, the fight seeming to drain out of her. Not the ghost part, but the rest of it. The betrayal? The stolen gold? She nodded mutely. The official story, claim jumpers, partners turning on each other, it was cleaner. Easier. Something the town could live with. But not the truth. No. She took a shaky breath. The truth is that some of the men who founded this town, the ones who survived and prospered after the massacre, they weren't innocent bystanders. They made a deal with Boone, just like the legend says. Lured him in, planning to double-cross him and his gang, take the mine's silver and whatever Boone had. Rip felt a cold knot tighten in his gut. So the old story wasn't just a story. Something went wrong up there, Clara continued, her voice barely audible. Maybe Boone suspected. Maybe someone got greedy or lost their nerve. Fighting broke out. People died on all sides. Boone, everyone assumed he died with his men. The survivors, the town founders, they took the gold, Boone's included, buried the bodies and the truth, collapsed the mine entrance, and started building Redemption Ridge on a foundation of murder and theft. And folks know this. Rip pressed. The ones living here now. The direct descendants do, Clara admitted, looking away, shamefaced. The Sutters, the Hales, my late husband's family, the Hemlocks, others. It's been a shadow. Passed down. A secret everyone knows but nobody speaks of aloud. A collective guilt. So the hostility, Rip said, understanding dawning. The fear when I wrote in, asking questions. It wasn't just the wraith. It was fear of me. Fear I'd stir things up, uncover the old crime. Clara nodded miserably. They think, we think, the wraith is targeting people connected to that past. Maybe someone else who knows the secret, seeking revenge for a slighted ancestor. Or maybe, her voice faltered, maybe it really is Boone, somehow, come back for vengeance against the bloodlines of those who betrayed him. The thought clearly terrified her, despite her earlier skepticism about ghosts. And they figure me digging around is like poking a rattler with a stick, Rip concluded grimly. Bound to make it strike again, maybe at them next. Yes. Her voice was barely a whisper. They think your questions, your presence, will bring more death down on us. They just want it to stop, even if it means living under the wraith's shadow, hoping he takes someone else next time. They don't want the past dug up. They're terrified of what else might crawl out. Rip stared at her, the pieces falling into place with sickening clarity. He wasn't just a hired gun here. He was a catalyst, a threat to the rotten peace the town had made with its own history. Clara hadn't just hired him to stop a killer. She'd hired him knowing it might ignite the very powder keg the town had been sitting on for 20 years. Her desperation had outweighed her fear, but just barely. You should have told me, Clara, he said, the anger replaced by a cold weariness that mirrored her own. All of it. I know. She looked him straight in the eye then, her own filled with desperation and a plea for understanding. I was afraid you wouldn't help. Afraid you'd ride out like everyone else. And I couldn't. I can't let this thing, whoever or whatever it is, destroy what's left of this town. Even if it's built on lies. Rip looked away, towards the barred window. The town's secret was out, at least to him. A guilty town, terrified of its past, stalked by a killer who might be the very man they'd wronged, or someone using his name like a loaded gun. And he was standing right in the middle of it, with a wounded killer somewhere out in the hills who now knew his face. The job hadn't just gotten complicated. It had gotten personal, tangled, and a whole lot deadlier. Chapter 10. The whiskey burned a welcome trail down Rip's throat, cutting through the dust and the lingering, metallic taste of fear from the mine. He stood alone at the far end of the long bar in the Last Chance saloon, the glass heavy in his hand. The place was as quiet as a church during plague season. Only 3 other men occupied the space, 2 old-timers nursing beers at a corner table, murmuring too low for him to hear, and the same grim-faced bartender from the day before, polishing the already gleaming mahogany with funereal concentration. Rip stared into the amber depths of his glass, swirling the cheap liquor. Clara's confession replayed in his mind. A town built on blood money and betrayal, haunted by its own guilt. Now terrified the bill was finally coming due in the form of a killer wearing a ghost's mask. A killer who might be Ezekiel Boone, back from hell with a hate list likely topped by Rip's own name. And he'd wounded him. Put his mark on the devil himself, maybe. Which meant the devil knew Rip was here, knew he was hunting. Wonderful. He needed allies, but who could he trust in a town drowning in secrets and fear? Clara was desperate, maybe honest now, but compromised by her position and the town's collective guilt. Sutter was scared witless. The rest of the townsfolk saw him as a threat, a matchstick nearing their own carefully constructed powder keg. He was on his own, which was usually how he preferred it, except when the target might be a resurrected demon with a personal grudge. The batwing doors at the saloon entrance creaked open, letting in a slice of the gray afternoon light. Rip didn't look up immediately, just watched the reflection in the mirror behind the bar. A figure stepped inside, pausing just past the doors, letting their eyes adjust. Tall, lean, dressed practical, canvas trousers tucked into scuffed knee-high boots, a plain dark shirt and a worn leather vest. A low-crowned, wide-brimmed hat sat squarely on their head, casting a shadow over the upper face. A gun belt rode easy on the hips, holster tied down, holding a Navy Colt. Practical, efficient, no frills. The figure moved with a certain fluid grace, an economy of motion that spoke of confidence and competence. It was a woman. Rip turned his head slowly. She wasn't conventionally pretty, not in the soft parlor room way. Her face, now visible as she moved further into the room, was angular, weathered by sun and wind, framed by dark hair pulled back severely into a knot at the nape of her neck. Her eyes, steady and disconcertingly direct, swept the room, taking in the old-timers, the bartender, and finally settling on Rip. They were the color of dark honey, and missed nothing. She walked towards the bar, her stride purposeful, boots clicking softly on the worn floorboards. She didn't approach Rip directly, but stopped a few feet down the bar from him. The bartender, moving with uncharacteristic speed, put down his polishing cloth. "Ma'am?" he asked, his voice neutral but wary. Strangers were one thing. A woman dressed and armed like this, walking into his saloon in Redemption Ridge right now, was something else. "Whiskey," she said, her voice low and clear with a slight rasp. She didn't look at the bartender, her gaze still fixed on Rip in the back bar mirror. The bartender poured the drink without comment. She picked it up, turned slightly, leaning an elbow back against the bar, positioning herself so she could watch Rip without seeming to stare directly. She took a slow sip of the whiskey, her eyes never leaving his reflection. Rip met her gaze in the mirror. Neither of them spoke for a long moment. The silence stretched, filled only by the low murmur from the corner table and the buzzing of a trapped fly against a dirty windowpane. Finally she spoke, her voice pitched just loud enough for him to hear. "Heard there was commotion up at the North Star this morning." It wasn't a question. Rip took another sip of his own whiskey. "News travels fast." "Sounded like gunfire," she continued, ignoring his evasion. One shot. Loud. Might have been. She took another sip of her drink, considering him. Man fitting your description rode into town yesterday. Asking questions. Stirring things up. Just trying to get my bearings, Rip said mildly. A faint smile touched her lips, gone as quickly as it appeared. Bearings? Or the $500 bounty Mayor Hale put up? Rip turned fully then, leaning his back against the bar, facing her directly. You seem well informed. I make it my business to be informed, she replied coolly. Especially when there's money involved. Or trouble that needs settling. She held his gaze. Name's Sarah. Sarah Bishop. She didn't offer a handshake. Rip, he said, equally curt. So, Rip, Sarah Bishop continued, swirling the whiskey in her glass. Did you run into the town boogeyman up there? The Wraith. Had a conversation, Rip admitted dryly. He wasn't much for talking. But he bled, she pressed, her eyes sharp. Rip hesitated. Sharing information with a stranger, especially one who carried a gun like she knew how to use it and seemed interested in the same bounty, went against his grain. But he was short-handed, and this woman, she had an air about her. A professional stillness. Maybe she was the business. He bled, Rip confirmed. Left side. Sarah nodded slowly, absorbing this. A flicker of something, satisfaction? Crossed her face. Good. That simplifies things. Simplify how? Proves he's meat, not smoke, she said bluntly. Easier to track something that leaves a trail. She finished her whiskey in one gulp, placing the glass firmly back on the bar. That $500 Clarice offering, it's not enough for taking down a legend. But it's a start. You aiming to collect? I'm aiming to stop whoever's gutting this town, she corrected, her voice hardening slightly. Got my own reasons. Let's just say the Wraith cost me something personal. The bounty's just incentive. Rip studied her. A bounty hunter, then. Driven by more than just coin. It made her dangerous, but maybe also reliable up to a point. Two hunters after the same prey, in hostile territory. They could compete, get in each other's way, maybe even end up aiming at each other. Or they could pool their resources. This Wraith, Rip said slowly, thinking aloud as much as talking to her. He knows the mine. Knows how to move quiet. Knows how to fight dirty. And he might be Ezekiel Boone. Sarah's eyes narrowed slightly at the name, but she didn't look surprised. Boone? Heard he died years ago. So did I, Rip said grimly. Someone carved his name on the mine wall like a calling card. Sarah considered this, rubbing her chin thoughtfully. Boone, that changes the odds. Makes it uglier. She looked directly at Rip. Makes it damn stupid to go after him alone. Especially now he knows you're onto him. And wounded him. Got a suggestion? Rip asked, though he already knew where this was heading. Yeah. Sarah pushed herself off the bar. We pool our resources. Share what we know. Hunt him down together. Split the bounty 50-50. Don't like partners, Rip stated flatly. Neither do I, Sarah shot back just as flatly. Partnerships get complicated. People get greedy or stupid or dead. But trying to take down Boone, or whoever this killer is in this town, on our own. That's just suicide, dressed up as independence. She had a point. A hard, practical point he couldn't easily dismiss. He didn't like it, didn't trust her worth a damn yet. But she was right. The alternative looked worse. All right, Bishop, Rip said after a moment's consideration. 50-50 on the bounty. We share relevant information. Watch each other's backs. But we don't get in each other's way. And if one of us decides the partnership ain't working, we dissolve it clean. Agreed. Sarah nodded sharply. Agreed. Seems practical. She looked around the quiet, tense saloon. But maybe we continue this conversation somewhere less public. Rip nodded. He picked up his glass, drained the last of the whiskey. An alliance. Uneasy, untrusting, born of pure necessity. He had a partner. He wasn't sure if that made things better or just twice as dangerous. Chapter 11. Dawn broke cold and clear over Redemption Ridge, the kind of sharp, unforgiving light that reveals every flaw. Rip met Sarah Bishop near the livery stable, as arranged, the air crisp enough to see their breath plume. He'd spent another restless night, the confrontation with Clara, and the subsequent uneasy alliance with Sarah churning in his thoughts alongside the memory of the fight in the mine. Boone. The Wraith. The town's rotten secret. It was a viper's nest, and he'd just agreed to crawl in deeper with a woman he barely knew, who carried her own gun and her own unexplained reasons for being there. Sarah looked like she'd slept even less than he had, but her eyes were sharp, alert. She carried a Winchester of her own now, in addition to the Navy Colt, and had a canteen and a small possibles bag slung over her shoulder. Practical. Ready. Trail's likely cold, she said without preamble, her voice a low rasp in the dawn quiet. And he'd have done his best to hide it after getting away. Blood doesn't hide easy on rock, Rip replied, checking the loads in his own Colt. And he was losing a fair amount. Let's see where he ran. They skirted the town again, avoiding the main street, and picked up the path leading towards the North Star mine. The climb felt familiar now, but tinged with a new urgency. They moved quickly, wasting no time, scanning the ground, the surrounding rocks, the skyline. They worked well together, almost without needing to speak. Rip took point, his eyes glued to the ground near the secondary mine entrance where he'd last seen the wraith figure disappear. Sarah covered the higher ground, her rifle held loosely, her gaze sweeping the ridges for any sign of ambush. An unspoken division of labor, born of professional instinct. It didn't take Rip long to find the first sign. A dark, ugly smear on a flat piece of sandstone, just outside the mine entrance, mostly soaked in but unmistakable. Here, he said quietly. Sarah came down quickly, crouching beside him. She examined the stain, then scanned the ground leading away from it. Heading northwest. Towards the broken country, not back down the main trail. Trying to avoid town, Rip surmised. Or heading for a bolt hole. They started tracking, moving slowly now, meticulously. The blood trail wasn't obvious. A drop here on a patch of gravel, another faint smear on the side of a rock where the fleeing man might have steadied himself. It was painstaking work. The attacker had been wounded, yes, but also thinking clearly enough to try and conceal his passage, sticking to rocky ground where tracks wouldn't hold, avoiding patches of soft earth. Knows this terrain, Sarah muttered after 20 minutes of slow progress, pointing to a barely perceptible scuff mark on lichen-covered rock. Grew up here, maybe. Or spent a lot of time hiding out in these hills. Boone knew how to live rough, Rip offered, remembering the outlaw's reputation. Lots of men do, Sarah countered noncommittally. She wasn't ready to buy the Boone theory wholesale yet, Rip could tell. Maybe she had reason not to. The trail led them away from the mine, cutting across the rugged slopes, dipping into dry washes choked with mesquite and catclaw, climbing over ridges that offered stark views of the desolate landscape. Whoever their quarry was, he was tough, moving fast despite the wound in his side. The blood sign grew sparser, harder to find. Once they lost it completely for nearly half an hour, circling patiently until Rip spotted a single, dried drop on a faded agave leaf. They followed it for another hour, the sun climbing higher, baking the rocks around them. The trail led them down into a shallow canyon, carved by centuries of flash floods. A thin trickle of water, maybe runoff from some hidden spring higher up, snaked along the canyon floor. He'd head for water, Rip said. To drink, maybe wash the wound. They followed the faint signs along the watercourse. Then, abruptly, the blood trail vanished. They cast around, checking both banks, the rocks in the stream bed itself. Nothing. Washed it out, Sarah said, straightening up, frustration tightening her lips. Walked in the water for a ways, cleaned himself up. Smart. Rip nodded grimly. Their prey wasn't just tough, he was cunning. The direct trail was gone. He scanned the canyon walls, the landscape ahead. Where would a wounded man go from here? Could have gone upstream or down, Rip said. Or climbed out anywhere along here. Let's check the banks further down, Sarah suggested. Might have picked up the trail again after leaving the water. They spent another fruitless hour searching downstream, then doubling back to search upstream from where the trail vanished. Nothing. The wraith, whoever he was, had disappeared as effectively as he had the night before. Rip stood on the canyon rim, looking back the way they'd come, then towards the distant smudge of Redemption Ridge. Following the blood had been a long shot anyway. Now what? Sarah was hunkered down near a cluster of boulders, not far from where the trail had ended at the creek. She wasn't looking for blood anymore, but seemed to be examining the ground intently. Rip walked over. Find something? She didn't answer immediately, just pointed towards the base of the largest boulder. Tucked into a narrow crevice, almost hidden from view, was a small object. A button. Plain, dark metal, the kind used on work shirts or canvas coats. 4 holes, standard make. But lodged in one of the holes was a single strand of thread. Gray thread. Could be anyone's, Rip said. Maybe. Sarah carefully worked the button loose with the tip of her knife. But look where we are. She gestured vaguely down the canyon, then back towards the direction of the town. This canyon doesn't lead directly away from town if you follow it far enough. It curves back, comes out about half a mile west of the Hemlock place. Rip frowned. Hemlock. The old man found dead in his well, one of the recent victims Beth had mentioned. Whose family, Clara had implied, was connected to the town's founding generation. And this button, Sarah continued, holding it up. Looks like the kind old man Hemlock used to wear on that canvas coat he always had on, winter or summer. Remembered seeing him sewing one back on, once outside the mercantile. Same gray thread. Rip looked at the button, then back towards the canyon's course. The wounded wraith, fleeing the mine, hadn't just run blindly into the wilderness. He'd potentially passed close by the property of one of his previous victims. Or maybe he'd been heading there. Had Hemlock surprised him somehow near this spot before? Or was the killer drawn back to the scenes of his crimes? Or was he scouting his next target, and Hemlock's place was just geographically significant? Could be coincidence, Rip said, though he didn't believe it. Not much for coincidence, Sarah stated flatly. Not in this town. Not now. She stood up, pocketing the button carefully. First Tanner, the sheriff. Then Hemlock. The Collier boys vanished up near the mine itself. Now this killer, after getting shot, heads this way, towards Hemlock's land. He's not hitting random targets, Rip concluded, voicing the thought forming in both their minds. He's choosing them. People connected to this town's past. People connected to the massacre? Looks that way, Sarah agreed grimly. Which means he probably has a list. And Hemlock wasn't the last name on it. The realization hung heavy between them. The hunt for the wounded man had failed, but the trail had led them somewhere arguably worse, to the chilling certainty that the wraith was following a deliberate, vengeful pattern. A pattern rooted in the town's dark history. And they had no idea who was next. Chapter 12. Sleep offered no escape in Redemption Ridge, just a different kind of trouble. Rip lay on the lumpy mattress in the room above Sutter's livery, the bolted door providing scant comfort against the ghosts both outside and in. The throbbing in his side was a dull counterpoint to the thoughts chasing their tails in his head, Boone's name carved raw into rock, the desperate fight in the black mine tunnel, the blood trail vanishing like smoke, Sarah Bishop's watchful eyes, Clara's weary confession of a town built on lies. He'd cleaned the knife slash again, splashed more whiskey on it that burned like hellfire, and rebounded tightly. Didn't seem infected, but it pulled with every breath, a constant reminder. Outside, the town was tomb quiet. No dogs barked, no drunks sang. Just the occasional creak of cooling timber, or the sigh of the wind finding gaps in the building's tired frame. It was the kind of quiet that felt loud, pressing in, making a man jumpy. He stared up at the cracked ceiling, barely visible in the gloom, the cold peacemaker resting heavy on the floorboards within arm's reach. He wasn't used to feeling rattled, but the business with Boone. Seeing that name, it had dredged up things he preferred to keep buried deeper than any mine shaft. The certainty he'd felt leaving that cantina in Sonora 10 years ago felt brittle now, thin as old ice over deep water. Eventually, sheer exhaustion began to win. His thoughts blurred, the sharp edges softening. The room faded. The rhythmic throbbing in his side seemed to morph into something else, a different beat. Dynamite. The roar deafening, echoing, shaking the very rock around him. Dust choked the air, thick and acrid, stinging his eyes, coating his throat. Lantern light swung wildly, casting huge distorted shadows that leapt and danced like demons. Men shouted, cursed, screamed. Gunfire exploded nearby, sharp cracks competing with the deeper boom of the blasts. Chaos. He was running, stumbling through a low-ceilinged tunnel. Not Rip. Someone else. Heart hammering against ribs, not just from exertion but from rage. Blinding, searing rage. Betrayal. The words screamed in his mind, louder than the explosions. Faces flashed in the chaotic light. Familiar faces, men he dealt with, trusted after a fashion. Grinning, wolfish grins contorted now by greed and panic. Hale. Sutter's kin, maybe. Hemlock. Names he knew from Redemption Ridge, younger then, harder. Their guns spitting fire towards him. Towards his boys. Took the silver. They took Boone's gold too. Someone yelled, the voice tight with panic and avarice. His gold. His. Hard-earned, stolen fair and square from others, but his nonetheless. And the silver from the mine strike, they were supposed to split. Liars. Backshooters. Small-town thieves playing at being wolves. Another blast, closer this time. Timbers splintered overhead, raining down rock and debris. He ducked into a side passage, firing his own pistol back towards the shifting lights, the shots drowned out by the cacophony. He saw one of them fall, couldn't tell who in the smoke and confusion. Good. He needed to get out, regroup. Find his remaining men. But the way back was cut off, blocked by falling rock, maybe deliberately set. Trapped. Cornered like a rat. Then pain, sharp and blinding, low in his back, near the side. He stumbled, catching himself against the rough tunnel wall. Looked down. Darkness bloomed on his shirt, even in the dim light. Someone had shot him from behind. One of them. A coward's shot. He turned, sinking to one knee, raising his pistol towards a flickering light approaching down a connecting tunnel. A face peered around the corner, younger, leaner, but the eyes cold, calculating. Rip's eyes. No. Couldn't be. But familiar somehow. Another betrayal. Then blackness rushed in, not from unconsciousness, but from a deeper blast, the final one, collapsing the tunnel, burying him in rock and rage and the suffocating weight of the double cross. Rip woke with a gasp, sitting bolt upright on the cot, his heart slamming against his ribs like a trapped bird. Sweat soaked his shirt, cold in the night air. The room was pitch black, silent save for his own ragged breathing. The phantom pain in his back echoed the real ache in his side. He swung his legs over the side of the cot, reaching instinctively for the Colt, the cool metal a solid anchor in the disorienting aftermath of the dream. It wasn't just a dream. It felt real. Visceral. He'd been there, felt the rock dust in his throat, the fury, the searing agony of betrayal, and the bullet tearing into flesh. He'd seen it, felt it, through Ezekiel Boone's eyes. He sat there for a long time, letting his breathing slow, the images fading but the feeling lingering, unsettling him to the core. He got up, fumbled for the lamp, lit it. The small flame pushed back the darkness, revealing the shabby room, grounding him back in his own skin. But something had shifted inside him. He walked over to the small, grimy window, peered out at the sleeping town. Just buildings, dark and silent. But now, he saw them differently. Houses built on blood money. Families carrying a secret sin. And Boone. Always Boone. Seeing the massacre, even in a nightmare, through the eyes of the man he'd supposedly killed, it forced a question Rip hadn't allowed himself to ask before. When he'd confronted Boone in that cantina 10 years ago, had it been justice? Or just more violence answering violence? Boone was a killer, no doubt. But Rip was no saint himself. He'd killed men. Necessary killings, he'd always told himself. Self-defense. Bringing in wanted men who wouldn't come quiet. Cleaning up messes. But Boone in Sonora, had that been clean? He remembered the tension, the insults traded, the tequila fueling tempers. Who had drawn first? It happened fast, smoke and noise and Boone going down. Rip had been faster. Or maybe just luckier. He hadn't lingered, hadn't asked questions, hadn't waited for the rurales. He'd just ridden away, leaving Boone's body for the flies, another notch on his gun, another ghost to eventually forget. But he hadn't forgotten. And maybe Boone hadn't stayed dead. The dream forced him to look at it again. Boone, betrayed, shot in the back, left for dead in the North Star mine years before Rip ever faced him in Mexico. Did one act of violence justify another? Did Rip's bullet simply finish a job someone else started? Or was he just another player in a long, bloody game of betrayal and revenge? He didn't have answers. Just the bitter taste of doubt in his mouth, and the disturbing feeling that the line between him and the man he was hunting wasn't as clear as he'd always thought. The ghost haunting Redemption Ridge wasn't just Ezekiel Boone's. It was the ghost of Rip's own certainty, his own carefully constructed justifications. And that was a dangerous ghost to have stirring in the dark. Chapter 13. The dream clung to Rip like grave dust long after the sun was up. He moved through the motions, checking Clementine, fetching water, forcing down some cold jerky, but his mind was elsewhere, replaying the chaos in the mine tunnel, feeling the phantom sting of betrayal, seeing Boone's rage superimposed over his own weary reflection. The town's secret, as revealed by Clara, felt thin now, a sanitized version meant to protect the guilty while still acknowledging a vague sin. The dream hinted at something colder, more calculated. He needed the sharp edges, the names, the real why behind the bloodbath at the North Star. Clara wouldn't have it. Or couldn't give it. Her stake was in holding the town together, managing the fear, dealing with the present horror. Digging deeper into the specific sins of the fathers. Probably not her priority, or maybe too close to home for her husband's family. But Sarah Bishop, she was different. A bounty hunter ran on information. The dirtier the better. And her personal reasons for hunting the wraith, that hinted at a deeper knowledge, maybe a less forgiving perspective on Redemption Ridge's founding citizens. He found her later that morning, not in the saloon or the mercantile, but down by the nearly dry creek bed that marked the town's western edge, near where the canyon trail they'd followed yesterday eventually petered out. She was sitting on an overturned water trough near the ruins of an old tannery, cleaning her navy colt with methodical precision, the pieces laid out neatly on a square of oilcloth. She looked up as he approached, her eyes wary but unsurprised, as if she'd been expecting him. "Quiet morning," Rip observed, stopping a few feet away, leaning against the crumbling adobe wall of the tannery ruin. Town's holding its breath, Sarah replied, snapping the cylinder back into the Colt's frame with a decisive click. Waiting to see who the wraith comes for next. She didn't ask about his night, but her eyes scanned his face, maybe noticing the lingering tension. Had a talk with Mayor Hale yesterday, Rip said, deciding to lay a card down. After our trip up the canyon. Got the official, secret history. Founding fathers got greedy during the massacre, covered it up. Town's been living with the guilt since. Sarah paused in wiping down the barrel, looked up at him. That the story she told you? A hint of cynicism touched her voice. Got greedy during the massacre. Like it was an accident. Spur of the moment, foolishness. You hear it different? She sighted down the clean barrel, then began reassembling the pistol. Let's just say my sources paint a picture with harder lines. She glanced towards the main part of town, invisible from here but looming large in their conversation. My personal reason for being here? Name was Marcus Thorne. Prospector. Had a small claim up near the North Star, pulled out just enough to get by. Wasn't part of the big strike, wasn't part of Boone's business. Just a man in the wrong place. Rip waited. He saw things during the massacre, Sarah continued, her voice low and flat. Tried to report it afterward, talking about a planned ambush, not just a chaotic fight. Talking about who led it. Hale's father-in-law. Hemlock's old man. Sutter's uncle. The same men who suddenly had enough cash to build this town after the dust settled and the bodies were buried. So, the dream hadn't been far off. Specific names. A conspiracy. What happened to Thorne? Rip asked. What do you think? Sarah gave a short, bitter laugh. He had an accident. Fell down a prospect hole a week later. Convenient. My grandmother was his sister. She never believed the accident story. Told me about it when I was old enough to understand that sometimes the worst monsters don't wear masks. They wear preacher collars or mayor's chains. That explained her cynicism, her drive. It wasn't just a job, it was family history, old injustice seeking balance. So the founders didn't just take advantage of chaos, Rip stated, fitting the pieces together. They created it. Planned to wipe out Boone and anyone else who stood in their way. That's how I read it, Sarah confirmed, holstering her freshly cleaned Colt. They likely lured Boone in with promises of partnership on the big silver strike. Easy pickings. Then they set a trap. Used dynamite to seal escape routes. Gunned down Boone's men in cold blood. And it wasn't just the mine's silver they were after. She looked Rip straight in the eye. Boone, for all his sins, was successful. Rumor always was he carried his entire stash with him. Gold coin, jewelry, ransom money. Easier to keep close than trust a bank or bury it somewhere he might forget. They figured on taking that too. A double haul. And Boone was supposed to have died in the ambush, Rip mused, the mine wall carving flashing in his mind. Shot and buried with the rest. Supposed to, Sarah agreed. But Boone was notoriously hard to kill. What if he wasn't quite dead when they sealed the mine? What if he survived, trapped down there for a time, fueled by pure hate? Crawled out eventually, maybe months later, a living ghost nobody recognized or expected? It sounded insane. Impossible. Yet, the intensity of the dream, the carving, the cold, calculating nature of the recent killings targeting the founders' families. And the business, down in Sonora? Rip asked quietly. The man I shot. Sarah shrugged, picking up her rifle. Boone was a snake. Maybe he faked his death again, down there after getting away from here. Used a stand-in? Paid someone off. Or maybe... Her eyes held a chilling glint. Maybe you just wounded him bad, Rip. Bad enough, everyone thought he was dead. Bad enough he had to lay low for years, recovering, plotting. Nursing a grudge against the town that betrayed him, and against the man who shot him point blank and walked away. The air seemed to crackle with the implication. Boone alive. Orchestrating this entire nightmare. Playing the part of his own vengeful spirit, returned to collect the blood debt owed by Redemption Ridge, with Rip himself now added to the ledger. "So he's back," Rip said, the words tasting like ash. "Executing the descendants. Taking his revenge one by one." "Looks that way," Sarah said. "Methodical. Patient. Knows the town, knows the families, knows the mine like the back of his hand because he might have been entombed there. And he's got nothing left to lose." Rip looked towards the silent, sun-baked town. It wasn't just hiding a secret anymore. It was hiding from a reckoning. A reckoning engineered by a man presumed dead, fueled by a 20-year-old betrayal, and 10 years of festering hatred potentially aimed squarely at Rip. "This changes the job," Rip said finally. "Damn right it does," Sarah agreed, her voice grim. "We're not hunting some desperate killer, hiding behind a legend anymore. We're hunting Ezekiel Boone himself. And he's probably hunting us just as hard." Chapter 14. Returning to the heart of Redemption Ridge, after the stark revelations down by the creek, was like walking from a cold, clear understanding back into a fever dream. Rip and Sarah moved cautiously up the main street, the knowledge of Boone's survival and calculated revenge sitting heavy between them. But the fear they dissected, in the relative quiet of the ruined tannery, was now boiling over in the town proper. Something had snapped. The air buzzed, not with commerce or conversation, but with a high-strung, dangerous energy. People weren't just hiding anymore. Small groups stood clustered near storefronts, talking in low, agitated voices, casting suspicious glances at other groups down the street. Doors weren't just closed, they looked barricaded. Faces peering from windows weren't merely wary. They were openly hostile, searching for threats not just from the darkness outside, but from their neighbors. The flashpoint came, as it often does, unexpectedly, sparked by something small. It happened in the wide, dusty space in front of the mercantile. Jed Sutter, the livery owner's jumpy nephew, a man whose family name Clara had linked, however distantly, to the founding generation, was trying to load supplies onto a buckboard. He dropped a sack of flour, sending up a white cloud. Across the street, Silas Croft, a hard-bitten rancher whose family had arrived long after the massacre and held no stake in the old secrets, spat into the dust. "Clumsy fool. Probably too busy listening at keyholes to watch her own feet." Sutter whirled around, his face pale, dusted with flour like a clown's mask gone wrong. "What's that supposed to mean, Croft?" "Means maybe some folks know more than they're saying." Croft shot back, stepping forward, his hand hovering near the worn pistol on his hip. A couple of other men, similarly disconnected from the founding families, moved to stand near him, their faces grim. "Maybe some folks ain't so scared o' this wraith, 'cause they got an understandin' with him." "That's a lie," Sutter shrieked, his voice cracking with fear and indignation. "My Uncle Josiah wouldn't. We ain't done nothin'." "Your family was here," another man beside Croft snarled. "Part of the rot from the start. Maybe Boone's letting you slide, 'cause you're helping him." Pointing out who's next. More people were gathering now, drawn by the shouting, emerging from doorways like ants from a disturbed hill. The division was clear. Those whose families traced back to the founding, huddled defensively, and the relative newcomers, their fear curdling into suspicion and blame, aimed at the town's tainted legacy. "Maybe Croft's the one," someone shouted from the founder's side. "Always hated this town. Maybe he's Boone's man." Accusations flew back and forth, ugly and irrational. Old grudges surfaced, veiled threats became open. The thin veneer of community cracked wide open, revealing the festering resentments beneath. Rip saw it escalating, saw the hands drifting towards guns, the faces contorting with panic and rage. This wasn't just talk anymore. He exchanged a quick glance with Sarah. She gave a barely perceptible nod, her hand resting casually on her own Colt, her eyes scanning the growing crowd, watching the edges. "That's enough," Rip's voice cut through the rising clamor, hard and flat as hammered steel. He stepped forward, away from the wall he'd been leaning against, positioning himself between the two main factions. All heads turned towards him. The outsider. The stranger who'd been asking questions, stirring the pot. "Go on home," Croft sneered, emboldened by his companions. "This ain't your affair, Gunny. This is town business." "Looks like town business is about to get bloody," Rip replied evenly, his gaze sweeping the crowd, meeting eyes, holding them. "And that only helps one person. The one doing the killing." "Maybe you'd know," someone muttered darkly from the back. "Riding in just when things get bad. Asking about the mine." "I asked questions because people are dying," Rip said, keeping his voice level but letting a dangerous edge creep in. "This." Shouting, pointing fingers, drawing lines between neighbors. "This is what he wants. A town tearing itself apart makes his job easier." "Easy for you to say," Jed Sutter cried out, finding some courage in deflection. "You ain't got family here. You ain't got generations buried in that cursed ground. How do we know you're not working with him? You fought him up the mine, sure, but he got away, didn't he? Maybe that was just a show." The accusation hung in the air. Heads turned back to Rip, suspicion flaring anew. He was the unknown quantity, the catalyst. It was easier to blame him than to face the enemy within or the ghost of Boone without. Rip felt the situation slipping. He could see the fear twisting into mob mentality. He took another step forward, his hand now resting loosely on the butt of his peacemaker, not drawing but making the readiness clear. Sarah shifted beside him, a silent statement of support, her presence doubling the perceived threat to anyone thinking of starting something physical. "I'm telling you once," Rip said, his voice dropping lower, colder, carrying an authority backed by more than just words. "Go home. Lock your doors. Watch your own backs. Fighting each other is suicide. The man hunting this town is real, he's smart, and he's using your fear like a weapon. Don't hand him the bullets." He held their gazes, moving from one angry face to the next. Croft hesitated, his hand still near his gun, but the certainty in Rip's eyes, the presence of Sarah beside him, gave him pause. Jed Sutter looked like he wanted to argue more, but seemed physically incapable of it, trembling visibly. The rest of the crowd shifted uneasily, the momentum broken, the raw anger momentarily checked by Rip's cold command and the implied promise of violence if they pushed it. Slowly, reluctantly, the groups began to break apart. Croft spat one last time in the dust, glared at Sutter, then turned and stalked off, his men following. Sutter scrambled to gather his spilled flour, his hands shaking. Others drifted away, in twos and threes, casting resentful looks back at Rip, muttering under their breaths. The street emptied quickly, leaving only Rip and Sarah standing in the swirling dust, the silence returning, but heavier now, pregnant with unresolved tension. "Nice speech," Sarah commented dryly, relaxing her stance slightly but keeping her hand near her gun. "Had to be done," Rip said, his jaw tight. He felt weary down to his bones. Hunting Boone was hard enough. Trying to keep these terrified, guilty people from killing each other while he did it, that felt damn near impossible. But it won't last. They're wound too tight. "No, it won't," Sarah agreed, looking around at the closed doors, the shuttered windows. "This town's sitting on a powder keg, Rip. And the fuse is burning short." He knew she was right. He'd stopped the explosion this time, but the pressure was building. And Boone, wherever he was hiding, nursing his wound, was likely watching, waiting, maybe even laughing. Waiting for the town, and maybe its reluctant protectors, to consume themselves in their own fear and fury. Chapter 15. The near riot in the street left a sour taste in Rip's mouth, thicker than alkali dust. The town was coming apart at the seams, fear gnawing away at reason, turning neighbors into suspicious enemies. Waiting for the Wraith, for Boone, to make the next move felt like waiting for a landslide to start. Passive. Reactive. Deadly. "We can't just sit tight," Rip said later that day, talking low with Sarah in the relative privacy of the dusty, deserted blacksmith shop. The place smelled of cold iron and old coal smoke. "He picks the time, picks the place, picks the victim. We're always one step behind." Sarah leaned against the cold forge, arms crossed, considering. The firelight from the setting sun, angling through the dirty windows, caught the hard planes of her face. "So, what's the alternative? Ride out and leave 'em to butcher each other?" There was no judgment in her voice, just a statement of options. "We force his hand," Rip said. "Set a trap. Make him come to us." Sarah didn't dismiss it immediately. "Trap needs bait. And a location he can't resist." "He's working through a list," Rip reasoned. "Targeting families tied to the massacre." The Sutters were named. "Old man Josiah runs the livery, lives right there. His nephew Jed nearly got himself shot today." "Josiah," Sarah mused. "Scared rabbit, but his uncle was one of the original betrayers, according to Thorne. Maybe Boone figures it's time the Sutters paid their share of the blood debt." "So we make the livery look appealing," Rip continued. "Josiah's alone tonight. Jed's holed up somewhere else after the trouble. We make ourselves scarce, maybe make a show of heading out of town towards the mine again, let word get around. Make Boone think the livery's vulnerable. And we lay in wait," Sarah finished. "Ambitious. Risky. He knew about the mine ambush attempt, maybe. What makes you think he won't sniff this out too?" "Don't know that he will," Rip admitted. "But doing something feels better than waiting for him to gut another citizen while the rest of the town implodes." He looked at her. "Worth the risk?" Sarah pushed herself off the forge. "Compared to what?" "Watching him work his way through the founding families until only the newcomers are left. Yeah. Worth the risk." She picked up her rifle. "Where do we set up?" They scouted the area around the livery, as dusk bled into true night. The stable itself offered too many hiding places for their quarry, too many escape routes. Across the narrow side street stood an abandoned feed store, its front windows boarded up, but a side window overlooking the livery entrance and the attached living quarters was dark and empty. "Up there," Rip decided, pointing with his chin. "Second floor window. Good vantage point. Clear line of sight." "Covering the back?" Sarah asked. "Have to risk it," Rip said. "Splitting up gives him the advantage if he comes quiet. Better to focus on the most likely approach, cover each other from one spot." They slipped into the feed store like shadows, the air thick with the smell of decay and rat droppings. They climbed the rickety stairs to the second floor, finding a spot near the grimy window that offered the view they needed. They settled in for the wait, the silence broken only by the scuttling sounds within the walls and the distant, mournful sigh of the wind outside. Hours crawled by. The moon climbed high, casting long, distorted shadows across the deserted street below. Redemption Ridge slept an uneasy, fearful sleep behind its locked doors. Nothing moved near the livery. No flicker of unusual light, no stealthy figure slipping from the darkness. Just the vast, indifferent silence of the high desert night. Rip and Sarah took turns watching, one resting their eyes while the other kept vigil, communicating with brief nods or hand signals. The tension was a palpable thing, coiling tight in the gut, straining nerves already worn thin. Every creak of the old feed store building, every rustle of wind sounded like approaching danger. Rip found his hand drifting constantly to the butt of his Colt. He thought about the dream, about Boone's rage, about the man he'd wounded in the mine. Was he out there now, watching them watch the livery? Playing a deeper game? The moon began its slow descent towards the western peaks. Still nothing. Doubt began to creep in, cold and unwelcome. Had they guessed wrong? Was Sutter not the target tonight? Or had Boone simply sensed the trap, his animal cunning warning him away? As the first faint hint of gray began to dilute the eastern sky, signaling the approach of dawn, a grim certainty settled over Rip. Nobody was coming. The trap was empty. They'd been outsmarted. He signaled to Sarah. She nodded, her face drawn and tired in the pre-dawn gloom. They gathered their rifles, stiff from the long cold vigil, and prepared to leave. As Rip turned from the window, his eyes caught something down in the street below, something that hadn't been there earlier. Directly in front of the livery door, placed dead center in the dusty street, was a small, deliberate arrangement of stones. He motioned Sarah over. They looked down together. 5 stones arranged in a crude star pattern. Meaningless. Maybe. Or maybe not. They descended the creaking stairs and slipped out of the feed store, moving cautiously towards the livery. The street was still deserted, bathed in the cold gray light of almost dawn. They approached the pattern of stones and saw the message. It wasn't written with the stones themselves. It was scratched into the thick dust covering the street around the stones, etched with a stick or maybe just a finger, the letters sharp and clear in the revealing light. The guilty will pay. Rip stared down at the words, a chill tracing its way up his spine despite the promise of the rising sun. Boone, or whoever wore the Wraith's mask, hadn't just avoided their trap. He'd known about it. He'd likely watched them all night from some hidden vantage point, watched them wait for him in vain. And then, sometime before dawn, he'd slipped down, left his mocking little pattern of stones, and scratched his chilling promise into the dirt for them to find. He wasn't just a killer. He was playing with them. Confident. Calculating. Utterly ruthless. Sarah swore softly beside him, a low, vicious sound. He knew. The bastard knew we were waiting. Rip didn't reply. He just looked at the message, then towards the silent houses where the descendants of the town's guilty founders slept, unaware of the specific promise left in the dust. The game had shifted again. They hadn't forced Boone's hand, they'd merely shown him theirs. And he'd responded with a threat that felt colder and sharper than any knife blade. The guilty will pay. The only question now was who and when. Chapter 16. The taunting message left in the dust gnawed at Rip worse than the dull ache in his side. The guilty will pay. A promise. A judgment. And Boone, or whoever hid behind the Wraith's mask, was the self-appointed judge and executioner. Waiting for him to act again felt like letting him sharpen the axe. Setting traps hadn't worked. The hunter was too cunning, knew the terrain, both physical and psychological, too well. There was only one place that felt central to this whole rotten business, one place Boone kept returning to, physically or symbolically. The North Star Mine. Rip didn't tell Sarah where he was going this time. After finding the message, they'd exchanged a few grim words, acknowledging they'd been outplayed, then separated, each needing to process, to think. Rip felt a pull towards the mine, a need to confront the source, the place where Boone's name was carved, where the ambush happened. It felt like the only move left, besides waiting to see whose name Boone added to his ledger next. Maybe Boone expected him. Maybe that was the point. He rode Clementine partway up the trail, tethering her in a hidden draw well below the mine workings. He approached the scarred landscape on foot, moving slower than before, reading the ground, using cover, every sense straining. The encounter here 2 days ago had been sudden, brutal. He wouldn't be caught blind again. The air was still, the sun hot on the back of his neck. The silence felt different today, not empty but charged, expectant. Like the split second after a hammer is cocked. He bypassed the secondary shaft where he'd been attacked, opting instead for the partially collapsed main entrance. If Boone was inside, Rip didn't want to crawl into a narrow tunnel after him. He slipped through a gap in the fallen rock, the darkness inside the main adit swallowing him whole. He paused, letting his eyes adjust, the smell of damp earth and stale air filling his nostrils. He didn't light the lantern this time. Let the darkness be his ally too. He drew the Colt, the weight familiar, comforting. He moved inward, placing his feet carefully on the uneven floor, listening. Water dripped somewhere far off. The faint whisper of air currents moving through unseen passages. Nothing else. He relied on the faint light filtering from the entrance behind him, and the memory of the mine's layout from his previous exploration. He edged deeper, past the rusting ore cart, past the spot where he'd found Boone's name carved into the wall. He ran his fingers over the rough letters again. Ezekiel Boone. A dead man walking. Or maybe never dead at all. Figured you'd be back. The voice echoed slightly in the large chamber, coming from the darkness ahead, deeper in the mine. Low, rough, carrying a chilling amusement. Not loud, but it scraped against Rip's nerves like rusted iron. Rip froze, sinking instinctively into the shadow of a thick support timber, raising the Colt, trying to pinpoint the source. Boone? His own voice sounded tight. A dry chuckle answered him, seeming to come from everywhere and nowhere at once in the disorienting acoustics. Been a long time, Rip. Though I reckon you haven't thought much about me. Not till now. A faint light flickered into existence ahead, maybe 50 feet away. A lantern, held low, casting long dancing shadows. Standing beside the light was a figure. Dressed in the same dark flowing clothes as the attacker from the ambush, the wide-brimmed hat pulled low, the lower face obscured by a dark cloth mask. The Wraith came to finish the job. Rip asked, his voice steady now, masking the turmoil inside. Job's already started, the figure replied. Redemption Ridge is just beginning to pay what it owes. Blood for blood. Betrayal for betrayal. He took a step forward, the lantern light outlining his shape more clearly. He moved with a slight stiffness, favoring his left side where Rip's bullet had struck. Take off the mask, Boone, Rip said. Let's finish this eye to eye. Another chuckle, colder this time. Impatient. Always were. The figure raised a hand, gloved, and slowly pulled down the mask, letting it hang loose around his neck. He pushed back the brim of his hat slightly. The lantern light fell on his face. Rip felt his breath catch. It was Boone. Older, leaner, harsher than the man Rip remembered falling in that Sonora cantina. The face was a roadmap of hard living, scarred by sun and maybe old wounds Rip hadn't seen before. A long, thin scar ran down his left cheek, pulling one corner of his mouth into a permanent, unpleasant sneer. But the eyes were the same. Pale, cold, burning with an intelligent, unholy fire. A hatred so pure, it was almost tangible. Remember me now? Boone asked softly, the sneer deepening. He looked different, yet terrifyingly familiar. The ghost made flesh, standing solid and menacing in the lantern light. I remember leaving you dead on a cantina floor, Rip said, gripping the Colt tighter. Mistakes happen, Boone said, tilting his head slightly. Mine was trusting the wrong people up here. Yours was not making sure I stopped breathing down south. He gestured around the dark mine tunnel with the lantern. Fitting we end up back here, isn't it? Where it all started. Where your friends left me for dead the first time. My friends? Rip repeated, frowning. I had no friends here back then. Didn't know this town existed until a week ago. Boone laughed, a harsh, grating sound that echoed off the rock. Still playing innocent? After all these years? He took another step closer, his eyes fixed on Rip, blazing with conviction. Don't insult my intelligence, Rip. I saw you. Riding with Hale's father-in-law, just days before the ambush. Sharing drinks with Hemlock's kin, in the settlement that passed for a town back then. Sizing things up. Rip stared, genuinely bewildered now. He searched his memory. 20 years ago, where had he been? Drifting, yes. Working odd jobs, sometimes less savory ones. Had he passed through this territory? Maybe hired on for a few days by someone heading this way. It was possible. The years and trails blurred together. But involved in a conspiracy? Seen with hail or hemlock? It made no sense. "You're mistaken, Boone," Rip said flatly. "Whoever you saw, it wasn't me planning any double-cross." "Mistaken?" Boone hissed the word, his voice vibrating with fury. "I don't make mistakes like that. I saw your face. Marked it. Just like I marked it again down in Sonora before you got lucky." He spat on the ground. "You were part of it, Rip. Maybe just a hired gun they brought in for extra muscle. Maybe you didn't know the whole plan, but you were with them. Complicit. Guilty as the rest of the backstabbing dogs who left me bleeding in this hole while they ran off with my gold." The accusation hung in the air, heavy, poisonous. Boone wasn't just seeking revenge on the town. He believed Rip was part of the original sin, another betrayer who deserved to pay. It wasn't just unfinished business between them from Sonora. In Boone's twisted view, Rip was fundamentally linked to the massacre itself. Rip felt a cold dread wash over him, colder than the mine air. This wasn't just a fight anymore. It was a reckoning built on a foundation of lies, the town's lies, and now, apparently, Boone's own mistaken conviction about Rip's involvement. There would be no reasoning with this man. Boone saw him as part of the disease, a loose end from the past that needed to be cut. Boone raised the lantern slightly higher, illuminating the hatred burning in his eyes. "So yes, Rip. I came back. To collect the debt owed by this town, and by you. Blood for blood. It's long past time the guilty paid." He stood there, wounded but resolute, the embodiment of vengeance, utterly convinced of Rip's guilt. The final confrontation wasn't just coming. It was here. And it was built on a lie Rip couldn't disprove, to the only man whose opinion now mattered. Chapter 17. The silence in the mine shaft stretched thin and taut after Boone's accusation, thick with 20 years of festering hate and Rip's own stunned disbelief. Boone stood there in the lantern light, no longer the spectral wraith, but something perhaps more terrifying, a man consumed by a singular burning purpose, convinced of his own righteousness and Rip's complicity. His pale eyes, narrowed and bright with fervor, never left Rip's face. The slight catch in his breathing, the way he held his wounded side carefully, only seemed to emphasize the fierce determination radiating from him. "Guilty," Boone repeated softly, savoring the word. "Like all the rest of them down there in that town, built on my blood and gold. Hail, Sutter, Hemlock. Their kin fattened themselves while I rotted. Thought they got away clean." He gave that harsh, grating laugh again. "Nobody gets away clean, Rip. Debts always come due." Rip watched him, listened to the conviction in that rough voice. And the damnable thing was, a part of Rip understood it. Understood the rage. Clara's confession, Sarah's grim additions, they painted a picture of profound betrayal. Lured into a trap, shot, robbed, left for dead by men Boone had likely made deals with, men who then built their respectable lives on the proceeds. Viewed through that narrow lens, Boone's quest for vengeance against the founding families, against the very roots of Redemption Ridge, had a twisted kind of logic. A brutal Old Testament justice. An eye for an eye. He thought of the fears suffocating the town below, the paranoia turning neighbor against neighbor. That fear wasn't just of a killer, it was the fear of exposure, the terror that the town's original sin would be laid bare for all to see. They were guilty, collectively, if not all individually. They'd lived under the shadow of that massacre, benefiting from its outcome, preserving the lie through silence. Didn't that make them complicit, in a way? Didn't that justify Boone's return, his demand for a reckoning? The thought was deeply unsettling. Rip had spent his life operating in a world where lines were usually clear, even if drawn in dust and blood. Lawmen and outlaws. Innocents and killers. Victims and perpetrators. He usually knew which side he stood on. But here, the lines blurred into a muddy gray. The town was guilty. Boone was a victim of their initial crime. Yet Boone was now a ruthless killer, seemingly intent on wiping out entire bloodlines. "So you kill them all?" Rip asked, his voice carefully neutral, probing. "Down to the children? The ones who weren't even born when the massacre happened? Is that your justice?" Boone's eyes flashed. "The rot goes deep, Rip. Blood calls to blood. Their comfort was bought with my agony. Their prosperity was watered with my men's lives. They are part of the debt. Every last one of them who carries a guilty name." He shifted his weight, pain flickering across his face from the wound. "And anyone who stands in my way joins them on the ledger. Like Sheriff Tanner. Like those collier boys who stumbled onto something they shouldn't have up here. Like you." There it was. The indiscriminate nature of the vengeance. Tanner, the colliers, maybe they weren't part of the original sin, just obstacles. And Boone's conviction about Rip's own guilt. It proved Boone's judgment was corrupted by hate, by paranoia, maybe by the years spent alone nursing his wounds and his fury. He wasn't delivering justice. He was delivering slaughter, wrapped in the mantle of righteous vengeance. Rip thought about the man he'd shot in Sonora. Had Boone deserved to die then? By the standards of the time and place, probably. He was a known killer, leader of a vicious gang. Rip's bullet had likely saved future victims. But the way it happened, the speed, the lack of clear provocation beyond insults and reputation, it felt less clean now, viewed through the lens of Boone's earlier betrayal at the North Star, viewed through the disturbing intimacy of the dream. Had Rip been an instrument of fate, preventing Boone's earlier return? Or just another trigger-happy drifter, adding to the cycle of violence? He looked at Boone, standing defiant in the lantern light, a man remade by hatred, warped by injustice into the very thing he sought to punish. Rip felt a strange, unwelcome pang that wasn't quite sympathy, but maybe understanding. He understood the genesis of the monster, even while knowing the monster had to be put down. He couldn't let Boone continue. Couldn't let him butcher the town based on his own twisted definition of guilt, a definition that falsely included Rip himself. The founding families deserved judgment, perhaps, but not like this. Not from Boone. Not anymore. The cycle had to stop. But the realization brought no satisfaction, only a profound weariness. Stopping Boone meant killing him again. It meant another death on Rip's hands, another ghost for his already crowded collection. It meant accepting that sometimes the only way to serve justice, or at least prevent greater injustice, was through the very violence he was beginning to question in himself. The moral high ground felt miles away, lost somewhere back down the trail. "You're wrong about me, Boone," Rip said quietly but with conviction. "I wasn't here. I wasn't part of their plan." Boone just smiled that cold, mirthless smile. "Doesn't matter now, does it? You're here now, standing between me and what's owed." He took a deliberate step back, deeper into the shadows beyond the lantern's pool of light. "This mine, it birthed my vengeance. Seems fitting it serves as the final altar." He paused, his voice dropping to a near whisper, carrying easily in the stillness. "But not yet. Not like this. You need to see the town pay, Rip. Need to understand why it has to be this way. The final act, it'll be on my terms. Soon." And then, moving with surprising speed despite his wound, Boone turned and melted into the impenetrable blackness of a side tunnel. The faint lantern light vanished with him, leaving only the sound of his retreating footsteps echoing for a moment before being swallowed by the mine's deep silence. Rip stood alone in the darkness, the Colt still heavy in his hand. Boone was gone for now. The confrontation hadn't ended in gunfire, but in a promise of future violence, a declaration of intent. He was left with the chilling knowledge of Boone's identity, the sting of the false accusation, and the heavy weight of his own conflicted conscience. He understood Boone's rage, maybe better than anyone else alive. And he knew, with a certainty that settled cold and hard in his gut, that he was going to have to kill him anyway. The question was, could he live with the reasons why? Chapter 18. Rip emerged from the North Star mine, feeling like he carried the weight of the mountain itself on his shoulders. Boone was alive. Boone thought Rip was part of the original sin. And Boone was coming for them all, planning a final act on his own terms. Standing toe-to-toe with that burning hatred, Rip knew one thing with chilling certainty: Boone wouldn't be reasoned with. He wouldn't be bought off. He wouldn't stop until he or everyone connected to the founding of Redemption Ridge was in the ground. Waiting for that final act felt like waiting for the hangman. The town was already tearing itself apart. Rip had barely stopped one potential bloodletting. The next spark could ignite a firestorm that would save Boone the trouble. He needed to change the equation. And the only variable left to change was the town itself. He found Clara Hale in the mercantile, tallying accounts with a weary meticulousness that suggested she was focusing on numbers to avoid thinking about anything else. Sarah Bishop was there too, leaning against the counter, nursing a tin cup of coffee, her expression grim. They both looked up as Rip entered, seeing the grim resolve on his face. "We need to talk," Rip said, his voice low. "Not here. Get the others. The ones whose families were involved. Sutter. Whoever's left of the Hemlock line. Anyone else whose name carries the taint from the massacre. Get them to the back room. Now." Clara hesitated, glancing at Sarah, then back at Rip's unyielding expression. "Rip, what is this?" "It's about Boone," Rip said flatly. "He's alive. He's the Wraith. And he told me face to face up in the mine what he intends to do. He let that sink in. Now get them." The fear in Clara's eyes warred with her ingrained authority, but the certainty in Rip's tone won out. She nodded slowly. "All right. Give me half an hour." Half an hour later, the small back office of the mercantile was crammed with ghosts, living ghosts carrying the weight of dead men's crimes. There was Clara, pale but composed. Old Josiah Sutter, trembling like an aspen leaf, looking anywhere but at Rip. A middle-aged woman named Martha Hemlock, severe-faced, clutching a worn Bible, presumably kin to the man in the well. Two brothers, the Crawfords, whose grandfather had apparently been another of the founding pillars. Maybe 5 or 6 people in total, the core descendants of the original conspirators, crowded together, radiating fear and resentment. Sarah stood near the door, silent, watchful, her presence adding a layer of pressure. Rip stood before them, leaning against the edge of Clara's desk, the small space thick with tension and the smell of stale fear. He didn't waste time. "I spoke with Ezekiel Boone," he began, his voice cutting through the silence. Every eye snapped towards him. Sutter gasped audibly. "Up in the North Star mine. He's alive. He's wounded from our last encounter, but he's alive, and he's the one who's been doing the killing. Calling himself the Wraith." He let them absorb the confirmation. He's not insane, not exactly. He's driven by what happened here 20 years ago. The massacre. He knows he was betrayed by the founders of this town, by your ancestors. He let his gaze travel deliberately from one uncomfortable face to the next. He knows they lured him in, planned to kill him and his men, steal the mine's silver, and take his personal stash of gold. A low murmur went through the small group. Martha Hemlock clutched her Bible tighter, her knuckles white. "He believes he's owed a debt," Rip continued relentlessly. "A blood debt. And he intends to collect it from every family connected to that betrayal. He told me himself. He won't stop until you've all paid." He paused, letting the finality of it hang in the air. "He also believes I was part of it, that I rode with your kin back then. He's wrong about that, but it doesn't matter. He's coming for me too. He's coming for all of you. He promised a final act on his terms. What do we do? Josiah Sutter stammered, his voice thin and reedy. Barricade the doors. Fight him. He'll pick you off one by one, Rip stated bluntly. Or this town will finish the job for him. He gestured vaguely towards the front of the store, towards the street where accusations had flown earlier. You saw it today. The fear is turning people against each other. How long before Croft and his bunch decide to take their own pound of flesh from the guilty families? Boone wins either way. Panic flickered in their eyes. They looked at each other, trapped. There might be one chance, Rip said slowly, watching their reactions carefully. A slim one. Maybe no chance at all with a man like Boone. But it's the only play I see left, besides waiting to die. What is it? Clara asked, her voice strained. Face it, Rip said. Face the truth. All of it. He straightened up. Boone feeds on the lie, on the secret guilt this town carries. You take that away. Maybe you take away some of his power. His justification, at least in the eyes of anyone else. He laid out the proposal, stark and uncompromising. First, a confession. Public. Clara, as mayor, you stand up before whatever's left of this town, and you tell the truth about the massacre. Name the men involved, including your own kin. Acknowledge the betrayal, the theft. Gasps and protests erupted. We can't. It'll destroy us. They'll run us out. Rip cut through the noise. Boone is destroying you now. Croft and the others might run you out now. What have you got to lose that you aren't already losing? He waited for silence. Second, he continued, his voice hard, restitution. Boone's gold. The stash your family stole, along with the silver. Where is it? A new wave of agitation swept through the room. Eyes darted nervously. Sutter looked like he might faint. It was hidden, Martha Hemlock said finally, her voice tight. Split up. Our families, we always knew where the portions were kept. Passed down. An emergency fund, they called it. Shame colored her cheeks. Blood money. Then you gather it, Rip commanded. Every last coin. And you offer it back. Publicly. Atonement for the theft. Give back the gold, one of the Crawford brothers exclaimed, horrified. That's our inheritance. Our security. Your security is a man hunting you down to kill you. Rip shot back. How secure will that gold feel when Boone puts a bullet in you? This isn't about being noble. This is about survival. Maybe Boone laughs in your face and kills you anyway. Probably. But maybe, just maybe, facing the truth, offering back what was stolen, maybe it changes something. Maybe it unites the rest of the town against Boone, seeing him as a killer, attacking people trying to make amends, instead of a righteous spirit attacking guilty conspirators. Maybe it gives us, he gestured towards himself and Sarah, a fighting chance to stop him without the whole town collapsing around our ears. The room fell silent again, the occupants wrestling with the terrible proposition. Give up the secret that defined their families for 20 years. Relinquish the ill-gotten wealth that was their only cushion in this harsh land. Confess their shame before their angry neighbors. It was unthinkable. But Boone's face, burning with hatred in Rip's memory, was more unthinkable still. The finality in his voice. The guilty will pay. Clara Hale broke the silence, her voice filled with weary resignation but also a flicker of resolve. He's right. She looked around at the others, her relatives, her fellow carriers of the secret. Hiding hasn't saved us. It's tearing us apart. Maybe the truth is all we have left. She looked at Rip. We'll do it. We'll confess. We'll give back the gold. One by one, heads nodded in reluctant, fearful agreement. Josiah Sutter slumped, looking defeated. Martha Hemlock closed her eyes, perhaps in prayer, perhaps in despair. The Crawford brothers exchanged uneasy glances, but didn't object further. They had agreed. The die was cast. Rip felt no triumph, only the grim weight of responsibility. He had convinced them to lance the town's festering wound. Now they just had to survive the poison that came spilling out. And hope Boone didn't simply decide to kill the surgeons along with the patients. Chapter 19. The reluctant agreement, hammered out in the back room of the Mercantile, felt fragile as old glass. Rip knew Boone wouldn't likely be swayed by confessions or the promise of returned gold. A man nursing that kind of hate for 20 years, watered with his own blood and solitude, wasn't looking for apologies, he was looking for annihilation. The town's gesture, necessary as it might be for its own soul, was probably just spitting into the wind against the hurricane of Boone's vengeance. Worse, it might provoke him, accelerate his timeline. Boone had promised a final act on his terms. Rip figured he'd better meet him halfway, maybe dictate the setting at least. He left Sarah Bishop to keep an eye on things in town, to watch Clara and the others as they began the grim task of gathering the blood money. He didn't tell her his plan. This felt like something he had to face alone. Boone considered him part of the original debt, after all. This final dance belonged to them. He rode Clementine hard back towards the Diablo spine, pushing her, the urgency a cold knot in his gut. He tethered her further down the slope this time, well hidden, and made the final ascent to the North Star mine on foot, moving like smoke through the rocks and brush, his Winchester held ready, the Colt loose in its holster. The mine entrance gaped like a silent scream against the mountainside. The air felt heavy, charged with imminence. Rip didn't hesitate. He slipped inside, letting the familiar cool dampness envelop him, the silence broken only by his own careful breathing and the distant eternal drip of water. He moved deeper than before, bypassing the main adit where Boone's name was carved, heading towards the wider cavern where several tunnels converged, a place that felt like the dark heart of the mine. He didn't need a lantern. Faint light filtered down from ventilation shafts high above, creating an eerie twilight, enough to see shapes, shadows, movement. He wasn't disappointed. Boone was there. He sat on an overturned ore bucket near the center of the cavern, not hiding, seemingly waiting. A lit lantern rested on the ground beside him, casting flickering light upwards, illuminating his scarred face, making the shadows dance in the hollows of his eyes. He held a double-barreled shotgun loosely across his lap. He looked pale, drawn, the wound in his side clearly taking its toll, but his eyes burned with the same cold fire Rip had seen before. "Knew you'd come back," Boone said, his voice a low rasp that barely disturbed the heavy silence. "Couldn't stay away, could you? Couldn't let the town pay its dues without sticking your righteous nose in." "It's not about them anymore, Boone," Rip said, stopping 20 yards away, finding cover behind a massive rock pillar left by the miners. He kept the Winchester leveled. "It's about you. It ends here." Boone chuckled, a dry, rattling sound. "It ended here 20 years ago for me. This is just the epilogue. Written in blood." He shifted, pain tightening his features for a moment. "Heard about the plan down below. Confession. Gold." He spat on the cavern floor. "You think that erases anything? Think cheap words and stolen money returned too late buys forgiveness?" "It's not about forgiveness," Rip said steadily. "It's about stopping the killing." "The killing stops when the debt is paid in full," Boone snarled, gripping the shotgun tighter. "And your account is long overdue, partner." That word again. Partner. The false accusation still stung, fueling Boone's conviction. Rip knew then, with absolute certainty, that talking was done. He didn't wait for Boone to make the first move. He fired the Winchester. The shot slammed into the rock wall, just above Boone's head, as the outlaw lunged sideways, rolling behind a pile of fallen timbers, bringing the shotgun up. The roar of Rip's rifle was answered instantly by the double-throated boom of the shotgun, buckshot ripping through the air, splattering against the rock pillar Rip used for cover, stinging his cheek with stone fragments. Rip ducked, levering another round into the Winchester, then peered out cautiously. Boone was moving, using the debris-strewn cavern floor for cover, surprisingly quick despite his injuries. He fired the Winchester again, the bullet whining off rock near Boone's position. The fight became a deadly game of hide-and-seek in the gloom. Muzzle flashes briefly illuminated the cavern, followed by the deafening roar of gunfire echoing endlessly off the rock walls. Dust kicked up by ricochets filled the air, mixing with the smell of gunpowder. Rip moved deliberately, using the pillars and old machinery for cover, trying to get a clear shot, trying to anticipate Boone's movements. Boone fought like a cornered wolf, feral and cunning. He knew this mine intimately. He'd appear suddenly from behind a rusting piece of equipment, fire the shotgun, then melt back into the shadows before Rip could draw a bead. He used the echoes, the darkness, trying to disorient Rip. Rip felt a searing pain slice across his left forearm, flying debris or maybe a stray piece of buckshot. He ignored it, focusing, tracking Boone's movements. He saw Boone reload the shotgun behind a dilapidated ore chute, fumbling slightly, his wounded side hindering him. Rip fired the Winchester. The bullet struck the metal chute with a clang, making Boone recoil, dropping one of the shells. Rip pressed his advantage, moving forward quickly, firing again. Boone scrambled away, abandoning the shotgun, drawing a large revolver from his belt. He fired wildly towards Rip's position, the shots echoing crazily. Rip dove behind another rock outcropping, as bullets chipped stone near his head. He switched to the Colt Peacemaker, knowing this was about to get close. He waited, listening. Heard Boone moving, panting, circling around behind a massive hoist mechanism. Rip came out low, fast, surprising Boone as he emerged from the other side. They were barely 15 feet apart. Both fired simultaneously. Rip felt a blow like a hammer strike his ribs, staggering him back, the wind knocked out of him. His own shot went slightly wide, tearing through the sleeve of Boone's coat. He gasped for breath, pain flaring through his chest. Glancing blow maybe cracked a rib but didn't feel like a penetration. Boone wasn't as lucky. He cried out, stumbling back, dropping his revolver, clutching his right shoulder where Rip's bullet had hit flesh and bone. He sank to his knees, breathing raggedly, his face contorted in agony, his gun lying uselessly on the ground several feet away. Rip advanced cautiously, Colt leveled, kicking Boone's revolver further away. He stood over the kneeling man. Boone glared up at him, hatred burning fiercely in his eyes, undimmed by the pain or the defeat. Blood soaked his shoulder, adding to the stain on his side. He was beaten. Finished. "It's over, Boone," Rip said, his voice raspy. Boone spat blood onto the ground near Rip's boot. "Over. It's never over." He tried to push himself up, failed, collapsing back onto his knees. "You think killing me changes what they did? What you did? I told you." Rip started, but Boone cut him off with a venomous glare. "Lies." He coughed, a racking sound. "Kill me then. Send me back to hell. But I'll be waiting for you, Rip. And for them." He braced himself, meeting Rip's eyes, defiant to the last. No surrender. No regrets. Only hate. Rip looked down at the man who had haunted Redemption Ridge, the man who had haunted his own past. He saw the pain, the consuming rage, the brokenness. He saw the victim of betrayal, twisted into a monster. And he saw a man who would never, ever stop killing if allowed to live. The town wouldn't be safe. Rip wouldn't be safe. Letting him live was condemning others. The choice, difficult as it felt moments ago in the abstract, became brutally simple in the face of Boone's unyielding venom. He raised the Colt, the barrel steady despite the ache in his ribs and the weariness in his soul. Boone watched him, a flicker of something, triumph in his eyes. He'd forced Rip's hand. Made him the executioner. The final gunshot was shockingly loud in the confined space, rolling through the mine tunnels like a clap of doom. Ezekiel Boone fell forward, silent at last, his face hitting the cold, unforgiving rock of the North Star mine. Rip stood there for a long moment, the Colt still smoking in his hand, the echo fading into the profound silence. It was done. But it didn't feel like victory. It felt like a reckoning, one that had stained them all. Chapter 20. The echoes of the final shot bounced off the cavern walls and finally faded, absorbed by the immense waiting silence of the North Star mine. Silence, and the faint rhythmic dripping of water somewhere far off, a sound that suddenly felt like time itself weeping. Rip stood motionless, the Colt Peacemaker still clutched tight in his fist, smoke curling lazily from the barrel, acrid in the damp air. His ears rang. His ribs screamed where Boone's bullet had slammed into him. The cut on his forearm burned. Below him, sprawled face down on the cold rock, lay Ezekiel Boone, finally still. The wraith of Redemption Ridge was dead. Again. This time for good. He ought to feel something. Relief, maybe. Satisfaction, even. He'd stopped the killing. He'd ended the threat that had paralyzed the town and nearly cost him his own life twice over. He'd faced down a ghost from his own past and put him in the ground properly this time. Mission accomplished. Bounty earned, if he cared to collect it from the town's blood money. But standing there in the flickering lantern light, the only feeling that washed over him was a vast, hollow weariness. He looked down at Boone's body, no longer seeing the terrifying specter or the hate-filled adversary, but just a man. A man twisted and broken by betrayal, consumed by a rage that had festered for 2 decades until it poisoned everything he touched, including himself. A man whose initial grievance, Rip had to admit, held a kernel of terrible truth. The guilty will pay. Boone had been judge, jury, and executioner. And Rip? He'd just executed the executioner. Did that make it justice? Or just the next link in a chain of violence stretching back 20 years? He remembered the dream, the feeling of Boone's fury, the searing pain of the double-cross. He remembered Boone's eyes in that Sonora cantina, wide with surprise before the darkness took him. He remembered Boone's eyes moments ago, filled with unyielding hatred, daring Rip to fire the final shot. Had Rip been Boone's final act of vengeance? Forcing Rip himself to become the killer Boone believed him to be. He holstered the Colt, the movement stiff, painful. His own actions felt muddy, indistinct. He'd killed Boone to stop more bloodshed, yes. To protect the town, to protect himself. Necessary. But the lines felt blurred, smeared with the grime of the town's secrets, Boone's legitimate, if corrupted rage, and Rip's own violent history. Boone sought vengeance and called it justice. Rip sought to stop the killing, performing an act of what the law might call justice, but it felt uncomfortably close to simple survival, maybe even vengeance for Boone's false accusation, for the fight Boone forced on him. Where was the clean line? Maybe there wasn't one, not out here, not in lives like his or Boone's. He thought about the town below. Would they see this as salvation? Would they even care about the nuances that troubled him? Likely not. They'd have their monster slain, their fear relieved. For a time anyway, fear had deep roots in Redemption Ridge. They could finish their confession, return the gold, and perhaps begin washing the blood from their foundations. Maybe they'd call Rip a hero. The thought felt grotesque. Some hero. Haunted by the men he killed, facilitator of reluctant confessions, executioner of a man half destroyed by others long before Rip pulled the trigger. He looked down at Boone one last time. No malice left. Just emptiness. He nudged Boone's shotgun with his boot, sending it scraping further away. He didn't search the body. Didn't feel the need. Whatever secrets Boone still held about the gold, about his lost years, about the full extent of his plans, could stay buried with him in the dark heart of the mine. Let the mountain keep its dead. Rip turned his back on the body, on the lantern casting its lonely glow, and began the slow, painful walk out of the mine. Each step jarred his ribs, sent jolts through his aching body. The physical pain was almost a relief, something solid to focus on besides the churning in his gut, the questions without easy answers. Emerging into the daylight felt like surfacing from suffocating depths. The sun was higher now, the sky a hard, indifferent blue. The world outside the mine looked stark, unforgiving, offering no comfort, no absolution. He stood there for a moment, breathing the clean air, letting the sun beat down on him. He'd done what he had to do. Stopped the immediate threat. But the cost felt high, measured not in dollars, but in something heavier, something etched onto his soul. Justice. Vengeance. Survival. Out here, they got tangled together until it was hard to tell one from the other. Maybe there was no real difference in the end. Maybe there was just action, reaction, and the ghosts you collected along the way. Boone was just the latest, perhaps the most complex addition to his spectral tally. He started the long walk down the slope towards where Clementine waited, hidden and patient. He moved slowly, favoring his injured side, a solitary figure against the vast, rugged landscape. He was the man who'd killed the Wraith, the man who'd faced down the ghost of Redemption Ridge. But he felt no pride, no relief. Only the heavy, familiar burden of a man who dealt in death, and knew, with a certainty colder than the mine's darkness, that the killing rarely made things clean. It just made them quiet. For a while. Chapter 21. The trek down from the North Star mine was a blur of aching ribs, throbbing forearm, and the gray, gritty taste of exhaustion mixed with gunpowder residue. Rip moved on autopilot. The image of Boone falling forward into the darkness burned into his mind. By the time Redemption Ridge's sad little cluster of buildings came into view, the sun was well past its zenith, beating down with familiar indifference. The town looked quiet. Too quiet. Or was it just the ringing in his own ears? He walked Clementine slowly down the main street towards the livery. Heads turned as he passed. Faces appeared at windows, doors cracked open slightly. There was fear there still, yes, but it was different now. Tinged with hesitant curiosity, maybe even a dawning, fragile hope. They saw him, wounded but walking, coming back from the direction of the mine, the Wraith's supposed lair. Josiah Sutter practically jumped out of his skin when Rip led Clementine into the livery's relative cool. The old man's eyes, usually skittering with undisguised terror, now held something akin to terrified awe. He scurried to help with the horse, his hands trembling, avoiding looking directly at the bloodstains on Rip's duster or the makeshift bandage on his arm. Is it? Sutter stammered, unable to finish the question. It's done, Josiah, Rip said wearily, unsaddling the mare. Boone won't be troubling Redemption Ridge again. Sutter stared, mouth agape, then seemed to crumple slightly, leaning against a stall divider as if his legs could no longer hold him. Relief, profound and absolute, washed over his face, leaving it looking strangely blank. Rip left him there and walked towards the mercantile. News, even in spoken news, traveled like wildfire in a place this small and tense. He found Clara Hale behind the counter, Sarah Bishop standing nearby, both looking up expectantly as he entered. He didn't need to announce anything. The answer was plain on his face, in the way he carried himself despite the obvious injuries. Boone? Clara asked, her voice barely a whisper. Rip nodded curtly. Mine cavern. It's finished. Clara closed her eyes for a long moment, her hand going to her throat. When she opened them again, tears welled, but it wasn't clear if they were from relief, grief, or the sheer emotional exhaustion of it all. Sarah's expression remained largely unreadable, but Rip thought he saw a fraction of the tension ease around her eyes. Her personal score, whatever its exact nature, had been settled by proxy. The town needs to know, Clara said, finding her voice shaky but firm. "And they need to hear the rest of it. What we agreed." Rip just nodded again. That was her burden to carry now. His part in that play was over. He took a seat on a cracker barrel near the back, letting the women handle it. He felt bone-tired, his wounds stiffening up. He watched as Clara, summoning a strength that seemed drawn from the very depths of her being, stepped out onto the mercantile porch. Sarah stood quietly in the doorway behind her. Word spread. People emerged cautiously from their homes and businesses, drawn by an unseen signal, gathering in the dusty street. Not a mob this time, but a community, however fractured, waiting. Croft was there, his arms crossed, face skeptical but watchful. Jed Sutter stood near his uncle, looking pale. Martha Hemlock clutched her Bible. The newcomers, the old families, they all stood together, united for perhaps the first time by the need to know if the nightmare was truly over. Clara Hale stood tall on the porch and spoke. Her voice, trembling at first, gained strength as she laid bare the 20-year-old secret. She spoke of the massacre, the planned betrayal of Boone by the town's founders, naming the families, including her own by marriage. She spoke of the stolen gold, the cover-up, the generations of silence and fear. She didn't excuse, didn't minimize. She called it what it was: murder, theft, a corrupt foundation upon which their lives had been built. A stunned silence greeted her confession. You could hear the wind whistling around the false fronts, the creak of the mercantile sign. Then murmurs arose. Shock. Anger, yes, from men like Croft, whose suspicions were confirmed. But also understanding, shame on the faces of the descendants. And perhaps, most surprisingly, a profound collective sigh of release. The secret was out. The festering wound exposed to the air. It was ugly, painful, but it was known. Clara concluded by acknowledging Boone's return, his campaign of terror rooted in that original sin. And then she told them that the stranger, Rip, had confronted Boone, ending the threat for good. She pledged, on behalf of the families involved, to locate and return Boone's stolen gold, or make equivalent restitution, as a first step towards atonement. The aftermath wasn't celebratory. There were no cheers. But the tension that had choked the town for days, for years, seemed to lessen, replaced by a heavy, thoughtful quiet. Croft still looked angry, but he didn't challenge Clara. Others just looked weary, absorbing the truth. People began to talk quietly amongst themselves, not in suspicious whispers, but in open, albeit subdued, conversation. Over the next day, Rip watched, mostly from a distance, as Redemption Ridge began to tentatively breathe again. The blacksmith's forge glowed, the clang of hammer on metal sounding purposeful, not funereal. Doors stayed open longer. Someone swept the boardwalk in front of the saloon. Small things, but they signified a shift. The shadow hadn't vanished entirely. The guilt, the divisions, the economic hardship remained, but the immediate paralyzing terror of the wraith was gone. They were free from that shadow, at least, free to face the hard work of rebuilding trust and community on the shaky ground of exposed truth. They treated Rip differently now. He was the man who killed the wraith. The bartender at the last chance silently pushed a bottle towards him, no charge. Men nodded respectfully on the street, quickly looking away again, unsure what to say. Martha Hemlock stopped him outside the mercantile, murmured a quiet, awkward "thank you," and hurried away clutching her Bible. He was their reluctant hero. But the role fit him like a borrowed suit, 2 sizes too small and smelling faintly of mothballs. He felt their gratitude, their awe, even their lingering fear of him, but it all felt distant, disconnected from the grim reality of Boone's death in the mine, from the gnawing ambiguity that settled in his gut. He hadn't ridden in seeking glory or thanks. He'd ridden into trouble, done what needed doing, and added another ghost to his collection. He watched the townsfolk start the slow, painful process of talking, of figuring out how to live with the truth and with each other. He saw Clara conferring seriously with Croft, saw Josiah Sutter taking tentative steps without looking like he expected death around every corner. This next phase, the actual rebuilding, the mending of fences both literal and figurative, wasn't his work. He was the storm that broke the fever, maybe, but the healing required a different kind of hand. He knew, with the certainty of a familiar ache, that he couldn't stay. He was a reminder of the violence, of the exposed secret. His presence was a scab on the town's raw wound. Besides, Redemption Ridge, with its layers of guilt and ghosts, wasn't a place a man like him could settle. It was time to move on. He went to the livery, checked Clementine one last time, packed his saddlebags. Quietly. No farewells needed. His business here was finished. The town's was just beginning. Chapter 22. Rip cinched the saddle tight on Clementine's back, the familiar motions automatic, grounding. The mare shifted patiently, used to his rhythms. He ran a hand down her neck, checked the bridle one last time. Ready. The livery smelled of hay and horse, and the lingering, metallic tang of old fear, though even Josiah Sutter seemed to be breathing a little easier today, busying himself mending tack in a corner, studiously avoiding Rip's departure preparations. He'd paid Sutter for the room and board, the transaction conducted with minimal words and averted eyes. He'd walked the street one last time, feeling like a ghost himself now, observing the tentative pulse returning to Redemption Ridge. Smoke curled from the blacksmith's chimney. Two women he didn't recognize were sweeping the porch of the hotel, maybe thinking of reopening. Kids, he hadn't realized there were any left, played a quiet game with stones in an alleyway, their voices hushed but present. Life, persistent as desert grass, was finding cracks to push through. But it wasn't his life, wasn't his town. He slung his saddlebags over Clementine's rump, tied down his bedroll. He was just about to swing into the saddle when a voice spoke from the wide livery doorway. Leaving so soon? Didn't stick around to collect your hero's reward. Sarah Bishop leaned against the doorframe, arms crossed, watching him. She looked rested, maybe even a fraction less guarded than before, though her eyes were still sharp, assessing. Rip didn't turn immediately. Wasn't aware I'd earned one. Town seems to think so, Sarah observed dryly. Man who killed the Wraith. Face down Boone himself. Pretty heroic stuff, if you ask Mayor Hale. She paused. Speaking of which, the bounty. $500. Clarice holding it. Says it's yours. Or ours, technically. Rip finally turned, rested his hand on the saddle horn. You earned your share, Bishop. More than earned it, tracking covering my back. Take it. We agreed 50-50, she reminded him, pushing away from the doorframe and walking closer, stopping a few feet away. I aim to stick to agreements. Changed my mind, Rip said flatly. Got my payment in staying alive. Besides, he added, a touch of irony in his voice, collecting from that particular pile of money doesn't sit right. He thought of the fear, the confession, the blood money scraped together. He didn't want it. Sarah studied him for a moment, then gave a slow nod, accepting his reasoning without argument. All right, Rip. Your call. She looked around the livery, then back at him. So riding out. Didn't figure you for the settling down type. Figure Redemption Ridge has had enough trouble brought its way. Best I move on before I attract more. It was partly true. Mostly, though, it was the drifter in him, the part that felt itchy staying anywhere too long, especially a place so thick with bad memories, both the town's and his own. Maybe, Sarah conceded. Or maybe trouble's just part of the landscape out here. Question is whether you stand your ground or keep running. She looked towards the street, where the sounds of tentative rebuilding could be faintly heard. Funny thing is, I think I might stand my ground. Here. Rip raised an eyebrow. Here. In Redemption Ridge. He wouldn't have pegged her for the type either. She shrugged, a small, almost self-conscious gesture. Might be crazy. Place is built on shaky foundations, full of folks who don't trust each other further than they can spit. But? She paused, searching for the words. The Wraith Moon. He fed on the secrets, the fear. Now the secret's out. Ugly as it is. Maybe, just maybe, they got a chance to build something real now, something honest. She looked back at him, a flicker of something unexpected in her eyes. Not hope exactly, but maybe resolve. And Marcus Thorne, my grandmother's brother, feels like leaving now would be unfinished. Besides, a wry smile touched her lips, this town's going to need someone to keep the peace while they figure things out. Might need a sheriff who isn't afraid to knock heads together, regardless of family name. Seems like a job opening. Rip considered her. Sarah Bishop, town sheriff. It was a strange picture, but maybe not an impossible one. She had the grit, the gun skill, the clear-eyed pragmatism. And she had a stake now, a reason to care beyond a paycheck. Maybe she could make something here. He felt a grudging respect for her choice, so different from his own instincts. Town could do worse, he admitted. High praise, she said, the wry smile returning. She stuck out her hand. Not as a partner this time, but as an equal. Was interesting riding with you, Rip. He hesitated for only a second before taking her hand. Her grip was firm, calloused, practical. Likewise, Bishop. Stay watchful. Always. She held his gaze for a moment longer, a silent acknowledgement passing between them, of the danger they'd shared, the respect earned, the different paths they were now taking. There was a hint of sadness there, perhaps, the melancholy recognition of two solitary souls who'd found a rare temporary alignment, now drifting apart again. Bittersweet. Like whiskey that burns good, but leaves an ache. She released his hand, stepped back. Don't go borrowing trouble out there. Never have to borrow, Rip said, swinging easily into the saddle. Seems to find me just fine on its own. He gathered the reins, nudged Clementine forward. He didn't look back as he rode out of the livery and onto the main street. He could feel Sarah's eyes on him for a moment before she presumably turned back towards the town, towards the uncertain future she'd chosen. He rode steadily through Redemption Ridge, past the mercantile, past the saloon, past the boarded-up hopes and the tentative signs of rebirth. He didn't look left or right. This chapter was closed. Time to find a new trail. Chapter 23. The trail leading away from Redemption Ridge felt different under Clementine's hooves than the one that had led him in. The harsh, watchful silence of the Diablo spine still pressed close. The jagged peaks still clawed at the sky, but the specific tension coiled around the town itself had lessened, replaced by the familiar, weary solitude of the trail. Rip didn't push the pace. He let the mare find her rhythm, letting the miles spool out behind them like unraveling thread. He rode east, away from the setting sun, away from the blood-soaked history of the North Star Mine. The land began to change subtly, the broken, menacing aspect of the spine giving way to rolling, pinon-dotted hills and wider, grassier plains stretching towards the horizon. Big country. Empty country. A place where a man could lose himself, or maybe just find enough space to outrun his thoughts for a while. But thoughts had a way of keeping pace, settling into the saddle behind you like unwelcome passengers. As Clementine ambled on, the events of the past week replayed in Rip's mind, persistent as the creak of saddle leather. Redemption Ridge. A town aptly named, though the redemption felt forced, painful, incomplete. Had he helped them? Or just traded one kind of fear for another? Boone was gone, the immediate threat neutralized. The festering secret was out, cauterized by Clara's raw confession. Maybe Sarah Bishop was right. Maybe now they had a chance to build something honest on the ruins. He hoped so. He respected Sarah's grit, her choice to stay and try. But the image felt fragile, like trying to grow corn in alkali soil. The roots of betrayal and violence ran deep there. He wouldn't bet money on a happy ending. And the cost, always the cost. Tanner, Hemlock, the Collier boys, victims of Boone's focused rage. Then Boone himself, dead on the mine floor by Rip's own hand. Necessary. Rip clung to that word. Necessary, to stop the killing. Necessary for the town's survival, and his own. But the necessity didn't wipe away the image of Boone's hate-filled eyes, the echo of his final curse, the weight of ending a life, even one as poisoned as Boone's had become. Justice. He turned the word over in his mind like a worn coin, the inscription smoothed away by too much handling. Boone had sought vengeance for a profound injustice and become a monster. Rip had stopped the monster, performing an act that might be called justice, but it felt like wading through mud. Necessary to get to the other side maybe, but leaving you filthy. The clean lines he used to see, the simple code of right and wrong that guided his gun hand, seemed hopelessly blurred now. Was Boone's initial betrayal, at the hands of the founders, any less wrong than Boone's later killings? Did stopping Boone absolve the town, or Rip himself? He found himself thinking about Boone's accusation, that Rip had been complicit, riding with Hale and the others 20 years ago. He searched his memory again, the trails, the faces, the long-forgotten jobs of his drifting youth. Nothing clicked. It felt wrong, a mistake on Boone's part, paranoia born of betrayal. Yet, the accusation lingered, unsettling him. It highlighted the thin ice they all walked on out here. Reputation, assumption, being in the wrong place at the wrong time. It could get you killed just as easily as a deliberate crime. Maybe Boone wasn't the only one haunted by mistaken identities and old ghosts. Ghosts. Redemption Ridge had plenty. Boone's manufactured wraith, yes, but also the real ghosts of the massacre victims. The ghost of Marcus Thorne whispering injustice to his kin. The ghosts of the founding fathers, their sins casting long shadows. And Rip. He carried his own spectral companions. The man in Sonora he'd thought was Boone. Boone himself, now confirmed dead twice over. Others from nameless towns and forgotten skirmishes along the dusty trail of his life. They rode with him, silent passengers stirred up by the events in that haunted town. He shifted in the saddle, the movement pulling at his bruised ribs. Why keep riding? Why not find a place like Sarah, try to stand his ground against the loneliness, the memories? The thought surfaced occasionally, like a smooth stone glimpsed at the bottom of a muddy creek, but it never felt real. Settling meant fences, neighbors, expectations. It meant looking people in the eye day after day, maybe people who didn't know the weight you carried, or people who knew too much. It meant facing the ghosts, in the quiet hours without the solace of the open trail ahead. No, settling wasn't for him. He was a drifter. Maybe running from the ghosts. Maybe just running towards the horizon because movement felt more natural than stillness. The trail offered a kind of simplicity, even amidst the danger. You dealt with what was in front of you, the weather, the terrain, the occasional trouble, and then you moved on. You didn't have to reconcile the past or build a future. You just had to survive the present. It wasn't much of a life, maybe, but it was the only one he knew, the only one that felt true. The sun climbed higher, the landscape stretching out vast and empty under the pale sky. He was leaving Redemption Ridge and its complicated sorrows far behind. But the reflections lingered. The cost of justice, the blur between right and wrong, the weight of necessary violence. Killing Boone hadn't brought peace, not inside himself. It had just closed one bloody chapter, leaving him to ride on into the next, carrying the knowledge that some ghosts don't need a graveyard. They ride with you. Always. Chapter 24. 2 days riding east put some distance between Rip and the shadow of Redemption Ridge, but distance didn't equate to peace. The high plains opened up around him, vast and rolling under a sky that seemed too big, too empty. Wind sighed through sparse buffalo grass, carrying the scent of dust and distance. Clementine moved with her steady, ground-eating gait, seeming content to be away from the bad air of the town, But Rip felt the familiar restlessness settling back in, overlaid now with the lingering taste of Boone's End and the town's fragile truce. He was doing what he always did, moving on. But the ghosts felt closer this time, their whispers carried on the wind. He was following a shallow, winding creek bed, hoping it might lead towards better grazing or maybe signs of a settlement further east, when he saw the smoke. Not campfire smoke, lazy and thin, but the greasy black plume of something burning that shouldn't be. Too much smoke, rising too quickly against the pale afternoon sky. Trouble. He urged Clementine into a cautious trot, staying low along the creek bank, using the sparse cottonwoods for cover. As he rounded a bend, the source came into view, maybe half a mile off. A small homestead, or what was left of it. The cabin was engulfed in flames, roof already collapsing inwards, sending sparks and black smoke billowing upwards. A small barn nearby stood untouched, but looked deserted. No cattle in the rough pole corral, no horses. No sign of life. Just the roar and crackle of the fire, eating the dry timber. Rip slowed, scanning the surrounding area, his hand dropping instinctively to the Colt. Raiders. Indians. Hard to say. Whatever happened, it was recent and likely violent. He circled wide, eyes peeled, approaching the scene indirectly from downwind. He dismounted behind a rise, leaving Clementine ground tethered, and crept closer on foot, Winchester in hand. The heat from the burning cabin washed over him even from 50 yards away. The silence, apart from the fire's hungry consumption, was unnerving. He checked the barn first, empty save for some scattered hay and the smell of old manure. Outside, near the corral, he found tracks. Shod horses, several of them, milling around recently. And drag marks leading away from the cabin door, towards the creek. He followed them cautiously. That's where he found the bodies. 2 men, likely the homesteaders, sprawled near the water's edge. Shot. Left where they fell. Flies were already gathering. Further on, partially hidden in the tall grass, a woman, likely the wife. Same story. Robbery seemed the likely motive. The cabin was being torched to cover tracks or just out of spite. Ugly, common work out here on the fringes. Rip felt the familiar, weary sickness rise in his throat. He scanned the area again. The raiders were long gone, judging by the tracks heading south. Nothing left here but death and ashes. Time to move on. He turned back towards the rise where he'd left Clementine, but stopped. A flicker of movement near the burned-out cabin, in a shallow dugout cellar, whose door had maybe been hidden or ignored by the attackers. He raised the Winchester, squinting against the heat haze. Slowly, cautiously, a figure emerged from the cellar opening. Small. Covered in soot, clothes torn. A boy, maybe 10, 12 years old. He clutched an old Navy Colt, a pistol almost too big for his small hands, holding it with white-knuckled intensity, pointing it waveringly towards Rip. His face was smeared with dirt and tears, but his eyes held a look that Rip recognized instantly. Not just fear. A hard, burning core of absolute fury. "Stay back," the boy choked out, his voice thin but fierce, trying to steady the heavy pistol. Rip stopped, holding the Winchester loosely, making no sudden moves. "Easy, son," he said, keeping his voice low and calm. "Not gonna hurt you." Saw the smoke. "They killed him," the boy whispered, tears tracking clean lines through the grime on his cheeks, but his eyes stayed hard, fixed on Rip. "Pa. Ma. Caleb, they shot him down." "Saw them down by the creek," Rip confirmed gently. "Raiders." The boy nodded jerkily, swallowing hard. 4 of 'em. Took the horses, anything worth talkin'. Laughed while they did it. His small body trembled, not just with fear but with contained rage. "I hid. Heard Pa yellin', then the shots." Rip waited, letting the silence stretch, letting the boy see he wasn't an immediate threat. "They ride south." Another jerky nod. Heard him say something about heading for the Cimarron breaks. The boy's grip tightened on the oversized pistol. "I'm going after him. I'm gonna make him pay." There it was. The same fire he'd seen in Boone's eyes, just younger, rawer, wrapped in childhood grief instead of decades of festering hate. Make them pay. The words echoed Boone's final promise in the mine. Rip looked at the boy. Small, alone, armed with a gun he could barely manage, burning with a need for vengeance that would almost certainly get him killed long before he ever reached the Cimarron breaks, let alone confronted 4 grown men. Rip saw himself. Not literally, perhaps. His own past was his own business, locked away tight. But he saw the path. The path where grief curdles into hate, where justice becomes vengeance, where the fire consumes the one carrying it. He saw Boone as a boy, maybe, witnessing some other horror. He saw the potential for another life spent chasing ghosts, dealing death, and collecting scars both inside and out. His first instinct, the drifter's instinct, screamed at him to mount up and ride away. This wasn't his fight. Not his responsibility. He just escaped one vortex of vengeance and betrayal. Why dive into another? Getting involved meant attachment, complication, delay, breaking the rules he lived by. But the image of Boone's face, twisted with conviction as he accused Rip of complicity, flashed in his mind. Followed by the image of this boy, trembling with a righteous fury that felt terrifyingly familiar. He couldn't just leave him here. Couldn't leave him to be consumed by that fire, or to die trying to satisfy it alone. Maybe you couldn't always outrun the ghosts. Maybe sometimes you had to try and stop them from being made in the first place. He took a slow step forward, holding his hands out slightly, palms empty. Going after 4 men alone, son, that's a tough ride. Especially when you're hurting. The boy's eyes narrowed suspiciously. Don't need your help. Maybe not, Rip conceded. But the trail's long. And tracking 4 men takes know-how. That Navy Colt's heavy. Might be easier if someone carried it for a spell. He stopped a few yards away. Look, those men, they deserve what's coming to them. But riding into it blind and angry, that ain't the way. Gets you killed before you get justice. He used the word deliberately. The boy hesitated, his fierce resolve faltering slightly in the face of Rip's calm practicality. He was just a kid, after all, beneath the rage and the oversized gun. Alone and scared. Riding alone is tough, Rip repeated softly. Riding angry is worse. He made the decision then, felt something shift inside him, a lock clicking open that he usually kept bolted tight. Tell you what. You lower that pistol. I'll help you bury your folks proper. Then, maybe we travel together for a bit. Head south. See what the trail brings. He wasn't promising vengeance. He wasn't promising success. Just companionship. Guidance. Maybe a chance for the boy to find something other than hate before it swallowed him whole. It was a fool's errand, maybe. Getting involved. Breaking his own rules. But looking into those burning eyes, he couldn't bring himself to ride away and leave another ghost in the making behind him. The boy stared at him for a long moment, chewing on his lip, the big pistol wavering in his grip. Then, slowly, hesitantly, he lowered the gun. The fight hadn't gone out of his eyes, not by a long shot. But maybe, just maybe, a flicker of something else, desperate hope, reluctant trust, had dawned there too. Chapter 25. The burying took the better part of what was left of the afternoon. The prairie ground was hard-packed, resistant. Rip worked steadily with a dented shovel he found leaning against the barn wall, the only tool the raiders hadn't deemed worth taking. The boy, who finally offered his name as Billy, worked beside him, using a smaller spade from the cellar, his small face set in grim, tearless concentration. They didn't talk much. There wasn't anything to say that the raw graves and the smoldering ruin of the cabin didn't already scream to the empty sky. They laid Ma, Pa, and Caleb to rest in shallow graves marked with rough crosses fashioned from salvaged planks. Billy stood dry-eyed before them for a long moment, his small shoulders squared, clutching the oversized Navy Colt like a holy relic. The hate still burned in his eyes, banked low now but fierce as ever. Rip didn't rush him. Grief took its own time, found its own paths. Sometimes the path was paved with rage. When it was done, they salvaged what little they could. A sack of beans, some coffee, a nearly full canteen Rip topped off at the creek, a worn blanket from the cellar that smelled of damp earth and smoke. Billy retrieved a small, carved wooden horse from the ashes near where his bed might have been, tucking it carefully inside his torn shirt. Tangible pieces of a life turned to smoke and memory. Rip looked at the Navy Colt, still clutched in Billy's hand. "Know how to use that thing?" Billy nodded mutely, though the weapon looked heavy enough to pull his arm off. "Best let me carry it for a while," Rip said quietly, holding out his hand. "Safer that way. Can't have you shooting yourself or me by accident before we even find those tracks." Billy hesitated, suspicion flaring in his eyes again. That gun was his last connection, his tool for the vengeance he craved. But he looked at Rip's steady gaze, maybe saw the logic, maybe just felt too exhausted to argue. He relinquished the pistol, reluctantly. Rip checked the load, 3 chambers full, and tucked it securely into his own belt. There was no second horse. The raiders had taken them all. "You ride Clementine," Rip told the boy. "I'll walk alongside for now." Billy looked surprised, but didn't argue. Rip helped him into the saddle, showed him how to hold the reins loosely. The boy sat stiffly, swallowed by the big saddle, looking small and terribly alone. Rip took Clementine's bridle and led her away from the graves, away from the smoking ruin that had been Billy's home only yesterday. He didn't look back. No point. The trail only ran one way, forward. They headed south, following the general direction the raiders' tracks had indicated earlier. The Cimarron Breaks were days away, hard country known for harboring hard men. Finding 4 specific raiders in that vastness based on a snippet of overheard conversation and a young boy's burning desire for revenge, the odds weren't good. Rip knew it. But he hadn't offered the boy vengeance. He'd offered passage, maybe protection, maybe just the simple fact of not being alone. They moved slowly at first, Rip walking beside the steady mare, Billy silent in the saddle. The sun began to dip towards the western horizon, painting the endless grasslands in hues of orange and purple. The silence stretched, filled only by the rhythmic plod of Clementine's hooves and the whisper of the wind. Rip walked, lost in thought, the weight of Redemption Ridge settling into the background hum of his usual weary reflections. Boone was dead. The town had its ugly truth exposed. Sarah was staying to try and make something of the wreckage. And him. He was back on the trail, same as always, only now, not quite alone. He glanced up at the boy. Billy's face was turned towards the south, his expression unreadable in the fading light, but Rip could feel the tension radiating from his small frame, the tightly coiled spring of his grief and anger. He saw Boone again, not the final, hate-twisted man in the mine, but the younger man betrayed, the spark of rage ignited. He saw the potential for that same fire to consume this boy, to turn him into something hard and broken, forever chasing shadows. Taking Billy on, it went against every instinct Rip had honed over years of solitary survival. Attachments were anchors, liabilities. They got you slowed down, got you invested, got you hurt. He'd ridden away from Redemption Ridge, partly to escape that very entanglement. Yet here he was, responsible for a grieving, vengeful orphan, heading towards danger on a fool's errand. Maybe, he thought, watching a hawk circle high overhead, maybe you couldn't outrun what you were. He was a man drawn to trouble, a man who operated in the gray spaces where justice and violence bled together. He carried ghosts. Maybe the only way to make any kind of amends, not for specific sins, but for the life he'd lived, wasn't to run from the ghosts, but to try and prevent new ones from being created. Maybe guiding this boy, offering him a different path than the one paved with pure vengeance, was a debt he owed, not to the past, but to the possibility of a less haunted future. A long shot, like everything else out here. As darkness gathered, they made a cold camp in a shallow draw. Rip shared his jerky and water with the boy, who ate mechanically, his eyes still distant. Rip showed him how to check the horse's legs, how to bank a small fire so it wouldn't attract unwanted attention. Practical things. Small lessons in survival, not revenge. Later, huddled in his bedroll near the low fire, Rip watched the boy pretend to sleep, clutching the small wooden horse inside his shirt. The future stretched before them, uncertain as the dark, empty plains surrounding their small fire. The Cimarron breaks. The raiders. The boy's burning anger. Rip's own ghosts riding silent alongside them. He didn't know where the trail would lead, what dangers they'd face, or if he could make a damn bit of difference in the course of this boy's life. All he knew was that he was on this path now, his fate intertwined with the boy's. He couldn't outrun his past, couldn't escape the man he'd become. But maybe, just maybe, riding alongside this small, burning ember of grief and rage, he could try to shape the fire, try to keep it from consuming everything in its path. Maybe that was its own kind of redemption. Or maybe it was just another way to borrow trouble. Only the trail ahead would tell. He closed his eyes, listening to the wind, feeling the vast, unknown darkness press in around them. The adventures continue. Can I send you Wrangler, a wild Western adventure for free? Check out even more Western action. Saddle Up, a massive box set of 20 gunslinging showdowns. Hit the subscribe button and jump right into Frontier Feud, a wild Western action adventure. Chapter 1. He took advantage of the shade and coolness of the bosque to remove his army cap and mop his red, perspiring forehead. Gray cottonwoods and willows, their roots lost in Moscon's sandy banks, made a drab background for the dusty blue of the two men's uniforms. With the mouth of his canteen brushing his flat lips, Sergeant Holt Kane paused to growl, "Looks like you're home, soldier. But you ain't going to be damn fool enough to stay, like you said you was, are you?" The lean, sunburned young cavalry captain kicked his feet out of the stirrups and stretched his long legs, as if trying futilely to work out the stiffness gained by 4 years of fighting in the saddle. "It's not a question of wanting to stay," he replied tersely. "There's the matter of an estate, and other things that need nosing into. I don't figure on staying forever, but likely be bunking in Dos Passos for a month anyway." The gray-haired sergeant wiped his head, frowning at the younger man. "I'll tell you something, Rip," he said. "You ain't going to hit it off here anymore. This is Texas, and you've been 4 years fighting her and the rest of the South. Local boy or not, you're going to be just another damn Yankee in Dos Passos, and they'll treat you accordingly. It'll take a long time for folks down here to get over licking their wounds and forgetting their hatreds. Have you forgotten what happened in the other Texas towns we've been through the last few months?" Rip Campbell shook his leonine head and loosened his service hat. "I don't reckon I could," he admitted. "It's something new to have women spit at me, and men cuss me out when I walk down a street. But I've lived here all my life. Maybe Dos Passos'll be different. If not, I'll have to tough it out. Either way, I've got to stay a while. Let's ride on and have a farewell drink before you leave." Holt Kane shrugged and followed him through the shallow stream. Then, side by side, the two men headed their mounts toward town. There seemed to be a chunk of lead in Rip Campbell's slab-muscled chest as they rode toward Dos Passos. It was more than the dread of homecoming that deepened the lines about his fine mouth and put darker shadows in his gray eyes. He had seen things on the long ride back to the little central Texas town that made him feel older than his 25 years. And the sting of his reception everywhere still burned in him. At Appomattox, 8 months ago, the Civil War had officially ended. But for the South, the shadows of a more cruel strife were gathering, a war that knew no armistice. The savage fangs of depression were already sunk deeply in the vast Texas rangelands. Millions of mavericks, it was said, were running wild throughout the state, wearing no man's brand, and belonging to anyone with the ambition to round them up. The ugly word depression was new to Campbell, but it rang now on all sides. He saw endless brown clouds that were scabby herds of longhorns grazing the land bare. Men were trying to sell for a pittance ranches into which they'd put their lifeblood, and being laughed at. Vast domains, once great, were now deserted and worthless. He'd seen with his own eyes whole towns desperate for food, the women and children in rags ravaged by the dogs of war. He and Kane had strung together in Georgia for the long trek west. All the way they had faced the hatred of these desperate people. They cursed them and their blue uniforms, blamed them for their plight. For while Texas men had been away fighting, kin against kin, friend against friend, the cattle had run wild and become a vast herd of gaunt, dangerous outlaws, fleet as deer, tough as wet leather. A slow anger built up in Rip as they neared Dos Passos. He'd had his fill now of being called a damned Yankee, a blackguard, of swallowing insults because he pitied and understood the Southerners' feelings. Hell, he was one of them. But because he'd fought for the cause he thought was right, he was a mongrel dog. He promised himself silently as he rode that he had to fight his way back to respect, that the next man who braced him with insults would taste bared knuckles. Late August heat lay thick and sultry over Dos Passos and the Basque land. Campbell's coat was open at the throat, and his white shirt gleamed in the sunlight. Sparks kindled on his brass buttons and bright epaulets. Dust lay in the creases of his holster, and the walnut butt of his service pistol was gray with it. He rode regally in his army saddle, a figure to command respect wherever fighting men gathered. But now he knew little but hatred and scorn of a brave but vanquished enemy. A breeze, sharp with the tang of sodden willow leaves, was at his broad back as they rode away from the creek. On their left were small adobe and frame houses, outposts of Dos Passos. A little farther on, beyond a dusty plaza, the town itself began. A tight huddle of motley buildings that seemed crowded together for protection from a strife-torn world. A frown built on Rip's forehead as he noted a strange contrast between this town and the others they'd passed through. Dos Passos, strangely, was bustling with activity. Even at a distance, it offered an impression of prosperity and vitality that the young army officer could almost feel. Holt Kane's eyes bugged, and he exploded. "Well, tunnel me with a dum-dum if something ain't wrong here, Duff. Look!" A new, red wagon in front of the mercantile. "You can damn me for a Johnny Reb if I've seen such a sight in 500 miles. Rip was dumbfounded. "Sure enough, and look yonder." He gestured. "There's a woman in a new dress. Looks like Dos Passos never heard about post-war depressions." They pulled their mounts up to a tie rack, dismounted, and made their way slowly down the street, staring curiously, and being stared at in return. They soon discovered that whatever the difference between Dos Passos' seeming prosperity and the poorness of other towns, it failed to extend to the reception accorded a pair of stray Union soldiers. Women gathered in their skirts at their approach, and stood icily aside while they passed, as if they were so much filth. Men either ignored them, or formed groups that filled the whole boardwalk, challenging them to pass through. Because it had long since been found to be the wiser course, the two cavalrymen stepped into the dusty street and went around the sullen knots of hot-eyed men. They saw hostility on every side, and Rip, more than ever, dreaded the prospect of remaining long here. "By Harry, something's got into this burg," Holt Kane muttered. "I can't put a finger on it, but it's here. You'd think cattle was booming, and business rushing, the way people are buying and selling. And you'd think Union skunks have sense to stay out of a man's town, mister." A man's voice, dripping with hatred, drawled just behind them. Rip stiffened and spun to face the speaker. Anger stained the high bones of his leathery cheeks. Kane's hand took him by the shoulder. "Easy, Duff," he said tersely. Let him have his fun. But Rip's hackles were up. He thrust Holt's hand from him ungently, stared at the man who had spoken. The fellow was big in a slumped, slack-muscled way, and stood just in front of a small group of men, which had apparently just stepped from a saloon. Hard whiskey gave his face a flaming ruddiness. His heavy lips drooped in a sneer. All Rip's pent-up anger and resentment seemed to explode within him. "If this is a white man's town," he bit out, "I'd like to know what you're doing here, fella. They've got to draw the line somewhere, but for a Georgia swamp rat, you must have come out of a hole without them seeing." The beefy man's face drained of all color as he thrust his spade chin at the cavalryman. His foul breath struck at Rip's nostrils. "You'll get down and lick my boots for that, sir," he grated. "Starting right now. You hear me?" "I hear you," Rip gave back, "but it ain't scaring me none." "Then maybe this will." The lazy muscles of the puncher went into action. His big right fist stabbed out like a pile driver. Rip's motions were so quick that the onlookers had no time to analyze them. His legs bent slightly, and the puncher's fist whistled over his head. Then the army man brought one up from the sidewalk, and 4 hard knuckles smashed the side of the man's jaw. His head shot back, and he caromed off a puncheon supporting the saloon awning to crash on his back in the street. He lay there stunned for a moment. Blood dribbling from a cut Rip's punch had opened along his spade chin. Then he was shaking the cobwebs from his brain and scrambling up, his face savage with the lust to kill. His right hand streaked gunward. "You damned Yankee trash," he bellowed. "You won't lay hand on another Texas man." Rip saw he had no chance of stopping gunplay with fists. He condemned himself for using knuckles instead of matching draws. But it was too late now. Lunging to one side, he tugged at his big Navy pistol. The man was way ahead on the snatch, and his gun cleared first. But Rip's quick leap aside combined with liquor and brain fog to make the other miss. A window crashed behind Campbell as he leapt forward. The long barrel of the Navy pistol arced down and clipped the side of the puncher's head. With a deep grunt the man sagged, recovered himself, and in blind rage lifted his gun again. Hating to kill the cowpoke, thus earning himself new enemies, the cavalryman lunged aside and in. Again his gun barrel struck, biting through the other's range hat and into hair and scalp. The man caved as if poleaxed. Swiftly Rip whirled, gun ready to face the others. "You can all just stay like that," he bit out tightly. "Holt, go get the marshal. We'll get this down on the books right, in case anything comes of it." Kane, swearing softly at the bad turn of luck, hurried off. He did not have to go far. A tall, thin man came running down the boardwalk towards him. A gun flashed in his hand as he ran. Sunlight glinted on the shield on his vest. Meanwhile, Rip's attention had been taken by a powerful, square-built man on the saloon steps. The man's wide-brimmed hat was back off his face, letting thick brown hair protrude. He was grinning at Campbell. "You've got what it takes, mister," he said. "Even if you did curry the burrs out of the tail of one of my toughest cowhands showing it." Rip grinned back. "No harm meant," he said. "It was a case of eat or get et." The marshal, a businesslike lawman with a thin face and small, serious eyes, supervised the moving of the unconscious puncher's limp form. Rip learned the lawman's name was Hank Leffie. The drunken puncher was Lon Harbold. A crowd was collecting, and through it all, Rip and Kane were conscious of the heat of scores of hostile eyes. Leffie kept the spectators back from the wounded man. "Get the doctor, one of you," he grunted. Turning to Rip, he demanded, "Well, what's your story, young feller? I warn you, this looks mighty bad." "I'll call on these gents," Rip said, indicating the group that had watched the fracas, "to bear me out in my story. Harbold tackled me and got off a shot before I knew what he was at. I slugged him twice because he made me." Leffie's gaze swung to the loungers. "How about that?" One of them shrugged. "That ain't exactly how I seen it." Looked like him and Lon was arguing about something before the fight. They both went for their guns at the same time. A hot retort surged to the cavalryman's lips, but the tall man by the batwings halted him. "Sam's got it a little twisted," he drawled. "The stranger told it right, Marshal. It don't look like he was at fault, to me." Rip did not fail to note the quick respect that greeted his words. Leffie grunted. "Your word's good enough for me, McLeod. We'll put it on the books that way, in case Harbold's bad hurt." Rip grinned his thanks at McLeod, and just then the doctor came up. A girl, flushed, and with her hair looking considerably wind-blown, accompanied him. The Union man felt the scornful glance she drove at him as the surgeon went to work on the still unconscious man. Contempt flared in her deep blue eyes. Presently, the doctor snapped his bag shut. "Hurt bad," he informed them. "Skull fracture, and I think a serious concussion." "Mule kick him?" McLeod moved in. "Yeah, an army mule," he grinned. "Take him to the hotel, and do what you can for him, Doc. Put it on my bill. Harbold's one of my men." With surprising abruptness, the girl's face swung to Rip's. "Won't you Northerners ever stop spreading grief?" she flared. "Carpetbaggers, spies, scavengers, you've caused as much trouble since the war as during it." Holt Kane was tugging at Rip's arm again, but the younger man brushed him off. Kane's face was red and sweating. Discomfort was written all over him. "Miss," Rip snapped, "I happen to be a Texan myself. That didn't prevent me from having the courage of my convictions. But the fact that I'm wearing a U.S. uniform doesn't mean I'm on the peck for trouble. The marshal will tell you who's to blame here." The girl favored him with a bitter look. "A Union man is never wrong, is he? Not when he's wielding the whip, it seems." Haughtily, she turned away. Rip's cheeks grew hot. He stifled his rising anger, turned brusquely to Marshal Leffie. "I'll be in town a spell if you want me again," he informed him. "You'll find me at the hotel, too. That ought to make it convenient, cause and effect in the same spot." Sergeant Holt Kane was limp with perspiration when they left. "God almighty, kid," he husked. "Are you trying to start another war? Let's get the hell out of this burg." "You get out, Holt," Rip smiled. "I'm staying on. Not that I wouldn't give a lot to be able to leave with you." The middle-aged cavalryman replaced his cap and wagged his head. "Well, it's your funeral," he decided. "Me, I ain't in a mood to stick around and argue the point. I'm heading for New Mexico, to a spot near one of the reservations, to raise beef and forget there ever was a war." "You could do a lot worse," Rip told him. "Maybe so. I'll be up there, cutting sign on you before long." "If you live long enough," Kane amended. "You're making your bed in cactus for sure. You'll bust your heart trying to soften these Texan sons o' guns, and you won't never succeed. When that happens, kid, remember, you was warned." "I'll remember," Rip said, and he watched Kane hurry down the street. Chapter 2. On a back street at the far end of town, Rip stopped before a slatternly adobe house behind a crooked picket fence. This was home. Home. The word had the empty ring of a false coin. He'd run away from this house 4 years ago, away from the dad he loved and the stepmother he hated. Guilt stung Rip's conscience as he remembered sneaking off without even leaving a note to his father. But any word at all would have annulled the purpose of his leaving. He prayed Sam Campbell had never learned the reason for his son's disappearance. That would have killed him, just as surely as malaria had actually stricken him down. Through the screen door, he could see into the cool duskiness of the house. At his knock, someone moved and a man grunted, "The door, Beth." At the sound of that voice, Rip Campbell's face went wooden. Blood surged hotly through his temples. Slowly, he took off his dusty cap as a woman's figure materialized back of the screen. He was looking at a woman of perhaps 33, short and rather dowdy, with stringy blonde hair gathered into a knot at the back of her neck. Recognition suddenly came into the woman's eyes, recognition and fear. "Well, the prodigal son returned," she said nervously. "What do you want here, Rip? I suppose you know your dad's dead." "Yeah, I heard of it," Rip told her. His eyes strayed past his stepmother into the living room, searching the gloom for the owner of the other voice. Beth Campbell's pale hazel eyes pinched. She moved as if to obstruct his view. "Well then, what do you want here?" she demanded. "I sent all your belongings down to the courthouse, case you want them." As the poor light ceased to hamper Rip's vision, he eased the door open and moved inside. "No, that isn't what I want," he said with a hard grin. "I want some words with this polecat friend of yours, Das Cayley." The heavy-set, baldish man on the sofa came ponderously to his feet, nervousness visible in the working of his jaw. The little purple threads webbing his cheeks darkened. "Well, well," he croaked. "Glad to see you, boy." "I'll bet you are," Rip gritted, advancing on the hesitating Cayley. "I'll bet you're about as glad as you were when I caught you with my dad's wife, 4 years ago." "Rip, you got this all wrong," Cayley interposed. "You're going off, half-cocked." "Me and Beth." Rip Campbell gathered up a handful of Cayley's shirt front. "When the cat's away, the rats hold a circus, he mocked him. "But the cat's back, mister. And what you're going to get will be no circus. I warned you never to come in my dad's house again." Beth Campbell screamed as the tall cavalryman's fist drew back. "Rip," she screamed. "You fool. Leave him." Her last words were choked into a gasp as Rip's fist chopped Cayley's lips against his heavy teeth. Cayley went down, came up with flailing fists and a curse on his lips. Rip Campbell met his rush with neat feints and blocking fists. He put a lean, light arm's power into the next haymaker, and Cayley went backward over the sofa. Rip was right after him, teeth shining in a wicked grin. This was something he'd longed for during those 4 years of hell and loneliness. For Dawson, Cayley had given him a round lacing the day he ran away from Dos Passos, and Rip had been saving him a like one ever since. Young Rip had tried to shut his ears to the gossip about Cayley and Beth, his dad's new wife, that started less than a year after Sam had remarried. He kept his father's admonition always before him. "You got to love and honor your stepmother just like she was your real ma. You and me and her will get along fine, if you remember that, and do like she asks in the little things that are important to a woman. It'll please her, son, and me." He'd said that sincerely, and just as sincerely, Rip had promised to try his best. Sam was too old for Beth, of course. But he was lonely, and she said she loved him. But when Rip caught them in each other's arms, he forgot what Sam had said. He wailed into Cayley. The lawyer, Sam Campbell's only legal rival in town, was a lot bigger and heavier than the boy, and the thrashing he gave him wasn't forgotten for a long time. When Rip came to, his one-track, boyishly idealistic mind saw only one thing to do, and that was leave home. He couldn't hurt his dad by telling him about Beth. Better that he should think his son was an ungrateful whelp than break his heart over her. But it was a shock when he learned that Sam had died, leaving him no chance ever to explain. These dark thoughts were in Rip's mind now, as he jabbed savagely at Cayley's reddening features. Beth kept screeching in his ear, and Cayley tried to talk with him too, but Rip's blood was hot and he heard nothing. Cayley grunted as Rip's fist probed his lax belly. Instantly, he was reeling from a blow over the eye. The orb went red and swelled shut. With a grunt, he tucked his baldish head and rushed. Campbell swayed aside. His fist slammed into the side of Cayley's head. Pivoting fast, he brought him around with another blow, and then slashed wickedly into his bloody face. The lawyer staggered back. A final punch over the heart seemed to unhinge his knees. On all fours, he wagged his head stupidly, making no effort to get up. Rip swept up the man's coat and hat from the davenport. With one hand, he planted Cayley on his feet. Jamming the hat over his head, he forced the coat into his hands and shoved him toward the door. "That makes us about one up, mister," he breathed heavily. "Now you get the hell out of here and stay out. I might lose my temper next time." He was watching the lawyer's unsteady advance up the street when Beth recalled him. She was standing with clenched fists in the middle of the room. "You fool," she hissed. "Oh, you brainless young fool. My name isn't Beth Campbell anymore. It's Beth Cayley. We've been married for a year and a half." Rip took his eyes away from Cayley with a jerk. He said, "My God." The exclamation summed up Rip's complete surprise. It also summed up his amazement that any woman could see herself married to a man like Dawson Cayley. "You married to him?" he fumbled. "You didn't lose much time, did you?" "What I did is none of your business," she snapped, striking a stray lock of hair from her forehead. "Doss'll make you pay for this. He's got more rights here than you have now. He's my husband, and this is my house." Resentment erased a little of Rip Campbell's mortification. Somehow, he knew a deep satisfaction that this woman no longer bore the same name as he. But her remark had led into the matter that brought him back here to Dos Passos. "That's just what I came to see about," he told her quietly. "Dad must have left a will. If you think you're going to get what's rightly mine, you've got another thought coming." Beth snapped. "This house, don't get excited," Rip advised her. "It's not money or property that brings me back. If Dad left a will, he must have left some sort of instructions for me. A letter or something. Well, he didn't. He never mentioned you after you left." Rip idly cuffed dust from his cap. "That's too bad. In that case, I'll have to go down to the courthouse and see just what's what. Dad was too good a lawyer to die intestate. And if I find, for instance, that he left me this house, you're going to find yourself outside or renting from me. If you want to produce that will, of course." Beth Cayley's thin lips formed a tight white line. Then her hands made a defeated, aimless motion. "You're a fox like your father was, ain't you?" she sniffed. "He never was one to do things out in the open and above board. Not him. Always scheming and planning behind." "Let's see that will," Rip snapped. He was sick of this house, sick of Beth, soul sick with the memories it brought into his head. Beth knew she was beaten. She flounced off and rattled around in drawers in a back room. Then she was back with some worn, greasy documents. She flung them at him. "There." She tossed her head. And don't forget your promise." Rip sat down. He opened the will first and found it drawn up neatly, in the flawless order Sam Campbell had considered so important in life. He was not particularly surprised to see the following: "To my wife, Beth Smith Campbell, I leave the sum of $1, and stipulate that said bequest shall be withdrawn if she contests this will. All other property, real and personal, I leave to my son, Duffield Campbell." It was about what Rip had expected. There was a letter, too, and Rip read it through with growing hatred for Cayley and Beth. "My dear son, I know now why you left home, and I respect you for what you tried to do for me. But it had to come, and I'm not blaming Beth too much. There's a wide bridge between the old and the young, and I ain't young anymore. I've got only one thing to ask of you, Rip, that you should carry on my law work where I'm leaving off. I've schooled you in law since you were knee-high to a brief. You'll get by. These country people need legal help, sometimes worse than they need a doctor. I'm leaving you all my books and papers. You know as much about law as you need to set up practice. What more you lack, you'll get by hard knocks." There was more, but Rip knew already that the big thing in the letter was that request, knew that his future had been warped by those neat lines of feathery writing. The fluid notions as to his future had set like cement. He owed it to his father's memory to make at least a stab at being a lawyer. His eyes grew hot with tears barely held back as he scanned the missive. To break his morbid mood, Rip crammed the paper in his pocket and strode to his father's office. He found it dusty, uncared for. But right now his thoughts were for the secret compartment, where he and Sam used to keep things that were meant for other eyes. Sam would keep money there when he didn't have time to take it to the bank. It was a hole in the middle of the fireplace, hidden by a wedge-shaped keystone. The smoke-blackened rock would slide easily out of place. Rip's long fingers went to tugging at the brick. It came away, showering white mortar on the floor. His hands shook a little as he peered into the dark recess. There was money there, all right, sheaves of yellowbacks, bags of specie. Chapter 3. A light step behind him caused him to pivot swiftly. Beth was staring, her thin white features sharp as frost. "Then there was money," she gasped. "And it's part of mine, Rip Campbell." "Is it now?" he queried, politely. Beth's tongue dabbed at her lips. "Sam said if ever I needed money, you was to help me," she lied. "Let's have an understanding," Rip rasped. "I'm sticking by that will." "Fight it, if you don't like it. Khalid be just the man for the case." While Beth stood by, furious, he counted the money and found $23,000. It took his breath away. 23,000 was a fortune these times. A little dizzy, he began stuffing his pockets. But as he tried to brush past Beth, she seized his arm. "Rip," she pleaded. If I just had a couple of hundred. Everybody that has a cent is buying up that gilt-edged stock. I could." Rip frowned. "What stock?" "St. Louis Southwestern Railroad, of course. Vance McLeod says $100 worth of stock will be worth $2,000 in a year or so. McLeod's their agent down here. With $300, say, for 3 shares. For the first time, Rip began to understand Dos Passos' air of prosperity. He wondered if McLeod was the smiling, well-built man who had taken his part before Marshal Leffie. "How is anybody getting the money to buy stock in this kind of a country?" he demanded. "Texas cattle aren't worth the money for cartridges to slaughter them." Beth's thin shoulders shrugged. "Oh, mortgaging their land and stock for what they can get, I suppose," she offered. "McLeod says when the road gets through to Fort Worth, they'll be able to drive their herds there and sell them for almost what they get in Chicago." "I haven't heard of any railroad during my wanderings," Rip argued. "Fort Worth wasn't much head up about it when I went through." "How do you know it isn't a skin game?" Beth was horrified. "Don't be silly. McLeod was born and raised in this country. Fought for Lee too," she put in acidly. "He's got nothing but our best interests at heart. He says Dos Passos is the kind of cattle range that's going to be the backbone of Texas one of these days, soon as we get a market for our beef. Rip, if you could even just loan me that 300. Rip was full to the gills of her whining. So weary, indeed, that he peeled off 3-century notes and shoved them into her bony fingers. "There's your gilt-edged stock," he grunted. "May you run it up to 6,000. There'll be a man down later for my books and desk." With her thanks jarring on his ears, he left the house. He dumped the money into his saddlebags and headed for the bank. The Lone Star Trust and Savings looked like a cattleman's bank in boom times, Rip was thinking as he entered. Conversation and cigar smoke filled the big room. Half a dozen men were talking with an official in back. 2 clerks were at the wickets. Rip deposited his weighty bags on the counter with a sullen clank. "Like to start an account," he told the teller. The man's eyes fastened on the bags with interest. "About how much?" he queried. "Looks like you're freighting quite a load there, mister." 20,000, the cavalryman told him easily. "Maybe I'll put half of that in a checking account." The clerk cleared his throat, glancing back nervously towards the rear. Then he reached for the cage latch. "I'll have Mr. Parker take care of you," he faltered. "Will you wait a minute?" Rip watched him hurry away. A short, solidly built man, in a pinstripe black suit, glanced up hurriedly at the words the teller murmured in his ear. Suddenly, the whole room was conscious of Rip Campbell's presence. There was that awkward tension that grows from the presence of a stranger whose status is in doubt. Rip knew that every eye was on his uniform. He felt the heat of their scornful glances. Only one man disguised his contempt, and that was Parker, the bank owner. He had a smile on his lips when he approached the window. Undersized and swarthy, he wore a look of prosperity. Natty pinstripe suit and shiny yellow shoes were matched by smooth-shaven skin and carefully groomed hands. He offered Rip his grip. "Farley Parker," he introduced himself. "You aren't the Rip Campbell who left here 5 years ago." "The same. The depression doesn't seem to have touched you much, Parker. Things seem to be moving in Dos Passos." Parker shrugged, and his eyes seemed to appraise the entire room. "We can't complain," he said. And as his glance touched the saddlebags, "You appear to have done all right by yourself, Rip. How much was it you wanted to deposit?" "20,000. How much interest do you pay?" Parker did not entirely hide his breathlessness at the figure mentioned. He reached for a deposit slip, pen and ink. 6.5%, he stated. "More than any other bank in Texas is paying." "You aren't making a wrong move, mister." Suspicion tapped Rip on the shoulder. His eyes were narrow. I suppose you invest fairly heavily in this St. Louis Southwestern Railroad stock." Farley Parker's eyes met his, soberly. "We're backing it to the limit. You won't find a more solid security in the country today. St. Louis Southwestern is going to be the making of this country, and we've got confidence in the men who represent it. Vance McLeod assures me he'll be paying first-rate dividends after the first of the month. I intend to pass those dividends on to my depositors in the form of increased interest." Rip hooked his arm through the saddlebags, swept them from the counter. "I'm afraid you won't be passing them on to me then," he said. "I'll take my gilt-edged stock with a smaller percentage of brass. Far as I know, this railroad outfit hasn't laid a tie or driven a spike. Sorry, Parker, it's no go." Parker blinked, stunned. In the back of the room, there was an angry muttering. Someone swore under his breath. "The damned, bull-headed Yankee." Anger drained the color from the banker's swart face. His black eyes snapped fiery sparks as he laid the pen down. "That kind of talk will buy you a lot of unpopularity in this town, Campbell. St. Louis Southwestern is sound, that point is certain. You're taking sides against the force that is saving Dos Passos from the ruin that faces all the rest of Texas. We're buying new stock, new land, replacing worn-out equipment with money we can thank the railroad for." "Just how much new cash," Rip snorted, "has come to this town from the railroad? Isn't it true that Dos Passos is doing all its buying on money your bank has loaned on stock and land?" "That's true. But the facts don't tell the whole story. Within a few months, we'll be getting dividends. Then these loans can be paid off, and if the ranchers wish, new issues of stock can be bought up." "If the ranchers aren't foreclosed first," Rip pointed out. In the rear, 2 men came angrily to their feet and started forward. Parker stopped their advance with a raised hand. "We won't argue about it, Campbell," he snapped. "But a lot of folks are going to take it unkindly if you hand them this kind of talk. I don't know as I want your business now or in the future. Good day." Smiling a little, Rip slung the leather pouches over his shoulder. "No hard feelings," he offered. "But any time you unload your St. Louis Southwestern for something reliable, I'll be around with my business." "I gather you don't have a great deal of faith in my company," a man said at Rip's back. "What have you heard, Captain?" Rip felt the hackles on his neck crawl. He came about swiftly, to stare into the confident face of the man whose herd he had beaten. Vance McLeod possessed in his person and voice the force of a powerful, calculating fighter. His pearl-gray Stetson cast its shadow over the coldest pair of steel-blue eyes Rip Campbell had ever looked into. Despite the remarks he could not have failed to hear the army man make, he kept a smile under his dark mustache and an easy drawl to his voice. "Nothing personally, McLeod. But I'll choose a bank that invests in good, sound government securities every time. As far as I know, your outfit hasn't proved up yet." McLeod bit the end off a crooked Italian cigar, spat the black burl outside. "As far as you know," he quoted. "Captain, I wouldn't talk so loose about something I didn't understand. St. Louis Southwestern will be paying 4% on all the stock I've sold very shortly. Why don't you climb on the bandwagon before the price begins to skyrocket?" Rip had to smile at his brash confidence, turning what could have been a heated argument into a sales talk. "Nada." Campbell wagged his head. "Every time I see a skyrocket, I keep wondering how it feels to come down. When your road pulls into Fort Worth, maybe so I'll climb aboard. But let me ask you a question, McLeod." The railroad man toyed with the cigar. "Go ahead," he said levelly. Rip was conscious that every man in the bank was straining to hear. He knew also that behind his affability, the railroad man's temper was drawn to a feather edge. There was cold hatred in those pale blue eyes. "You talk," Campbell said, "about faith in Dos Passos and the Bosque country. About this section being the backbone of the Texas cattle industry someday. Well, I'm curious. But how much faith do you yourself have in it? How much of your own money is going into land and cattle?" McLeod glanced at the others. "Ride out and take a look at the Big M Ranch someday, Captain," he said quietly. "Better take your lunch and supper along too. Most of the best grazing land in the Bosque is in my name. Plenty of high-grade cow stuff is tattooed with my brand too. You might as well get it through your head now that Vance McLeod and this range are as good as riveted together." The onlookers were laughing, Parker the loudest of all. Rip's ears burned, but he had the impression that McLeod's words told only half the story. "I'll still take government bonds." He shook his head. "Better get yourself a few, mister. See you around." The agent tipped his hat in mock courtesy. Then he was calling after the lawyer. "A word of advice, Captain. Shuck those pretty clothes for some civilized duds. The war's over, you know. And down here, the ladies don't particularly care for blue uniforms." Parker and the others roared. When their laughter quieted, Rip was smiling down from his horse, his words for all of them. "Don't be too sure about the war being over. A lot of men who've invested on the spur of the moment may find the bottle's just beginning." Chapter 4. Through the heat of the late afternoon, Rip rode down to the hotel. He got a room on the street to take advantage of the evening shade. With a shave, his first in 3 days, and a bath, he began to feel a little more respectable. Once again, his thoughts went to the money Sam had left him. A great sense of relief poured through him that he hadn't banked it at the Lone Star. Sam Campbell, he recalled, had never trusted Farley Parker. Undoubtedly, that was why he had preferred a hole in the wall to his prosperous bank. And that was saying a lot, with Beth snooping around. Rip let his thoughts dwell on Vance McLeod for a while. The smoke of suspicion clouded his mind every time he considered him and his St. Louis Southwestern Railroad. He felt sure there was no such outfit actually building a road anywhere. He considered McLeod no more than a confidence man of a high caliber. But McLeod was sinking his own money in Texas land and beef. That was incredible to Rip. Texas land was worth practically nothing in a bottomless market. Beef, well, you could buy a longhorn anywhere for the price of a day's wages for the man who roped him off the range for you. Blooded stock was a little different, even in these times. A good Brahma or Hereford was still worth raising, he guessed. Bosky land, too, should be worth something, if a man had the guts and money to hang onto it for a few years. Rip gave it up and turned his thoughts to his own affairs. There was the matter of getting out some handbills, advertising his intention to continue in his dad's profession. He'd spotted an empty land office down street where he figured to move in. One more thing bothered him. Das Cayley. With a sour grimace, Rip decided he owed the man some kind of an apology. After all, he'd been within his rights this time. Leaving his money in the hotel safe, the cavalryman went out into the glare of the street. When there is any money at all floating around, saloons can be figured to do a fair business. It was so with the Bull's Head when Rip pushed into the place and searched the crowd for Dawson Cayley. There was a score of patrons in the saloon. Yet within 5 seconds, it seemed word got around that there was a Union man present. Glasses were lowered to the bar, while the drinkers stared with undisguised hostility. Some men playing pool near the door stood holding their cues stiffly. Rip located Cayley near the middle of the bar. He trailed his sunflower spurs through the sawdust and stopped beside him. A couple of surly-looking punchers, with whom Cayley had apparently been drinking, moved away. Before Rip could speak to the lawyer, one of them began humming a parody on a northern marching song, a burlesque calculated to start a fight anywhere. But Rip kept his temper. "I figure I owe you an apology, Cayley," he said quietly. "Beth tells me you two are married now. I'm sorry I went off half-cocked like that." Cayley's bruised, purpling features soured. "You will be if you aren't now," he growled. "I ain't forgetting that, Campbell. Now that you've said your piece, you'd better drag yourself out of here. You ain't exactly the fair-haired boy with us. If that's how you like it. I hardly expected you to accept my invitation to forget our grudge in a drink." The big, red-headed cowboy was bawling the words to the song now. He had his hat shoved back from freckled, sunburnt features, and his jaw worked loosely as he sang. Rip refused the bait as he moved past. And then in the mirror, he saw Cayley nod slightly. In the same instant, the puncher arrested Rip with a big paw. "You got your guts trying to drink with white men," he sneered. Rip struck his hand down. "You'll eat those words or wish you had," he breathed, his face white. "Damned if he ain't declaring himself," the red-headed one laughed. Cat swift, he swept his drink from the bar straight into Rip's face. In the same blur of motion, he went for his gun. Rip's head went down, and the drink spattered against his blue cap. He caught the puncher's hand at the wrist and held the gun in its holster. His light hand made a short, chopping motion that broke the man's nose. Bawling with pain, Red tore away. "Get the damn skunk, boys," he yelled. "Kill him." Rip stopped his shout with a blow to the belly that doubled him up. Then he piled 2 wicked punches into his face and saw him go down dazed and bleeding. The man's partner came at him with a rush, gun held high for a buffalo blow. Like a cracked whip, Rip Campbell's lean body lashed forward. The gun barrel found only the epaulette on his coat. Then his own Colt was out. He whipped the stocky, blonde puncher across the eyes with it. Blood gushed, and the man screamed with pain. But others were piling in on the lone army man. Bottles flashed, and the men who had been playing pool ran forward with broken-off cues. Even the bartender was reaching for a bung starter. Rip dared not level his Colts. The slightest excuse would bring a hail of lead in his direction. He hot-led the blonde cowboy into the face of the onrushing attackers and flung an empty beer glass after him. Suddenly, lights exploded in his head as the bartender brought the bung starter down in a glancing blow. Rip had to hook one elbow over the bar to remain erect. He fought for consciousness. It was no guess that if he went down, the irate cowman would beat him so terribly his face would never look the same. Another puncher came in low, and Rip was able to sidestep him and knock him to the floor with a blow to the back of the neck. Then they were on him with savage yells. A fist bloomed up before his eyes and sent him against the bar, dazed. But even as he went down under them, he heard a gun roar and a shrill voice puncture the fight sounds. "Stand back, you mangy he-wolves. You're a disgrace to yourselves and the army you fought with." Chapter 5. Rip, from his spot in the sawdust, made out the saddle-warped form of a man standing atop the bar, a sharps in his hands. Short and grizzled though he was, his gun had an immediate effect on the crowd. They melted away from Rip like boys caught tormenting a stray dog. The two Rip had felled lay where they had sprawled. The cavalryman dragged himself to his feet with spinning head. The old-timer spat tobacco juice at the feet of the mob. 20-1, he sneered. Even a Union man rates better odds than that. Maybe his breed did outnumber us at Gettysburg, but that was war. Won't you damned hyenas never learn that the war's over? Kaylee, you fight terrific when you can skulk in and strike from the back. But I never seen you at Gettysburg, on the firm line. Kaylee muttered something. But Rip was staring curiously at his benefactor. He was short, not over 5'5", and a blackened printer's apron hung down to his knees. A booted foot and a thick pine stump showed below that. Ink smudges were on his face and his steel-rimmed spectacles. There was a liberal quantity of ink, too, in the stringy mustaches that pronged down from a bulbous red nose. With a surge of pleasure, Rip remembered him. "Sarge," he jerked. "Old Sarge Baylor." A couple of Confederate medals flashed as the printer twisted to wink at him. "Right you are, my misguided young friend," he admitted. "Come on down here, where you can light out fast when I turn these mad dogs loose. I still ain't guaranteed you nothin'. Liquor and politics make an unreliable mixture." Rip picked up his gun and moved to the front. The old printer hopped down behind the bar, and keeping the crowd under his ponderous rifle, took 2-quart bottles of whiskey from the shelves. He snapped a wicked look as the bartender swore. "Shut up, Herb," he advised the muttering barman. "One of these is for what you owe me on last month's printin' bill. The other'n's by way of medicine for the damage you done this yunker with your damn bung starter. Now you all just stand like you are. If airy man pokes his head out the batwings for 5 minutes, I'll scatter brains from here to the plaza." Rip grinned as he backed out. He knew, from where Kaylee's crowd was standing, the .45 to 90 looked a lot less funny. But not until the pair of them were striding down the boardwalk did he feel easy. "When was I so glad to see anybody?" he sighed. "Last time I laid eyes on you, Sarge, was over gun sights at Bull Run." Baylor stopped at the door of his print shop and stumped in. "Hell, was you there too?" he grunted. "I left my right leg behind in that'n. But a peg leg's got its advantage." He laid gun and bottles on the counter and hoisted himself to a seat. Then he twisted at his peg leg until the wooden dowel came out. From the inside of it, he drew an empty glass flask. Yanking the cork from one of the bottles with his teeth, he took a deep drag. Then he filled the empty flask and replaced the peg in its socket. Rip chuckled at his actions. Old Sarge sat there nursing his bottle a moment, his lips pursed as he studied the younger man. In former days, Rip and the old-timer had been great pals. Sam Campbell had all his printing work done here, and the greatest treat in the world for Rip was to be allowed to help set type on it. "Best thing in the world you could do for yourself," old Sarge growled at last, "is to get rid of that uniform. Lucky my press wasn't going, or I wouldn't never have heard the ruckus." "You're the second man that's told me that today," Rip mused. "I haven't been out of service long enough to buy myself some civilized duds. But I'll do it pronto. In a country of bulls like this, I don't fancy myself as a red flag." Sarge had set fire to his blackened clay pipe. "Next time you feel like adventure, Don't go messing with McLeod's outfit. Das Cayley's his lawyer. Yeah. Rip was not too surprised. Well, they're two of a kind, if you ask me. I didn't ask you, Sarge said levelly, but you said yourself a mouthful. They say Vance McLeod's God's gift to Dos Passos. I say this town full of suckers is hell's gift to Vance McLeod. You couldn't trade me a share of his stock for a second-hand cud of chawn tobacco. That's what I told McLeod. You told. Sarge swallowed. He began to talk quietly, tensely, driving home his points with stabs of the wet pipe stem. Your daddy used to have a saying that one fox has a better chance against a dozen grizzlies than one grizzly has. That's the spot you're in, if you aim to buck St. Louis from hell southwestern. We had a killing here 2 months ago. Luke Tyler began blowing off against McLeod for being a con man. Just after that, a drunken puncher shot him and left town in a hurry. I ain't saying McLeod paid that puncher off. But if you figure to spout like Tyler did, don't do it. Be smart like a fox, not loud like a grizzly. You'll find it's healthier. I don't think McLeod's so big, Rip grunted. Just flashy and smart. He's got everybody in town believing in him, hasn't he? Just about. And he's bought up land and cattle, until he's the biggest cattleman of them all. Only other one his size or near is Dan Worth. But Worth's stock's lousy himself, so I don't figure he'll last. Rip's brow furrowed. Dan Worth. The name's familiar. Was he in Nestor hereabouts when I left? Not him. He came here after the war, with a bag of money to invest, and a body shot to hell by 2 years in a Yankee prison camp. He's got a lot of his health back, but McLeod's got his money. Rip shrugged. He was beginning to weary, even of the sound of Vance McLeod's name. The whole thing disgusted and vaguely worried him. Well, McLeod's the town's worry, not mine, he decided. I'm going to have plenty of grief of my own. I'm going to carry on Dad's business, Sarge. Sarge's eyes twinkled pale blue behind his square spectacles. Good, he said. Dos Passos needs a first-rate lawyer. I'll need some handbills and an ad in your paper. Just something plain, like you used to print for Dad. Sarge took off his glasses and fooled with the inky lenses. I get you. It'll seem good to have a Campbell on the books again. Luck to you, boy. Rip Campbell knew, as he made his way down the street through a sea of angry eyes, that he would need all the luck Sarge could wish him. Chapter 6. That afternoon saw Rip attired in dark trousers tucked into old boots, a lightweight shirt under a buckskin vest. He topped the outfit with an expensive fawn-colored Stetson. The next morning, in his newly rented office across the plaza, he prepared for a long wait. It was hard to count on any business for many weeks to come. But before noon, his first customer rode up and dismounted outside his door. In one glance, Rip knew her for the brown-haired, blue-eyed girl who had scorned him before the crowd the day before. She came in briskly, bringing an odor of blue sage that told she had come up from the flats. She was wearing the same, hard-used leather riding skirt and a fresh white blouse. She drew off fringed gauntlets as she entered. Suddenly she saw him, and her face blanched. "You're Rip Campbell," she faltered. "I had no idea." There was a lazy, deep South twang to her voice that Rip remembered. "Sorry to disappoint you, ma'am." He grinned a little sheepishly. "Best I can do, I guess, is to send you to Dos Passos' other lawyer, Dawson Cayley." The girl frowned impatiently. "No, he won't do it all," she said flatly. Then shrugging, "I suppose I can forget you're a union man if you'll forget my home was Tennessee. After all, this is strictly business." "Strictly, ma'am," Rip said soberly. He found a certain satisfaction in knowing that the girl was still a little abashed by running into him so unexpectedly. "I've come at my father's request," she told him. "I'm Leona Worth. Father saw your advertisement in the Herald and asked me to bring you out to see him." We have the fence post ranch, you know. A shade of resentment hit Rip. These ranchers would be a long time getting over the habit of asking outlandish favors. The fence post spread was a good 10 miles down the bosque. "Can't your father come in?" he asked. "I hardly feel like leaving the office for the whole day. Father isn't able to ride. The trip costs him a lot in strength every time he makes it. If you could." Rip felt his ears growing hot. He recalled now old Sarge's statement that Danworth's health had been broken in a northern prison. "Of course," he said. "Give me 2 minutes, and I'll be with you." On the long ride down the valley, Leona Worth did not offer any clue as to the nature of the business that necessitated a lawyer's services. But Rip found her a pleasant companion. She talked easily and well of life in the hills of Tennessee, and yet somehow she seemed to fit here. Her calm, dark eyes could catch to so swiftly it took a man's breath away. When they rode up, Dan Worth was lying on a rawhide cot in the shade of some live oaks that sheltered his ranch house. Sunlight, spearing through the leaves above him, struck silver glints from his thick white hair. And even at a distance, Rip saw something that made him catch his breath. Worth had only one arm. There had been a one-armed infantry major at. Worth was on his feet, leaning heavily on a manzanita wood cane. His wedge-shaped head, held high, surmounted a ramrod-straight body. He still wore the butternut trousers of a Southern fighting man. His hand was out to the lawyer, but the win was never completed. For suddenly recollection sprang into his vital blue eyes. Color leapt into his thin cheeks. "Campbell," he gasped. "By the gods, I thought that name was familiar. Leona, do you know who this man is?" "This is the Captain Campbell who took my battalion, whole, to a prison for 2 years." Confusion played havoc with Rip's tongue. Words would not come. For he was remembering the valiant Southerner who had fallen, wounded, among his plucky rifles at the bloodiest battle of the war. He himself had been responsible for sending Worth to prison. Leona's cheeks had drained of all color. Her gauntlets lay at her feet where they fell. Worth's spike-shaped Van Dyke trembled. "So you are the young firebrand that massacred my troops. 2 finest men ever to come out of the South." "If you will recollect, sir," Rip reminded, "you were trying to do the same." Worth shook his cane under the cavalryman's nose. "And if you will recollect, you damn near did it," he roared. "Get off my land, Campbell. Get off. You aren't worthy to." "Father." Leona Worth stamped her foot. "Remember, you sent for him. It's unfortunate, but it needn't go any further." Rip replaced his hat. "It's all right," he said. "I'm sure I understand your father's position. Nothing hurt me more than to have to help kill courageous men like those he commanded. Good day." Worth was calling him back before he had gone 10 feet. "Come back here, go again. Leona and the doctor have both yammered me about it. We'll forget whatever stands between us and make this strictly a business proposition." "Suits me fine," Rip smiled. "What was on your mind, Major?" Worth sat down heavily on the cot. For a while, he screwed at the hard ground with the point of his cane. Then, "I've got a mountain lion by the tail, Campbell, and I want you to tell me how to let go of him. Or if the varmint's pelt is going to be worth anything, tell me so, and I'll hang on a while longer." "I take it you're referring to St. Louis Southwestern stock," surmised the lawyer. "How did you know that?" Worth demanded closely. "A lot of people in Dos Passos are likely wondering what they're going to get for their money. A railhead in Fort Worth or a good round reaming." Rip knew the warm heat of the girl's glance as she took a place beside her father. Disdain and respect, based on the hope that he could help them, blended in her intent features. "Precisely what I have been asking myself," Worth nodded. "I had $11,000 when we came here for my health. I bought this ranch for a song and put the rest of the money in McLeod's stock. He promised us dividends within 3 months. It's been 6 now, and I haven't received a cent. Rip guessed at the rest. And now, there's an installment due on some note or other, and you need those dividends to pay it. Right. I foolishly borrowed on this ranch to buy more stock. A man can make an awful fool of himself over money. Or maybe I'm not a fool. Maybe there's a fortune waiting for me. That's what I want you to find out, Campbell. Should I hold this stock or try to get rid of it? All I can do is guess, Campbell said. Personally, I don't think St. Louis Southwestern owns a rail or an engine. I'd sell those shares if I were you. It's a question whether you can, with Dos Passos greased to the armpits with the stuff. Maybe McLeod himself will take it off your hands. But that's only my own, unfounded opinion. I want more than a guess. Dan Worth declared. If this is going to be something good, I'll try to hang on. Otherwise, I'm unloading right now. I'm retaining you to find out for me as soon as possible, Campbell. Can you do it? A thought wormed its way into Rip's consciousness as he sat listening to the Major. After quick decision, he nodded. I think maybe I can. Tomorrow, I'll let you know what I find out. How's that? Worth stood up, a trifle shakily. That's fair enough, he nodded. And now, will you have a drink before you go back, Captain? Not in this heat, Rip shook his head. I figure, on a pretty heavy afternoon. I'll be seeing you tomorrow, with good news, I hope. At any rate, don't go buying yourself any more stock until then. Rip loped into town about 3 o'clock. He came up the Bosque, relishing the comparative coolness of the willow-shaded creek. Without pausing even for some badly needed lunch, he headed for the telegraph office and wired the Merchants Association at St. Louis. The answer was back by the time he wolfed a plate of stew at the Irishman's and returned to the office. Rip stared at the message for a full half-minute. His final reaction was to whistle softly to himself and hurry to old Sarge's print shop. He found the old printer just putting the evening paper to bed. Hold it, Sarge, he directed, as the one-legged man turned at his entrance. I'll pay you double your usual space rates for a couple of 2-column bases. But they've got to go in today. Sarge calmly sat down, twisted off his wooden leg, and took a sizable slug of 40-rod. Let's see what you got, he growled. He had not taken 2 looks at the matter Rip scrawled out when he threw the papers on the floor and swore. Why, you damned young fool, he choked, unshaven cheeks reddening, eyes flashing dangerously. I wouldn't print this for my worst enemy. It's murder. You trying to get yourself killed? Never shy from printing the truth, the lawyer counseled. I want these set up just as is. And here's the other ad. Listen, Rip. Sarge fastened a claw-like hand on his shoulder. Is this on the level? Rip slapped the 2 telegrams on the counter. It's gospel, he declared. I wired the St. Louis Merchants Association to find out if any such railroad had been started there, and here's their answer. Replying to your query, St. Louis Southwestern Railroad has laid 20 miles of track in the last 8 months. Firm is small and of doubtful intention, though legally incorporated. You see, Sarge, McLeod's really on the up and up in the eyes of the law, but he's sure as hell bleeding Dos Passos dry. I intend to let the whole town know about him. The other thing I want you to print is this. Party will pay $50 per $100 worth of St. Louis Southwestern Railroad stock. Apply D. Campbell, across from Plaza. Will you do that for me, old-timer? Old Sarge was dolefully unscrewing his liquor leg again. So help me, if it's true I'll print it, he vowed. It can't do no more than start another civil war. Baylor's little 4-page sheet hit the street at 5 o'clock, carrying its load of dynamite. By 6, 4 men had already come furtively into Rip's small office by the rear entrance, one by one. All were small ranchers. All told the same shame-faced story. They had loaded up on the stock, expecting the dividends to take care of interest and installments on their mortgages. But the dividends did not materialize, and they wanted to sell a few shares for enough to pay the notes. No one else would buy at face value, as they all seemed to be in the same boat. Just before dark, a cowman Rip remembered from the past came in quietly yet hurriedly. He took a seat where the lamp's yellow rays could not find his face. He was Abel Blair, a big man before the war, a desperate one now. He was a heavy, slow-spoken fellow, with a tough beard and thick gray hair. Cold and forbidding, with trouble crowding him, Rip remembered how his eyes could light up with tiny, bright sparks when he was amused. But he wasn't amused now. "These telegrams," he muttered, throwing the paper before Rip. "They're some kind of a joke, ain't they?" Rip's eyes showed how miserably conscious he was of the terror in Blair's heart. "I wish I could say so, Abel," he told him. "They aren't, though. They're on the level." Blair shot to his feet, face working. "That's a cheap lie," he stormed. "It ain't enough that you helped to ruin the South. You're broadened to see your own friends in the dirt. McLeod'll make you retract this, Campbell." "He can't. It's the truth." Blair seemed to fight for control. "What about the party that wants to buy stock at half price?" "That you too?" Rip told him a little more than he'd told the others. He felt that it was a cruel joke, but eventually he hoped it would work toward their own welfare. "I just wanted to find out how many men were in the same spot a client of mine is," he said. "He borrowed to buy stock and can't make the grade now that the notes are due. That's the trouble with the whole town." Abel Blair grabbed up his hat. "Don't you worry none about us," he advised. "We'll be rollin' in money when you're cussin' yourself for not buying while you could. McLeod won't let us down. And he'll see to your needin's too." He had hardly slammed the door when the 6th visitor slipped in. And by the look on the battered face of Red Hyatt, the man who had accosted him in the Bull's Head, Rip Campbell knew that hell was on the prowl. Chapter 7. "McLeod wants to see you now," was Hyatt's surly announcement. He slouched in the doorway, hat dangling down his back from the lanyard, the red evening light behind him. "He knows where to find me," Rip snapped. Hyatt came in, tossed an envelope on the desk in front of the lawyer. With his eyes on the red-headed gunman, Rip tore it open. On the fancy engraved stationery of the St. Louis Southwestern Railroad, Vance McLeod had written, "Received of D. Campbell, $5,000 in payment of 50 shares of stock. Vance R. McLeod, agent." It was partly curiosity, partly the boldness of it, that sent Rip reaching for his hat. He jammed the envelope in his hip pocket, motioned Hyatt out the door. "Let's go see him," he said. "Now you're talking smart," the gunman smirked. He swaggered outside, and they proceeded toward McLeod's office. Around the corner from the bank, Hyatt unlocked a door, and they climbed to the 2nd story. Unconsciously, Rip loosened his gun in its holster as they went through a second door into McLeod's office. Entering the small, tastefully appointed room, Rip was struck squarely in the eyes by bright lamplight. McLeod was only a vague blur as he came to his feet from back of a desk and gave Rip a chair. The lawyer deliberately moved the chair so that the light was no longer in his eyes. It was an old dodge, calculated to put a man at a disadvantage in case of trouble. He saw Kaylee sitting near him, somberly drawing at a cigarette. Herb Caton, the blond, barrel-built puncher who'd sided Hyatt in the saloon brawl, was there too. For an instant, Rip was wishing Sarge Baylor was nearby. But there would be no miraculous rescues made in this hole in the wall. The cards were dealt. His job was to play them smart. He took the receipt out of his pocket and sat on the edge of his chair, tapping the envelope against his knee. "What's the gag, McLeod?" he demanded shortly. McLeod put his cigar out. Rip had to admire the agent's coolness and self-command. His dark, handsome features retained their look of easy complacency. The smile on his lips appeared almost genuine. But nothing could warm those glacier blue eyes of his, so pale beneath black brows. "It's no gag, mister," the railroad man said. "I'm just banking that you've got more brains than you want me to think. I thought you were serious about bucking me before. Now I think I get the picture. You'd like to get in on the gravy train without having to shell out any money. Well, I'll play ball." Doubt scored Rip's brow. "I still don't savvy." "Mac's been held up by experts," Caden snorted. "You can lay off the Pilgrim Act." From a desk drawer, McLeod took a thin packet of gilt-edged bonds. He placed them in Rip's fingers. 50 shares of St. Louis Southwestern, he announced. $5,000 worth. You've got your stake, Campbell. Now keep your yap shut about my company. "Maybe you don't get me," Rip drawled, getting slowly to his feet and tossing the stock on the agent's desk. "The ads I ran, cut it," McLeod snapped. "I savvy you well enough. You figure to raise enough stink so that people will begin to lose confidence in me. They'll sell out short and cause a run on the road. Better companies than mine have been ruined that way. But you're willing to cooperate, aren't you, for a little block of securities? Or have I got you doped out wrong?" "Plenty," Rip cracked out. "If there's any money in this road of yours, it'll all be rolling your way. Those 50 shares won't be worth 50 sacks of Mackins when you spring the trap." Cayley snapped his cigarette into a cuspidor. "We'll still be here long after the dealer's got your chips, Campbell," he grunted. "Maybe you better swing into line, cowboy. When I change my mind, it won't be because a tin-horn lawyer warned me to." "Maybe it'll be because I warned you," McLeod said harshly. "I'm not asking you now, Campbell. I'm giving you notice. Hands off my business." "Sorry. It's my business too, ever since this afternoon," Rip said enigmatically. On a sudden thought, he retrieved the stock. "Maybe I will keep this. I could paper the wall with it some time." Backing to the door, he kept Hyatt, Caton, and Cayley where he could see their slightest move. Caton stirred as though to follow, but McLeod snapped, "Take it easy. Campbell, you're buying that stock the hard way. I'll be around soon to collect." Rip closed the door, shutting off the sight of 4 darkening faces. With relief strong in him, he hurried back to his office. Sarge was there to meet him, foot and stump propped on the lawyer's desk, blackened stone pipe gripped in his uneven teeth. "You're bunkin' with me tonight," he growled. "Feller with no more savvy than you needs watchin' o' nights. Where you been?" "Seeing a sick friend," Rip grinned. "Don't you worry about me. I'll make out. I just left the big noise, and he seemed right friendly." McLeod again. "Damn it, mister, you don't know him. He's gonna scalp you bald." "If he gets the chance," Rip put in. "But I don't aim to let him." "I hope you're right." "Well, have it your own way. But sleep light, son." Before he crawled into bed, Rip took the precaution of scattering bald newspapers about the floor. It was a trick he'd learned from an old trooper in the army. Sleep came quickly to him, weary as he was. Toward midnight, his rest broke like a snapped fiddle string. Someone had kicked one of those papers. Rip's fingers closed on the warm handle of the gun beneath his pillow. In the same instant, something heavy smashed down at him from the left. The lawyer rolled away from the bludgeon, escaping with only a bruised shoulder. He tried to center his gun on the moving, dark target, but the covers tangled it, and he fired into the ceiling. Bedlam seemed to explode in the room. 2 more shapes loomed from the foot of the bed. Gunfire seared the blackness. Rip felt lead puncture the pillow under his arm, heard the whine of a slug ricocheting off the brass bedpost. But he was moving like chain lightning now. He struck the floor, went rolling under the bed. He fired twice. He could see 3 pairs of legs moving down to the foot of the bed. Then someone crouched, preparing to pour flaming lead into him. Rip's lean body folded up so that his neck was against the bed springs. He came up like an atlas, carrying spring, mattress, and covers from their places like a rising trapdoor. The men yelled in surprise as one of them toppled over on top. Then there was a crash against the door. Someone came hurtling through. Rip's gun whipped around. In the nick of time, the headlong figure yelled at him. A grin eased the grim set of his jaw. Count on old Sarge to be nearby in times like this. The next thing he knew of the attackers, they were piling through the second-story window, one after the other. There was a thud and a jingle of boot heels on the hotel's wooden awning. Rip sprang after them, snapped a quick shot down into the street. The lead found only boards, as the last of the gunmen dropped from the awning to the saddle of his horse. "Crawl up here," Sarge gasped, crawling around the window, puffing the lawyer after him. "Horses. I left a couple around the corner, before I took the room next door to yours. Come on." Excitement poured its hot liquor in Rip's veins. Here was a chance to follow, to get a line on his attackers. He prayed McLeod would be among them. Sarge sprawled in the street after dropping, stumping around the corner. Rip leapt into the saddle and spurred after them. As he rode, he stuffed fresh shells in his empty gun. In the faint light of a crescent moon, the trees loomed darkly along the quiet bosque. Rip raised a hand for a halt. They sat there in the saddle a moment, heads canted on the side, listening. Suddenly, far downstream, the hoofbeats beat up through the shallow water and brush crashed. Sarge was off without waiting for orders. His big sharps was in his arms, bouncing with every lunge of the horse beneath him. They kept to the stream, trusting its shallows more than the broken branch-matted banks above. A minute went by, while Dos Passos fell behind, and the trees grew thicker and the stream bent sharply toward the Comanche hills to the west. Rip's sharp ears were first to seize on the hoofbeats ahead. Without a word, he veered up the bank. 50 yards from the creek, the trees ceased for a narrow clearing. Rip's heart leapt as he saw the 3 forms bent over the nubbins of their saddles, tearing for the Palo Fierro-clad hummock beyond. Sarge let out a yell, and he looked back startled. The old Confederate was trying to draw a bead on one of them, quieting his mount as best he could. Just for a second, the pony stopped its rearing. In that moment, Sarge's stubby forefinger pulled the trigger. Rip knew by instinct which man would be hit. His hunch was right. The central figure screwed violently in the saddle, throwing his hands aloft. He went down, and his horse roared on, empty-saddled. Sarge had chosen the middle man to give himself 3-to-1 odds. If he missed him, he might drop one of the others at either side. Chapter 8. As if by telepathy, the other 2 riders split up. One man cut off to the south, the other veered northward. Rip jerked his head at the one on the left. "Catch yourself a man," he cried. "I'll take this in." The trees swallowed the gunman, and Rip sliced into the brushy copse after his picked prey. Buckthorn ripped at his shirt and Levi's. It was dangerous work. Dangerous not only because of hidden prairie dog holes, but because his man could turn on him before he knew it. The going became slower. Ahead, there was the broken scramble and crash of a horse laboring through difficult going. Then a gun spoke. It was far to the right, and the high, sharp crack of it was not Sarge Baylor's buffalo gun. Rip faltered. He was listening for the booming response of his partner's rifle. When it did not come, he drew rein, swearing softly. He had lost interest in the chase, as fear for Sarge chilled him to the marrow. Very soon, the racket of the boogered gunman faded into the night, and there was nothing but the sound of his own horse. He pulled rein. "Sarge," he called tentatively. "Over here, damn it," an angry voice floated back. Rip's throat tightened a little, with relief. He found Sarge Baylor seated at the foot of a big tree, holding a shattered wooden dowel in his hand. "The gun lousy polecat," he ground out. "Shot my leg off at the knee. I'll miss this'n worse than the one I left at Bull Run. You couldn't drink out of that'll." Rip had to help him into the saddle, though the old printer swore it wasn't necessary. At a trot, they returned to where the gunman had been dropped. Shock hit them both when they stared at the spot. He had vanished. Rip wagged his head sadly. "Polecats they be," he muttered, "but they come back for their dead. No use following them now, old-timer. They'll be holed up and licking their wounds." They headed back for town at a slow gait. Abruptly, the lawyer's hand grabbed the Sarge's arm. His eyes were for the crawling shape making slowly for the creek. "Wait a minute. Is that a dog sneak across that clearing, or?" Baylor squinted through his steel-rimmed glasses. "Yup," he decided. "It's a dog, all right. The one I potted 15 minutes ago. Them skunks don't bury their dead after all." Rip shot ahead, swung down hastily beside the wounded man. Sarge's victim collapsed an instant before the cavalryman reached him. Rip turned him over, exposing the freckled features and glazing eyes of Red Hyatt. Hyatt snarled at him like a wounded cougar. Blood was on his lips, in his nostrils, on his shirt. He had been drilled through the lungs, front and back. "Easy, fella," Rip murmured. "Looks like your pards went off without you." "We'll get you back before take your dirty hands off me," the wolfish killer gasped. "I don't want no part of you." Seeing that he had only seconds to live, Rip queried softly, "Why don't you go clean, Hyatt? You owe McLeod for this." Hyatt's throat was rattling horribly. "Yeah," he whispered. "Then give him this for me." Without warning, he smashed his fist into Rip's face. Campbell went over on his back, spitting blood from a cracked lip. When he scrambled back, Red Hyatt had played his hole card and left the game. Rip Campbell got up slowly, to stand looking down at the dead man. "Well, that's one way of going," was all he could think of to say. Sarge was trying to climb back on his horse, and finally managing after a lot of swearing and clawing at odd bits of harness. "We had a fella like him at Shiloh," he pronounced sadly. "We called him Wildcat. He sat up o' nights, thinking of new cuss words to call the Yanks, and when he got shot, he wanted to be stuffed with powder, a fuse put in his mouth, and rode out on his boss into the Union camp. We might have tried it, but he was all loose so full of bad liquor that the stuff likely would have gone off premature. Let's go back, son. I'm an old man, and one gun scrape per night is sufficient." Rip had not dreamed of the ruckus he was stirring up when he had Sarge print those telegrams in the Herald. But it seemed to take its time about building up, like slow-burning black powder getting ready to go off. By the next morning, every man in Dos Passos who owned a share of stock had read the wires and asked around until he found out they were valid. At noon, there was a line 3 deep in front of Vance McLeod's office. McLeod was not there, and word began to be shuttled around that he had skipped. Barely in time to stop an incipient riot, the railroad man appeared on the street. For a moment, as he appeared around the corner, he stopped like a man who has been struck in the face. Kaylee and Herb Caton looked stunned too. In the next moment, McLeod's long, hurrying strides were carrying him to his door and the head of the line. "Whatever from hell!" Rip heard his belligerent exclamation, where he sat in the dry, dusty little plaza. He watched McLeod unlock the door and mount to a position higher than the crowd. "Now, what in the hell's the meaning of this?" McLeod bawled. "Well, Blair?" Abel Blair's fist shook a tattered copy of the Herald under his nose. "Is this stuff true or ain't it?" he challenged. "That's what we want to know." McLeod took the paper, and without so much as glancing at it, flung it to the ground. "I didn't think you were damned fools enough to swallow that bilge," he scourged. "If you ain't bright enough to tell truth from lies yourselves, don't come crawling to me. Is that all you're pon the ground about?" His voice, deep and resonant, carried to the back of the restless throng. By the very power of his presence, he seemed to hold the cattleman tongue-tied. But Blair rose to the question once more. A man can't help wondering when he's got his life savings tied up in this stuff, he countered. It wouldn't be the first time you've had us guessing. How about the dividends we was to get 3 weeks ago? The look Vance McLeod gave him, and the rest was the haughty stare a St. Bernard might bend on a pack of curs at his heels. You damned gutless swine, he sneered. You'd kick because a gift horse didn't have gold teeth. I told you the dividend would probably come through on the 7th. It didn't, principally because the company's pushing the road along months ahead of schedule, and it takes extra money to do it. However, it don't mean those dividends won't come through within the next month. But if you're ready to tuck your tails and slink back into poverty, suddenly to Caton, hold them here, Herb. I'll be back pronto. He disappeared up the stairs to his office. A moment later, he was back with a bulging black satchel. Line up single file, he ordered. I'll buy back every share of stock you men want to sell me. The sickening thought smashed at Rip Campbell that he had Vance McLeod doped out all wrong from the start. He sat there stunned, watching while 8 or 10 ranchers sheepishly lined up and began trading their stock for cash. The railroad man's dark features were stone cold. He took 3 shares from a portly cowman and placed 3 crisp century notes in his wet hand. The others stood back. They had formed a little cluster of doubtful, half-angry men, fingering their thick packets of stock while they pondered what to do. Rip suddenly realized the feel of it. McLeod's giving him the stock had been a bribe. A grin grew on his lips as he got to his feet and thrust the thick sheaf of bonds into McLeod's hands. Here's 50 shares, he grinned. $5,000, I think. I'll take the cash, and you can have the stock. McLeod did not bat an eye. He counted the money and turned it over to Rip. This forestalled an uncomfortable thought. You was shyin' from St. Louis Southwestern all along, a puncher muttered in front of him. It caught the lawyer's attention for an instant, and the gunman muttered, I'll pay you for the rest later. The rest? Rip asked. Red Hyatt. That calls for a settlement. You're right, Rip nodded soberly. But stick around a while when you come to pay. I'll be wanting to give you a receipt. With $5,000 of McLeod's money in his jeans, Rip sauntered back to his office. He fully realized the dangerous twist he had given the railroad man's tale, but he knew this too. McLeod would be looking for a quick cleanup and a getaway, and it would take some quick piece of work to stop him. There was, on the other hand, the fact that he had sunk a lot of money in land here in Dos Passos. Maybe a run was not on his list, but whatever he planned, Rip intended to crowd him to the point where he showed all his cards. His duty to Dan Worth was uppermost right now. With his thoughts on how he could tell the old Southerner, he returned to his office. There was a light buggy standing in front of the door. That alone aroused his curiosity, but when he entered and found Dan Worth and his daughter there, he was wordless for the moment. Worth shook his crooked cane. I keep a man waiting. Have you seen the Herald? Rip asked. Worth's hand went out silently. He perused the articles. Leona sat there by the window, with eyes wide and shadowed, waiting for Rip to speak. In other words, Worth breathed. You've got a wildcat by the tail, Rip grunted. That stock of yours won't be worth a dime when McLeod lets the bubble break. Then why haven't you jailed him? The Tennessean roared, standing up. The law can't touch him. Maybe if I knew what was going on in Farley Parker's mind, we could get at McLeod. But I don't. Worth showed signs of exploding. His face grew purple, in startling contrast to his silvery hair. Not until Leona slid her arm about his shoulders did he control himself. Her courage made Rip more than ever want to find a way out for them. There was more than admiration for her in his eyes, for when she looked up at him, new color dyed her cheeks. "What can we do?" she asked him helplessly. "5 minutes ago you could have cashed it in and saved yourself," Rip sighed. "It's too late now." McLeod had the guts to stop a run on his outfit by offering to pay cash at the graveside for all unwanted stock. The bluff worked like he'd figured. No one but a few small holders cashed their shares. Blair and the big men were fools. They decided he was on the level and held on to theirs. "Saying it straight out," Daniel Worth snapped, "I'm ruined, we're all ruined." "That's jumping at conclusions." Rip made an effort to put confidence in his voice. "I may be able to find a loophole McLeod forgot to plug up." Leona's lips framed a slight smile. "But the chances are, Captain," she said, "you won't, will you?" Rip was saved having to answer, as two men slowed before the shop and turned in. It was Sarge Baylor, looking deeply troubled, and Abel Blair. Blair was laughing. Good-naturedly, he slapped Sarge on the back. "Well, you two had to team up somehow," he taunted Rip. "I guess Vance cleared himself, even in your eyes, E.A. Campbell." "If a dog's hind leg was any crookeder than McLeod," Rip drawled, "he'd have to run in a circle." Slowly, the big rancher's grin died, as he glanced at the other sober faces in the office. Then he snorted, "Ah, hell, you mossbacks give me a pain. I didn't know you ran to chicken guts, Worth. I'm getting out of here before I catch something and begin to knit doilies." "Hold up, Abel," Sarge said, glancing at him over the tops of his spectacles. "Feller I just talked to told me something you might be interested in." "Think it'd interest you too, Rip." Blair stopped in the doorway, his broad shoulders nearly filling it, a scowl on his bearded features. "Well?" Sarge scratched his grizzled pate, a little embarrassed by all the attention he was getting. "Feller named Charlie Goodnight, runs cattle up Panhandle Way. Just made the first trail drive since the war, this gent told me. This gent was with him as a cowhand. Seems they ran 2,000 head to Fort Sumner in New Mexico. Sold them there to the government for beef for the reservations." Rip was on his feet, blood pounding through his temples. "He's a liar," Blair snorted. "There ain't no getting through that way. Crossin' the Pecos is suicide. And the Injuns are on the warpath for 500 miles solid. Your man was lying, Sarge. There isn't a market for Texas beef, no place." "Nope," Sarge retorted. "I knowed this boy in the Army, and he ain't given to stringin' the long-windy. Goodnight and his pard Loving cleared a damn good price. And I was thinking that trail was going to be as busy as Broadway in New York." Rip clipped. His eyes shone with unaccustomed fervor. "What that means to Texas is that the end of the Depression is in sight. We've so thought there was no market for our beef because the southern states couldn't pay for it, and the northern ones were too far away. But the government can buy and will buy from here on out. Every fort and every Indian reservation will have to have meat. And Texas is going to supply it." Chapter 9. Rip was speaking again, even before the others had fully grasped his meaning. "What that means to Dos Passos is this, and it ain't pretty. McLeod owns half the valley and holds mortgages on the rest." "You're wrong," Blair panted, far less blustering now. "Parker holds my note. Most of the others, too. McLeod ain't the one." "Same thing," Campbell grunted. "He's got a mortgage on Parker. When he starts talking up the slack in his loop, every one of you is going to get choked out. You borrowed money on your spreads and turned it over to him to ruin you with." Blair came back into the room, the suggestion of a stagger in his advance. On his splayed fingers, he leaned across Rip's desk to choke out, "That's a damned lie. You're a loose-talkin', shyster lawyer. You've," his eyes shifting down the street, Rip raised a hand to stay Blair's words. "Just a minute, Abel," he said quietly. "Sarge, did you spread this news about Goodnight around?" Sarge scraped at his unshaven cheeks. Well, yes, in a manner o' speaking. I printed it in the Herald an hour ago. Aha. And Farley Parker has read it, I judge. He's headin' here on the double quick. He strode to the rear door and flung it open. You wanted proof, Abel, he jerked. Here's where you get it. I have an idea what Parker is going to want. All of you, get in the back room and keep quiet. Don't argue. In you go. When Parker came in, Rip was examining some documents at his desk. Parker, rasping tones, knifed the thick silence. Campbell, is this another of your practical jokes? He held a copy of the paper, still wet from the press. Rip studied the man, ignoring the paper. He seemed to look through the elegance of Parker attire to the small, frightened soul beneath. As far as I know, he shrugged, that's gospel. Stacks up to something pretty big, doesn't it? The banker seemed to wilt into a chair, keeping his haggard eyes on the other's smiling face. You know damned well what it stacks up to. Ruin for Dos Passos, for my depositors, for me. Mostly for you. You trusted McLeod too, yea. You weren't in it with him. Parker's small black eyes searched his face. Then he leaned forward. I was wrong yesterday, Campbell. I'm willing to admit that, now. And I want to ask your help. No harm in asking. It's plain what McLeod's been about now. God, if I could have seen it before. His railroad, all it was a blind to cover his land and cattle workings. He's got the whole valley under his thumb. He owns us body and soul. How far have you gone with him? Rip asked narrowly. Farley Parker shrugged helplessly. All the way. I bought stock with my depositors' money. Sold my notes to McLeod and reinvested in stock. Now, what am I going to do? I can't sell it. If I admit my mistake, it means the pen. The others will be demanding their money tomorrow at 9 o'clock when my doors open. They're bound to wake up now. He steadied himself by a visible effort. The only man who can help me is you. I don't see how. By depositing that $20,000 of pay in my bank. I'll hold out long enough to stop the run and get McLeod. That's a fine idea, Rip scoffed. I lose my shirt to save yours. How do you propose to catch the he-coon? Parker looked at him hopelessly. There must be some way. You're a lawyer. You should be able to do it. I don't know how, Rip shrugged. You got yourself into this, and now you've got to get out the same way. All I can do is to advise you to tell the story to Marshal Lafee and have him hold McLeod in technical custody. That will give us time to investigate the outfit from top to bottom. If there's any way to nail him, you'll be saved. That's a hell of a prospect. It's the only one, Campbell said. You'd better take it quick. All hell's going to break loose in the morning. Parker stood in the door, looking apprehensively up the street. Without turning his head, he muttered, I suppose you're right. You were last time. I'll get in touch with Lafee tonight. No, maybe, he turned quickly, and Rip was quick to note the change that had come to his ferret-like eyes. Maybe I'd better spend the rest of the afternoon and tonight straightening things up as best I can. The bank's not ready for a thorough examination. I'll tell Lafee in the morning. It's your decision, Rip advised him quietly. I'll try to hold things down until then. Parker came back to seize his hand. I don't deserve your help, Campbell, he said heavily, but for the sake of my depositors, I thank God you're on my side. He rushed from the office, heading for his bank with head down and hat pulled low over his face. Abel Blair was a man grown old when he emerged from the back room. Pity filled Rip's heart, but for his and Worth's mute looks of despair he mustered only empty hope. I'm sorry, Abel, he murmured. For the sake of all of Dos Passos, I wish I'd been wrong. All I can say is this: go to McLeod and demand your money back. Probably it won't do you any good. He's stemmed the tide and won't run his bluff again. Worth, you'd better stay in town tonight. There may be big things doing in the morning, and it might be best if you're around." Wordlessly, the group left the office, leaving Rip to misery and silence. There was no tinge of vengeance in this situation, for him. The Dos Passoans had scorned him, and his advice had let him know they wanted no part of him. Now they were in the thorny spot of facing ruin because they had neglected his counsel. He felt his inability to help them keenly. That night he sat up late, his feet propped on the windowsill where he could watch the lazy comings and going of wagons, horses, and men in the street below. Big twilight melded a gaudy brush over the rangeland, folding away to the snag-toothed Comanche hills in the east. Along every little ridge, lacy smoke trees hung like puffs from council fires. There was coolness down in the bosque, coolness and shadow, but shadows hide renegade guns too well, so Rip sat in his room with no lamp to silhouette him. At 11 o'clock, he rose and prepared for bed. But even as he stooped to tug off his boots, there came a frantic rapping on his door. He drew his gun. "Who is it?" "It's Beth," the answer came. "You've got to help me." Still fearing a trap, Campbell unlocked the door and let her in. Her face was terror-filled. "Parker," she gasped. "He's leavin', Rip, on the Sulphur City stage." Shock quickened Campbell's pulse, but suspicion still tempered his reactions. Well, what of it? Hasn't he got a right to? It came to him that Beth knew nothing of the situation between Parker and the railroad outfit. "You don't understand," the woman gasped. "Doss told me McLeod's got all his money in the bank. But he never did trust that Parker, and he's had an eye on him. Tonight, Doss didn't come home, and I went to the saloon looking for him. They told me him and McLeod were out at McLeod's ranch. On the way home, I passed the bank, and Parker was coming out with a bag in his hand. He's on the stage right now, and it's puffing out. Why didn't you call the marshal?" "What could I tell him?" Beth wailed. "He'd think I was crazy. But you know the kind Parker is." "Rip, you got to." Rip was shoving the woman out of the way. "If this is a game of yours," he flung at her. Swiftly, he strode down the hall and plunged down the stairs. Night held the main street. Rip broke into a run, cut west on Allen Street toward the express office. Excitement stirred him as the gleam of the stage's lanterns showed down the way. The driver's "gee-yap" and the crack of a whip built to his ears. Leather thorough braces creaked, and wooden hubs began to chuckle. Then from the curb, the coach swung into the street and headed toward where Rip stood near the corner. Campbell's gun was in his hand, ready for the moment when he would spring onto the step plate and find out whether Beth had been lying. That moment didn't come. As the Concorde rattled by an alley, men converged swiftly on it from the darkness. A gun roared, and the driver fell from his box. Someone sprang to the door, and it was thrown back. From the dark interior blasted one shot, then lead poured through windows and doors, and the gun did not speak again. Frozen with shock, Rip saw the attackers melt away as silently as they had come. With the coach beginning to rattle on, unguided, someone heaved a body from the door. Springing down, the man fired 2 more shots into the body and darted away. Even in the gloom, Rip was able easily to identify the victim as dapper Farley Parker. Then, abruptly, there was movement behind the lawyer. A gun crashed, and Rip's senses melted into a gyro of whirling lights. Chapter 10. There was faint light in the cell where he awoke. A hard pallet under his back, and his head was bound in a tight bandage. Giddiness assailed him with the effort of sitting up. Stupidly, he stared at the barred window across from him. Now his eyes widened, and he lurched to his feet. Memory flowed back to him in a swift, terrifying torrent. Rip sprang to the heavy wooden door and shouted through the little grilled window, "Marshal? What the hell's going on?" Pretty soon, a door opened, and Leffie swung calmly down the corridor. Dawn was pouring its rosy colors through the jail's windows, but it failed to make the place any more beautiful to Rip Campbell. "Forgot already, have you?" the marshal inquired. He was grinning a hard, mirthless grin, a half-finished cigarette in his fingers. "Well, maybe a man can even forget murder when a slug creases him like it done you. I could have told you before, you'd never like this town. You was looking for trouble when you hit the streets, and you found it. Harbold died last night, by the way, and McLeod says now he ain't sure but what you was to blame." Rip's eyes studied his sardonic features. "Is that what I'm in here for?" "Young feller, you almost make me laugh," Leffie said sarcastically. "You ain't forgot about killing the Wells Fargo man and Farley Parker, have you? We found you with an empty gun in your fist, lying 10 feet from Parker in the road. You made a good job of killing him. 3 shots in the head and 2 in the body. He nicked you over the ear, in case you didn't know." All Rip Campbell could do was stand there. A picture floated before his mind. Beth Cayley laughing over the way he'd grabbed the bait. Vance McLeod perhaps paying her off. Plain enough how he'd been tricked. McLeod's men pulled the holdup, slugged him, and dragged him out in the road. Well, Parker had found his reward, that was one consolation. And that was the only consolation. He was in here on a double murder charge, and it was all over with the Dos Passos ranchers. Marshal Leffie was staring at him. "Well, ain't you going to deny it?" he demanded. "You better start whipping your story into shape. Tomorrow morning, you stand trial for 2 murders. By the way, there's somebody waiting to see you. I'll send her in." "Wait a minute, Marshal," Rip stopped him. "Did they find Parker money on him?" Leffie laughed out loud. "So that's what you were after? Son, you're going to do the necktie dance for nothing. Parker vault was still full of stock, bonds, and cash when I checked it 2 hours ago." His laughter drifted hollowly back to the lawyer as he left the block. Of all the people Rip would have expected to visit him, Leona Worth was the last. Her coolness toward him had never thawed. But now he found himself thrilling to the sympathy in her eyes, in the way her small, cool hand came to him. "All I can say, Rip," she smiled bravely, "is that I'm sorry and ready to believe you didn't do it." His fingers closed warmly on hers. It was strange to him how much he wanted her to believe him. "It was McLeod," he said wearily. "I tipped my hand for a minute, I guess, and he got me." He told her the story, and the way anger glowed in her eyes at mention of Beth Cayley reminded him of the first time he'd seen her, wind-blown, furious, indignant. "McLeod's not letting time waste while he gets his pound of flesh," he finished. "I stand trial tomorrow. I suppose Cayley will be prosecuting attorney." "That's what they're saying," Leona agreed. "Dad said to tell you he'd stand expense of bringing a lawyer from Sulphur Springs to defend you if you want one." "I'll take a chance on my own talents," Rip said. "By the way, have they checked the passenger list on the stage? What I want to know is, who was the other man in the coach with Parker? The stage man said there was only Parker on the list." "Are you sure? Something's haywire. I watched that other cold-blooded gent fire 2 shots into Parker's head." "Say, wait." Leona was watching him anxiously. "Yes," she prompted. Rip changed his mind about what he was going to say. "You can do me a favor, Miss Worth," Leona, she corrected, smiling. Rip grinned. "Then this'll make the second favor you've done me. Send Sarge Baylor here, and tell him to bring his liquor leg if he's replaced it yet. I could stand a jolt right now." Leona moved away from the door. "If he's alive and sober, which last is a moot question, the way he was carrying on after they jailed you, I'll have him here in 10 minutes." Sarge was down at the jail in much less than that, although considerably the worse for 40 Rod. He stood weaving before Rip's cell, wearing his tattered old gray uniform and peering fiercely over the tops of his glasses at the cavalryman. "He's gone too far," Sarge declared thickly. "I'll have his scalp for this." "What have you been doing to yourself?" Rip scowled at him. "Of all the times to get polluted, ain't drunk at all. I been digging in your law books, finding a way to save you. You won't find it there. Tell you where you will find it, though. Up the valley someplace." Sarge snorted. "Now who's drunk?" he accused. Rip clutched the bars with both hands. "Listen to me, old-timer. Go home and drown yourself in black coffee until you're sober. I'll need you tonight, like I've never needed you. You suppose you could get a file in that liquor leg of yours?" "Shouldn't be shoe-prized," Sarge said, beginning to grin. "You want I should come back later?" "Right away. I'll need all day to get anywhere. I've got to be out of here tonight, or I'm as good as hung right now. Soon as the town gets quiet after sundown, you get a couple of horses and have them in a likely spot. We're going places." Through the long, wearing day, Rip alternately sawed on the hinges of his door and dived for the bunk at Leffie's approach. Toward evening, he was beginning to get the job in satisfactory shape. Both hinges were far enough gone that a few more strokes would finish them. About the middle of the afternoon, with all the bosque in an uproar over the suspected treachery of McLeod, reports began to drift in of ranchers dispossessed for non-payment of notes held by the agent. Abel Blair rattled into town in an old buckboard. His family and a few belongings were with him. His face showed the marks of a vicious fist-whipping. Standing in the wagon with curious, confused stockholders gathered around him on the ground, he shook his fist in the direction of McLeod's office. From his cell window, Rip could just hear Abel Blair's shouted words. "A fine passel of morons we've been. Given ourselves into that snake's hands. McLeod and his crowd just throwed me out of the house I built 30 years ago. I'm cleaned out, you hear? Just like you're going to be when he gets around to you. And you want to know who was right about him? That boy they've got in jail waiting to be hung. If you're worth a damn, you'll go beg his pardon for cussing him out." Rip had plenty of visitors after that. Men who were willing to forget he had been their enemy for 4 years. Men who had laughed at his warnings a day before. All of them had a handshake, an apology, and a word of hope for him. Evening came, and then a vast darkness. Clouds obscured the moon and stars. Gradually, the noises of the upset town died out. Someone stopped on the boardwalk before the jail and struck a match to a pipe. Rip recognized Sarge's face. No word was spoken, but the old-timer went down the alley next to the jail, and Rip got the message he intended to convey. No profit in waiting longer, Rip decided. He finished the hinges and left his cell. The far door did not yield to his gentle push. Locked, he swore to himself. But he knew about how it fitted into the scheme of the room beyond, and drew back for an attempt that would carry all his hopes. His whole body was racked with the impact of smashing against the door. He went through at a stumbling fall. Marshal Leffie came awake in his chair with a snort. His gun left its sheath, but Rip had crashed into him and carried chair and all against the wall. The gun went off into the ceiling, filling the room with its warning roar. Rip wrenched it from the marshal's grip. "Keep your head, and you'll keep a whole hide," he cautioned. "I'm going, Marshal, and I'm not stopping for hell or high water. Don't let me see you out of this office for a half-minute." "I'll promise nothing," Leffie said. Rip only half heard the words. He was springing for the door, and into the warm darkness beyond. He knew Leffie would be in hot pursuit with a fresh gun, but all he wanted was a look at that horse. Sarge was waiting, already a saddle, in the vacant lot behind the jail. Without a word, He dropped the reins of a second horse into the lawyer's hand. With the turmoil of yells and scattered shots in their wake, they pounded for the bosque. There was no stopping them that night. They kept to the water for 5 miles and forestalled efficient tracking. Once in the rough, cross-grained arroyos that zigzagged up to the foothills, they knew they were safe. Hell of a way to treat a man with a hangover, Sarge gloomed. Now that you're out, what do you plan? I wish I knew, Rip admitted thoughtfully. I'm playing a hunch long enough to hang a man. But I do know this much. The second man in that Concorde, the one that got away, is still hiding in the valley. They're saying that McLeod has laid down a quarantine to stop anyone on his suspicious list from leaving. He's got punchers patrolling it everywhere. Parker tried to leave, and look what happened to him. So I figured this man is still around, and I've got to have him at the trial. You mean you're going back for it? It's go back, or listen to the owl hoot all the rest of my life. Now, I've got a feeling this gent would head for some deserted nester shack where he could hide out a spell. Know of a likely one? Sarge's brow puckered up. 1 or 2. There's a cabin not far from here, matter of fact. Want to look? Lead the way, Rip ordered grimly. Let me know when we're within 1/4 of a mile, and we'll walk then. The plan went through without a hitch, but their walk was just so much exercise as far as results were concerned. 2 more nester shacks were visited, and found to be deserted, with no signs of recent occupation. Then another thought came to the one-legged printer. Old man Corbus, he exclaimed. There's your man. He'd hide out Judas himself for a plugged quarter. He's wild and hairy as a javelina, and all morals mean to him is something that comes at the end of a Aesop's fable. He might be your man himself. Want to go see? Why didn't you think of him before? Rip approved. Vamonos. Chapter 11. There was no light in old man Corbus' disreputable shack where it leaned against a toe of the hills. But at their hail, he came out with a mighty buffalo rifle in his hands. He still wore a dirty nightshirt stuffed into his pants, and his shaggy gray hair hung recklessly down to his shoulders. He was chewing tobacco, his meager jaws champing noisily. They said that he had a cut in his cheek even when asleep. Before the partners knew it, he had swung the rifle so that it rested dead center on them. Now then, you mangy he-wolves, he snarled, what be you arter? Sarge let his rifle drop and raised his hands. You're a trustin' ol' so-and-so, ain't you? He sniffed. We're deputies, Corbus, lookin' for a gent that had a part in the killin' of Parker, the banker, last night. We've been wonderin' if you seen any sign of him. Maybe, the oldster replied. For a moment, he eyed them calculatingly with his rheumy old orbs. Then, what's the reward? Sarge dug in his pocket, took out something and said, Look it. When old man Corbus craned forward curiously, Sarge grabbed at his gun and threw a looping left into the side of his jaw. Corbus made a sound like a tormented wolf. Scarecrow-like, he landed all spraddled out to stare up at the 245s held firmly in Sarge's fists. Rip clapped Sarge on the back and started for the cabin, knowing such a procedure was the only one that would have gained them a look inside. Caution tugged at his heels. Then he heard Corbus cackling laughter and turned around. Heh heh heh, the old nester wheezed. That'll buy you nothin'. I got him hid out in a cave 1/2 mile from here. You won't find him. Rip knew a gnawing despair. A posse could search a week and never find the right cave in this broken section. But 2 men with only the night to work, and a dying night at that. Suddenly, a new thought struck him. He still carried his wallet with a generous poke of yellow backs in it. How does $100 sound to you, Corbus? Better, the nester nodded shrewdly, beginning to smile. Make it 200, and he's yours. Rip gave him the money. He said, Keep your eye on him, Sarge. He's a crafty old buzzard. Bring our man back, and keep him hidden until the trial. If he's the one I think, a certain party would massacre him on sight. I'm heading back to try and get my case lined up before 9 in the morning. I've got you, son, Sarge Baylor grunted. He'll be there, one way or another. Dos Passos yawned in the first pale pearl glow of dawn when Rip Campbell dropped rein in front of the jail 2 hours later. Postmen, by twos and threes, were dragging into town after the chase. The restaurants were filled with men satisfying night hunger, and a number of horses rubbed sides before the saloon. Street lamps flickered fitfully in the growing dawn. Rip went into the jail with a high heart. But the office was empty. He sat down at the marshal's desk and busied himself with studying his chances to beat the charge saddled onto him. Very shortly, the tramp of boots sounded up the walk, and Leffie himself turned in. Behind him came McLeod, Caton, and a couple of other railroad gunmen. There was an instant of silence, then Leffie exploded, "Damn me for a shorthorn. If that ain't." McLeod's powerful body was lunging past him, guns dragging from the yellow holsters at his thighs. "We're talking no chances this time, Marshal. He's wanted." Campbell had a horrible instant of staring into McLeod's black gun bores. The next moment, Marshal Leffie slammed the big railroad man aside and seized his guns by the barrels. With cold fury drawn in his small eyes, he challenged McLeod's savage glare. "Don't try that again," he breathed. "You can see as well as I that his guns lay on the desk. I'll be getting the idea. You're afraid to have him alive." Campbell saw fear flicker for an instant in McLeod's eyes. Then the railroad man gained control. It was as though his bushwhack attempt was a last-chance effort to save a sinking ship. And that did not jibe with the facts, for Rip was the man who faced a death sentence within a matter of hours. "Sorry, Marshal," McLeod apologized. Maybe I was too quick on the trigger." Contemptuously, Leffie turned away to direct his own gun on the lawyer. "I don't savvy the lights you go by, Campbell," he growled, "but I do know my duty is to get you bacco bars again. This don't change the fact that Judge Buckner will set on your case at 10 o'clock. Thanks for the help, boys. I'll get your pay through soon as I can." Rip passed those last 5 hours sitting on his bunk, smoking Bull Durhams as fast as his fingers could fashion them. He wasn't conscious of anything but the thoughts that crawled through his brain like columns of marching men. Everything depended on Sarge Baylor's coming through for him. That, and his own hunch being correct about the identity of the second passenger. Dos Passos would be rocked to the roots if the man was who he thought. 2 minutes before the marshal and bailiff came to take him to the courthouse, Leona's face appeared in the aperture of the cell door. Warmth flooded Rip's being as he gripped her hand. Unshed tears glistened in Leona's eyes. "Whatever happens, Rip," she whispered, "I want you to know this. As far as we are concerned, the North and South don't exist anymore. I've been wrong about blaming the North for all our misery. Dad's beginning to realize that too. I came to tell you that Her lips trembled as she tried to say what was real. Suddenly she blurted, "Oh, Rip. Rip, dear, you can kiss me if you want." Tears weren't far from Rip Campbell's eyes as their lips met. The bars pressed cruelly against his cheekbones, but for him there was only the deep, burning want of the moment. Then Leona was pulling back, hurriedly murmuring, "They're coming. Rip, just remember that I love you, and that Dos Passos is behind you to the man." With the stride of boots filling the corridor, Rip smiled. "I won't forget," he said. "And maybe we'll have a surprise or two for them." Judge Buckner was a white-haired, imposing man of 65, heavy in the shoulders and with the kind of presence that quiets a court without the need of a gavel. As the doors of the courtroom were closed on the excited, perspiring crowd, he let his shrewd eyes go over their ranks. Most of the throng drew from ordinary Dos Passoans. Up near the front, a number of Big M punchers and St. Louis Southwestern men sprinkled the congregation. Finally, the judge's heavy tones sheared the hubbub. "We'll have order, if you please. Is the prosecuting attorney present?" Dawson Cayley got to his feet. "Present and ready, Your Honor." "And the defending attorney?" Silence gripped the room. The hot sunlight, pouring its blistering rays over a portion of the crowd, imparted a dull heaviness to all sounds. The bailiff said in a high-pitched voice, "The prisoner will be his own attorney, Your Honor." Buckner nodded. "Bring him in, quick." Rip Campbell saw more kind looks on the faces of the crowd than he had received in days. "I'm ready, Your Honor," he announced. "You are charged with the murders of Farley Parker and Judd Gray," the juror said briefly. "Mr. Cayley, you may call your first witness." Cayley was all business, laying out papers on his table and fixing a pair of horn-rimmed spectacles on his large nose. Without looking up, he called, "Mrs. Dawson Cayley." Beth, stiff-lipped and nervous, made her way to the stand. Cayley came over to the box and asked her the routine identification questions. Finally, "Did you see the prisoner shortly before the crime, Mrs. Cayley?" "I did." "Tell us about it." Beth wrung her handkerchief in her fingers, glanced briefly over the crowd. "I happened to be coming home late that night," she said, speaking hardly over a whisper. "What did I see but Farley Parker ducking out of his bank with a black bag in his hand. I'd heard he was in trouble, and likely to try to leave town almost any time. I knew the marshal would think I was just imagining things if I called him, so I went and told Rip about it. Him having a lot of money in the bank, as I thought. Rip was furious. He said, 'I'll kill that sneaking coyote, and by God I'll do it now.' Well, that was all I seen, Your Honor. But I'll swear it was him that—" "The court isn't interested in your personal opinions," Buckner intoned. "Your witness, Mr. Campbell." Rip went over and studied a paper in his hand so long that Beth was visibly on trigger edge. Abruptly, he shot at her. "You say Parker was carrying a black bag, Mrs. Cayley. Do you realize none was found on him, or in the boots of the stage after the murder, and that there was not a single penny gone from the vaults?" Beth flushed scarlet. "No, I hadn't heard." Rip's eyes found the jurists, then wandered to the tense jury. "It's like somebody was trying to frame a man and forgot a point," he smiled. "That's all, Mrs. Cayley." Beth fled back into the crowd. McLeod's face went darker, and Cayley ran a finger around the inside of his sweat-stained collar. "Herb Caton," he snapped. Caton swaggered to the stand. At Cayley's question, he went into his lies as though trained in them. "Yeah, I seen plenty that night. I was leaving McLeod's office when Campbell ran past me and stopped the stage. He put a slug through Judd Gray, and then dragged Parker out of the coach and shot him. Parker's gun went off just then, and he winged Campbell." Cayley looked smugly at the jury. "That's all," he said. "Any questions, Mr. Campbell?" "None," Rip grunted. Then, one after the other, Cayley put 4 more men on the stand, including Vance McLeod. Their testimony was similar, that they had personally witnessed the killings. And Rip refused to question them all. The crowd was under a restless tension, realizing he had scored only 1 point. Leona endeavored to capture his gaze, but his eyes stayed on his tabletop. Cayley finally summed up his case. "Just remember," he advised the jury, "that this case is being decided on evidence, not personal feelings. I have proved beyond a doubt that Duffield Campbell did, with malice aforethought, shoot and kill 2 men. The state demands the death penalty." He went back to his seat with the righteous expression of one who has stamped out a sidewinder. A stir went through the Dos Passos crowd. It was plain that if any shadow lay about Rip's shoulders, it was that of a hangman's noose. No jury could only have convicted him on such evidence as Cayley had dragged before them. Chapter 12. "You have witnesses?" Judge Buckner asked Campbell quietly. "One, Your Honor," Rip told him. "I can have him presently, but first I want to make a few remarks." A stiff, uncomfortable quiet dropped over the courtroom as Campbell rose and placed himself near the judge's desk. Women stopped fanning themselves with their bonnets. The only sounds came from outside, a dog barking in the plaza, and a hot breeze rubbing the leaves of the trees against each other down in the bosque. "It's no secret," Rip said steadily, "that Dos Passos is in the grip of an octopus. Vance McLeod is the octopus, and the St. Louis Southwestern Railroad is the main tentacle he's using." "I object, Your Honor." Cayley leapt to his feet, overturning his chair. "This matter is irrelevant and immaterial and has no place in this trial. Instruct the opposing counsel." Buckner slammed his fist down on the desk. "I'll instruct you to keep your advice to yourself," he roared. "This court don't make any pretense to citified ways and never has. Proceed as before, Mr. Campbell." Cayley recovered his chair in fury-filled silence as Rip went on. "Until yesterday, I was the only one fighting McLeod. To stop me, he offered a bribe, and when that failed, he tried to have me killed. That's how Red Hyatt died, not by cleaning his gun as the coroner was informed." Cayley was on his feet again, excited, shouting, "Slander! McLeod, this court is still in trial, Mr. Cayley." "It'll be out of trial if you don't keep your seat," he rapped viciously. "Bailiff, put Mr. Cayley out the next time he raises his voice." A silence that seemed ready to ignite into violence any moment fell. Rip's voice struck a lower note. "What happened to me night before last could have happened to any man who bucked the railroad outfit. It was the neatest frame-up I ever saw. But gentlemen of the jury, I saw enough before I was knocked out to hang 3 men, Dawson Cayley, Herb Caton, and Vance McLeod. I saw them kill Judd Gray and his passenger, and I'm prepared to prove it." He strode to the center aisle, shouted, "Sarge, bring him in." The double doors banged open, and through them moved Sarge Baylor and his prisoner, Farley Parker. A couple of women nearest to Parker fainted. Judge Buckner shot to his feet with sallow features. McLeod may have been startled, or he may not. He only sat there at his place near the wall and stared hard. Rip ran down and rawhided Parker through to the bench. Pandemonium broke loose, and Buckner began to pound with his gavel, while Rip bodily thrust Parker into the witness chair. A little order began to be restored, so that even those in back could hear Rip Campbell. "Now," Campbell roared, "you're going to hear some real, unprejudiced testimony. Parker himself is proof that I didn't kill him. He's going to prove also that McLeod told Judd Gray." It was a turbulent court that listened to the banker's broken testimony. Somehow, Buckner was able to get them quiet enough so that the ragged, bruised caricature of dapper Farley Parker could be heard. McLeod, Caton, and Cayley were all together near the jury stand. Rip leaned close to the banker and ground out low, "You might as well tell the truth, Parker. You haven't violated any law besides mishandling your affairs, and you may beat that rap. Spill the dope on the swine that got you where you are, and I'll help you all I can." Parker nodded dumbly. He wore a dirty, misshapen old suit of brown tweeds. His face was stubbled with black beard, and his eyes seemed to have sunken into his head. "Who was the other man in the coach that night?" Rip demanded. "The one that took the slugs meant for you." "That was Mike Radnor, the old drunk that lived across the river," Parker half-whispered. "What was he doing in your clothes?" Rip cried. "I hired him to wear them. I knew McLeod had laid down a quarantine on the whole valley, and I'd never get out alive. Radnor agreed to go with me, dressed in my clothes and with his hat pulled down over his face, for $100. As soon as the stage started, I jumped in from the side without the drivers knowing it. 5 seconds later, the stage was jumped and Radnor murdered." Rip spun to face the courtroom. "Where's Coroner Page?" he shouted. Page stood up slowly. "Who identified Parker's body Before you had him coffined, the lawyer asked him. Page colored. Why, nobody. We just sort of took it for granted. Him wearing Parker clothes and jewelry. The face was shot to hell by the last slugs that entered the body. Rip nodded. Those were the shots I saw the other passengers shoot into his head after he was dead. That was Parker, of course. He saw his one chance to get away and gambled for it. He left the money he was stealing, this is my own opinion which I can't prove, and disappeared. The throng appeared limp with the repeated shocks they had received. Buckner leaned across the desk towards the banker. And who, he queried, were the men who killed Radnor? Parker said, I only saw one. That was Vance McLeod. It was just then that Rip knew McLeod was moving. He whirled to intercept him. The agent had leapt through the window to the ground outside, Kaylee beside him. Caton was trying to follow. McLeod's face showed above the sill for an instant, as he directed his revolver at Farley Parker and triggered twice. The banker sagged back in his chair, shot through the head. Men were shouting, women screaming, and Rip fought his way through them like a tiger. He ripped a man's gun from his holster as he went. Marshal Leffie, at his place near the bench, fired one shot that dropped Herb Caton in his tracks. Then Rip was through the window. Kaylee was on the ground, stumbling awkwardly to his feet. He was unsounded, but held no gun in his hands. Rip slammed the butt of his gun across the back of his head as he ran by. The fat lawyer went down on his face with a wheezy sigh. Rip was just in time to see the railroad man whirl around the corner on a giant buckskin stallion. Despair clutched at him as he thought of trying to overtake him in the bosque, mounted as he was on his own pony, one of the most powerful Dos Passos could offer. He pointed as shouting ranchers swarmed about. On the point of mounting and joining their chase, he stopped suddenly. McLeod was no fool. He wouldn't be leaving $50,000 or $60,000 behind. That thought brought Rip about in a swift pivot to head in the other direction up the street. His long legs carried him swiftly toward the bank. His long-shot hunch nearly cost him his life. As he rounded the corner of the bank, a swift gray shape dashed from the alley. For the second time that day, Rip was looking into the bores of Vance McLeod's big Navy pistols. McLeod's face was a look into hell. Snarling, twisted, it bore slight resemblance to the mask he had shown his customers a day before. His gun leapt in his hand, spat flame and lead into Rip's lunging body. The lawyer found himself flung up against the wall, sick with the agony of a tearing sidewound. McLeod fired his other gun, but this time Rip had matched the move. A black hole dotted the middle of McLeod's forehead, then scarlet flooded his features and his magnificent body crumpled and went down. Rip slipped to the ground a moment later. They found them that way, an hour later when the fruitless chase led back to town. One of them was dead, and the other lived to tell it in court a week later. Rip Campbell, still weak with his wounds, proved up on his claims in a manner that would have made old Sam Campbell stand and applaud in his grave. St. Louis Southwestern deflated like a broken sack of meal, but every dollar of the rancher's money was in the bank and McLeod's safe. A referee saw to the restoration of it. There was peace along the Moscon Bosque, peace that a war had never brought. Cattlemen went back to work, raising blooded stock to take up the goodnight-loving trail. The town took to growing, and the usual trouble and squabbles came with its mushroom growth. But that was all right with Rip and his new wife. When there is trouble, a lawyer prospers, and Rip Campbell kept Sarge so busy running off forms and the like, that the old Confederates swore he was wearing out a liquor leg a week. The end.
The crack of bone was louder than the horse's cry. One moment Dust Devil was eating up the trail, the next his front leg was gone, swallowed by a snake hole hidden in the alkali dust. The big roan went down hard, a cloud of white powder rising around him as he thrashed. Rip was on his feet before the dust settled, his boots clear of the stirrups. He'd learned that lesson years ago. He walked to the horse's head, stroking the damp neck, murmuring things that didn't mean anything but sounded right. The roan's eyes were wide with panic, the broken bone jutting sharp and ugly from his foreleg. A man could set a bone. A horse, you just couldn't. Rip pulled the colt from his hip. The metal was hot from the sun. He didn't look at the horse's eyes again. He pressed the barrel behind the ear, into the soft hollow there. The shot was a flat bark in the empty desert. The roan shuddered once and was still. The silence that followed was heavier than before. He slid the saddle from the warm back, then the bridle. He hefted the saddlebags over one shoulder and the saddle over the other. The weight of it pulled at him. He looked back at the horse one last time, a dark shape already shimmering in the heat. Then he started walking. An hour passed, maybe two. The sun was a hammer. The only sound was the scuff of his boots and the creak of his leather. Then he heard another sound, a rhythmic squeal, wood on wood, metal on stone. He stopped, tasting the grit on his teeth, and turned. A freight wagon was crawling up the trail behind him, pulled by two tired-looking mules. A man sat hunched over the reins, a wide-brimmed hat pulled low. Beside him, another man held a greener shotgun across his lap, its twin barrels catching the sun. The wagon drew level, the driver pulling the mules to a halt without a word. The man with the shotgun had a face like a dried-up creek bed. He squinted at Rip, then at the saddle on his shoulder. "Lose your ride." Rip nodded. "Snakehole." The driver spat a stream of brown juice into the dust. "This country's full of M. Breaks your axle, breaks your horse. Hell on a man's temper." He looked Rip up and down. "Where you headed, as far as this trail goes?" "That'd be Harmony Creek." The guard said. "If we get there before the damn wheels fall off, they ain't gonna fall off." The driver grumbled. "I told you. I greased them this morning." He looked at Rip again. "We ain't a stagecoach, but the back's empty enough. Cost you $1, I can pay," Rip said. He swung the saddle into the wagon bed, landing it next to a heavy, canvas-wrapped crate. He tossed his saddlebags beside it and climbed in, the wagon rocking with his weight. The driver snapped the reins, and the wagon lurched forward with a groan. "Name's Cully," the guard said over his shoulder, not bothering to turn around. "This here's Jed." Jed just grunted. Rip settled against the crate, the shade of the wagon's canvas a small relief. He watched the desert scroll by, the heat waves turning the distant mesas to water. He wondered if the buzzards had found Dust Devil yet. "You hear that?" Cully said suddenly. Jed didn't seem to hear anything. "Hear what?" "Your stomach growlin' for supper." "No," Cully said. He shifted, bringing the shotgun up. Sounded like. The first shot was a sharp crack from the ridge to their right. It took Jed in the neck, throwing him sideways against Cully. He was dead before he started to fall. The second shot came an instant later, hitting Cully square in the chest. He dropped the shotgun and slumped forward, his face hitting the footboard with a dull thud. The reins fell from Yet's dead hands. The mules, spooked, kept pulling. The wagon rolled on, its two drivers slumped on the seat, leaving a trail of blood in the white dust. The wagon wheels hit a rock, and the whole frame shuddered. Jed's body tipped, almost falling out onto the trail. The mules just kept walking, dumb animals following a road they knew. Rip didn't wait for them to stop. He was already moving, low and fast. He left the saddle. Too much weight, too much to carry. He grabbed the leather handle of his saddlebags and vaulted over the side of the wagon. His boots hit the ground running. He didn't look back. A bullet sang past his ear, a high, angry wasp. Another kicked up dust a foot from his boot. He cut left, away from the trail, heading for a jumble of red rocks and sun-scorched sagebrush. Men were yelling from the ridge now, their voices thin in the open air. He heard the thunder of horses' hooves coming down the slope. Rip dove behind a slab of sandstone that was hot enough to cook on. He risked a look. 4 riders, closing fast. They were spread out, trying to flank him. Amateurs. He laid the barrel of his Colt along the top of the rock, the metal sight a clean black line against the glare. He waited. Not for the closest man, but for the one who thought he was clever, the one swinging wide to get a better angle. The man stood up in his stirrups to get a clear shot. Rip squeezed the trigger. The rider flew backward off his horse as if he'd been kicked by a mule. The horse shied and bolted. One of the other riders reined in hard, his mouth opened. He was young, a boy with more fuzz than beard on his chin. He raised his rifle. Rip's second shot took him in the throat. The boy dropped his gun and clutched at his neck, sliding slowly from the saddle. The other two wanted no part of it. They wheeled their horses around, digging in their spurs and heading back for the ridge, yelling curses over their shoulders. "You're a dead man," one of them screamed. "Slade's gonna gut you for that." Rip didn't answer. He was already moving again, deeper into the rocks, putting distance between himself and the trail. He didn't stop until he found a deep, dry wash carved out by 1,000 years of flash floods. He slid down the sandy bank and collapsed in the shade of an overhang, his lungs burning. He waited, listening. There was nothing but the wind and the buzz of a fly. He pulled the saddlebag onto his lap. It felt wrong. heavier than it should be. The leather was different, too. Newer. He unbuckled the straps. His gear wasn't inside. No spare cartridges, no jerky, no worn copy of a book he'd read a dozen times. Instead, the bag was stuffed with thick bundles of paper, each tied with string. He pulled one out. It was heavy, engraved paper. At the top it read, "The Harmony Creek Bank and Trust." Below that, it said, "Bearer, Bond," and below that, $1,000. There were dozens of them. Hell, Rip whispered to the empty air. He'd grabbed the wrong bag. Back at the wagon, a man named Slade swung down from his horse. He was a big man with a thick black beard and eyes that missed nothing. He looked at the two dead men on the wagon seat, then at the bodies of his own men out in the rocks. He showed no emotion. "Find it," he said to the man beside him. The man, skinny and nervous, scrambled into the back of the wagon. He tossed Rip's saddle onto the ground. He rummaged for a moment. "It ain't here, Slade." "What? The bank crate? It's here. But the bag, the leather satchel, it's gone." Slade walked to the back of the wagon and looked for himself. He saw Rip's saddle, he saw the crate. He saw the other saddlebag, Rip's actual bag, lying half open near the tailgate. But the one with the bonds was gone. "The walker," Slade said, his voice low and dangerous. "The one Cully and Jed picked up." He took it. He looked toward the wash where Rip had disappeared. "He killed Paco and the kid, and he took our money." The surviving rider swallowed hard. "He's just one man, Slade." Slade turned his cold eyes on him. "He's one man who can shoot. And he's got something that belongs to me." He looked out at the endless, shimmering desert. "Find his trail. I don't care if you have to follow him to the devil's front door. Find him, miles away, hidden in the wash." Rip finished the last of the water in his canteen. He counted his bullets, 4 left in the Colt. He shoved the bonds back into the bag, buckled it, and stood up. He had a fortune he didn't want, and a whole mess of trouble he couldn't shake. He picked a direction and started walking. The clock on the wall of the Harmony Creek Bank and Trust ticked loud enough to count a man's sins. Elias Abernathy heard everyone. He stood at the window, staring out at the empty sun-bleached street. It was 3 in the afternoon. The freight wagon from Sterling was 4 hours late. He smoothed the front of his wool vest, a useless habit. "They should have been here," he said to the empty room. "Cully knows the schedule. Jedediah knows the schedule." The clock ticked, the sun beat down. Nothing moved on the street but the heat rising from the dirt. Abernathy grabbed his hat. He couldn't stand it another minute. He locked the front door of the bank, the bolt shooting home with a heavy clank, and marched across the street to the sheriff's office. Sheriff Brody was cleaning his shotgun, the pieces laid out on a piece of oilcloth on his desk. He looked up when Abernathy burst through the door, a cloud of dust and sweat following him in. "My shipment, Sheriff, it's gone." Brody looked at the banker over the top of his spectacles. He took his time, wiping a spot of grease from the gun's receiver with a clean rag. "Gone, Elias, or just late. It's never been this late. That's my money out there. The town's money. It's Cully and Jed driving that wagon," Brody said, his voice calm and even. "They're steady men. Steady men get shot." Abernathy snapped. "Steady men get robbed. I want a posse. Now." Brody sighed. He set the receiver down carefully. He knew the banker was right to worry. Jed and Cully were too reliable. "All right, Elias, settle yourself." He walked to the door and looked out at the livery stable. Jericho, a man emerged from the shade of the stable. He was tall and lean, with the high cheekbones and dark eyes of his mother's people. He moved without a sound, his steps measured and sure. He crossed the street and stopped in the doorway, waiting. He didn't speak. "Jet's wagon from Sterling ain't come in," Brody said. "Ride south, see what you find." Jericho nodded once and was gone. "A tracker," Abernathy said, his voice dripping with scorn. "I need rifles, not a man who can tell me which way the wind is blowing." "He'll find your wagon," Brody said, turning back to his desk. "Then we'll know if we need rifles." He began putting the shotgun back together with practiced ease. "I'll get some boys together. We'll ride out as soon as Jericho gets back." Abernathy watched him for a moment, his face tight with impatience. He didn't trust the slow, deliberate pace of the law. He turned and left without another word, letting the door slam shut. He didn't go back to the bank. He went to the saloon. The place was quiet in the afternoon heat, mostly empty. In a corner booth, a man sat alone, nursing a beer. The man's name was Flint McCrae. He was polishing the cylinder of a Schofield revolver with a small, oiled cloth. He didn't look up as Abernathy approached. "Mr. McCrae." McCrae pushed the cylinder back into the revolver's frame. It clicked into place with a sound like a lock closing. Banker Abernathy slid into the booth, his hands fidgeting on the table. "I have a business proposition. I'm not looking to make a deposit. A shipment of mine is missing," Abernathy said, leaning in, his voice a low whisper. It was due this afternoon. It carried assets. McCrae took a slow drink of his beer. He watched Abernathy over the rim of the glass. "How much in assets?" "Enough to matter," Abernathy said evasively. "The sheriff's on it, I suppose. Brody is a good man, but he is methodical. I require a more direct approach. McCrae set his glass down. You want me to follow the posse? I want you to find my property. Brody can have the culprits. I want the assets. There will be a bonus if you are successful before the sheriff. McCrae leaned back, his eyes unreadable. He looked at the banker's pale, worried face. He thought for a moment. 202 ride. 2,000. If I bring back your bag, I don't ask what's in it, you don't ask how I got it. Abernathy didn't hesitate. Done. Then buy me another beer. Banker, Flint McCrae said, pushing his empty glass across the table. It's going to be a long ride. The sun was a hammer. It beat on Rip's head, his shoulders, the cracked leather of his boots. He kept to the high ground, moving through a maze of canyons and rockfalls that would kill a horse. The saddlebag full of money banged against his hip with every step, a constant, heavy reminder of his mistake. He thought of the two men on the wagon seat, Cully and Jed. He hadn't known them 5 minutes, but he could still see their faces. The driver, with eyes lost in the dust of 1,000 miles. The guard who'd offered him a chew of tobacco. They were dead because he'd wanted a ride. Guilt was a new taste in his mouth, bitter as alkali dust. He swallowed, his throat too dry for it to go down. He found a sliver of shade under a granite ledge and rested. He was climbing toward the cinder peaks, a place where a man could disappear if he was smart and lucky. He wasn't feeling lucky. He looked north, toward the jagged black mountains. It was a long walk. An hour later, Sheriff Brody's posse reined in at the abandoned wagon. The mules stood dumbly in their traces, heads drooping. Flies buzzed, thick around the two bodies slumped on the seat. Get him down, Brody said, his voice flat. He swung down from his horse. He didn't look at the dead men. He'd seen enough dead men. He looked at the details. The splintered wood of the wagon bed where bullets had hit. The brass casings glinting in the dirt. Jericho slid from his pony and walked the ground in a slow circle. He moved like a ghost, his eyes on the story that dust had to tell. He pointed. 4 riders came down from the ridge. Over there, he looked toward the rocks. 2 of them stayed there. Brody walked over. He saw the 2 dead bandits where they'd fallen. He nudged one with his boot. Amateurs, they chased a man on foot, Jericho said, his gaze sweeping from the wagon to the wash. He went that way fast. He knelt and picked up a pinch of dirt. 1 man, big boots, in a hurry. Jericho walked the trail for 20 yards, then stopped and looked north. He's heading for the cinders. One of the deputies, a young man named Cale, spat a stream of tobacco juice. Who in his right mind would go up there on foot? Someone who ain't in his right mind, Brody said, or someone who knows what he's doing. He looked at Jericho. What about the other 2 riders? They went back up the ridge. Met with another man, a big one, they argued. Then they rode east, hard and fast. Slade, Brody said to himself. It had his stink all over it. Robbery was one thing. Leaving bodies was Slade's way of signing his work. 3 trails. Sheriff, Jericho said, standing. Bandits, east. 1 man north. And us, from a half-mile back. Flint McCrae watched the posse through a pair of field glasses. He saw them find the bodies. He saw the tracker, Jericho, move across the ground. McCrae lowered the glasses. He didn't need to get closer. He knew the story, a deal gone wrong, a loose end. He spurred his horse, not following the posse's tracks, but cutting a wide angle to the north. Brody would follow the trail. McCrae would follow the man. 3 separate hunts, all moving under the same merciless sun. The law, looking for a killer. The bounty, looking for a bag of paper. And the bandits, looking for the man who had shot their friends and taken their prize. They were all chasing Rip, and Rip was just trying to outrun the ghosts of 2 men he'd barely met. The rock under Rip's boots was black and sharp, like broken glass. It tore at the worn leather. The sun, finally starting to dip toward the horizon, offered no relief. It just changed the angle of the attack. Thirst was a living thing in his throat, a fist made of sand. He saw the mine by accident. A dark slash in the side of a hill, almost hidden by a rockslide in a dead, twisted juniper. Old timbers, bleached gray by the sun, framed the entrance. A scrap of rusted tin lay half buried in the scree. It was a place that had been given up on a long time ago. It was perfect. He scrambled up the loose rock, his boots slipping, sending a cascade of small stones rattling down the slope. He froze, listening. Nothing. He ducked under the main timber and stepped out of the sun. The air inside was cool and smelled of damp earth and rot. It was a relief. He stood for a moment, letting his eyes adjust to the gloom. A tunnel shored up with more rotting timbers, led back into the hill. He followed it for 20 feet, feeling his way along the rough-hewn wall. He found a small alcove, a side chamber where miners had probably stored their tools. He dropped the heavy saddlebag. The thud was loud in the silence. He ran a hand over his face, the stubble rasping against his palm. He needed to see. He fumbled in his trouser pocket and pulled out a small tin of sulfur matches. 3 left. He struck the first one on the rock wall. The flare of it was blinding. He saw a rusted pickaxe head, a broken shovel handle, and an old mule's skull. Against the back wall sat a tin lantern, its glass pane cloudy with dust. He lit the wick just as the match burned his fingertips. He swore and dropped it. The lantern's flame was weak, but it pushed the darkness back. He picked it up and held it to his face. The man in the reflection on the glass was a stranger, eyes bloodshot, lips cracked, a long scratch sweeping a thin line of blood down his cheek. He had scrapes on his hands from the dive into the rocks. He tore a strip from the bottom of his shirt, uncorked his canteen, and used the last few drops of water to wipe the grit from the cuts. He sat down on the hard floor, the lantern beside him. He should sleep, he should rest. But his mind wouldn't stop. He saw the guard, Jedediah, smiling. He saw the young bandit clutch his throat. He looked at the saddlebag. That bag was the start and the end of it. He reached for it, then stopped. He didn't want to see the paper inside. He didn't want to be reminded of what he was carrying. 5 miles back, Flint McRae dismounted. He ran a hand along his horse's neck. Easy, boy. Almost there. He wasn't following the tracks. The posse could have the tracks. McRae was following the man's mind. He knew the type. A man running on foot, low on water, would look for high ground, but he would also look for the path of least resistance. He would follow the folds in the land. He would look for shade. McRae looked up at the black, jagged peaks. He knew where he would go. He found the scuff marks on the slope leading up to the mine. A man in a hurry. A man getting tired. McRae didn't draw his gun. He moved quietly, his steps making no sound on the loose rock. He saw the dark opening. He put a hand on the timber, feeling the grain of the old wood. He knelt. Beside the entrance, almost invisible against the dark rock, was a small pile of freshly disturbed stones. He looked closer. He saw a boot print. He walked a few feet away and found a spot where a man had rested. A small fire had been built there, a traveler's fire, meant for a quick cup of coffee. He put his palm flat on the ashes. They were still warm. McRae stood up and looked into the black mouth of the mine. He didn't need to see the man. He could feel him. He was close. The sound was faint at first, the chink of a horseshoe on rock. Rip was on his feet before he was fully awake, the lantern guttering in his hand. He moved to the mouth of the mine, staying deep in the shadow. He peered out. Down the slope, 3 riders were picking their way through the scree. They weren't trying to be quiet. One of them was cursing his horse. It was the 2 who had run from him, and a third man, thick in the shoulders, who looked mean enough to bite nails. It wasn't the law. It wasn't the bounty hunter. It was Slade's men, coming back to finish the job. Rip looked up. Above the mine entrance, a balancing rock the size of a fat sow perched on the ledge. It had been waiting 100 years to fall. He didn't think. He blew out the lantern, plunging the tunnel into blackness, and felt his way back to the small side chamber. He grabbed the rusted pickaxe head. He scrambled back out of the mine, not through the main entrance, but up a narrow chimney of rock he'd noticed earlier. He came out on the hillside 20 feet above the entrance, his hands raw, his lungs heaving. The riders were closer now, almost at the bottom of the slope. "He's in there," one of them said. "I can feel it." "Then we burn him out," the thick one growled. Rip wedged the pickaxe head into the crevice under the balancing rock. He put his shoulder into it and pushed. The rock groaned. It shifted an inch. "What was that?" the rider below said, looking up. Rip pushed again, every muscle screaming. The rock scraped, resisted, then gave way. It tipped slowly, impossibly, then crashed down the slope with the sound of thunder, trailing a river of stones. It didn't hit the riders. It hit the ground 10 feet in front of them. The impact sent a shockwave through the ground. The horses screamed and reared, eyes wild with terror. One went over backward, crushing its rider. The thick-shouldered man was thrown clear, but his partner was still in the saddle of his panicked horse. The horse bolted straight into a wall of rock. The sound of the impact was a wet crunch. The third rider got his horse under control. He stared at the 2 bodies, his face a mask of disbelief. He looked up the hill, his hand going for his gun. He never got there. "Drop it," a voice boomed from the trail below. Sheriff Brody and his posse had ridden up on the noise. They sat on their horses, 5 men with rifles leveled. Jericho was beside them, his face impassive. The lone bandit stared at the lawmen, then at the mine, then back. He was trapped. From his perch half a mile away, Flint McRae watched it all through his glasses. The rockfall, the arrival of the posse. "A perfect mess, Federal, march out," the bandit screamed, a wild lie born of desperation. "This is our jurisdiction." Brody wasn't buying it. "I don't see a badge. I see 2 dead men and a third with his hand on a gun. Last chance." The bandit made his choice. He pulled his revolver and fired a wild shot that kicked up dust 10 feet from Brody's horse. The world exploded in gunfire. The posse's rifles answered as one. The bandit was stitched across the chest, thrown from his saddle. Before his body hit the ground, another shot cracked from the rocks near the dead men. The thick-shouldered bandit, the one who'd been thrown clear, had found cover. A bullet tore a chunk out of the pommel of Brody's saddle. "Spread out," Brody yelled, swinging down from his horse as his deputies dove for whatever cover they could find. McRae lowered his glasses. He shook his head. The banker's money was in the middle of a war, and the man he was hunting, the man who started it all, was nowhere to be seen. The shooting sputtered out with the last of the light, a few angry shots, an answer, then silence. A man started screaming, down in the rocks, and then he stopped, too. The night came on fast, the sky a deep, bruised purple with a handful of early stars. Rip didn't move. He lay flat on the ridge above the mine, the hard rock still holding the day's heat. He listened. Men were calling to each other below. The sheriff, his voice a low bark. One of his deputies, sounding young and spooked. They were making a camp. They weren't leaving. He had to go back. The saddlebag was still in the mine, a fortune in paper he wished he'd never seen. He eased backward from the ledge and slid down the far side of the hill, his boots making soft, scraping sounds in the gravel. He moved in a crouch, circling around until he was at the rockslide again, the mine a black mouth in the gloom. He drew his Colt. The weight of it felt good in his hand. 4 shots left. He took a breath and slipped inside. The cool, dead air wrapped around him. He stood dead still for a full minute, listening to his own blood pounding in his ears. Nothing. He felt his way to the side chamber. His fingers brushed against the smooth, worn leather of the bag. He grabbed it, slung it over his shoulder, and backed out of the tunnel, as quiet as a ghost. He couldn't go down. The posse owned the low ground. He had to go up and over, putting the cinder peaks between him and the law. He started climbing, using the noise of the posse setting up their camp to cover his own. A horse whinnied. A man coughed. A canteen rattled against a saddle horn. Rip froze at every sound, a shadow among shadows. He reached the top of the ridge, his lungs burning. He lay flat for a moment, catching his breath, and looked back. He could see their campfire, a small orange flower blooming in the darkness. He was clear. He got to his feet and started down the other side, moving faster now. The ground was treacherous, all loose shale and hidden drops. He was thinking about water. His tongue was a piece of dry wood in his mouth. He unslung his canteen, the metal cool against his hand. He found a flat spot behind a cluster of yucca and sat down, leaning his back against the rock. He set the canteen on the ground beside him. Just one sip. Make it last. He wiped the sweat from his eyes with the back of his sleeve. The saddlebag felt like it weighed 100 pounds. He shifted it on his shoulder. He reached for the canteen without looking. His fingers brushed against something dry and scaled. It coiled. The strike was a hot needle in the fleshy part of his hand, between thumb and forefinger. He jerked back with a grunt, his hand on fire. He saw the snake, a diamondback, coiled and ready to strike again, its rattle a dry, furious buzz in the silent dark. He didn't have time to aim. He fired the Colt from his hip. The blast was deafening. The snake convulsed, its body lashing against the rocks. In the flash from the muzzle, he saw his canteen. He'd knocked it over when he pulled his hand back. It was rolling, bouncing down the steep, dark slope, its metal cap making a series of faint clicks and chinks against the rocks until it was gone. He stood up, his heart hammering. He stared into the blackness where his water had gone. He looked at his hand. 2 small punctures, already turning dark. He pulled his knife, the blade scraping against the sheath. He pressed the tip against the wound. Down below, the sound of the gunshot echoed off the canyon walls. "What was that, Cale?" the young deputy said, jumping to his feet. Jericho didn't move from his spot by the fire. He looked up at the black ridge line. "A man saying goodbye to his last bullet," Rowdy grunted. "Or a snake." "Sometimes," Jericho said, staring into the flames. "They're the same thing." Rip didn't hear them. He was watching his own hand swell, the skin pulling tight and shiny. He sliced a shallow X across the 2 fang marks, the steel cold against his hot skin. Dark blood welled up. He brought the wound to his lips and sucked, the coppery taste of venom and blood filling his mouth. He spat, a dark splash on the gray rock. He did it again. The poison was a fire spreading up his arm. He staggered to his feet, the world tilting, and started moving, a dead man walking into the heart of the night. The sun came up hot and white, bleaching the color from the rocks. Sheriff Brody was drinking the last of his coffee, the tin cup warm in his hands. Cale, his youngest deputy, was staring at the 3 dead bandits laid out under a dusty blanket. "Stop looking at them," Brody said, without turning around. "They won't tell you their secrets." "Just seems a waste," Cale said. "It was their choice to waste themselves. Go check the horses." As Cale walked off, 2 figures came down from the ridge. One was Jericho, moving with a silent, easy grace. The other was Flint McCrae. He'd left his horse tied a ways off and come in on foot. He moved like a man who never wanted to be heard. Brody sighed. "McCrae, I figured you were sniffing around out here." "A lot of shooting for a quiet night," McCrae said. His eyes weren't on Brody. They were scanning the rocks, the mine, the place where the posse had made their camp. He saw everything. "You find the banker's bonds." "We found 3 men who needed killing," Brody said. "The rest is under investigation." Jericho didn't speak. He walked over to Brody and held something out. It was a spent shell casing. "Found it up on the north ridge," Jericho said. "His one shot," Brody grunted. What was he shooting at in the dark? McCrae walked over. He looked at the shell, then up at the ridge. He started walking, not waiting for an invitation. Brody watched him go, then swore under his breath, and followed, with Jericho a step behind. They found the spot easily. The ground was scuffed, a yucca plant was trampled, and lying in the dust was a big diamondback rattlesnake, its head blown apart. Well hell, Brody said. Shot a snake. McCrae knelt. He wasn't looking at the snake. He was looking at the ground beside it. He pointed with his chin. See that? Dark stain on the rock. And here, he touched a small, almost invisible smear on a cactus needle. Blood. Jericho was already circling the area. Trail goes on, he called out, his voice flat. But he's walking heavy, dragging his left foot. The snake bit him, McCrae said. He stood up and brushed the dust from his knees. Bit him. He shot it, and in the confusion, he took a few steps, his eyes on the ground, reading the story. He stopped and pointed down the steep slope. Halfway down, wedged between two rocks, was Rip's canteen, dented and empty. He lost his water, Brody said. It wasn't a question. He lost everything, McCrae corrected him. He's afoot, no water, and full of venom. The sun will finish him before noon. He looked at Brody. Your man is as good as dead. Sheriff, you can pack up your posse and tell the banker his bonds are coyote meat. Brody looked up at the vast, shimmering emptiness of the cinder peaks. He thought of the paperwork, the inquest, the ride back to town. Yeah, Brody said slowly, you're probably right. McCrae smiled, but it didn't touch his eyes. Probably. He walked away without another word, heading back toward his horse. He wasn't going back to town. Brody knew it. Jericho knew it. You trust him? Jericho asked, his gaze following McCrae. I trust him to want his money, Brody said. That's not what I asked. Brody poured the dregs of his coffee onto the ground. He watched the dark stain disappear instantly into the thirsty dust. He looked up at the trail Jericho had found, leading off into the killing heat. No, Brody said. I don't. McCrae knew the sheriff was wrong. A normal man would be dead by noon. But a man who could drop two riders with two shots while running for his life, who could rig a rock slide in the dark, and who still had the presence of mind to shoot the head off a snake that had just bitten him, that man wasn't normal. He was dangerous, and a dangerous man, a cornered man, was the most interesting kind of man to hunt. The world was made of glass, and the sun was a hammer. Everything shimmered. The rocks ran like water at the edge of his vision. Rip kept walking. One foot, then the other. The saddlebag full of someone else's money was an anchor pulling him down into the heat. His hand was a swollen, purple claw. The fire from the snakebite had climbed to his shoulder and was working its way into his chest. He stumbled, catching himself on a saguaro. The needles dug into his good hand. He didn't feel it. A man in a dusty blue uniform walked beside him for a while. The man's face was a blur of smoke under the brim of his cap. You're out of line, Corporal, the man said, his voice like grinding stones. Fall back in. IRIP turned his head. There was no one there, just the sun beating on the rocks. He closed his eyes. Open them. The man was back. Water discipline. The man snapped. You know the rules. Rip's tongue was a piece of sun-baked brick. He couldn't have spoken if he wanted to. He just kept walking. He came to the edge of the salt flat. It spread out before him, a sea of cracked white mud that stretched to the hazy mountains on the other side. There was no cover, no shade, just the white glare and the hammer of the sun. The man in blue was gone. Rip stepped onto the salt. The ground crunched under his boots like broken bone. He put his head down and walked, following his own shadow, a long distorted thing that wavered in the heat. After an hour, there were more of them. Not just the corporal. A whole squad, marching in a ragged line on either side of him. Ghosts in blue, their faces streaked with grime and shadow, their rifles held at a low ready. They didn't speak to him. They just marched, their phantom boots making no sound on the salt. A boy, couldn't have been more than 17, fell into step beside him. I heard they got Sheridan bottled up good, the boy said, his voice a dry whisper. You think we'll see action before sundown? Rip. Shut up, Miller. Rip heard himself rasp. His own voice was a stranger's. The boy named Miller smiled, a sad, knowing thing. Too late for that. He held out a canteen. Here, you look like you could use it. Rip's hand twitched. He knew it wasn't real. He knew it. But his thirst was a living creature. A beast with claws and teeth, latched onto his throat. He reached for it. His fingers went through the canteen, through the boy, and touched nothing but hot, empty air. The boy and his canteen dissolved into the shimmering heat. All the ghosts were gone. He was alone in the white, silent world. He fell. His face hit the hard-baked ground, the salt crust scraping his cheek. He lay there, the sun cooking the back of his neck. He should stay here, just close his eyes. It would be easy. He thought of the men who had shot the old driver and the guard. He thought of Slade, the man they'd named. A man who would send boys out to die for a bag of paper. He thought of the posse behind him and the man McCrae, who walked like a cat and saw too much. They were all hunting him. They all thought he was going to lie down and die. No, he breathed into the salt. He got one arm under him, pushed. The world spun. He got to his knees, his head hanging. The saddlebag was a dead weight. He thought about leaving it, just letting the desert have it. But it was the reason they were hunting him. It was the only thing that mattered to them. He got it back on his shoulder. He stood up, swaying. He looked across the endless white, far away, at the edge of the flat where the mountains began. He saw a dark shape, a smudge against the shimmer. It could have been a rock. It could have been another ghost. Or it could have been the mouth of a canyon. Shade, a chance. He took a step, and another. He walked toward the smudge, the ghosts of Miller and the others falling back into step around him. Their silent march, the only thing that kept him moving. The shade was a physical thing. Rip walked into it, and it was like stepping into cool water. He leaned against the canyon wall, the rough red rock sucking the heat out of his back. The world stopped shimmering. The ghosts were gone. For a moment, there was just the blessedly deep shadow and the sound of his own ragged breathing. He slid down the wall until he was sitting in the dust. He had to rest, just for a minute. His swollen hand throbbed in time with his heartbeat. He looked at it. It was ugly. The skin stretched tight and shiny. The poison was a thick, slow fire in his veins. Then he heard it, the clink of a horseshoe on rock. Far off, but getting closer. He didn't think. He reacted. He got to his feet, the saddlebag, a lump of lead on his shoulder. He looked down the canyon the way he'd come. Nothing. He looked the other way, deeper into the narrow passage. It twisted and turned. A snake's path through the mountains. His only way out. He started to stumble forward. The sound came again, closer this time. Voices. A man laughed. They were behind him. They had crossed the salt flat faster. On horses, Rip pressed himself against the rock wall. It was a straight-sided chute, maybe 20 feet across. Nowhere to hide. He was trapped. He looked up. The canyon walls were steep, a maze of cracks and ledges. A lizard could climb it. A goat, not a dying man. He heard the horses clearly now, their hoofs crunching on the gravel floor of the canyon. There, a voice yelled, dead ahead. I see him. Rip looked up again. A ledge, 30 feet up. A shadow. A chance. He slung the saddlebag around to his chest, the heavy buckle digging into his ribs. He found a crack in the rock, a place for his boot. He started to climb. His muscles screamed. His bad hand was useless. A club, he used his elbow, jamming it into fissures in the rock. He found a handhold with his good hand, pulled himself up, his boots scraping for purchase. What in God's name is he doing? It was Slade's voice, echoing off the walls. He's climbing. Another man yelled, a note of disbelief in his voice. Rip didn't look down. He just kept going. His world shrunk to the next handhold, the next crack for his boot. The rock was hot, abrasive. It scraped the skin from his knuckles. He heard a bullet whine past his head and smack into the cliff face, spraying him with rock dust. He reached the ledge and rolled onto it, his chest heaving. He was exposed, but he was above them. He peered over the edge. 4 of them. Slade was in the lead, his face a mask of fury. A big man with a greasy beard was dismounting, raising his rifle for another shot. The other 2 were staring up, their mouths open. Rip's Colt was in his belt. 1 bullet, maybe 2. He wasn't sure he could even hold it, let alone aim. He scanned the ledge. It was littered with loose rock, shattered pieces of the cliff face baked brittle by the sun. He found one the size of a skull and shoved it over the edge with his boot. It landed with a sickening crunch on the head of the rifleman's horse. The animal screamed and went down in a heap, trapping the man's leg underneath. The man, Gus, howled in pain and rage. Rip sent another rock over, and another. They rained down on the canyon floor. The 2 other riders panicked, trying to control their terrified horses. Slade was screaming at them, trying to get them to spread out. He's one man. Shoot him, you useless bastards. Gus, his leg pinned, finally got his rifle untangled. He aimed it up at Rip, his face white with pain. I see you, you son of a bitch. Rip knew he couldn't stay there. He slid off the other side of the ledge, landing hard in a chute of loose gravel. He half ran, half slid down the steep incline, landing on the canyon floor, 50 yards past the chaos. He was on his feet and running. Gus fired, the shot going wide. Slade saw Rip and spurred his horse forward, leaving his men to sort themselves out. Rip was a dead man. He knew it, then he saw it. Gus's horse, the one that wasn't pinned, was standing nearby, its reins trailing, its eyes wide with terror. It was limping, favoring its right foreleg where a rock had glanced off it. Slade was closing. Rip could hear the horses breathing. He gave one last desperate push and threw himself at the lame horse, grabbing the reins. He hauled himself into the saddle. He didn't bother with the stirrups. He kicked the horse's ribs, hard. The horse bolted, its limp throwing Rip from side to side. A bullet tore through the cantle of the saddle, inches from his hip. He looked back. Slade was stopped, his pistol smoking. Gus was still trapped under his dead horse. The other 2 were just getting their own mounts under control. Rip turned forward and rode, the half-lame horse carrying him deeper into the twisting canyon, away from the man screaming his name. He had a horse. Flint McRae sat his horse at the canyon mouth, letting the animal blow. He could smell it before he saw it, the coppery scent of blood on the hot, dry air. He drew his pistol, not because he expected a fight, but because it was a habit, and habits kept him alive. He nudged his horse forward at a walk. The scene was a mess. A dead horse lay sprawled in a narrow passage, its head caved in. Flies were already gathering. Underneath it, a man's boot stuck out. McCrae didn't need to check to know the man was dead. 2. You didn't survive having a horse fall on you like that. Further on, another body was sprawled face down in the dust. McCrae dismounted and walked over, nudging the man with his toe. Gus, he recognized the greasy beard. He'd seen him spending the banker's money in the Harmony Creek Saloon a week ago. There was a small, neat hole in the center of his back. An exit wound. Rip hadn't killed this one. This was Slade's work. Tying up loose ends, McCrae's eyes read the ground like a book. He saw the tracks of 4 horses coming in. He saw where one rider, Gus, had dismounted. He saw the scuffed earth and scattered rocks from the landslide. He looked up and saw the ledge, 30 feet high. He saw the slide of gravel down the other side. He followed the tracks of a man running, then the tracks of a lame horse being mounted in a hurry. He saw where Slade had stopped, fired a shot, then turned his horse in a tight circle of pure rage. Then the tracks of 3 horses, leaving one lame one, carrying a single rider, going deeper into the canyon. The man should be dead 10 times over, snakebit, no water, hunted, and still he fought. Still he ran, still he was moving. McCrae almost smiled. This was getting interesting. He mounted his horse and rode on, following the tracks of the lame animal. He was no longer hunting a man. He was hunting a ghost. Hours later, Sheriff Brody and his posse reached the same spot. The sun was starting to dip, painting the canyon walls in shades of orange and blood. Cale, the young deputy, took one look at the scene and turned away, his face pale. "That's it," a man named Henderson said, spitting a brown stream of tobacco juice. "We've lost him. We're chasing a dead man and burning good daylight." "Jericho," Brody said, ignoring him. The tracker was already off his horse, circling the area. He moved with a quiet focus, his dark eyes missing nothing. He came back to Brody after a few minutes. "McCrae was here," he said. "He read the whole story and kept going. And our man, he stole a horse. Lame one. Kept going, too, but the trail is cold now. Wind has been through here. Scoured the ground. I could find it, maybe. But it would be slow going, and in the dark." Jericho shrugged. It was his way of saying it was impossible. Brody looked at the faces of his men. They were done. He could see it in their slumped shoulders, in the way they avoided his eyes. They were farmers and storekeepers, not manhunters. They'd done their duty. "All right," Brody said, his voice flat. "Henderson, you and the boys take the bodies back to town. Cale, you go with them. Tell Judge Miller I'll need an inquest." Cale looked surprised. "What about you?" "Sheriff, I'm going on," Brody said. Henderson laughed, a short, sharp bark. "On your own, after a man who did this? That's suicide." "Brody." "Maybe," Brody said. He looked down at the dead man. Gus, he'd seen him around. A loudmouth, a bully, but just small-time hired muscle. Not the kind of man you found in the middle of a $100,000 bond robbery. This whole thing stinks. The banker, the way the wagon was hit. These men, it's not just about the money. There's something else going on here. A ghost hunt is what it is," Henderson muttered. "Go on home, Henderson," Brody said, his voice quiet but with an edge of steel. "Your wife is waiting." The men didn't argue. They were relieved. They set about the grim business of tying the bodies onto their horses. Cale hesitated. "Sheriff, you sure about this?" "I'm sure I was elected to see things through to the end," Brody said. He looked at Jericho. "You coming?" Jericho looked up at the darkening sky, then down the black throat of the canyon. "He is either the devil himself or the luckiest man alive. Either way, I would like to see which." Brody nodded once. They watched the posse ride away, their forms shrinking in the twilight until they were gone. Then the two of them, the lawman and the tracker, turned their horses and rode into the canyon, following a trail that no one else could see. The sky had been a bleached-out white all day. Now it was turning the color of a bad bruise. The air grew heavy, thick, and still. There was no wind, just a waiting silence. Even the buzzards that had been circling high above were gone. Rip felt it before he saw it. A change in the pressure, a feeling on his skin like a held breath. He urged the lame horse on. The animal was stumbling, its head low, foam flecking its lips. Every fourth step was a painful lurch as its bad leg gave way. They were moving at a crawl, leaving a pathetic, dragging trail across the cracked earth of the Badlands. "Come on, you bastard," Rip rasped. His own voice was a dry crackle. Just a little further. The horse didn't respond. It was an engine running on its last drop of fuel. The poison from the snakebite had settled into a deep, grinding ache in Rip's bones. His vision swam in and out of focus. He clung to the saddle horn, the landscape a smear of reds and browns. He was riding through a furnace. A low rumble echoed from the west. So deep, it was more a feeling in his chest than a sound. The horse's ears twitched. It stopped, its whole body trembling. "Don't you quit on me," Rip growled, kicking its ribs with what little strength he had left. The horse took 3 more lurching steps, then its front legs buckled. It went down without a sound, a sack of bones hitting the dirt. Rip threw himself clear, landing hard on his shoulder. He lay there for a moment, the dust soft as flour under his cheek. The horse tried to get up, struggled, then lay its head down with a long, final sigh. Its sides heaved, once, twice, and then were still. Rip got to his knees. He was alone. The silence was absolute. He looked at the sky. A dark wall of cloud was rolling in, eating the horizon. A flicker of light danced inside it, silent and menacing. He pushed himself to his feet. He had the saddlebag. That was it. No horse, no water, no weapon, except a knife and a revolver with maybe 1 bullet left in it. He started walking. He didn't know where he was going. Away, that was the only direction he had. The first gust of wind hit him like a fist, stealing his breath and filling the air with a choking red dust. It tore at his clothes, a physical force trying to push him back. He leaned into it, his head down, 1 foot in front of the other. Then the lightning came. Not just a flicker, but a violent, angry slash of white that lit up the entire world for a split second. It struck a mesa a mile away, the crack of thunder instantaneous and deafening. It wasn't rain, it was war. Rip kept walking. He was a solitary, ragged figure, moving through a world coming apart at the seams. The wind howled, a rising scream. The dust was so thick he couldn't see 10 feet in front of him. Another bolt of lightning hit, closer this time, and in its dark, brutal light, he saw the Badlands transformed into a landscape of jagged teeth and deep, black shadows. He was going to die out here. The thought wasn't frightening. It was just a fact. He was too tired to be scared. He was too thirsty to care. He just kept putting 1 foot in front of the other because that's all there was left to do. The first drop of rain hit his face. It wasn't a drop, it was a pellet of mud, a mixture of water and the dust the wind had whipped into the air. Then another, and another. He stopped and tilted his head back, his mouth open, letting the gritty, lukewarm water hit his tongue. It was the best thing he had ever tasted. The drizzle became a downpour, a torrential, blinding sheet of water that turned the ground to slick mud under his boots. The world was noise and water and flashing light. He was soaked in seconds. He was freezing. He was alive. He slid the heavy saddlebag off his shoulder, clutched it to his chest, and kept moving, disappearing into the heart of the storm. The sun came back with a vengeance. It baked the wet red earth into a cracked plate, the steam rising in waves that made the air wobble. Rip felt the heat through the soles of his boots. He found a handhold in the rock, the stone warm and gritty. He pulled his right arm, taking all the strain. His left was a swollen lump of meat, purple and useless, lashed to his chest with a strip torn from his shirt. He gained a ledge and rolled onto it, the rough surface scraping his cheek. He lay there, his breath sawing in and out of his lungs. Below, the canyon was a maze of shadows and sharp, bright light. No movement. It didn't matter. He knew they were back there. The man who moved like a cat, the sheriff who wouldn't quit. They were coming. "Your skyline soldier, get your head down." Rip didn't open his eyes. The voice was sand and smoke, a sound from another lifetime. "The corporal, no one there." Rip rasped to the empty air. His throat felt like it was lined with broken glass. "There's always someone there. You learned that at Shiloh Church, didn't you? You get lazy. You get dead. Now move." He pushed himself up with his good arm. The saddlebag slung over his shoulder, dug into his neck. The weight of it was wrong. It was just paper, but it felt heavier than gold. It felt like sin. He looked at his swollen hand. The skin was stretched tight, shiny as a new-blown blister. The 2 fang marks were black. Angry eyes, staring back at him. The poison was a slow fire that had worked its way up to his shoulder, a deep ache that sat in the bone. He started climbing again, a crack for his boot, a nub of rock for his hand. The motion was all he had. Climb, rest, climb again. He tried not to think about water. Thinking about it made his tongue swell in his mouth. He thought about the corporal instead. It was better than thinking about being thirsty. Pain is a luxury, corporal. It means you're still breathing. You stop feeling it. That's when you worry. He found a deeper shadow under a granite overhang and slid into it. He had to rest. The world was starting to tilt at the edges. A boy sat across from him, cleaning a rifle with a greasy rag. He couldn't have been more than 17, a ghost in a sweat-stained blue uniform. "Miller, heard you got a promotion." "Rip," the boy said. His voice was a dry whisper. "Lance Corporal, figured you would." Rip stared at him. The hallucination was so clear he could see the fraying on the boy's collar, the nick in the rifle's wooden stock. "It wasn't a promotion. Felt like one to me. Leading the picket line, out front of everybody." Miller looked up from the rifle, his eyes clear and empty. "You were supposed to watch the flank. You said you would." Rip pressed the back of his head against the rock. The stone was hot. It felt real. "I saw a rider. On the ridge. Thought he was one of ours." "He wasn't," Miller said. He went back to cleaning the rifle, his movements slow and deliberate. They came out of the trees, a whole line of them, gray jackets and smoke. We never had a chance. He held out a canteen. You look thirsty, Rip. Go on, take it. Rip's good hand twitched. He knew it wasn't real. He knew, but the thirst was a claw in his throat. He reached, his fingers went through the canteen, through the boy, and closed on nothing. Miller and his rifle dissolved into the shimmering heat. The silence that came back was worse than the voice. It was empty, it was accusing. He had left them. He had seen the rider, made a choice, and left his flank exposed. Miller and 3 others had died in the first volley. The guilt was a cold, hard knot he'd carried for years, a thing he never spoke of. It was the reason he walked alone. It was the thing that had brought him here, to this rock, to this sun, to this slow death. He looked down at the canyon again. A flicker of movement, a man on a horse, a mile back, maybe more. Just a speck, but the speck was moving with purpose. It wasn't Slade's men. They rode loud and angry. This was quiet, patient. It was McCrae. Rip got to his feet. He pulled the saddlebag higher on his shoulder. The paper rustled. $100,000. Enough to buy a whole new life. Enough to bury the old one. He looked from the rider to the jagged black line of the cinder peaks on the horizon. It was a long walk. They're gaining on you, soldier. The corporal's voice echoed in the silent heat. What are you gonna do? Rip put one boot in front of the other. He started walking toward the peaks. I'm gonna keep moving. The rain had washed the world clean. It left behind the smell of wet creosote and dark, hungry earth. The sky was a pale, depthless blue. Sheriff Brody sat his horse, the leather of his saddle creaking as he shifted his weight. He looked at the ground. It was a blank slate of red mud, pockmarked by the last of the falling drops. Anything? Brody asked. Jericho stood 20 feet away, his back to the sheriff. He didn't answer. He was a statue, his gaze fixed on a place where a wash, still running with a trickle of brown water, cut through the canyon floor. The storm had erased everything. It had scrubbed the tracks of men and horses from the land. It had tried to make it so yesterday never happened. Brody waited. He knew the tracker's way. You didn't ask him questions. You let the silence ask for you. He pulled the makings from his saddlebag, rolled a cigarette with stiff fingers, and struck a match on his thumbnail. The smoke was a thin blue ribbon in the still air. Jericho took 3 steps, his boots making no sound on the damp ground. He knelt. He didn't touch anything. He just looked. The water was higher, Jericho said. His voice was flat, a part of the landscape. An hour ago, it was a foot deep right here. Brody blew a smoke ring, and this rock, Jericho pointed with his chin at a fist-sized piece of granite, was not here yesterday. It was rolled here by the water. He looked up at Brody, but the mud underneath it is dry. Brody squinted, looking at the rock, then at Jericho. He didn't see it. Someone put it there, Jericho said. He stood up and walked a few paces, his eyes scanning, reading a language Brody couldn't speak. After the hard rain stopped, to mark a spot, he walked another 10 feet and knelt again, his fingers tracing something in the air just above the mud. McCrae, you're sure? He thinks like a mapmaker, Jericho said. He knows the water would wash out the trail, so he leaves a sign. For himself, he wants to know which way his man went. Jericho stood and pointed north, up a steep, broken slope that led out of the canyon and toward the black teeth of the cinder peaks. That way, Brody finished his cigarette and flicked the butt into the muddy water. It hissed and went out. A man with a snake bite and no water climbing that. After what he's been through, he is not a man anymore, Jericho said, swinging up onto his pony. He is a prayer, or a curse. He just keeps going. They rode for an hour, Jericho in the lead. There was no trail to follow, not one that Brody could see. But Jericho moved with a quiet confidence, his eyes on the high ground. He'd pause, study a bent branch on a juniper, or a place where a small cascade of pebbles had been disturbed, and then move on. You figure McCrae is ahead of us. Then, Brody said, mostly to hear a voice. He was smarter than Slade's men. He cuts the corners, but the storm made us all equal. It made us all blind. Jericho reined in. He was looking at something ahead. Not anymore. They'd come over a rise. Sprawled on the cracked earth below was the body of the horse Rip had stolen. It lay on its side, its legs stiff, its eyes open to the empty sky. Buzzards were already gathering, circling in slow, patient loops. Jericho slid from his horse and walked the ground around the dead animal. Brody dismounted and followed, his spurs chinking. He rode it until it died, Brody said. No, Jericho corrected him. He pointed to a set of tracks, already hardening in the sun. A single set of boot prints, deep at the heel, leading away from the horse. It died, and then he got up and walked away. He touched a spot on the horse's flank. The hair was matted and dark. He took a drink first. Used his knife. Brody saw the small, neat puncture wound in the horse's neck. The man was drinking blood to stay alive. Sweet Jesus, Brody whispered. Jericho looked up from the tracks. He stared at Brody, his dark eyes unreadable. You asked the banker for $2,000 to pay for a posse. He gave you $5. He did not argue. The change in subject threw Brody. He's a rich man, worried about his money. He is a careful man, Jericho said, and he hired Flint McRae. A man does not hire McRae to find a bag of paper. He hires him to bury a secret. Jericho stood and brushed the dust from his hands. He looked at the boot prints leading north. This is not about money, Sheriff. It never was. Rowdy looked at the dead horse, then at the single set of tracks marching into the brutal, sun-drenched emptiness of the Badlands. A man full of poison, drinking horse blood, climbing toward a place where nothing lived. And 2 men were still hunting him. 3, if you counted the banker's ghost. No, Rowdy said, his voice a low growl. I'm starting to think it never was. He pulled himself back into the saddle. Let's go. Flint McRae saw the buzzards first. They were black specks turning lazy circles against a sky the color of bleached bone. He didn't need to spur his horse. The animal knew its job. It picked its way through the rocks, sure-footed and calm, until they came over the rise. The dead horse lay below them, a collapsed bag of hide and bones. McRae dismounted, the squeak of his saddle leather loud in the silence. He didn't look at the buzzards. He walked a slow circle around the carcass, his eyes on the ground. He saw the boot prints, a single set, walking away. He saw the place where the man had knelt. He saw the small, dark puncture wound in the horse's neck, the edges of it already crusted with black flies. Thirsty, McRae said to his horse. The animal flicked an ear. He followed the tracks for 50 yards. They were unmistakable. The man was dragging his left foot, the boot sole scuffing, a shallow trough in the dirt. He was favoring his right side, leaning heavy. The snake bite, the fall he took in the canyon. It was adding up. A normal man would be a corpse already, lying beside his dead horse, waiting for the buzzards to get brave. This man just kept walking north. McRae looked up at the cinder peaks. They were a wall of jagged black rock that tore at the sky. A place for lizards and ghosts. No water up there. No shelter. Nothing but a slow way to cook. He went back to his horse and pulled the canteen from his saddle. He took a short pull, the water tasting of tin and cool relief. He wasn't worried. The man was a ghost, but even ghosts get tired. McRae swung back into the saddle. He didn't follow the tracks directly. He knew where they were going. He rode parallel to them, saving his horse, his eyes scanning the black ridges ahead. He was no longer chasing. He was herding. 10 miles east, Slade kicked the embers of the fire. A plume of gray ash rose and scattered in the wind. He turned and looked at the 2 men who were left. One was named Tector, a man with a nervous twitch in his eye. The other was the boy, Harlan, who looked like he'd rather be anywhere else. He's one man, Slade said, his voice a low growl. One man on foot, and he took us apart. Tector wouldn't meet his eyes. He was cleaning his fingernails with the tip of his knife. He ain't natural, Slade. The rockslide, it was like the mountain itself took a side. The mountain didn't do a damn thing, Slade spat. He walked over and kicked Tector's boot, hard. The knife clattered on the stone. He got lucky. You got scared. That's the whole story. Paco's dead. The kid is dead. Gus is dead. That ain't luck, Slade. That's a reckoning. Tector looked up, and for a second, the fear in his eyes was replaced by something else. Defiance. Slade smiled. A cold, ugly thing. He drew his pistol, the motion a fluid blur. He didn't point it at Tector. He aimed it at the boy. Harlan froze, his face going pale. You see, Tector, Slade said, his voice soft. The problem is, you're thinking about this all wrong. You're thinking about the dead men. I'm thinking about the $100,000 that man is carrying in a bag. You think I'm gonna let that go because you've lost your nerve? No, Tector said, his voice barely a whisper. But we can't find him. Not up there. He nodded toward the distant cinder peaks. We ain't trackers. We don't have to be, Slade said. He holstered his pistol. Harlan started breathing again. A man is bit. A man has no water. He can drink horse blood for a day, maybe, but sooner or later, he has to have water. Real water. And there's only one place to get it, on the far side of those peaks. Tector looked at him, the twitch in his eye starting up again. Pilgrim's Rest. An old man in a well. Slade said, that's all that's there. Our boy will crawl there on his hands and knees before another day is out. He has to. He walked to his horse and checked the cinch, pulling the strap tight. We're not gonna follow him through the rocks. We're gonna ride around, and we're gonna be waiting for him when he comes down for a drink. He swung himself into the saddle and looked down at the 2 men. Or, you 2 can stay here and wait for the sheriff to find you. Your choice. Tector got to his feet, a sullen look on his face. He picked up his knife and shoved it in its sheath. The boy was already on his horse, his eyes fixed on Slade, a look of grim understanding on his young face. They were riding with him, not because they wanted to, but because they were more afraid of Slade than they were of any ghost climbing through the mountains. The world was made of black glass. The rock under Rip's boots was sharp, shattered obsidian that sliced at the worn leather. It reflected the sun, throwing the heat back in his face. Every breath was a lungful of fire. He moved from one sliver of shadow to the next, a hunched, ragged shape in a landscape that God had forgotten to finish. His good hand was raw, the skin scraped from the rock. His left was a dead weight, a constant, throbbing reminder of the snake. The poison was a dull fire in his joints. He didn't think about thirst anymore. He'd moved past it, into a place of dry, floating calm. His tongue was a piece of wood in his mouth. He didn't care. Legs, Corporal, that's all you are. Just legs. You tell them to move, they move. You stop telling them, you die. Simple. The voice of the corporal was company. It kept the silence from getting too loud. Heard you, Rip mumbled, his lips cracked and stiff. He stumbled, his boot catching on a razor edge of rock. He went down hard, his chin striking the ground. He tasted blood, a welcome wetness in the desert of his mouth. He lay there, the sun, a hammer on his back. It would be easy to close his eyes. Just for a minute, the boy, Miller, knelt beside him, his face shimmering in the heat. He wasn't holding a rifle this time. He was holding a tin cup of water. He swirled it, the sound of it impossibly loud. You look tired, Rip, Miller said, his voice soft as dust. You should rest. It's over. Rip stared at the cup. He could see the condensation on the tin. He could almost feel the cold of it. Don't you look at it. The corporal's voice cut in, sharp as a bayonet. It's a lie. You know it's a lie. You look at it, you believe it. You're dead. You're dead. Get up. Can't. Rip breathed into the sharp black gravel. Sure you can, Miller said, his voice kind, but you don't have to. No one's watching this time. No one to see you quit. Rip pushed a hand under him. The small sharp rocks dug into his palm. He pushed himself to his knees. The world spun. Miller and his cup of water dissolved. The corporal was back. On your feet, soldier, on your goddamn feet. Rip stood, swaying. He slung the saddlebag, the dead weight of it pulling on his raw shoulder. He looked ahead. The black peaks went on forever. There was no way through. Then he saw it. Not a ghost, not a trick of the heat. A dark slash in the side of a mountain, half hidden by a rock slide. The gray weathered timbers of a mine entrance. It was a long way off, a mile, maybe two. It didn't matter. It was a destination. It was a reason to take another step. He walked. He didn't know how long it took. The sun crawled across the sky. He kept his eyes on the black rectangle of the mine. It grew closer, an inch at a time. He fell twice more. The second time, he didn't think he was getting up, but the corporal yelled at him, and he did. He stumbled under the main timber and out of the sun. The air inside was cool and smelled of damp earth and forgotten things. The sudden relief was so intense it made him dizzy. He leaned against the rough-hewn wall, his legs shaking, and slid to the floor. He sat in the deep, silent dark for a long time. The world outside, the world of sun and heat and black glass, ceased to exist. There was only the cool and the quiet. He untied the strip of shirt and looked at his arm. The swelling had gone down a little, but the skin from his hand to his elbow was a mottled, angry purple. He could move his fingers a little. He felt his way deeper into the tunnel. His hand brushed against something wet. He stopped. He fumbled in his pocket for the small tin of sulfur matches. One left. He scraped it against the rock wall. The flare of it was blinding. In the small, sputtering light, he saw it. A seep, a dark stain of moisture running down the rock wall, collecting in a shallow, scummy pool on the tunnel floor. The match burned his fingers. He dropped it, plunging the world back into darkness. He didn't care. He crawled to the pool. He smelled it first. Stale, metallic. He didn't care. He put his face to the water and drank. It was thick, gritty, and tasted of rust and rot. It was the best thing he had ever tasted. He drank until his stomach hurt, then he rolled onto his back. The cool, damp earth a blessing against his fevered skin. He had found water. He had survived. He closed his eyes. From far away, down the tunnel, he heard a sound. A boot heel, striking a loose stone. He was not alone in the dark. The sound was a single, sharp mistake. A boot heel on loose stone. It was enough. Rip's head came off the damp earth. The brief, water-soaked piece shattered. He wasn't a man anymore. He was an animal in a hole. He grabbed the leather strap of the saddlebag and pulled it to him, the paper inside rustling. He moved without thinking, crab crawling away from the pool of water, deeper into the absolute black of the mine. His good hand closed around a rock the size of a loaf of bread. He flattened himself against a wall of cold, wet stone and waited, his breath held tight in his chest. The silence stretched. He heard his own blood pounding in his ears. Then a voice, calm and unhurried, drifted out of the darkness from the direction of the mine's entrance. You found the water. Good for you. I was starting to think I'd be tracking a corpse. The voice was quiet. It wasn't Slade. It wasn't the law. It was the other one. The one who moved like a cat. McCrae ripped in an answer. He adjusted his grip on the rock. No sense in hiding. McCrae's voice continued, a conversational tone that made the hairs on Rip's neck stand up. There's only one way in and one way out, and I'm standing in it. He paused. You're quiet. That's smart. But I can hear you breathing. Sounds like a bellows with a hole in it. Snakebite will do that to a man. Rip pressed himself harder against the wall. The rock was slick with moisture. I'm not Slade, McCrae said. I don't want your blood. I just want what you're carrying. The banker in Harmony Creek is missing a bag. Looks a lot like the one you got slung over your shoulder. What's it to you? Rip's voice was a dry rasp, a sound he didn't recognize as his own. A soft chuckle echoed in the tunnel. $2,000. That's what it is to me. You leave the bag. You walk out of here, I'll even leave you my canteen. There's a town a day's ride from here. You might even make it. Rip thought about it. The offer hung in the cool dead air. A canteen, a chance. All he had to do was give up the one thing that was keeping him hunted, the one thing that was keeping him alive. How do I know you won't just shoot me in the back? Rip asked. You don't, McCrae said, but your other choice is to die in this hole. The poison will get you, or I will. I'm patient. A match scraped against stone. A sudden flare of yellow light bloomed near the mine's entrance. It pushed the darkness back, throwing long, dancing shadows down the tunnel. In the flickering light, Rip saw him. McCrae was leaning against a timber, his posture relaxed. He held a Colt in his right hand, but it was pointed at the floor. His face was calm, his eyes taking in everything. The light caught Rip too. It showed him backed into a shallow alcove, his face a mask of dried blood and dirt, his left arm a swollen, purple mess. He looked like a man who'd already been buried once and had to dig his way out. He looked like hell. The match burned down to McCrae's fingers. He dropped it with a hiss into a puddle on the floor. The darkness crashed back in, thicker than before. You look worse than you sound, McCrae's voice said out of the black. That's a bad bite. You've got another 12 hours, maybe. Before your blood turns to mud? He was right. Rip could feel it. The fire in his arm had become a deep, cold ache. A numbness was spreading through him. The bag, McCrae said again, his voice losing its easy tone, replaced by a hard edge of business. Leave it by the water and walk out. Rip shifted his weight. The rock in his hand felt heavy, solid. He could throw it. He might get lucky. He might hit McCrae in the dark. He might also miss, and the next sound he'd hear would be the hammer clicking back on a Colt. You want it, Rip rasped, his own voice surprising him with its steadiness. You come in here and get it. The silence that followed was different. It was heavier. Final. Rip heard a soft scraping sound. The sound of a man sitting down, his back against the tunnel wall. All right, McCrae said, his voice once more calm, patient, resigned. I'll wait, but you'll get thirsty again. Time in the dark wasn't time. It was a thick, cold liquid. It dripped. Rip measured it by the throbbing in his arm and the growing dryness in his throat. He'd had his drink, but the thirst was already coming back, a slow tide of grit and want. He could hear McCrae breathing, a slow, steady rhythm near the mine's entrance. The sound was maddening. It was the sound of a man who had a full canteen. You still with me? McCrae's voice came out of the black, startlingly close. Rip didn't move. Figured you were, McCrae said. A man who walks through what UVA walked through, doesn't he? Just lay down and quit. But the snake doesn't care how tough you are. It's got all the time in the world. He paused. Rip heard a faint metallic click, the sound of a canteen cap being unscrewed. Then, the soft, agonizing sound of a man taking a long, slow drink. Rip closed his eyes. He saw the boy, Miller, holding out the tin cup. It's a lie. The corporal's voice snapped in his head. He's playing with you. Get up. Find a way out. Rip pushed the ghost away. He started to move, not toward the entrance, but along the wall, away from the pool of water. His fingers, raw and scraped, read the stone. It was rough, slick with algae, and cold. He slid his boots along the floor, an inch at a time, making no sound. The rock he was holding was his only weapon. It felt slick with the sweat from his palm. Getting restless? McCrae asked, thirsty again. Rip kept moving. The wall curved, then straightened. His fingers brushed against something that wasn't rock. Wood, a support timber half-rotted, covered in a skin of cold fungus. He felt around it. The tunnel went on, but beside the timber, there was a gap, a crack in the world. He felt a faint, cool draft on his cheek. Air coming from somewhere else. He squeezed into the gap. It was a fissure, no wider than his shoulders. He had to turn sideways to get in, the saddlebag a dead, lumpy weight against his hip. The rock tore at his shirt, at his skin. What was that? McCrae's voice, sharp now, alert. You're making noise in there. Rip froze. He held his breath. He was wedged in the crack, his heart hammering. A match-scraped light flared behind him, casting his elongated shadow down the narrow fissure. He saw a tight, ascending chimney of rock ahead of him. It wasn't a way out. It was a tomb. I hear you, McCrae said, his voice closer now. Don't make me come in there after you. The match went out. The darkness returned. Rip didn't have a choice. He started to climb. He used his knees, his back, his good arm. He jammed his boots into cracks in the rock and pushed himself upward. The saddlebag was an anchor, catching on every outcrop, trying to pull him back down. His swollen arm screamed, a hot agony every time it brushed against the stone. He ignored it. Pain is a luxury. Corporal, remember. He climbed, he scraped his way upward in the absolute black, the sound of his own ragged breathing filling the tight space. He felt the draft grow stronger, the air tasting cleaner. less like rot and damp earth. He saw a faint gray light above him. Not sunlight, starlight. He pulled himself over the lip of the opening and collapsed onto a narrow ledge, his chest heaving. He was out. He was on the side of the mountain, 100 feet above the mine entrance, with the whole stardusted sky above him. The air was cold and clean. He lay there for a minute, maybe more, letting the blessed cold seep into him. He was alive. He was free. He looked down. He could just make out the black rectangle of the mine entrance below. As he watched, a tiny flower of light bloomed there. A match. McCrae was getting impatient. Rip got to his knees. He untied the knot on his makeshift sling, his fingers clumsy. He needed his other hand. He took the swollen, useless thing and began to massage it, forcing the blood to move, gritting his teeth against the pain. He had to keep going. Down below, Flint McCrae lit his third match. He walked a few steps into the mine. The air was still. He saw the scummy pool of water. He saw the scuffs in the dirt where a man had crawled away from it, but the man was gone. He held the match high. The light caught a fresh scrape on the wall, leading to a narrow black fissure he hadn't noticed before. The match burned out. McCrae stood in the dark and smiled. "Well, I'll be damned," he whispered to the empty mine. The cold was a clean, sharp knife. It cut through the fever and the dull, swampy heat of the poison. Rip lay on the ledge, the granite sucking the warmth from his body, and watched the stars. There were too many of them. A whole universe of cold, distant fires, and he was a bug stuck to the side of a rock. He pushed himself to a sitting position, his back against the mountain. He had to move. McCrae wasn't the kind of man to wait for sunrise. He'd be moving now, circling the base of this rock pile, waiting for Rip to come down. McCrae would figure the angles. He'd be waiting at the easiest spot. Rip looked down the far side. It wasn't a cliff, but it wasn't a slope either. It was a steep, chaotic jumble of shattered rock and loose scree, disappearing into a blackness so deep it felt like the end of the world. "Good ground for an ambush," the corporal's voice said, calm and professional. "You go down there, you're walking into a kill zone." "He's not there yet," Rip whispered, his breath a white plume in the cold air. He had to go down the hard way, the way no one would expect. He started working his swollen hand, the fingers stiff and clumsy as frozen sausages. He forced them to bend, a hot, grinding pain shooting up to his elbow. He needed the hand. He needed two of them to get down. Down below, Flint McCrae led his horse out from the scrub, where he'd left it tied. He didn't look up the mountain. No point. The ghost was gone. He gave his horse a drink from his canteen, then took one himself. He walked to the mine entrance and looked at the tracks in the dust. His own. And the scuffed, dragging prints of the man he was hunting. He saw the fissure in the rock, a black crack leading straight up. "You're a climber," McCrae said to the empty night. He swung into his saddle. "Let's see how you are with the coming down." He didn't ride hard. He walked the horse in a wide, patient circle around the base of the mountain, his eyes scanning the ridgeline, looking for the path of least resistance, the path a tired, wounded man would choose. Rip didn't choose the easy path. He slung the saddlebag over his back, the weight of it settling between his shoulder blades. He turned and faced the rock, his belly pressed against the cold stone. He found a hold with his good hand, tested it, then started down, feeling for his next foothold with the toe of his boot. It was slow, blind work. The rock was sharp and unforgiving. It tore at his clothes and scraped the skin from his knuckles. His bad arm was a liability, a club he had to jam into crevices, hoping it would hold. A rock broke loose under his boot. He slid a dozen feet of heart-stopping freefall before his other boot caught on a ledge no wider than his hand. He hung there, his face pressed to the stone, the saddlebag trying to pull him off into the void. He waited for his heart to stop hammering, then he started moving again, one hold at a time. An hour later, Sheriff Brody and Jericho reined in their horses near the mine. The moon was up, a sliver of bone, and it gave the land a dead silver light. "He was here," Jericho said. He wasn't looking at the ground, he was smelling the air. "Two men, one is gone, the other is still close." Brody dismounted, his joints stiff. McCrae, Jericho slid from his pony and walked to the mine entrance. He knelt, his fingers brushing the dust. He didn't need light. He read the story with his hands. "McCrae waited here," he said, his voice flat. "Our man was inside." He pointed. He drank from the bad water. Brody looked into the black mouth of the mine. "How'd he get past him?" Jericho stood and walked to the fissure in the rock. He put a hand on the stone. "He didn't," he said. He went up. Brody looked at the chimney, a vertical crack of blackness going up into the night. He looked at Jericho. The tracker's face was unreadable in the moonlight. "A snake-bit man climbed that," Brody said. It wasn't a question, it was disbelief. "The tracks don't lie," Jericho said. He looked toward the bulk of the mountain. "McCrae is hunting him now, circling like a hawk." Rip felt the ground level out under his boots. He was down. He stumbled away from the rock face and fell to his knees in the soft sand of the wash, his body trembling with exhaustion. He had made it. He looked back the way he had come. The mountain was a black wall against the stars. It had saved him. It had almost killed him. He got to his feet. He was on the wrong side of the world, in the middle of nowhere, with nothing. But the mountain was between him and them. For now, he looked east, where the sky was a shade less black. He picked a direction and started to walk. Just another shadow moving through a land of shadows. Dawn was a dirty gray line in the east. It gave the rocks shape but no color. Rip kept his eyes on that line. It was the only thing that was straight in a crooked world. He walked with his head down, following the curve of the wash, his boots sinking in the soft sand. The cold of the night had settled deep in his bones. A cold that had nothing to do with the temperature. It was the cold of a body shutting down. His bad hand throbbed with a dull, distant pulse. He could move the fingers now. Barely. They felt like someone else's. He'd stumble every 20 yards or so, catching himself before he fell. The saddlebag was a lead weight. He thought about leaving it, just dropping it in the sand and walking away. But it was the only thing they wanted. Without it, he was just another dead man in the desert. With it, he was a target. He wasn't sure which was worse. He came to a place where the wash split. One fork curved north, toward a series of low, broken mesas. The other continued east, widening out into a gravelly plain. High ground, the corporal's voice advised. Always take the high ground. Rip looked at the mesas. They offered cover, shade, a place to see what was coming. He turned and started walking north. Flint McRae found the sign an hour after sunrise. It wasn't much, a single deep scrape in a rock face 10 feet from the wash, and below it, a scattering of pebbles that didn't belong. He dismounted and knelt, his fingers tracing the mark. He looked up at the impossible wall of rock Rip had come down. "You came down the front door," McRae said, his voice soft with something that sounded like respect. "No wonder I missed you." He stood and scanned the ground. He found the place where Rip had fallen to his knees. He saw the first few dragging footprints heading into the wash. He looked east, then north toward the mesas. "You're hurt," McRae said to his horse. "But you're not stupid." He swung back into the saddle, the leather creaking in the morning silence. He nudged the horse north. He didn't hurry. A hurried man misses things, and the ghost he was hunting didn't miss a thing. From the top of the mountain, Jericho watched McRae through a pair of old brass field glasses. The bounty hunter was a small, dark figure moving slowly across the pale landscape below. "He found the trail," Jericho said. Sheriff Brody grunted. He'd spent the last 2 hours climbing a switchback mule trail to this vantage point, and his mood hadn't improved. "So we're just going to sit up here and watch." "The mountain is a wall," Jericho said, not lowering the glasses. "Our man put it between him and the mine. Now he will use the mesas as a shield." He lowered the glasses and looked at Brody. "He needs water, but he won't go to the river. Too open, too far. There is a place, a tinaja, a rock tank that holds the rain. It's deep in those mesas. You know this for a fact." Jericho pointed, not at the mesas, but further north, at a notch in the distant line of hills. "That pass leads to the old Verde Road. It's the only way out of this basin without crossing 50 miles of salt. The tinaja is 2 miles south of that pass. He will go there." Brody thought about it. The tracker's logic was like a map. Clean, simple, deadly, and McRae. "McRae is hunting the man," Jericho said. "We will hunt the water." He turned and started back toward their horses. The sun was a hammer by the time Rip reached the first of the mesas. He found a sliver of shade in a rock chimney and collapsed, his back against the cool stone. The world was a bright, painful glare. He closed his eyes. The boy, Miller, was there, sitting cross-legged, polishing the brass on his uniform belt buckle. "You look tired, Rip," Miller said without looking up. "I am," Rip rasped. "They're still coming, you know." "I know. You can't outrun them all." Miller finally looked up, his eyes old and sad in his young face. "You're just trading one ghost for another." Rip opened his eyes. He was alone in the shade. The silence buzzed with the heat. He pulled himself to his feet. He had to keep moving. He looked deeper into the maze of red rock. Somewhere in here, there had to be water. He could feel it, a desperate, animal certainty. He slung the saddlebag over his shoulder and started walking again. A man, following a ghost's advice, hunted by 2 more. The rock shimmered. The air was a thick, wavy glass that distorted everything. Rip put his good hand on a sandstone fin, the surface hot enough to cook meat. He leaned his weight on it, his head hanging. He was following a trail only he could see, a faint dark line of dampness in the sand that wasn't really there. An animal instinct, a ghost of a memory of water. The mesas were a labyrinth designed by a mad god. Every canyon looked the same. Every rock formation was a twin to one he'd passed an hour ago. He was walking in circles, he knew it, but the circles were getting smaller, tighter. "You're being herded, soldier," the corporal's voice said, dry as dust. "You feel it. They're pushing you into the pocket." "Shut up," Rip breathed. He slid down the rock and landed in the shade. The shade was a lie. It was just a different kind of heat. He looked at his swollen hand. The purple had faded to a mottled, sickly yellow at the edges. The poison was still in him. a slow engine of rot. He heard a sound, not a voice, not a horse, the buzz of a fly. Then another. He pushed himself to his feet and stumbled around a shoulder of rock. The teenager wasn't beautiful. It was a wound in the stone, a deep bowl-shaped depression at the base of a cliff, maybe 50 feet across. The water in it was green and still, with a skin of algae and dead insects. But it was water. The flies buzzed in a thick, happy cloud over its surface. Rip didn't hesitate. He half-slid, half-ran down the sandy incline, the saddlebag thumping against his back. He fell to his knees at the edge, plunged his good hand into the lukewarm water, and brought it to his mouth. He drank, the water tasting of sun and rock and decay. It was the best thing he had ever tasted. He drank again, then splashed the water on his face, washing away the salt and the grit. He leaned back on his heels, his head light, the world spinning in a slow, lazy circle. He was exposed. He knew it, a perfect target in the bottom of a bowl. He didn't care. He needed the water more than he needed to be safe. 2 miles away, Sheriff Brody dismounted and handed his reins to Jericho. They were on a high ridge overlooking the maze of canyons. "You're sure?" Brody asked, his voice low. Jericho didn't answer. He pointed. A thin column of disturbed dust, almost invisible against the rock, was settling in a canyon below them. It was a sign no one else would have seen. A man sliding down a sandy bank in a hurry. "He is thirsty," Jericho said. He unslung his rifle, the movement smooth and practiced. "We will go down on foot. The horses make too much noise." Brody pulled his own Winchester from its scabbard. "What about McCrae?" "He follows the tracks," Jericho said, his gaze sweeping the canyons to the south. "He is a straight line. We are a circle. The circle always arrives first." He started down a narrow, nearly invisible game trail, his moccasins making no sound on the rock. Flint McCrae saw the same sign. He wasn't on a ridge. He was in the maze, his horse picking its way carefully through the rocks. He saw the dust and reined in, his eyes narrowed. The trail he'd been following was clear, easy, a man getting tired, getting desperate. But the dust was wrong. It was too close, too sudden. "An ambush," he said to his horse. The animal's ears twitched. McCrae slid his pistol from its holster. He didn't like it. The ghost he was hunting wasn't the kind to set a clumsy trap, which meant someone else was here. He dismounted, tying his horse to a dead juniper. He would go the rest of the way on foot. He moved into the rocks, silent as a shadow, a hunter who knows he has just become the hunted. Rip filled his canteen. The simple act felt like a victory. He screwed the cap on tight. He sat by the water's edge, the saddlebag on the ground beside him. For the first time in days he felt something other than pain or thirst. He felt the weight of what he was doing. He unbuckled the straps on the bag and pulled out one of the bundles of bonds. The paper felt heavy, important, $1,000. It felt like a lifetime. He looked up at the rim of the bowl. Nothing but blue, empty sky. But the feeling was there. The skin on the back of his neck prickled. The silence was too loud. "You sat too long, soldier," the corporal whispered. "The party's here." Rip shoved the bonds back in the bag and buckled it. He got to his feet, his hand on the butt of his Colt. He scanned the rim again, his eyes searching every rock, every shadow. He was a rat in a bucket, and the owners of the bucket were looking down. He just couldn't see them yet. The voice came from the rock. It was calm and quiet, with no echo. A voice that knew how to use the landscape to its advantage. "You look like you've been through hell's own cookhouse, friend." Rip didn't jump. He didn't spin around. He brought the Colt up slow, the barrel level with his belt, and turned his head. He saw him then. Flint McCrae, 100 feet up, on the west rim of the bowl. He was half hidden behind a stack of weathered sandstone, just a hat brim and a rifle barrel showing. He wasn't aiming at Rip. The rifle was resting easy in the crook of his arm. "I've had better days," Rip said. His own voice was a stranger's, a raw croak. "I imagine you have," McCrae said. "The snake, the fall, losing your water. A man can only take so much punishment." "I'm still standing. For now." McCrae shifted, the movement economical. "I'm not Slade. I don't get paid to leave bodies in the sun. I get paid for delivery. Just the bag. You leave it by the water and walk north. I'll even leave you my canteen." Rip almost laughed. The sound was a dry cough. "And you'll just let me walk away?" "The banker didn't pay me to hunt a man," McCrae said. "He paid me to find his paper. Your quarrel is with the law, not with me. Seems to me my quarrel is with everyone." Rip took a half step to his left, putting a small rock outcrop between him and McCrae's line of sight. It wasn't much cover, but it was something. "You're a practical man," McCrae said, his voice still conversational. "I can see it. You didn't have to kill those boys Slade sent after you, but you did. You didn't have to climb that cliff face, but you did. You do what needs doing. What needs doing now is for you to drop that bag." Before Rip could answer, another voice cut through the hot, still air. This one came from the north rim, higher up. "That's enough. McCrae, put the rifle down." Sheriff Brody stood in the open, a Winchester held steady at his hip. He wasn't hiding, he was making a statement. A few yards to his left, Jericho was a bronze statue, his own rifle aimed not at Rip, but directly at Flint McRae. McRae didn't move. He didn't even seem surprised. "Sheriff, I was just negotiating the return of private property. I call it interfering with an arrest," Rowdy said, his voice flat and hard as the rock he was standing on. He looked down at Rip. "You in the wash. You're wanted for the murder of Jedediah Croft and Cully Stevens. Throw down your weapon." Rip looked from Brody to McRae. From the law to the money. He was pinned between them. The rat in the bucket. "He didn't kill them, Sheriff," McRae said, his voice lazy, almost amused. "Slade's men did. Our friend here was just a passenger." "I'll sort that out in a cell," Brody said. "He's still a person of interest, and that bag is evidence." "It's my client's collateral," McRae countered. "I have a contract. Your contract ends where my jurisdiction begins." Brody took a step closer to the rim. "I won't say it again. McRae, back away." The silence stretched. The sun beat down. The only sound was the buzz of flies over the green water. Rip could feel the sweat trickling down his spine. 3 men, 3 rifles, all wanting something different. And he was standing in the middle of it all. "They're talking instead of shooting," the corporal's voice observed. "That's bad. Soldier, it means they're thinking. A thinking man is more dangerous than a mad dog." Rip shifted his weight. His good hand was tight on the Colt. His bad hand ached with a dull, insistent fire. He looked at the sandy slope behind him. Too steep, too open. He looked at the sheer cliff face. No way up. "It seems," Flint McRae said, his voice breaking the silence, "that we have a situation." He still hadn't moved. The rifle was still cradled in his arm. But Rip knew. McRae had already made a choice. Brody had made his. Now it was his turn. And every choice he had left ended in smoke. Rip's mind was clear. The heat, the poison, the ghosts, they were all gone. There was only the geometry of the moment. 3 men on a triangle of rock, and him at the center. "The bag," Rip said, his voice loud enough to carry to both rims. "You both want it. What's in it that's worth all this?" "That's not your concern." Brody's voice boomed down. "It's evidence. It's my payday," McRae said, his voice a lazy drawl that didn't match the tension in the air. "End of story." "The banker, Abernathy," Rip said, his eyes on Brody. He seemed mighty nervous for a man just waiting on a regular shipment, almost like he was expecting it to go missing. He saw Brody shift his weight. A flicker of doubt. That was all Rip needed. "You talk too much," McRae said. He brought the rifle up, the movement a fluid, deadly thing. Jericho's rifle cracked. The shot was a flat, hard sound that bounced off the rock walls. It wasn't aimed at McRae. It hit the stone a foot from his head, spraying a shower of sandstone chips. A warning. McRae didn't flinch. His eyes were on Rip. That was the moment. Rip didn't draw his pistol. He didn't run. He grabbed the heavy leather saddlebag by the strap, swung it once, and threw it. Not at Brody, not at McRae. He threw it high and out, a dark, spinning shape against the bright, empty sky. It landed with a flat, ugly splash in the center of the green tanaja. For a full second, nobody moved. The bag floated, obscene, on the scummy water. Bubbles gurgled up around it as it slowly, deliberately, began to sink. McRae swore, a single, violent word. His payday was going to the bottom of a mudhole. He forgot about the sheriff. He forgot about Jericho. He brought his rifle to bear on Rip. Rip was already moving. He ran, not up the sandy slopes, but along the water's edge, directly toward the sheer southern cliff face that offered no escape. The world exploded in noise. McRae's rifle boomed, the bullet slapping the water where Rip had been a second before. Jericho's rifle answered instantly, and McRae grunted, stumbling back from the rim, his hat flying from his head. Brody was yelling something, lost in the echo of the shots. Rip reached the cliff. It wasn't a sheer wall. It was a mess of cracks and chimneys, a place a lizard might live. He found a handhold with his good hand, jammed the toe of his boot into a fissure, and started to climb. He was a perfect target, a black shape crawling up a red wall. Brody fired. The bullet went past Rip's ear and ricocheted off the rock with a high, angry scream. Rip didn't look back. He kept climbing, his muscles screaming, his bad hand a useless anchor. The rock scraped his skin raw. He risked a glance down. Brody was trying to get a clear shot, moving along the rim. Jericho was gone, probably dealing with McRae. The saddlebag was a dark patch now, almost completely submerged in the green water. Rip found a ledge, a sliver of rock barely wide enough for his boots. He pressed his body flat against the cliff face, his cheek scraping the hot stone. He had to rest. His lungs were on fire. "They expect you to go up," the corporal's voice said, calm in the middle of the chaos. "Don't do what they expect." Rip looked sideways. A narrow chimney, a vertical crack in the rock, was 3 feet to his left. It was a tight squeeze, full of shadows. He launched himself sideways, his boots scrabbling for purchase. He caught the edge of the chimney and swung his body into the darkness. He was hidden. He leaned against the back of the chimney, the rock cool on his sweat-soaked shirt. He could hear Brody yelling his name from the rim above, his voice frustrated. He heard another shot, far off. A pistol this time. McRae, He wasn't out of it yet. Rip looked up. The chimney went all the way to the top. It was a hard climb, but it was a climb in the dark. He took a breath, set his shoulders against the rock, and started to inch his way upward, leaving the battle at the waterhole behind him. Sheriff Brody stood on the rimrock, the Winchester hot in his hands. The canyon below was quiet again. Too quiet. He could see the dark, spreading stain of the saddlebag under the green water. He could not see Rip. The man had vanished into the rock itself. "He's gone," Brody said to the empty air. Jericho appeared at his side, moving without a sound. He held his rifle in one hand. The chimney he went up, a man with one good arm and a belly full of poison climbs a sheer cliff. Brody shook his head. "It doesn't make sense." "He is not a man who makes sense," Jericho said. He looked across the canyon to the opposite rim. "The other one, McCrae," Brody spat into the dust. "Go see if he's dead. If he isn't, tell him he has until the count of 10 to ride out of my jurisdiction before I put him in the ground, myself." Jericho nodded once and was gone, melting back into the rocks. Brody was alone. He looked down at the waterhole. His evidence was sinking in that filth. He holstered his pistol, slung the rifle over his shoulder, and started the long, careful climb down the sandy slope to the canyon floor. His boots sent small rivers of gravel sliding ahead of him. The air in the bowl was thick and smelled of stagnant water and decay. Flies buzzed over the surface of the Tainaja, a shimmering black cloud. Brody didn't hesitate. He took off his gun belt and hung it on a dead skeletal branch of a mesquite bush. He waded into the pool. The water was warm and slimy. The mud at the bottom sucked at his boots, trying to pull him down. It came up to his waist, the green scum clinging to his trousers. He felt around with his feet, his face a mask of disgust. He found it, a heavy, waterlogged lump. He bent over, plunged his arms into the foul water up to his elbows, and hauled the saddlebag out. It dripped green slime and stank of rot. He carried it to the bank and dropped it on the sand. He stood there for a moment, dripping, water running in rivulets from his clothes. He unbuckled the straps. The leather was slick and swollen. Inside, the bearer bonds were a sodden, pulpy mess. The ink was running on some of them, but they were mostly intact. A fortune in wet paper. He spread a few out on a flat, sun-baked rock to dry. He heard a scuff of boots behind him. Flint McCrae stood there, his left arm bound tight with a strip torn from his own shirt. A dark red stain was spreading through the makeshift bandage just below the shoulder. His hat was gone, and a long bloody scrape ran from his temple into his hairline. Jericho stood 20 feet behind him, his rifle held at a low, easy ready. "That's my property, Sheriff," McCrae said. His voice was tight with pain. "It's my evidence," Brody said, without turning around. "Jericho told you to ride." "He did, but I wanted to see the man who de-waded through hell for a bag of wet paper." McCrae took a step closer. "You're a stubborn son of a bitch, Brody. I'll give you that, and you're a ghoul who follows death for a living," Brody said. "Get on your horse." McCrae looked at the bonds drying on the rock. "You really think he killed those men on the wagon? The law says he's the prime suspect." McCrae laughed, a short, sharp sound that ended in a grunt of pain. "The law is an ass. That man is a survivor. He's not a backshooter. Slade is a backshooter, and the banker who hired him, Abernathy, he's the kind of man who pays other men to shoot people in the back." He looked up at the cliff where Rip had disappeared. "You're not just chasing a man anymore, Sheriff. You're chasing the truth, and it's going to get you killed. That's my business." "Fine," McCrae turned, then stopped. "A piece of free advice. When you get back to Harmony Creek, ask the banker why he was so eager to have his own property stolen. Ask him what's worth more to him than $100,000. He walked away, Jericho following him like a shadow. Brody watched him go. He looked down at the soggy bonds. He thought about Abernathy's pale, sweating face. He thought about a man with a snakebite climbing a sheer rock wall. McCrae was right. None of it added up. He wasn't just a lawman on a manhunt anymore. He was something else. He was the only man left who cared enough to find out why. He packed the wet bonds back into the saddlebag and started the long climb back up to the rim. The top of the chimney was a narrow slit that opened onto a wide, flat mesa baked the color of old blood. Rip slithered out of the rock and lay flat on the hot stone, his chest heaving. The air tasted thin and clean. Below, the canyon was a deep, silent wound in the earth. He was out. He rolled onto his back and stared at the empty blue sky. His left arm was a dead weight, the poison a deep, settled ache in the bone. The climb had torn the skin from the knuckles of his good hand. He was bleeding from a dozen small cuts. Every muscle screamed, "You're exposed, soldier, find cover." The corporal's voice was faint now, a dry whisper of wind. Rip pushed himself up. He was on a high plateau, a vast, empty table of rock and sun-scorched scrub. He could see for 50 miles in every direction. The cinder peaks were a jagged black promise on the northern horizon. Harmony Creek was somewhere on the other side of them, a lifetime away. He looked back toward the canyon rim. He saw nothing, no movement. But he knew they were there, the sheriff and the tracker. They wouldn't quit. He had to move. He started walking north. His boots scuffed on the rock, the sound loud in the silence. He didn't have a plan. He didn't have water or food. All he had was distance. He put his head down and walked. A solitary, broken figure in a world of rock and light. Miles away, Flint McCrae sat his horse, his jaw tight. Jericho rode beside him, silent as a shadow, his rifle resting easy across his lap. They were heading south, away from the cinders, away from the hunt. He let me go, McCrae said, more to himself than to the tracker. Jericho didn't answer. His eyes scanned the horizon. Your sheriff gives an order. You follow it, McCrae went on, his voice a low rasp. But you could have finished it. Back on the rim, you had a clear shot. The shot I took was the one the sheriff wanted, Jericho said, his voice flat. McCrae grunted, shifting his weight in the saddle. The movement sent a fresh wave of fire through his wounded shoulder. He's a piece of work, your sheriff. Wading into that muck for a bag of paper. He's either the most honest man in the territory or the biggest fool. He is the law, Jericho said. As if that explained everything. The law, McCrae spat. The law is what men with money say it is. You tell Brody to stop looking at the man running and start looking at the man who sent him, Abernathy. They rode in silence for another mile. The sun was hot on McCrae's neck. He felt lightheaded from the blood loss. This is far enough, McCrae said, pulling his horse to a halt. You can go back and tell your boss you saw me off the property. Jericho stopped and looked at him. His face was unreadable. You are not going back to town. It wasn't a question. I've got business in Sterling first, McCrae said. A man I need to talk to. A man who used to ride with Slade. He gave Jericho a look that was pure, cold calculation. There's more than one way to get paid. The banker is holding the purse strings, but Slade is the one holding the knife. You can't have one without the other. Jericho just watched him. You tell Brody that, McCrae said. He turned his horse west, toward Sterling. Tell him the game isn't over. It's just getting interesting. He spurred his horse and rode away without looking back. A lone rider with a bloody shirt and a new idea. Jericho watched until he was a small speck in the shimmering heat. Then he turned and rode back toward the Tainaja. He found Brody on the rim, the wet bonds laid out on his saddle blanket, drying in the sun. The saddlebag lay beside them, stained and stinking. He's gone, Jericho said. Rode for Sterling. Said to tell you the game is just getting interesting. Brody grunted. He say anything else? He said to ask the banker who holds the knife. Brody stood up and looked north, across the empty mesa where Rip had disappeared. He thought of Abernathy's sweating, nervous face. He thought of McCrae, a man who would ride into hell for money. Now talking about games and knives. Find his trail, Jericho, Brody said, his voice quiet. Jericho knelt. He scanned the rock, his eyes seeing a story no one else could. He pointed to a faint scuff mark, a single, clear boot print in a patch of dust. He went that way, north toward the cinders. Jericho looked up. He walked like a man who knows he is being followed, but he is not running. Brody packed the half-dry bonds back into the saddlebag. He was tired. His bones ached. He wanted a hot meal and a clean bed, but he was closer to something than he had been in a long time. Not just to a man, but to a reason. Let's go, he said, swinging into his saddle. I want to hear his side of the story before this goes any further. They rode north following a trail only one of them could see. Two patient hunters chasing a ghost into the falling night. The sun hammered the rock, and the rock threw the heat right back. Rip walked through a world made of glare. His shadow was a short, dark thing that clung to his boots. He'd stopped sweating hours ago. His skin was tight and dry, caked with dust and salt. Water discipline, soldier. You sip, you don't gulp. Don't have any to sip, Rip rasped. His tongue was a piece of dry wood. He stumbled, his boot catching on a crack in the stone. He didn't fall. Falling was a luxury. It meant you had the strength to get up again. He just stood there, swaying, the whole world tilting on a slow, greasy axis. The cinder peaks were still there, a black saw against the sky. They weren't getting any closer. He thought he saw a man waiting for him, standing by a scrub juniper half a mile ahead. A ghost in a dusty blue uniform. Miller. The boy was holding out his canteen again. Rip didn't even try to reach for it this time. He just blinked, and the boy dissolved into the heat shimmer. He is slowing, Jericho said. Sheriff Brody looked at the scuff mark in the dirt. It was deeper than the last one. The toe dragged. So are we. He wiped a sleeve across his forehead, smearing the grime. The horses' heads were low, their steps a slow, plodding rhythm. Brody looked at the sky to the west. A dark line was building on the horizon, the color of a fresh bruise. Storm's coming. An hour, maybe two, Jericho said. It will wash out the trail. Then we'd better be closer than we are now. Brody nudged his horse forward. The animal grunted but obeyed. He looked at the vast, empty mesa ahead. He felt like he was chasing a rumor. A man couldn't survive out here this long. Not on foot, not wounded. Yet the trail went on. What do you think is keeping him going? Jericho considered the question for a long time. He does not believe he can die, he said, as if it were the simplest fact in the world. The town of Sterling smelled of stale beer, cheap perfume, and manure. It was a place where men came to spend their money and lose their tempers. Flint McRae rode down the single dusty street, his eyes scanning the saloons. He ignored the gilded cage with its fancy etched windows. He passed the Sterling Saloon. He stopped in front of a place called the Waterhole. The sign was faded, the wood warped. It was the right kind of place. He swung down from his horse, the movement stiff. The pain in his shoulder was a hot, steady throb. He tied the reins to the hitching post and pushed through the batwing doors. The place was dark and mostly empty. A bartender with a face like a sour dishcloth was wiping the bar. Two old prospectors were arguing in a corner. At a back table, a man sat alone, nursing a glass of whiskey. He was thick in the shoulders, with a scar that ran from his left eye to the corner of his mouth, pulling his lip into a permanent sneer. McRae had seen him before, riding with Slade's crew. His name was Cale. McRae walked to the bar. Whiskey. The bartender poured a shot without a word. McRae took the glass and walked to the back table. He pulled out a chair and sat down without being invited. Cale looked up, his hand resting on the butt of the pistol tucked into his belt. "Table's taken. I'm not looking for company," McRae said. He pushed a $5 gold piece across the table. "I'm looking for information." Cale looked at the coin, then at McRae's face. "I seen you, Harmony Creek. You're the bounty man. I'm the man who pays for what he wants." McRae nudged the coin closer. "I hear Slade took a job for the banker, Abernathy, a simple payroll snatch." "Only it wasn't simple." Cale's eyes narrowed. "I don't know any Slade. He left you behind after the rock slide," McRae said, his voice quiet. "Left you and two others for dead. A man does that. He doesn't have friends. He just has witnesses." Cale's hand tightened on his pistol. "That payroll," McRae went on, ignoring the threat. "It wasn't payroll, was it? It was bearer bonds. But there was something else in that wagon. Something the banker wanted gone, even more than he wanted the bonds. Something in a canvas-wrapped crate." McRae leaned forward. "What was in the crate, Cale?" Cale stared at him, the sneer on his face twitching. He looked at the gold coin. He looked at the door. Rip felt the first gust of wind. It was hot, like the breath from an oven, and it carried the smell of rain. He stopped and lifted his head. The dark line in the west had grown, swallowing the blue sky. A low rumble echoed across the mesa, a sound you felt in your bones. He saw a flicker of lightning, a silent, angry nerve spasming inside the cloud. The air grew heavy, thick with a waiting stillness. The sun was gone, hidden behind the approaching wall of darkness. He started walking again, faster now. He didn't know where he was going. He just knew he had to be somewhere else when the sky broke open. A single drop of rain, fat and heavy, hit the back of his neck. It wasn't cool, it was warm as blood. Then, another hit his cheek. He stopped and turned his face to the sky, his mouth open, as the first scattered drops began to fall on the thirsty rock. The rain did not fall, it attacked. One moment there were scattered, heavy drops. The next the sky tore open, and a solid, blinding sheet of water hammered the mesa. It hit the baked rock with a sound like 1,000 drums. Rip stood in the middle of it, his head tilted back, his mouth open. The water was gritty, tasting of the red dust the wind had whipped into the air. He didn't care. It was water. He drank until he choked, sputtering, the cold shock of it making him gasp. It wasn't relief, it was a violent resurrection. Lightning spider webbed across the black sky, a silent, flickering web of white fire. And the thunder that followed was not a rumble, but a physical blow that shook the rock under his boots. The wind came in a solid wall, trying to tear him from his feet. The world was noise and water and flashing. Momentary light. He was going to drown on a desert mesa. The irony was a bitter taste in his mouth. He started moving, half-blinded, leaning into the wind. In one of the lightning flashes, he saw it, a dark slash in the ground 100 yards away. A washout, a place where the water ran when it came. It was either a trap or a tomb, but it was the only shelter in a world that had come apart. He stumbled toward it, the ground turning to slick, treacherous mud under his boots. He slid the last 10 feet, landing hard in the shallow arroyo. A river of red water, already a foot deep, was tearing through it. He pressed himself against the cut bank, under a small overhang of rock and roots, and watched the storm try to kill the world. "It is gone," Jericho said. He did not have to raise his voice. The wind snatched the words away. He and Sheriff Brody were huddled in the lee of a granite outcrop, a formation of rocks that looked like a giant's fist. The horses stood behind them, heads down, tails to the wind, miserable. The rain came down so hard it bounced a foot off the ground. "The trail," Brody yelled over the roar. Jericho just looked at him. The question was foolish. There was no trail. There was no ground. There was only a moving sea of red water. "He can't survive this," Brody said, more to himself than the tracker. "No man could." Jericho pulled the collar of his slicker tighter around his neck. Water dripped from the brim of his hat. "He is not a man. He is a piece of the storm. He will find a place." He looked out into the gray, driving chaos. "The water gives him life. He takes away his tracks. It is his friend now. Brody watched a river form where there had been a dusty plane an hour ago. He thought of the wet, pulpy bonds in his saddlebag. Evidence it felt like a joke. He was chasing a man through a flood for a bag of wet paper, and the man he was chasing was more ghost than flesh. We wait for the rain to stop, Brody said. Then we ride for the cinders. He was heading north. We'll pick up his trail on the other side. Jericho nodded slowly. If he makes it to the other side. In Sterling, the rain hammered on the saloon's tin roof. A relentless, deafening drumbeat. Inside, it was dark, the air thick with the smell of wet wool and whiskey. Flint McRae pushed the $5 gold piece across the table again. It sat in a small puddle of spilled whiskey. Slade isn't coming back for you, Cale. He's cutting his losses. You were a loss. Cale stared at the coin. His hand hovered over the butt of his pistol, but there was no conviction in it. What was in the crate? McRae's voice was low, patient. Books. Cale finally mumbled, his eyes darting toward the door. School books, Bibles. Ledgers, Cale said. He licked his lips. From the bank, McRae leaned back, a slow smile touching his lips. It didn't reach his eyes. Abernathy's books. His real books. Slade was supposed to take the bonds and the crate, burn the crate, make it look like a simple robbery gone wrong. Nobody was supposed to get killed. Cale looked at McRae, his face a mask of sweat and fear. But the walker, the man on foot, he showed up. He wasn't part of the plan. He grabbed the wrong bag and ran, and Slade couldn't leave a witness. McRae finished for him. He said the books were the real prize. Cale whispered. He said they were worth 10 times the bonds to the right people. Proof of every crooked loan, every foreclosure, every land grab. Abernathy's been running for 5 years, so that was it. Not a robbery. It was a cleaning service. Abernathy hadn't been robbed. He'd hired Slade to steal and destroy the evidence of his own crimes, and Rip had walked right into the middle of it and walked out with the one thing they couldn't afford to lose. McRae stood up. He left the gold coin on the table. You did the right thing, Cale. He walked to the door, the pain in his shoulder a dull, steady fire. He had it now. He had the whole story. He pushed through the batwing doors and into the deluge, a man with a purpose. He wasn't hunting a bounty anymore, he was hunting a banker. Rip lay under the overhang, the red water rushing past his boots. He scooped it up in his good hand, letting the grit settle before he drank. It was mud, but it was life. The deep, throbbing ache of the poison in his arms seemed to lessen, diluted by the water. He was cold. He was shivering. But for the first time in days, he wasn't thirsty. The storm had washed the world clean. It had washed him clean. He had no trail. He had no name. He was just a man, waiting for the rain to stop. Chapter 28. World was born again, wet and clean. The storm had passed, leaving a sky the color of washed-out denim and air that smelled of rain and sage. Rip crawled out of the arroyo, his boots sinking in the soft red mud. The water had scoured him, taking the fever with it. The poison was a dull, sleeping ache now, no longer a fire. His thirst was gone. He stood in a landscape of shining rock and temporary rivers. Every crack and crevice gushed with water, the desert drinking its fill. His trail was gone, washed away as if he had never existed. He was a ghost with a new start. He looked north. The cinder peaks seemed closer, their black edges sharp against the clean sky. He started walking. He didn't hear a horse. He didn't hear a boot scrape on rock. He saw a shadow detach itself from a tall slab of sandstone, and a man stepped out. Flint McRae stood 100 feet away, a rifle held easy in the crook of his arm. His horse was behind the rock, out of sight. McRae's shirt was dark with old blood at the shoulder. But he stood as if he'd been waiting for a stagecoach, patient and still. Rip didn't stop. He didn't run. He changed direction, moving deliberately toward a jumble of granite boulders that offered the only cover on the flat, wet stone. No need for that. McRae's voice carried on the clean air. We're past the running part. Rip reached the boulders and slid behind the biggest one. He sank to one knee, his hand resting on the butt of his Colt. The rock was cool and damp. He peered around the edge. McRae hadn't moved. He hadn't even raised the rifle. You look like hell, McRae said. It wasn't an insult, it was a statement of fact. You're not looking so good yourself, Rip answered. McRae touched his wounded shoulder, a small, thoughtful gesture, a misunderstanding. We've got bigger problems. He took a few steps closer, stopping in the open. He was giving Rip a chance. Or a target, the bag you threw in the waterhole. I hear the sheriff fished it out. It was heavy, Rip said. Paper usually is, when it's soaked, but that wasn't the prize, was it? You grabbed the wrong bag. Rip watched him, saying nothing. I had a talk with one of Slade's men over in Sterling, McRae said. He was talking to the rock, but the words were for Rip, a fellow named Cale. He was feeling chatty. Turns out, Abernathy, the banker, wasn't getting robbed. He was paying for a cleaning service. The pieces clicked into place in Rip's mind. The 2 dead men on the wagon seat, the ambush that was too clean, too fast. There was a crate in that wagon. McRae went on, canvas wrapped, full of the bank's real ledgers. Proof of every crooked deal he's run for the last 5 years. Slade was supposed to snatch the bonds to make it look good, and burn the crate. Make the evidence disappear. Jed and Cully, they weren't killed in a robbery. They were part of the cleanup. Loose ends, just like Rip had almost been. The thought landed like a stone in his gut. You walked into the middle of it, McCrae said, grabbed the bag with the bonds, the one thing that made it look legitimate, and ran. Slade couldn't have that. Abernathy couldn't have that. A witness with the wrong prize. So what do you want? Rip asked. What I was hired for. My money. McCrae took another step. Only now, the payday isn't the bounty on a bag of wet paper. The payday is the banker. That's your business. It could be, McCrae said, his eyes fixed on the edge of the rock hiding Rip, or it could be ours. A man with those ledgers could make a banker like Abernathy dance, but Slade has them now. He'll be on his way to make his own deal. McCrae paused. This is my play now, Rip. I'm going after the real money. You're a loose end, I don't need. The air grew still. The water had stopped dripping from the rocks. The desert was listening. You can walk away, McCrae said, his voice flat. Head north into the cinders. Disappear. I'll forget I saw you. The sheriff can chase your ghost all the way to Utah. Rip thought of the driver spitting tobacco juice. He thought of the guard offering him a ride. They weren't ghosts. Their faces were clear in his mind. Walking away meant leaving them behind. It meant letting men like Abernathy and McCrae carve up the world for profit. And if I don't, Rip said. McCrae's smile was a thin, bloodless line. He didn't have to answer. He shifted his weight, and the rifle came up, the movement easy and practiced. It's a shame, he said. You've been interesting to hunt. Rip's hand closed around the grip of the Colt. The hammer came back with a soft, oily click. The sound was loud in the sudden, waiting silence. The rifle barrel was a black, unblinking eye. McCrae held it steady, his cheek tight against the smooth wood of the stock. He wasn't aiming at the rock. He was aiming at the space where a man's head would appear. Rip didn't give him the target. He stayed low, the Colt heavy in his good hand. He could hear the soft drip of water from the ledge above him. A slow, patient clock ticking off the last seconds of a man's life. Maybe McCrae's. You think about it too long, you lose. McCrae said, his voice a low murmur. You should know that. R.I.P. knew it. He'd learned it in a field of wet grass outside a church in Tennessee. Thinking was what got Miller killed. He thumbed the hammer back on his Colt. Don't fight the man, the corporal's voice said, clear as a bugle call in his mind. Fight the ground he stands on. Rip looked at the wet, muddy earth in front of his boulder. It was soft, churned up by the rain. A patch of it was almost liquid. He fired. The shot was deafening in the clean air. It didn't go toward McCrae. It hit the mud 10 feet in front of him. The bullet slapped into the red sludge, sending a spray of wet grit and rock fragments up and out. It was enough. McCrae flinched. Not a lot, just a tightening of his eye, an involuntary jerk as the mud peppered his face. His rifle wavered for a fraction of a second. Rip was already moving. He didn't rise. He rolled out from behind the boulder, his bad arm screaming a protest. He fired again from the ground, the pistol bucking in his hand. The bullet took McCrae in the thigh. It wasn't a clean shot. It tore through the muscle, spinning him around. The rifle fired, a convulsive reaction, the shot going wild and harmless into the gray sky. McCrae went down on one knee, his face a mask of surprise and white-hot pain. He tried to bring the rifle back around, but his leg wouldn't hold him. He collapsed onto his side, the rifle clattering on the wet rock. Rip was on his feet, walking toward him. The Colt held steady. He stopped a few feet away, the muzzle pointed at the center of McCrae's chest. McCrae looked from the hole in his leg to Rip's face. There was no fear in his eyes, just a kind of weary, professional curiosity. You had the headshot, he said, his voice tight with pain. Didn't want it, Rip said. Sloppy, clean enough. Rip looked at him for a long moment. He saw the 2 dead men on the wagon. He saw Miller's face. He saw a long line of ghosts. Killing this one wouldn't make them go away. It would just add another one to the procession. He lowered the pistol. We're done. He walked past McCrae to the tall slab of sandstone. The bounty hunter's horse, a fine-looking bay, stood waiting, its reins trailing. R.I.P. gathered them up. He walked back and picked up McCrae's rifle. He worked the lever, ejecting the spent shell, and tucked the weapon under his arm. He looked down at the man on the ground. There's a canteen on my saddle, McCrae grunted. You'll need it. Rip didn't answer. He swung up onto the bay. The movement, clumsy but sure. The horse was strong under him, its energy a stark contrast to the bone-deep wariness that had settled into Rip's soul. He looked down the trail he had walked, a long winding path of rock and mud and blood. Then he looked toward Harmony Creek. A cold drizzle had started to fall again, the sky closing in, soft and gray. It would cover his tracks. R.I.P., McCrae called out. His voice was strained. Abernathy, he'll have men watching the town. You walk in the front door. You're a dead man. Rip didn't look back. He nudged the bay with his heels, and the horse moved. Harmony Creek was a town of mud and ghosts. The rain had turned the main street into a river of red sludge, the water pooling deep in the wagon ruts. No one was out. The windows of the saloon were steamed over, the livery door shut tight against the damp. It was a town holding its breath. Rip rode in from the north, not on the main trail, but through a stand of waterlogged cottonwoods that bordered the creek. He left McCrae's horse tied in the trees, its reins looped over a low branch. The animal was tired, but it would be there if he needed it. He didn't think he would. He walked into town using the back alleys, his boots making sucking sounds in the mud. He kept to the shadows of the overhangs, a gray man in a gray world. McCrae had warned him Abernathy would have men watching. He saw them. One, a man with a shotgun, sat in the dry spot on the undertaker's porch, pretending to whittle a stick. Another watched the street from the window of the assayer's office. Amateurs, they were looking for a man riding an owl, not a man who was already there. The back of the Harmony Creek Bank and Trust was a plain brick wall, with one window, barred, and a thick oak door. The door was unlocked. Men like Abernathy didn't worry about the back door. They worried about the front. The office smelled of wet wool, stale cigar smoke, and fear. Elias Abernathy was standing at his front window, staring out at the empty, muddy street. He was wearing the same wool vest, his hands clasped behind his back. He didn't hear Rip come in. Rip closed the door. The click of the latch was loud in the quiet room. Abernathy spun around, his hand flying to his chest. His face, already pale, went the color of old paper. He saw a man who looked like he'd been dug out of a grave. Caked in mud, clothes in tatters, a face bruised and scraped, with a left arm lashed to his chest and a Colt in his right hand. "You, Abernathy, breathe me," Rip said. His voice was a dry rasp. He walked to the center of the room, the pistol held easy at his side. He wasn't pointing it. He didn't need to. "What do you want?" Abernathy stammered, backing away until his desk pressed into his spine. "The bonds, the sheriff has them. I don't know where they are." "I don't want the bonds," Rip said. "They were never the point, were they?" He looked around the office. The fancy desk, the leather chairs, the framed map on the wall. "This is a nice setup. Must have cost a lot of money." "I don't know what you're talking about." "I think you do," Rip said. He took a step closer. Abernathy flinched. "I think you know about a man named Slade, and a canvas-wrapped crate full of books." The color drained completely from Abernathy's face. His mouth opened, but no sound came out. "Ledgers," Rip said, the word dropping into the silence like a stone. "Your real ledgers. The ones that show how you built all this." He gestured with the barrel of the Colt. "Slade was supposed to burn them. Make it all look like a simple robbery. But he didn't. He has them now. I imagine he'll be asking for a lot more than you originally offered." "This is insane," Abernathy whispered, his eyes darting toward the street. He was looking for his men with the guns. "They're still out there," Rip said, reading his mind. "But they're looking the wrong way." He laid McCrae's rifle on the banker's pristine desk. The wet, muddy stock left a smear on the polished wood. "Jedediah and Cully. They were good men. They gave me a ride." The mention of the dead wagon drivers seemed to break something in Abernathy. His composure shattered, leaving only a raw, twitching fear. "What do you want from me?" Rip looked at the man. He saw the rot behind the starched collar. He thought of the long, bloody trail from the wagon to here. He thought of the ghosts. He didn't want money. He didn't want revenge. He just wanted it to be over. "Nothing," Rip said. He turned and walked toward the back door. "Wait," Abernathy cried out, a desperate, pleading sound. "We can make a deal." Rip paused at the door, but he didn't look back. "Your problem now." He stepped out into the gray afternoon and closed the door behind him. He didn't go for the horse. He walked around the building, out onto the main street, his boots sinking into the mud. He was done running. A single rider was coming into town from the south. Sheriff Brody. He saw Rip and reined in, his horse splashing in a deep puddle. The lawman's face was drawn and tired, his slicker covered in a week's worth of trail dust and rain. Jericho was 100 yards behind him, a silent shadow. Brody looked at Rip. He looked at the bank. He looked back at Rip. He saw the useless arm, the exhaustion that went deeper than bone. He saw a man who had been to hell and had unbothered to wipe his boots on the way back. The front door of the bank flew open. Sheriff Abernathy screamed, his voice cracking. "That man. Arrest him. He robbed me. He threatened." Brody didn't even look at him. His eyes stayed on Rip. He nodded, a slow, almost imperceptible gesture. It was an ending. It was an understanding. Rip held his gaze for a moment, then turned and limped down the street, heading out of town the same way he'd come in. He didn't look back.